He lost everything once: his dreams, his career, and the little girl who loved him most. But when fate rewinds the clock, and he wakes up before the tragedy, he realizes this time, failure is not an option. One stage, one song, one chance to rewrite a lifetime of regret. Everyone else is here for fame, for spotlight, for applause. But he's here for something far more important: saving his daughter's life. The stage lights ignite. Backstage chatter fades. Crowd hushes. Footsteps echo. Thousands watch. 5 judges prepare to strike. But in the audience, a tiny figure lifts a glow board with trembling hands. His daughter. Alive. Smiling. Cheering him on with all the strength she has left. Behind him lurks the man who once ruined his life. The sabotage. The betrayal. The cold, calculated destruction of his dreams. He Tienyang smirks, confident history will repeat itself. But Chi Feng doesn't touch the sabotaged guitar. He walks onto the stage empty-handed and unbreakable. This life, he whispers, eyes locked on his daughter. I won't lose you again. He steps forward. The world holds its breath. No instruments, no backing track, just a father's voice, and a lifetime of pain turned into power. His opening song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, erupts through the arena like a lightning strike. Judges frozen, the crowd stunned, his rival silenced, his comeback, unstoppable. Because in this second life, he won't chase fame, he'll reclaim everything he lost. A failed singer reborn, and his comeback shook the world. Only on Manhwa Recap Haven, where every rebirth becomes a legend. Chi Feng woke up in a daze. The first thing he saw was noise: more than 20 young men and women bustling around backstage, chatting nervously, adjusting suits and smoothing out evening gowns under the bright makeup lights. His heart skipped. This place, he knew it. He knew it far too well. This was the backstage area of the first singer, the music competition he had participated in more than 10 years ago. Why am I here? He clearly remembered the car rushing toward him earlier. He dodged, yes, but there was a ditch next to him. Did he fall into it? Did he die? Chi Feng lifted his trembling hand and slapped himself across the face. Ow! The pain was real, not a dream. He had really come back reborn, more than 10 years into the past. Memories from his 2 lives tangled together in his mind. And strangely, because of his rebirth, this world wasn't exactly the same as the one he remembered. Some books had never been published. Movies he loved didn't exist. Songs that had shaped a generation were missing. As he tried to make sense of the differences, a sudden jolt shot through him. His daughter Xiaoyu. She was still alive. She hadn't left him yet. The thought hit him so hard it almost knocked the breath out of his chest. In an instant, memories he wished he could forget came rushing back. His daughter, small and frail, lying on a hospital bed. Her illness. His desperate attempt to win prize money for her treatment. And the cruel way things ended in his previous life. Daddy, Xiaoyu doesn't hurt. Dad, even if Xiaoyu leaves, you must take care of yourself. I've never even seen my mom once. Daddy, Xiaoyu really doesn't feel any pain. Even while her tiny body trembled from pain, even as cold sweat drenched her forehead, she forced a smile for him, her last smile. Her small body, curled up on the hospital bed, slowly grew cold. Chi Feng clenched his fists, forcing down the trembling in his chest. Not again. Never again. Hey, look who it is, Chi Feng. Hiding in a corner like he's scared to lose, huh? A cutting, mocking voice came from the side. Chi Feng turned. A young man in a white suit stood there, handsome but with thin lips twisted into a mean smirk. He Tienyang. Chi Feng's blood boiled. Afraid of losing? Don't joke with me, Chi Feng said coldly. I won't lose. And you, his gaze sharpened, you're definitely not winning. Of course he remembered. In his previous life, it was He Tienyang who tampered with his guitar bribing staff, using his family's connection with one of the judges, making sure Chi Feng was eliminated. Eliminated before he even finished singing. The elimination that cost him the prize money. The prize money that could have saved his daughter. The man before him was the indirect executioner of his child. This time, Chi Feng would pay him back 100-fold. He Tienyang let out an arrogant laugh. You think you can beat me? Sure, let's see who gets the last laugh. Chi Feng didn't bother responding. He simply stared at him with cold, knife-like eyes. He Tienyang did have advantages, connections, dirty tricks, influence. But that wouldn't matter anymore. He would not sing the same song as in his previous life. He would not give that corrupt judge any excuse. He would sing a song no one could criticize. A song from his past life, timeless, powerful, unforgettable. At that moment, a staff member called from the door. Contestant number 22, Chi Feng. Get ready, you're next. Coming, Chi Feng answered. He glanced at the guitar he had prepared, then walked right past it. He knew the instrument was sabotaged, but even if he sang a cappella, he would crush He Tienyang today. Behind him, He Tienyang watched with a sinister gaze, surprised but still confident. Someone would handle Chi Feng soon enough. Chi Feng felt their malice but didn't stop walking. Once he stepped onto the stage, the blinding lights hit him. Thousands of audience members, 5 judges, and there, a small figure in the audience. His heart clenched. Xiao Yu. She was only 8, but because of her illness, she looked smaller, 5 or 6 at most. Her thin arms struggled to lift a glowing support board almost bigger than her entire body. Her pale face stood out in the sea of cheering fans. But she didn't back down. She was screaming his name with all her strength. Xiao Yu. He felt his eyes sting. Their gazes met. Her big, watery eyes seemed to say, "Dad, Giu. Keep going. Don't give up." His chest ached painfully. In his previous life, when he stood frozen after being eliminated, it was this little girl, this angel, who gave him courage to keep chasing music. Only 3 months later, she died in his arms. "Doctor, please, I'll do anything you can take my life if it means saving hers. She's only 8 years old, she hasn't seen the ocean, she hasn't lived yet, please." He had begged, knelt, humiliated himself. But nothing could save her. Not this time. Never again. "What are you daydreaming for? Hurry up and tell us your song choice." One of the judges snapped impatiently. Chi Feng took a deep breath, eyes locked onto his daughter. "The song I'm going to sing is..." His voice rang out clearly. "Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart." What pure heart for pursuing dreams? I've never heard of that. You should know that if you keep giving out song titles, I have the right to eliminate you right now. As soon as Chi Feng finished speaking, the judge who had been urging him immediately said in a deep voice, as if he would exercise his power as a judge and kick him off the stage at any moment, "I didn't just randomly pick a song title. This is my original song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart," Chi Feng said calmly. He knew this judge, Li Wanjia, a famous music producer and also He Tienyang's uncle. In his previous life, it was Li Wanjia who eliminated him. The reason given was that he couldn't even tune his own instrument properly and was not worthy of singing. He was even accused of insulting everyone's ears with his singing. He wasn't even given a chance to explain before being booed off the stage. This was also a deep-seated hatred. Chi Feng didn't know about these things at first. It was only after he was eliminated that He Tienyang confronted him and told him everything. Only then did he realize that Li Wanjia and He Tienyang were in cahoots to eliminate him so that he would no longer be a threat to He Tienyang. "Original? You want to sing an original song?" Li Wanjia was taken aback. The other judges were also surprised. They knew that original songs were 100 times more difficult than covers. First, the songs might not be mature enough, and second, they hadn't been tested by the market, so the chances of a failure were extremely high. Since the first season of The First Singer aired, it's not that no one has sung original songs, but 9 out of 10 people have failed miserably, and the remaining 1 barely made it through. "Yes, I want to sing my original songs." Chi Feng also knew the difficulty of creating original songs, but his songs had been tested by countless people in his previous life, so he wasn't afraid of making a mistake. "Alright, let's begin then." Li Wanjia waved his hand, signaling him to start. He had originally planned to find an excuse to kick him off the stage, but now he didn't need to. Singing an original song was a 90% chance of dying, and he would make the remaining 10% his own. Chi Feng stood on the stage, adjusted the angle of the microphone, and began to prepare the rhythm. The audience below was already in an uproar. This kid is really bold to sing original songs. Haha, number 22 is definitely going to be eliminated. They actually dared to sing an original song. He's just a fool. Instead of singing the classic songs that are already available, he insists on singing original songs. He's just asking for an early death and reincarnation. A trashy newcomer dares to sing original songs, he must be desperate for fame. Hurry up and sing, or get off the stage. Don't waste time. Sing it quickly. Chi Feng couldn't hear what the people below were saying, but from their ferocious faces, he could tell they didn't think much of him. The light boards they were holding already said it all. They listed various names, mostly the most popular contestants in this round. He even saw He Tienyang's name. No one knows how much money he spent to hire so many shills. Chi Feng knows He Tienyang very well. They are from the same school, the same department, and even the same class. How could he not know He Tienyang's capabilities? But when he saw his daughter's small figure holding up a light sign with her name on it, he smiled. It doesn't matter. Even if no one in the world supports him, it doesn't matter. As long as he has his daughter, Xiaoyu, supporting him is enough. Xiaoyu, from now on, please be proud of your father. Chi Feng closed his eyes and began to prepare his emotions. Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. This song, performed by the band Gala, aims to tell everyone that even when faced with setbacks and ridicule, we should bravely move forward. Just like him right now, even if everyone in the audience is laughing at him and looking down on him, he will still sing forward with unwavering determination, a heart full of dreams. Where exactly is the world filled with flowers? If it really exists, then I will definitely go. I want to stand on the highest peak there. It doesn't matter if it's a cliff or a steep slope. Live life to the fullest, love with all your might, even if it means sacrificing your life. I don't seek anyone's approval, as long as I'm true to myself. His desperate shouts immediately silenced the jeers from the crowd. Chi Feng recalled every moment he spent with his daughter, the joy, the pain, the despair. He seemed to see his daughter's petite body lying motionless on the bed, and his voice became even more intense. Singing is the easiest way to evoke resonance, and good songs can immerse listeners in them. Chasing dreams with a pure heart has just that kind of magic. The song expresses the unwavering pursuit and perseverance of dreams, and its full emotion seemed to sing the heartfelt voice of everyone on the road to their ideals. While being inspiring, it makes this passionate song even more touching. I have never chosen to give up on my ideals. Even on the most gloomy days. Maybe I don't have the talent, but I have the innocence to dream. I will prove it with my whole life. When Chi Feng got emotional, he shoved the microphone away. At that moment, he was unrestrained and completely let loose. In his past life, his parents died early. He had to work and study while taking care of his young daughter. As a result, when he entered university, he was 5 or 6 years older than his classmates and became the uncle in the class. However, his daughter was born prematurely and has always been weak and sickly, and also has heart problems. She needs enough money to treat her illness. The doctor said that the best time for her to have surgery is before she turns 10, so he has always made this his goal to earn money. The daughter never complained about the pain. She said her biggest wish was to see her father sing on the stage of Voice of Heaven, which is the world's largest stage and the ultimate dream of all musicians. So even though he encountered countless hardships, he still persevered. While others are sleeping, he is studying hard. While others are studying, he was working 3 jobs at the same time. While others are playing games, he is working hard to improve his singing skills. He excelled in his studies, professional knowledge, and work, working at full capacity without neglecting any aspect, yet he always persevered through sheer grit. Until reality hits him hard, he was framed, and he fell into hell. But now, he's back. All his previous experiences haven't defeated him, they've only made him stronger. Any schemes or tricks will be exposed by his increased power. Run forward, facing the cold stares and ridicule. How can one feel the vastness of life without experiencing hardship? Fate cannot force us to kneel and beg for mercy. Even if blood is spilled all over my arms, keep running with the pride of a child. How can you see the brilliance of life if you don't persevere to the end? Rather than linger on in misery, let's burn brightly. As the song reached its climax, it seemed to unleash a powerful, heart-wrenching force. Some people in the audience clenched their fists, staring at the person on stage, completely stunned. It sends chills down my spine and makes my hair stand on end. What kind of song is this, and why is it so powerful? What's the name of this song? A child's heart chasing dreams? So this is what a real song is. Everyone exclaimed from the bottom of their hearts that this original song was so exciting, it was like an explosion, turning their internal organs to ashes. Sing, sing with all your might. Chi Feng marched forward with great fanfare, his voice hoarse, but his gaze remained steadfast. Hiding behind the stage, He Tienyang's expression changed drastically. Chi Feng did not cover other people's songs as he had expected, but instead sang his own original song. At first, he was very proud and waited for Chi Feng to be in trouble, but after listening to the song, he knew that he had miscalculated. Chi Feng's song completely shocked him. Neither the lyrics nor the powerful, soulful singing style can compare to his. Compared to Chi Feng, his songs and singing skills are utterly inferior and can be swept into the trash. He was unwilling to accept this, but there was nothing he could do at the moment. He could only pin his hopes on his uncle, Li Wanjie, who was a judge, hoping that Li Wanjie could stop Chi Feng's rise. But he didn't know that Li Wanjie was also in a precarious situation. He hadn't expected Chi Feng's original song to be so inspiring and powerful. Once the song was spread, it would be enough to cause an earthquake in the music industry. What could he do to stop it? Keep running, with the pride of a child. How can you see the brilliance of life if you don't persevere to the end? It's better to burn brightly than to linger on in vain. For the sake of what is beautiful in my heart, I will not compromise until I grow old. Boom! As soon as Chi Feng finished singing the last line, the scene erupted. The audience members stood up one by one, and thunderous applause continued. They were still immersed in the heart-stirring and spine-tingling singing. Such a powerful and exhilarating song seemed to make even their souls tremble. A heart full of dreams, this is the heart of a dreamer. A song, a person, is enough to shake one's soul. Chi Feng stood on the stage, microphone in hand, and he could feel the changes in the audience. This was the power of the song. Those audience members who had previously ridiculed and looked down on him had finally changed their attitude because of his song. His daughter, Xiaoyu, was also in the crowd. Her thin and small body resembled a small boat on the sea, but she held up the light board in her hand the whole time, cheering for her father with determination. "Thank you everyone." Chi Feng withdrew his gaze and bowed to the audience below the stage. Clap clap clap. The audience applauded again. Although everyone had their own favorite contestant, Chi Feng's song Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart was so unexpected and so moving that they were willing to temporarily forget their favorite contestant and all spontaneously started clapping. "That sounds great, sing it again." "My God, this is the first time I've ever heard a song like this. I even got goosebumps. It got my blood pumping. I haven't heard such a powerful song in a long time. I have to record it when the show airs and listen to it on repeat a million times. It's unbelievable that a song like this appeared in the elimination rounds. If it were taken to the finals, it would have won the championship. Luckily I came to the show today, otherwise I wouldn't have been able to hear such a powerful and moving song beforehand. I really want to hear it again. Sing it again. Sing it again." Someone shouted first, and then the word spread like wildfire until the audience's voices became unified, all demanding that the song be sung again. But this is the competition venue for the first singer. Each person can only sing one song and only has one chance. It is impossible to sing it again. "Quiet, everyone, quiet." Seeing that the scene was about to get out of control, Judge Li Wanjia spoke up. Because of the microphone that could amplify the sound, his voice was enough to suppress the shouts in the scene. As he spoke, the audience gradually quieted down. Li Wanjia then looked at Chi Feng on the stage. He regretted it deeply. If he had known that Chi Feng's song could create such an exciting atmosphere, he shouldn't have let Chi Feng sing, or he could have found a reason to kick him off the stage halfway through his song. But it was too late to regret it now. If he kicked him off the stage now, the audience probably wouldn't agree. He could only use the rules and mechanisms to eliminate him. "Let's start scoring now." The one who spoke was the judge on the far right. He was a middle-aged man in his 40s or 50s, with a balding head and an ordinary appearance, but no one in the room dared to underestimate him, because he was He Yuan, a famous composer from Xia country. The song Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart has a great title. A pure heart is the most precious thing, and this theme runs throughout the entire song. The lyrics are wholesome and positive, and just listening to them gives you a feeling of excitement. Finally, I want to thank Chi Feng for letting me hear such a good song. I give it a score of 10. Clap clap. After He Yuan finished speaking, applause rang out loudly. The judges' scores ranged from 0 to 10, with 0 being the lowest and 10 being the highest. Unexpectedly, he scored full marks as soon as he opened his mouth, which was rare in the elimination round. But everyone was convinced that Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart truly deserved that score. Li Wanjia's face was gloomy. He Yuan actually gave Chi Feng a perfect score. This score was not good for his next plan, but it didn't matter. He didn't believe that anyone else would give Chi Feng a perfect score. From lyrics to melody, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart is flawless. It's truly hard to imagine hearing such a wonderful song in the elimination rounds, so I also give it a 10/10. The speaker was the second person on the right, a man in his 40s with long hair tied in a ponytail that swung behind him, giving him a carefree air. His name was Huang Yu, a lyricist and composer who often wrote lyrics for famous composers. He was known as one of the 4 great talents in the Xia Kingdom's music scene. "Thank you, Teacher Huang." Chi Feng bowed to express his gratitude, and applause rang out again. Li Wanjia's face was so gloomy it was almost dripping with water. "Another perfect score, damn it. 10 points. Teacher He and Teacher Huang have both finished speaking, so I'll just give the score directly." The speaker was a young woman in her mid-20s sitting in the middle, wearing a white dress and exquisite makeup, looking beautiful and elegant. Her name was Lan Yan, and she was a top-tier singer. "Thank you," Chi Feng replied. Then it was the turn of the judge next to Lan Yan. He was a handsome young man in his late 20s, with neatly combed medium-length hair. His name was Yang Muji, and like Lan Yan, he was a top-tier singer whose new album was currently a huge hit. The production team invited him because they valued him. To be honest, if my new album hadn't already been released, I would have wanted to buy the copyright to this song and put it on my album. Yang Muji's voice was very magnetic, and his handsome appearance made people feel very good. So I don't need to say more about my score, right? 10 points, full marks. Clap clap clap. Another round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Li Wanjia had a dark expression throughout. He was already numb to it. The first 4 judges had given him full marks, which had completely ruined his plans. His nephew was in trouble. I also really like the song Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Originally, like everyone else, I should have given it a 10, but unfortunately, I can only give it a 0. Li Wanjia looked at Chi Feng on the stage with a blank expression. Wow! As soon as the score of 0 was announced, the audience below immediately erupted. Although they each had their own favorite contestant, Chi Feng's Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart had already won their approval. What did Li Wanjia's score of 0 mean? The other 4 judges also looked at Li Wanjia, some frowning, others puzzled. Why? It's simple. I suspect that this song wasn't originally written by Chi Feng. He just introduced himself as a student in the vocal music department of Kinhee Art Academy. The vocal music department mainly studies various singing styles and techniques, not songwriter. So I find it hard to believe that someone who has never studied songwriter could suddenly create a very classic song. I have reservations about this. This reason is completely untenable. Giving someone 0 points just because you doubt that their song is original is utterly ridiculous. The audience erupted in uproar, but it didn't affect Li Wanjia's score. The other 4 judges also realized that Li Wanjia had been targeting the contestant named Chi Feng from the beginning, but since none of them had any connection with Chi Feng, they didn't say anything. On stage, Chi Feng looked at Li Wanjia and said, almost word by word, "Teacher Li, although what you said makes some sense, there are people in this world called geniuses, and geniuses are incomprehensible to someone like you who got there through seniority. Next time on stage, I will bring out another song that is no worse than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, and then let's see what you have to say." Li Wanjia was deliberately targeting him and was determined to get him off the stage, so Chi Feng naturally spoke to him without any politeness. What a joke! What do you think songs are? Are they stones you can just pick up on the street? If you actually come up with a song that's even similar to Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, I'll change my mind. Li Wanjia was furious. This was the first time he'd been looked down upon like this by a contestant. Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart was practically the pinnacle of music. How could someone come up with a song that was just as good? Did they really think he, Li Wanjia, was a fake music producer? There's no need to write the character Li backwards. If Teacher Li is truly sincere, why not just withdraw from this program? I believe the production team will find a better teacher to replace you, Chi Feng said ruthlessly. He wanted to appear arrogant in front of Li Wanjia, since they were already locked in a life-or-death struggle anyway. However, his words ignited the entire scene. No one expected that this seemingly gentle contestant on stage would be so arrogant and confront the judges on the spot. Li Wanjia was so embarrassed that he was red in the face. This was the first time he had ever encountered such a situation. In the past, contestants were always trembling with fear when facing the judges. When had such an arrogant person ever appeared? Fine. Then I'll keep my eyes peeled and see if your performance on stage next time lives up to your words. Li Wanjia almost ground his teeth to powder. This was a recording session, and as a judge, he had to maintain his composure. But on stage next time, he would make this arrogant kid regret offending him. Just wait and see. Chi Feng sneered. He was looking forward to the next performance, determined to give Li Wanjia a good slap in the face. Chi Feng was the last to perform, so he didn't need to go backstage, because the brutal elimination rounds were about to begin. A group of more than 20 contestants were invited onto the stage and lined up according to their numbers. Chi Feng saw He Tienyang, whose face was gloomy and whose eyes were filled with resentment when he looked at him, as if he wanted to devour him alive. Chi Feng believed that He Tienyang, who had been eavesdropping backstage, already knew what had happened. Chi Feng glanced at him coldly, his heart as still as water, filled with confidence, because he knew that He Tienyang had been eliminated by him. Zhang Tiancheng, 42 points. Fan Yingli, 41 points. Guo Xiaochun, 43 points. Yu Siwo, 35 points. He Tienyang, 39 points. Chi Feng, 40 points. As the host announced the contestants' scores, Chi Feng clenched his fists tightly. He had succeeded. Although there are 22 contestants on the field, only 8 can advance to the next round after this round, meaning that more than half of them will be eliminated. Chi Feng just calculated that he had 40 points, which put him in 8th place, while He Tienyang only had 39 points, placing him in 9th place, which means he was eliminated. This is the result he wanted. Fortunately, he changed his song before the performance. When he sang Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, the other judges gave him full marks. If he had sung the original song, he definitely wouldn't have been able to achieve this level. If Li Wanjia had given him 0 points, his score would have been lower than He Tienyang's. Now I announce that the advancing contestants are number 1 Zhang Tiancheng, number 2 Fan Yingli, number 3 Guo Xiaochun, number 9 Yang Min, and number 22 Chi Feng. There were 8 people, but He Tienyang's name was not among them. Chi Feng saw He Tienyang's ugly expression, as if his parents had died, after the host read out the list of those who advanced, and Li Wanjia's ashen face on the judges' panel. He secretly felt smug. Those 2 bastards, they were in cahoots, they deserved it. Now, please call on the contestants whose names haven't been called yet. Wait a moment. Just as the host was about to ask the contestant whose name had not been called to leave the stage, Li Wanjia, who was on the judging panel, couldn't sit still any longer and interrupted the host. Does Teacher Li have a question? The host looked at him somewhat awkwardly. Each judge has 1 chance to revive a contestant, and I'm going to use that chance. Li Wanjie said in a deep voice, but his eyes glared sharply at Qi Feng on the stage. If it weren't for this kid, he wouldn't have had to waste this precious opportunity. Everyone present was shocked. Li Wanjie was going to use his revival opportunity? You have to know that the revival opportunity is extremely precious. It is usually saved for the finals, because that is when you might be able to compete for the national championship. But this is just the elimination round, and Li Wanjie is already going to use it. I wonder who he will revive? Qi Feng's expression also changed. At this moment, he remembered that each judge did indeed have one chance to revive a contestant, which was the greatest right the program team gave to the judges. The revival opportunity, as the name suggests, means that after a contestant is eliminated, they can advance to the next round without being eliminated. However, the contestant's total score must be above 35 points, and He Tienyang has 39 points, which obviously meets this condition. Sure enough, Li Wanjie pointed at He Tienyang on the platform and said, "The person I want to revive is number 16, He Tienyang." Whoosh! The scene erupted in excitement once again, because it was He Tienyang. Although He Tienyang scored as high as 39 points, his performance was actually mediocre. The reason why his score was so high was entirely because Li Wanjie gave him a perfect score of 10 points, which raised his score by so much. A cover-up. Li Wanjie has taken the money. There was a cover-up. Li Wanjie is not fit to be a judge. I want to report this. The audience was very dissatisfied. He Tienyang was not outstanding among the contestants. Why was he able to be revived while the contestant they supported was eliminated? Considering that Li Wanjie previously gave He Tienyang a perfect score, it's not hard to guess that Li Wanjie must know He Tienyang, and there might be some shady dealings going on behind the scenes. Li Wanjie naturally heard the commotion at the scene, but he had no choice. He Tienyang was his nephew, and if he didn't use this revival opportunity, he would be eliminated directly, not to mention what the future would hold. "Teacher Li, are you sure you want to revive He Tienyang, number 16? The host frowned and asked Li Wanjie. As a host, he wasn't stupid. He knew perfectly well that He Tienyang was related to Li Wanjie. Confirmed. Li Wanjie nodded, his face still ashen. He had originally planned to save this precious revival opportunity for the national competition, hoping to help his nephew advance one more round, thus gaining more exposure and winning more prize money. But using it in the knockout stage was his biggest miscalculation. "Okay, then I announce that He Tienyang, number 16, can stay on stage and advance to the next round," the host announced. Although He Tienyang remained on the stage, his expression was far from pleasant. He glared fiercely at Qi Feng, clearly aware of the preciousness of the revival opportunity. If it weren't for this damned guy, he could have gone much further with the revival chance. Qi Feng could feel the sinister glint in He Tienyang and Li Wanjie's eyes. He was probably the only one present who knew that Li Wanjie was He Tienyang's uncle. Although he was disappointed that He Tienyang hadn't been eliminated, he quickly relaxed after thinking about it. Qi Feng was well aware of the preciousness of the resurrection opportunity, because in his previous life, Li Wanjie had given He Tienyang the resurrection opportunity, but that was during the round of 16, which allowed He Tienyang to enter the quarterfinals. However, in this life, because Li Wanjie used it up in advance, He Tienyang might not even be able to enter the round of 16. With the lineup of contestants advancing to the next round confirmed, the host announced the end of the recording for this episode. Qi Feng couldn't wait any longer. He wanted to see his daughter, and he wanted to see her right now. He hurriedly returned backstage, grabbed the tampered guitar, and was about to leave when He Tienyang, who had been waiting for him, stopped him. The scene before him seemed like a replay of that scene from his past life. However, back then, He Tienyang was smugly blocking his way, while now, He Tienyang had a gloomy expression as if someone owed him tens of millions. "Qi Feng, you got lucky this time. You won't be so lucky next time." Qi Feng smiled faintly, knowing that He Tienyang was making threats because he had lost a precious chance to be resurrected. He suddenly leaned closer and said in a voice so low that only the two of them could hear, "He Tienyang, in front of me, you are nothing but a dog. This time, I will cut off your dog head, skin you, and turn you into a dead dog, a skinless mangy dog." He will repay all the resentment and hatred from his past life to the other person in this life. He Tienyang's eyes blazed with anger, yet he couldn't understand it. The Qi Feng of the past gave him the impression that he could bully him at will, but the Qi Feng of now was like a demon returned from hell, which almost frightened him. "Ha ha, you mangy dog." Qi Feng laughed, giving him no chance at all, and pushed him aside before walking out. After giving He Tienyang a piece of his mind, Qi Feng felt relieved and hurriedly walked out of the backstage area to the corridor outside the stage. Since the recording had ended, most of the fans who came to support the contestants had left. Qi Feng immediately spotted a thin, small figure sitting on a chair in the corridor, looking expectantly in his direction. When she saw him come out, her eyes lit up, and she jumped off the chair and ran towards him, shouting, "Dad, Xiao Yu." Qi Feng was shocked and, fearing that his daughter would fall, rushed over and hugged her tightly. This is his daughter, Xiao Yu, whose full name is Qi Yu. Because she has been plagued by illness for many years, her daughter not only looks 2 or 3 years younger than her actual age, but her body is also so light that it is almost weightless. Feeling the delicate body in his arms, Chi Feng dared not hold her too tightly, afraid of hurting her. He hadn't held her enough in his past life, and in this life, he was determined to hold her forever. He owed his daughter far too much. From the time she was breastfed, she had suffered alongside him, and because of his own incompetence, his daughter left this world at a young age. This was the greatest sorrow in his heart from his past life. As he thought about it, Chi Feng's eyes welled up with tears again. "Daddy, don't cry." When Xiaoyu saw her father crying, she immediately reached out her small hand to wipe away his tears. Daddy didn't cry. Chi Feng took a deep breath of his daughter's scent and smiled through his tears. Daddy isn't sad, Daddy is happy. Yes, Xiaoyu is happy too. Daddy sang so well. Xiaoyu smiled too. When her father smiled, she smiled along with him. Chi Feng looked at her carefully. Because of her illness, her face looked very sharp, and her eyes seemed especially big, which made him feel a pang of heartache. "Let's go home, Dad will cook something delicious for you." "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded excitedly. After leaving Qinyi City TV station, Chi Feng took his daughter by bus back to his rented place. Since the school didn't allow children to stay with them, he had to live outside. This is an old house with mottled walls that have begun to peel off, showing that it has withstood at least several decades of wind and rain. His rented apartment was on the 3rd floor, room 301. He opened the door with a key, and the small space of 10 square meters was immediately apparent. On the left is a simple sink, separated from a small toilet. On the right is a single bed, which is big enough for 2 people to sleep in. Since my daughter is still very young, there was a stove in the middle for cooking, and at the foot of the bed was a dilapidated desk with a clearly vintage television set on it, which was the only form of entertainment for the father and daughter. "Xiaoyu, you watch TV first, Daddy will go cook dinner." Chi Feng put his daughter on the bed, turned on the TV, and went to prepare dinner. "Okay." Xiaoyu nodded obediently. When her father was busy, she would sit quietly and watch TV. Occasionally glancing back at her father was her happiest moment. Because there is no refrigerator, Chi Feng buys vegetables on short notice. Fortunately, he bought the vegetables in the morning, so he can cook now. After busying himself in the kitchen for a while, his daughter's voice suddenly came from outside. "Daddy, your favorite show, the original poetry competition, is about to start. Come and watch." "Ah, I almost forgot, today is Saturday, there will be a rebroadcast." Chi Feng paused in his work. The original poetry competition was his favorite program besides The First Singer because he had loved classical poetry since he was a child and had a dream of becoming a poet. Unfortunately, he did not have the talent in this area, so he gave up early. But I've always really enjoyed watching these kinds of shows, and I've never missed a single episode of the original poetry competition. After watching the premiere on Monday night, I would also watch the rerun on Saturday. His daughter knows about his hobby and will ask him to watch it every time the show is about to start. "Xiaoyu, you look first, Daddy will be right there." Chi Feng quickly finished his work, washed his hands, and hurriedly ran to the bedside. He plopped down on the bed, and his daughter snuggled into his arms. The father and daughter looked at the book together. The original poetry competition has been running for 3 seasons since its premiere. From the very beginning, it has achieved phenomenal ratings and has now become a mainstream hit, making it a truly top-rated variety show. The show has only been airing for a short time this year, and is currently on its 2nd episode, yet several talented contestants have already emerged. These include Song Chi, number 8, Lu Jiajia, number 10, Qian Yu, number 15, Cheng Miao, number 21, and Sun Shiwei, number 30. The average age of these 5 is quite young, especially Lu Jiajia, who is only 16 years old this year. Chi Feng himself is not good at writing poetry, but he believes his appreciation skills are not bad. He is more optimistic about Cheng Miao, number 21. Cheng Miao is still a college student this year, and the poems she wrote on the spot in the 2 episodes were very amazing, showing the potential to be the champion. "Dad, it's Sister Jiajia. She's here. She's so pretty. I like her the most." As the show began, Lu Jiajia was scheduled to be the first to appear. Xiaoyu pointed at the cute girl in her school uniform dress on the TV and shouted excitedly, Xiaoyu will be just as beautiful when she grows up." Chi Feng stroked his daughter's hair in his arms. Because of years of illness, her hair looked a bit dry and yellow, unlike the shiny black hair of the girls on TV. "And Sister Cheng Miao, I like her very much too." The second person to appear was college student Cheng Miao, and Xiaoyu pointed at her and said, Yes, I like her too." Chi Feng echoed his daughter's words, but the like he spoke of was not that kind of liking, but simply admiration. This girl, who was still a junior in college this year, was not only beautiful, but also had amazing and extraordinary talent. She was from a completely different world from him. After watching the original poetry competition with his daughter, Chi Feng cooked her a sumptuous meal. After the father and daughter ate, Chi Feng got busy. He needs to carefully plan how to proceed from here. He has now entered the national competition of the first singer. Although Li Wanjie is a formidable obstacle, he is not afraid at all. As long as his songs are classic and good enough, even Li Wanjie will not be able to eliminate him. Moreover, during the national competition, an additional judge will be added, which will slightly reduce Li Wanjie's threat. However, since he previously stated on stage that his next song must be at least as good as Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, he needs to seriously consider which song to use. With a week to go before the next episode of The First Singer, he has plenty of time to prepare. The next day, Chi Feng woke up early from his sleep. While his daughter was still asleep, he quietly got up to go buy groceries. However, there are no cheap supermarkets nearby, so he has to walk half an hour to a 24-hour supermarket next to his school, Kinney Art Academy, to buy it. After washing up and getting dressed, Chi Feng set off. He jogged all the way to the supermarket near the school, but before he could even go inside, he saw two people come out of the supermarket, a man and a woman, both wearing running clothes and each holding a bottle of beverage. It seemed that they had come in to buy drinks because they were thirsty from running. Upon seeing Chi Feng, one of the men's eyes lit up, and he burst into unrestrained laughter. Isn't this big star Chi Feng? What, here to buy discounted groceries again? This is none of your business. Chi Feng frowned. It wasn't surprising to run into someone he knew here, since the place was close to the school. The man in front of him was named Lu Weifeng, a composition major. He was a friend of He Tienyang, and like He Tienyang, he looked down on him. The other person called him a big star because he was quite famous at school. Not only was he old, but he also had a daughter, often bought discounted vegetables, and was even so poor that he had to pick up vegetable scraps to eat. Some of these things were true, while others were made up by people at the school. What do you mean it has nothing to do with me? You and I are both from Kinney Art Academy. If word gets out that you're buying discounted vegetables, it will be a disgrace to the school. We're in the same school, and you've made me lose face. Tell me, does this have anything to do with me? Lu Weifeng questioned aggressively. If you feel ashamed, then change schools yourself. Chi Feng was too lazy to argue with him. The more you pay attention to this kind of brainless person, the more important he becomes to himself. How dare you talk to me like that? Lu Weifeng's eyes widened. He used to bully this guy without daring to utter a sound, but now he dared to talk back. Who gave him the guts? I know. I heard you did well on the First Singer show yesterday. Now you're getting cocky, huh? Don't think you can get ahead just because you've made it to the national competition. Let me tell you, even if you make it to the top 16 or the top 8, you'll still be trash at the very bottom, trash that will never be able to turn things around. You only deserve to be trampled underfoot. Get out! Chi Feng shouted sharply, his eyes bloodshot. If he hadn't restrained himself, he would have slapped him long ago. Lu Weifeng seemed somewhat intimidated, but quickly hardened up again. Don't think no one knows what you've done. I've already heard from He Tienyang that you have absolutely no creative ability. I wonder where you plagiarized that original song you sang yesterday. You might fool the judges, but you can't fool me, or the students and teachers at the school. Just wait to be exposed and expelled from school, you trash. Who said Chi Feng plagiarized? A clear voice came from the side, drawing everyone's attention. Chi Feng turned his head and saw that it was a girl wearing a white tracksuit, a baseball cap, and large sunglasses that covered most of her face, making it impossible to see her true appearance. However, she has a very good figure, and even in sportswear, she shows off her perfect body curves. Who are you? What does this have to do with you? Lu Weifeng was somewhat annoyed and immediately rebuked him. You said Chi Feng's song is plagiarized. I can't pretend I didn't hear that. The girl in the baseball cap smiled slightly, took off her sunglasses, and revealed a delicate and beautiful face. Lan Yan, the girl with Lu Weifeng exclaimed in surprise, because the person in front of her was Lan Yan, a very popular A-list singer and one of the judges of The First Singer. Teacher Lan? Chi Feng was also surprised, never expecting to run into Lan Yan here. I live nearby and just happened to be out exercising. I didn't expect it to be such a coincidence. Lan Yan smiled slightly at him, then looked sharply at Lu Weifeng. You say Chi Feng plagiarized, then show me the evidence. Do you have any evidence? When Lu Weifeng first met his male friend, he was already terrified. As an art student, he knew that a senior figure in the entertainment industry, especially one with fame and status, could ruin his career with just a few words. When asked this question, he stammered and dared not speak. Don't talk nonsense without evidence. Lan Yan said coldly, then ignored this insignificant person who seemed like an ant to her. Instead, she smiled warmly at Chi Feng and said, Chi Feng, it's so great to meet you here. Actually, I wanted to look for you after the show ended yesterday, but you left too quickly. By the time I went out to look for you, you had already disappeared. Since we met here, it saves me the trouble of looking for you. Did Teacher Lan need something from me? Chi Feng didn't understand why she wanted to see him, but Lan Yan had appeared in time to help him and had given him a perfect score of 10 yesterday, so he had a good impression of her. "I'd like to ask you to write a song for me," Lan Yan said. "Write a song?" Chi Feng was surprised. Lan Yan actually wanted him to write a song? This was something he hadn't expected. Usually, songwriters would hire professional songwriters, right? He was a vocal music major, and Lan Yan actually asked him to write a song? And don't top-tier singers usually have songwriters they collaborate with? Yes, songwriter. Lan Yan nodded, then pointed to the side. "There are some people here, let's go talk over there." After saying that, Lu Weifeng, who was blushing with embarrassment and anger because of her words, walked to the side by himself. Okay. Chi Feng quickly followed. Lu Weifeng was humiliated, which was something he wanted to see. As for what the other party thought, that was none of his business. Lu Weifeng was indeed furious, angry, and embarrassed, but he was helpless against Lan Yan. Given Lan Yan's status, he was someone he could not afford to offend. Moreover, the thought that a top-tier singer like Lan Yan had to ask Chi Feng for a song made him insanely jealous. Why did all the good things fall on Chi Feng's head? He's a top talent in composition, but let alone top-tier singers asking him to write songs, even singers with a little bit of fame wouldn't approach him. Is God blind? The more he thought about it, the more resentful he became. He glared at Chi Feng fiercely and said, "Chi Feng, don't be so smug. You'd better go check out the school forum first." After saying that, he slunk away with the girl beside him. "Thank you, Teacher Lan." Seeing Lu Weifeng and his companion walk away, Chi Feng felt even more relieved and thanked Lan Yan profusely. He could tell that Lan Yan had deliberately humiliated Lu Weifeng to vent his anger. As for the campus forum, he could check it out when he got back. "You're welcome." Lan Yan smiled and put her sunglasses back on, concealing her beautiful face. "But I'm not kidding, I really want to ask you to sing a song. I wonder what kind of song Teacher Lan would like." Chi Feng has always been the type to repay kindness and avenge wrongs. Lan Yan helped him, so it was only natural for him to repay her within his means. "Can you write any kind of song?" Lan Yan asked in surprise. The reason she was moved to approach Chi Feng was entirely because she was touched by his song Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart from yesterday. Unlike Li Wanjia, she did not believe that Chi Feng's song was plagiarized, because someone who could write such a classic song would probably have published it long ago and would not have waited until now. Another point is that the country's laws are extremely strict on copyright protection, and the penalties are very severe once an infringing work is discovered. Therefore, she did not believe that Chi Feng would plagiarize someone else's song. "I know a little bit," Chi Feng said modestly. In reality, he had so many classic songs from his previous life that it wouldn't be an exaggeration to say that he could write a little bit of all types of songs. "I see." Lan Yan pondered for a moment, then said, "You've heard my songs, right? My biggest characteristic is that I can hit very high notes. If possible, I hope you can write a song that can showcase this characteristic of mine." "A song with high notes?" Chi Feng was slightly taken aback, but quickly thought of a very classic song. That song required high notes to be played. If sung well, it would be like heavenly music, and it wouldn't be an exaggeration to call it a divine voice. "No problem, Teacher Lan, but I need some time. How about I contact you again after the recording of the next episode of The First Singer?" Chi Feng didn't want to appear too extraordinary. If he really wanted to give it to Lan Yan, he could do so right now, but that would be too amazing. Even so, Lan Yan was shocked. Next episode? 1 week? Can a good song be written in 1 week? Usually when she asks someone to write a song, even a famous lyricist or composer, it takes at least a month, and sometimes as long as 2 or 3 months. She really didn't expect Chi Feng to say 1 week. Chi Feng nodded. He had no idea how long it would take to write a good song, because he usually didn't care about such things. In his opinion, a week was still a bit long. "Okay, then I'll be waiting for your song." Although Lan Yan had her doubts, Chi Feng's confident assurances made her quite excited. Chi Feng spoke a few more words with her, and they exchanged contact information before parting ways. After buying the groceries, Chi Feng returned home. His daughter, Xiaoyu, was still fast asleep in bed. Chi Feng didn't disturb her. He took out his phone and opened the campus forum. He wanted to see what was on the forum. Given what Lu Weifeng had said, there must be something on the forum that was detrimental to him. Sure enough, after opening the forum, he saw a post pinned at the very top in red font. A vocal music student surnamed Chi advanced to the next round by plagiarizing someone else's work in First Singer. The title of the post alone was incredibly sensational. In China, plagiarism does happen, but it is rare because the country's laws severely punish infringement. However, such things mostly happen in society and rarely occur in schools, so once such a thing happens in a school, it can immediately attract the attention of everyone in the school. Chi Feng gritted his teeth in anger. Wasn't that the student surnamed Chi in the vocal music department referring to him? Although no specific name was mentioned, it was practically as if his ID number had been directly put up. Suppressing his anger, he clicked on the post. The post was simple and straightforward, yet sharp in its wording. Yesterday I had the privilege of attending the live recording of The First Singer. Don't misunderstand, I was just an audience member. First of all, I'm proud of our school because 2 of our students advanced to the top 64 nationwide. Oh, sorry, I misspoke. I should say I'm only proud of one of the students, the other student only makes me feel ashamed and embarrassed. Why? Because the song he performed on stage was plagiarized. This contestant was a vocal music student surnamed Chi. As an ordinary student in the vocal music department, with mediocre grades and no special talent, he actually performed a song that he claimed to be his own original work on The First Singer. This was simply treating all the audience members like idiots. Here's what I want to say, you're a vocal music major, not a composition major. You advanced with a plagiarized song. Don't you feel ashamed? You're not just disgracing yourself, you're disgracing the entire Kinhee Art Academy, and you're disgracing your parents. I can guarantee that all of the above is true. If you don't believe me, the show Top Singer will air tonight, and I'm sure any sharp-eyed student will immediately see who is the one who has brought shame and disgrace to our college. After reading it, Chi Feng almost ground his teeth to powder. This is pure slander, a blatant attempt to throw mud. He barely needed to guess who posted the message, he couldn't think of anyone else but He Tienyang. He Tienyang was almost eliminated during the First Singer competition. If it weren't for his uncle Li Wanjia giving him a chance to revive, he wouldn't have been able to advance at all. Therefore, he must hate himself to the core, and he posted online to take revenge on himself when he returned to school. Chi Feng thought bitterly that the poster's ID was Seeking Truth from Facts, which was clearly He Tienyang's alternate account. In his previous life, He Tienyang had used this alternate account to slander a female student, only to be exposed later. However, he couldn't produce any evidence, and even if he did, He Tienyang wouldn't admit it. Besides, He Tienyang must have bribed the forum administrators, otherwise, why would an unproven plagiarism case be posted in such a prominent position? As a result, his classmates at school would assume he was a plagiarist from the start. The comments below the post confirm this. Shocking! There's a plagiarist at our school. It's good to expose the truth, such shameless people should be exposed. Does anyone know who this student surnamed Chi is? Find him, he's a disgrace to our school. It's not just a disgrace to our school, it's a disgrace to all the students in our school. I know who this student surnamed Chi is. Who is it? Tell us right now. Everyone knows the rules and regulations of the school forum, which prohibit posting students' real names, otherwise the account will be banned. Actually, the facts are already very clear. In the vocal music department, besides that big star who scavenges leftovers, who else is there with the surname Chi? So it was that piece of trash. He's a disgrace to the school. No way, I'm going to report this to the principal's office. This kind of trash should be expelled. We strongly demand that the student surnamed Chi be expelled from the school. Expulsion. In the end, almost all the comments turned into condemnations of the student surnamed Chi, and no one doubted the authenticity of the post. Chi Feng was furious. He knew he already had a bad reputation at school, but he never expected that an unverified post would put him on the opposite side of all the students and make him the enemy of the campus. Public opinion is a terrible thing, and Chi Feng, who was alone and powerless in this situation, could hardly think of any way to deal with it. He could start a thread to explain, but given the current climate of public condemnation, probably no one would believe him. Besides, he's not popular at school, so who would believe him? The only thing Chi Feng could think of was waiting for the next episode of The First Singer to air, where he would present a song that was no worse than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, which would probably dispel the plagiarism rumor. But that was a week later. Was he supposed to be treated like a rat in the street for the rest of the week? Chi Feng was absolutely unwilling to admit defeat so easily. He needed to find a way to dispel this false rumor. Just as he was frowning in thought, a knock came from outside the door. Dad. Xiaoyu, who was lying in bed, was awakened by the knocking on the door and immediately woke up to look for him. Xiaoyu, go back to sleep. Daddy will go open the door. Chi Feng temporarily put aside the accusations against his daughter, comforted her, and then went to open the door. Standing outside the door was a woman who was not yet 30 years old. Although it was already September, the weather was still very hot. The woman was dressed very lightly, wearing a loose white t-shirt and blue denim shorts, revealing her long, slender legs. Her long black hair fell casually down her back, and her features were very defined. However, because she usually didn't dress up, even though she was very pretty, she gave people a very ordinary feeling. Her name is Yan Fei. She is the owner of this old house, Chi Feng's landlady, and an older, unmarried woman. Sister Yan, what brings you here? Upon seeing her, Chi Feng's heart skipped a beat, because he knew why Yan Fei had come to visit. I heard you making noise, so I came to check. Yan Fei said, looking around the room while greeting Xiaoyu, who had just woken up in bed. Hello, Xiaoyu. Hello, Aunt Yan, Xiaoyu greeted sweetly. Yes, Aunt Yan is here to talk to your father. Yan Fei waved to her and gestured to Qi Feng with her eyes. Qi Feng immediately understood her meaning and followed her out of the room, gently closing the door to prevent his daughter from hearing their conversation. Qi Feng, you need to pay this month's rent. It's been 2 months since you paid it, Yan Fei said in a low voice. She also didn't want Xiao Yu in the room to hear her urging for rent. I'm sorry, Sister Yan, I know it's my fault for not paying the rent, but don't worry, I'll definitely be able to pay it in a few days and make up for 2 months' rent. Qi Feng said with some guilt. After all, not paying rent is unacceptable anywhere. Of course I believe you can make up for it, but that's a matter for the future. I have a job, don't I? If you're willing to do it, I'll waive your monthly rent and provide 3 meals a day, how about that? Yan Fei asked. Sister Yan, first of all, thank you very much for giving me this opportunity, but really, it's not necessary. Didn't I participate in the first singer? I passed the elimination round yesterday and entered the national competition. I'll be able to get a prize money soon. Qi Feng politely declined her offer. In fact, Yan Fei's so-called job was just to clean her house every day. It was an easy job, but it was rent-free and included meals. Such a job couldn't be better. Qi Feng refused. He knew perfectly well why Yan Fei was doing this. She saw him as a pitiful child raising his daughter alone and wanted to help him in this way. But Qi Feng also had his pride, and he didn't want to accept help that came from pity. However, he was grateful to Yan Fei herself. You made it to the national competition? Congratulations! Yan Fei was taken aback, somewhat surprised. Qi Feng had told her a long time ago that she had participated in the first singer, and she knew a little about the show, watching it occasionally, but rarely because she didn't like listening to music. However, she had also heard that those who made it to the national competition would receive a considerable prize money. Thank you. I'll pay the rent as soon as I get the bonus, Qi Feng said gratefully. Actually, it's not that urgent. If you need it urgently, keep it for yourself. Yan Fei said tactfully. To be honest, she didn't care much about the rent. The reason she came to ask Qi Feng about the rent was because she didn't want to see this poor man who had to work every day while raising his daughter. Thank you, Sister Yan. Qi Feng expressed his gratitude once again. Why are you being so polite with me? Come to think of it, I've never seen you on TV before. There's the first singer tonight, right? I'm going to watch it carefully and see how you sing. Although Yan Fei had seen the first singer, she wasn't interested, so she only glanced at it a few times before changing the channel. She really didn't know anything about what Qi Feng was like on stage. I promise I won't let you down, Qi Feng said confidently. Yan Fei was slightly taken aback. Qi Feng in front of her seemed like a completely different person. He had never been so confident before. Instead, he was more nervous and expectant about the competition. This kind of overconfidence was something she had never seen before. That's all, I'll be going now. Yan Fei didn't bother her any further and left after saying that. Qi Feng watched Yan Fei leave. She lived in 302, which happened to be right next door. However, unlike 301, 302 was a real suite. Qi Feng had been inside before, and the space alone was more than 150 square meters. For a single woman, living in such a house was simply too luxurious. Qi Feng was able to get in because he often had to go to school. He would leave his daughter at Yan Fei's house, not for Yan Fei to take care of her, but simply to find a safe and reliable place for his daughter to stay. Because her daughter is very quiet and never makes a fuss, Yan Fei was happy to help him with this task. She also said that she felt quite lonely at home alone, and it would be nice to have someone to talk to. Qi Feng was especially grateful for this and secretly vowed to repay Yan Fei in the future. After his rebirth, he knew that Yan Fei would meet a scumbag in the future. That scumbag actually poisoned Yan Fei in order to take her house. Yan Fei was lucky and was not poisoned to death, but in the end, she was burned alive by that scumbag because the place was going to be demolished and the house could get tens of millions of yuan in demolition compensation. That scumbag would stop at nothing to get the money. First, he tricked Yan Fei into transferring the house to him, then he poisoned her. In the end, he was found out and received the punishment he deserved, but Yan Fei's life could not be brought back. No matter what, he couldn't bear to see Yan Fei suffer as miserably as she did in her previous life. He had to save this woman. Back in his room, Qi Feng continued to consider how to resolve the accusation of plagiarism. He had just checked the forum. The people there were skeptical of him simply because he was usually unremarkable and mediocre. So even if he suddenly produced a classic original song, almost no one would believe it. Unless he displays extraordinary talent, even if some people are still pushing him from behind, at least some people will remain on the sidelines and not all target him. So, how do you showcase your talent? Qi Feng lowered his head in thought. Suddenly, his daughter on the bed said to him, "Dad, there's no original poetry competition today. What program should we watch?" Look, Qi Feng was about to answer when his eyes suddenly lit up. Original poetry competition. That's right, it's the original poetry competition. Unlike the first singer, the original poetry competition is broadcast live, testing the contestants' on-the-spot performance and accumulated knowledge. It can be said that this is the best stage to showcase talent. Didn't the people at school think he lacked talent? Well then, he shone brightly on the stage where talent was most needed, letting those who doubted him see whether he truly had talent. It just so happens that the original poetry competition airs every Monday night at 8:30 p.m., which is tomorrow night. So if his registration is approved today, he can stand on the stage of the original poetry competition tomorrow night. Thinking of this, Chi Feng became excited. It was all thanks to his daughter that he had found inspiration. He walked to the bedside, picked up his daughter, and kissed her on the cheek. Since there's no original poetry competition today, Xiaoya can watch whatever program she likes. Daddy will watch it with you later. Okay. Xiaoyu was very excited. Although her father kissed her face with saliva, she liked it very much. Chi Feng told her to watch TV first, while he went to the side to prepare for registration. The registration process for the original poetry competition is standardized. Chi Feng found the registration website, registered an account, and then completed real name authentication. After that, he could start the registration process. The registration process involves uploading a poem you wrote yourself. Once it passes the review by the website's backend staff, your registration is considered successful. After success, you will receive an invitation from the original poetry competition program team to confirm the participation time and precautions. The entire registration process seems simple, but there is one thing that is the most difficult: uploading your own poems. This alone has kept countless people who want to participate from entering the program. Poetry has been passed down from ancient times to the present, and the classic poems in history are still being sung after thousands of years. Although the country is vigorously developing traditional culture, poetry is one of its aspects. There are still not many people who can write poetry. It requires extremely strong talent and a wealth of knowledge, both of which are indispensable. The registration and review process for the original poetry competition is extremely strict. It is impossible for ordinary doggerel poems to pass the review. In fact, the experts who review the poems will simply put a big X on them after taking one look. Therefore, almost all the contestants who can appear at the original poetry competition are talented men and women from various schools, or people with this talent for writing poetry. It is extremely difficult for ordinary people to participate. Take Chi Feng himself, for example. In his previous life, he couldn't even get approved to participate. But this life is different. He has the knowledge from his previous life, so writing a poem that needs to pass the application review is a piece of cake, isn't it? After registering an account on his mobile phone, Chi Feng considered which poem to use. Since it was a poem for registration and review, he certainly didn't intend to use the best one, as that was to be taken to the competition. So, he only needed to use a simple poem. He knew of many simple poems, but for a moment he couldn't decide which one to use. "Dad, what are you doing?" Xiaoyu's daughter, asked curiously when she saw him sitting silently beside her while watching TV. "Dad is thinking about something," Chi Feng said, glancing at his daughter with affection. "Oh, then Daddy thinks I can watch TV by myself," Xiaoyu said obediently, deciding not to disturb her father's thoughts. Chi Feng suddenly had an idea. His daughter's obedient appearance gave him inspiration. "Xiaoyu, how about Daddy teaches you a poem?" Great. I want to recite poetry, just like Sister Jia." Xiaoyu clapped her hands and cheered immediately after hearing this. Chi Feng had already decided on a poem. "Listen, Daddy's about to recite it. Goose, 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 goose," Xiaoyu repeated. "With its neck bent, it sings to the sky. With its neck bent, it sings to the sky. White feathers float on green water. White feathers float on green water. Red palms stir the clear waves. Red palms stir the clear waves." That's right, the poem he taught Xiaoyu to recite was Ode to the Goose, written by Luo Binwang, a great poet of the Tang dynasty in his previous life. Luo Binwang wrote it when he was 7 years old, and he was therefore known as a child prodigy. This is a 5-character ancient poem. The poem immediately captivates the reader with the opening lines, "Goose, goose, goose," which depict the beauty of the goose's sound. It then contrasts the goose's curved neck with its pointing to the sky, its white feathers with the green water, and its red webbed feet with the clear waves to depict the beauty of its lines and colors. At the same time, words such as singing, floating, and pulling depict the goose's dynamic beauty. The poem perfectly combines auditory and visual elements, static and dynamic elements, and sound and color to bring the goose to life. "Dad, what does this mean?" Xiaoyu only understood goose because she had seen it before. It was a white thing that looked like a bird. "It means that a flock of geese are stretching their curved necks and calling out, and their calls are like goose, goose, goose. The geese have white feathers, are floating on the green water, and have red feet that are stirring the clear water." Chi Feng explained as he could in words his daughter could understand. So is this a poem about geese? Xiao Yu asked. That's right, the poem is called Ode to the Goose, Chi Feng said. Okay, I want to learn Ode to the Goose and memorize it today. Xiao Yu was especially excited, as her older sisters Jia Jia and Cheng Miao were her role models. Okay, Dad will teach you a few more times. Chi Feng nodded. He knew his daughter's intelligence all too well. She usually remembered everything he taught her in less than 3 or 4 tries. If it weren't for her poor health, he would have sent her to kindergarten long ago. This was the main reason why his daughter hadn't had a single friend her age all this time. Goose, goose, goose. Chi Feng started teaching, and his daughter read very carefully. She could recite it by herself after only 2 or 3 readings. After his daughter proudly recited it twice, Chi Feng was filled with emotion. He didn't know what kind of good fortune he had accumulated over his past lives to have such a smart and lovely daughter. He had wronged his daughter in his past life, but he has returned in this life and is determined to let her grow up happily and live a normal life. While thinking to himself, Chi Feng typed out Ode to the Goose and uploaded it to the registration channel. Then he just had to wait for notification. Although Ode to the Goose is simple and may seem a bit childish, he believes that a poem that can be passed down for thousands of years can pass through a simple application and review process without any problems. Lin Chien is an editor, but unlike editors at publishing houses or magazines, he is the review editor for the original poetry competition. Generally, participants must upload a poem they have written themselves, whether it is an old or new work. As long as it passes the review, they can participate in the original poetry competition. Therefore, Lin Chien bears a heavy responsibility as an editor. He absolutely cannot allow those who are not qualified to participate to sneak into the competition team, otherwise it would be a disgrace to all the staff of the original poetry competition. That day, he worked as usual, mainly reviewing the registration information sent from all over the country, which included poems written by the participants. He read through them one by one, in chronological order. Perhaps the contestants in the latest original poetry competition were too outstanding, scaring some people away, resulting in fewer people signing up. Moreover, the poems submitted by the participants varied greatly in quality, with almost all being unreadable doggerel. Lin Chien couldn't help but curse. What kind of person is this? They can't even recognize all the characters, yet they dare to dream of participating in the original poetry competition. It's utterly ridiculous. After reading another poem that was almost entirely riddled with typos, Lin Chien took off his glasses and decided to take a break and calm himself down. Otherwise, he would be driven mad by the poems of these applicants. Did they not even know their own worth? How dare they even apply? Lin Chien put his glasses back on and continued reading. The next registration information was sent by someone named Kafeng. He opened the email, which contained the specific information of the applicants. His real name is Chi Feng, and he is a sophomore at Kinhee Art College. Seeing that he was from the vocal music department of an art college, Lin Chien had already given up hope. What level could students from art colleges possibly have? Perhaps their artistic skills were indeed good, but in terms of literary cultivation, they couldn't compare to students from ordinary universities. Although I was already pessimistic, I still kept watching. Ode to the Goose? Judging from the title, it should be a song praising geese, so let's see how well it's written. Goose, goose, goose. With its curved neck it sings to the sky. White feathers float on green water, red webbed feet stir clear waves. It was a very simple poem, without any fancy words, and very straightforward, but Lin Chien's eyes lit up immediately. This is undoubtedly a good poem. The first line, with its 3 instances of the word goose, is the poet's affectionate call to the goose, and can also be interpreted as an imitation of its call. The second line, with its long neck bent, it sings to the sky, refers to the goose bending its long neck and singing towards the heavens. It immediately captures the goose's long neck and depicts its smug expression as it calls out joyfully. The last 2 lines describe the scene of the geese swimming leisurely in the water. White feathers float on green water, red webbed feet stir clear waves. The goose feathers are white, but the water is green, creating a contrast between white and green. The goose webbed feet are red, while the water waves are blue, creating a striking contrast between red and blue. Reading this poem is like seeing a flock of white geese leisurely swimming in the water, a scene of movement and stillness that makes you want to go and see it for yourself. Excellent, excellent poem. Lin Chien couldn't help but exclaim. After reading so many nonsensical poems, this one was undoubtedly the best. Even among the amazing poems submitted in the past, it would definitely rank among the top. Then, Lin Chien felt a little ashamed. He had looked down on the other person when he first met him as an art student, thinking that the other person could not possibly have any talent. But the poem Ode to the Goose completely changed his mind. This student named Chi Feng was very accomplished in poetry. Just to be on the safe side, Lin Chien also checked online and internal documents to see if there were any similar poems or phrases, just in case he encountered plagiarism. The fact that no similar poems were found is sufficient proof that this Ode to the Goose was being published for the first time, so he could approve it. After the application was approved, Zhou Yinchen sent Qi Feng an electronic invitation. Qi Feng, hello, your application has been approved. You are invited to participate in the original poetry competition held by Kinhe TV at 8:30 p.m. tomorrow night, September 21st, Monday. Please arrive at Kinhe TV station before 8 p.m. Because Qi Feng is a student at Kinhe Art Academy and is located in Kinhe City, he can make it to the live broadcast tomorrow night. If he were far away, he would have to wait until next week. After sending out the invitation, Zhou Yinchen couldn't help but read Ode to the Goose again. He found that the more he read it, the more he appreciated it. There wasn't a single obscure character in the entire poem, and even elementary school students could recognize each character. Yet, when put together, the poem was so vivid and interesting. Overjoyed at the prospect, he wanted to share it with someone, so he picked up the phone and started making a call. The call was answered shortly afterward. Hello, teacher, Zhou Yinchen greeted respectfully, because on the other end of the phone was his university mentor, a retired but still influential master of Chinese studies. It's Yan Shen. What's the matter? An old voice called out. Teacher, I found a good poem and would like to ask you to comment on it. Zhou Yinchen couldn't wait and read the poem Ode to the Goose aloud. The person on the other end memorized it after hearing it only once. After a moment of silence, seemingly savoring the lingering charm of the poem, he said, the writing style is somewhat naive, but the prose is fresh and unconventional, not bound by ornate language. What's rare is the keen observation, which also reveals the poet's deep affection for geese. A fine poem. The last two words were spoken with much more emphasis, clearly indicating that the poem Ode to the Goose had made him want to applaud. Who wrote this? Yan Shen, could it be your masterpiece that you specially asked the teacher to praise you? The person opposite laughed heartily, with a hint of mockery. Teacher, you know me well. I've never been one to show off. I found this in the poems I wrote when I registered, Zhou Yinchen explained. Oh, the person on the other end was somewhat surprised. He knew the disciples' work very well, and it was rare to find such a good poem among the poems submitted for registration. What surprised me even more was that the poet was an art student named Qi Feng, a sophomore this year, Zhou Yinchen said, sharing the information he had. Qi Feng. The person on the other end murmured to himself, as if wondering if he had heard the name somewhere before. Teacher, you haven't been busy lately. I wonder if you would have time to give us some pointers on the program. Zhou Yinchen asked, which was his ultimate purpose for making the call. I knew you had something to say to me, Yan Shen. The person on the other end laughed. Alright, I'm currently unemployed and my bones are getting stiff from sitting too long. It's good to get out and move around a bit once in a while. Thank you, teacher. I'll be waiting for your arrival. Zhou Yinchen was overjoyed. With a teacher presiding over the original poetry competition and a promising newcomer like Qi Feng, the next episode was sure to be even more exciting. Qi Feng received the invitation from Zhou Yinchen immediately because his email was set to send instant notifications, so any messages would be immediately sent to his phone. After reading the invitation, he clenched his fist tightly. This was an opportunity to prove his talent, and he absolutely couldn't miss it. But whatever happens, that's tomorrow night's issue. Tonight, the first singer premieres, and I'm sure there will be a lot of people criticizing him online. Amidst this anxiety, the first singer finally premiered. At 8:30 p.m., music critic Mei Ziyi prepared tea and snacks early, opened her laptop, logged onto a video platform, and waited to watch the first singer. Mei Ziyi works at the Sound of Music publishing house and has been there for 5 years. Her sharp and accurate commentary, along with her humorous style, are her hallmarks, which has earned her a large following. The First Singer is a show she watches every week. After watching the show, she will comment on the episode based on the performances of the contestants. This is also a task assigned to her by the publishing house. As the clip of the show's theme song ended, the stage for The First Singer slowly opened. The host, Lei Long, went on stage to introduce the contestants and then announced the official start of the competition. This is the final round of the preliminary elimination rounds. There are 22 contestants in total, but only 8 will be able to advance. The competition is fierce. Although the competition has just begun and is far from over, Mei Ziyi already has a rough idea of who will advance. It's not that she bribed the judges or got advance notice from the TV station staff, but rather that she has her own set of judging criteria. These 22 contestants vary in strength, and through observing them over so many rounds, she has a general idea of who will advance. For example, contestants such as number 1 Zhang Tiancheng, number 2 Fan Yingli, number 3 Guo Xiaochun, and number 9 Yang Min are significantly stronger than the others. As long as there are no unexpected incidents during their performances, they should have no problem advancing. Sure enough, as contestants number 1, 2, 3, and others finished singing and left the stage, Mei Ziyi nodded secretly. None of the people she favored performed as expected, and some even exceeded expectations, so advancing to the next round was no problem. The performances of the following contestants varied greatly, some strong and some weak. Although Miaizi wasn't optimistic about them, she watched their performances carefully until contestant number 22 took the stage. Chi Feng, contestant number 22, is one of the older contestants. However, he is also very strong, not much weaker than contestants number 1, 2, and 3, and has a very high chance of advancing. Miaizi mentally reviewed Chi Feng's information, staring intently at his performance on the screen, because once she finished watching this last one, she could start writing her commentary. I am Chi Feng, number 22, from the vocal music department of Kinhee Art Academy. Chi Feng introduced himself on the computer screen, but then he seemed to be drawn to something in the audience and did not start singing immediately. It wasn't until Judge Li Wanjie impatiently reminded him that Chi Feng finally said, "The song I'm going to sing is Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart." Mei Ziyi was taken aback. A child's heart chasing dreams? What song is that? As a music critic, Mei Ziyi has listened to a wide variety of songs, but she has never heard this song before. What do you mean by pure-hearted pursuit of dreams? I've never heard of that before. Judge Li Wanjie's question revealed Mei Ziyi's true feelings. This is my original song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Chi Feng's answer surprised not only the judges and audience on stage, but also Mei Ziyi. Original? Chi Feng is actually going to sing an original song? The difficulty of creating original songs goes without saying. The key point is that after observing Chi Feng for so many episodes, she has a good understanding of him. He is a vocal music student at Kinhee Art Academy, majoring in singing techniques. When did he become able to write his own songs? Mei Ziyi almost immediately sentenced Chi Feng to death in her mind. With his ability, he would have had a very high chance of advancing if he had just sung a famous song well. Why did he have to change the song at the last minute? And it was his own original song. If he could advance, then his original song would have to be really amazing. Miaizi thought this was unlikely. Chi Feng was a vocal music major and had not shown any talent in songwriter or composing before. If he really had such talent, he would have shown it earlier and received more attention and support from the judges. Now that he was only showing it in the final round of eliminations, it was too late, regardless of whether he had the talent or not. Mei felt sorry for Chi Feng. She had originally thought highly of this contestant, but he made a foolish move at the end, giving up his chance to advance. It was his own fault. Sure enough, not only did she have a negative view, but the audience also expressed their disapproval. The screen was filled with comments, most of which shared Miaizi's opinion. Is number 22 crazy? He actually sang an original song. I think he doesn't want to advance, so he's doing this on purpose. It's a pity about number 22, he was performing quite well before. This is asking for trouble, it's just plain stupid. It's a pity we can't fast forward. If we could fast forward this part, we wouldn't watch it and would just go straight to the result. Original songs are the graveyard of contestants. Number 22 is definitely going to be eliminated. Almost all the comments were pessimistic. Mei Ziyi originally wanted to type a pessimistic comment as well, but seeing everyone's opinions, she felt a little sorry for Chi Feng. She deleted the text she had typed and changed it to 4 other words, "Go Chi Feng." Although she knew that such encouragement was useless, she didn't want to be like everyone else. On stage, Chi Feng had already closed his eyes, he was ready to sing. Where exactly is the world filled with flowers? If it really exists, then I will definitely go. I want to stand on the highest peak there. It doesn't matter if it's a cliff or a steep slope. Live life to the fullest, love with all your might, even if it means sacrificing your life. I don't seek anyone's approval, as long as I'm true to myself. The moment she opened her mouth, the exhilarating music sent a jolt through Mei Ziyi, her eyes widening in shock and disbelief. This song, it was definitely not the trashy original she had imagined, but an explosive song that could set one's whole body ablaze. A heart full of dreams, this is the heart of a dreamer. Miaizi felt her scalp tingle and goosebumps rise. She had never heard such passionate music before, a song that made her want to cry but also inspired her to face challenges head-on. Keep running, with the pride of a child. How can you see the brilliance of life if you don't persevere to the end? It's better to burn brightly than to linger on in vain. For the sake of what is beautiful in my heart, I will not compromise until I grow old. Boom! With her mind reeling, Mei Ziyi was shocked, but only one thought came to mind: Chi Feng must have been holding back his strength. He hadn't shown his full power, and the reason he revealed it in the last round of the knockout stage was probably to ensure his smooth advancement. This was simply unbelievable. No matter how much she thought highly of Chi Feng before, she could never have imagined that Chi Feng was so strong. So strong that the people she had previously favored, such as number 1, number 2, and number 3, were like dwarfs facing a giant in front of Chi Feng. After listening to Chi Feng's song, Mei Ziyi was still in shock and trembling. The inspiring lyrics, the soaring tone, and the roaring voice presented themselves to her with an uplifting tone and a youthful and passionate attitude, composing a soul song that made people's blood boil. At this moment, the comments section was also filled with excitement. It sounds so good. It sounds amazing. It gave me goosebumps. This is the best original song I've ever heard. I never expected to hear such a great song in the audition. I'm absolutely blown away. I want to apologize to number 22. I was so blind to your talent. Your song is so good. After listening to No 22's song, I couldn't help but think of my dream back then. It's a pity I gave up. If I had heard this song back then, I would definitely have persevered. With a heart full of dreams, I've decided to play it on repeat all night. Chi Feng, number 22, this song is plagiarized. Chi Feng, number 22, plagiarized the song. Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart is a plagiarized song. Chi Feng is shameless. As Miaizi watched, her eyes widened in disbelief. Chi Feng's song was plagiarized? Because suddenly there were many comments in the live chat saying that Chi Feng, number 22, had plagiarized. Is this true? Mei Ziai recovered from her shock. If it were just one or two people saying it, she wouldn't have paid attention, but if so many people were saying Chi Feng plagiarized at the same time, then it was worth noting. Of course, she didn't immediately believe it was true. As a music critic, she was rational enough. Logically speaking, it was Chi Feng's first time singing this song, and no one knew the situation. But suddenly so many people said he plagiarized, as if it had been planned in advance, revealing a conspiracy. However, there aren't many people as rational as her. Those who were praising Chi Feng in the comments section have now become hesitant and observing. Is the song by number 22 plagiarized? No way, such a great song is plagiarized? So it was plagiarism. No wonder they suddenly started singing original songs. It's because they plagiarized a good song. Chi Feng plagiarized. He's from the vocal music department of Kinhee Art Academy, not the composition department. How easy is it to write a good song? If you want to know the truth, you can go to the campus forum of Kinhee Art Academy. Campus forum? Miaizi immediately grasped the key point. She took out her phone and found the campus forum of Kinhee Art Academy. Sure enough, I saw a pinned post that said Chi Feng's song was plagiarized, and that given Chi Feng's usual behavior at school, he couldn't possibly have written such a song. However, Miaizi still didn't believe it because she noticed the posting time was yesterday. In other words, before this episode of The First Singer even aired, Chi Feng was exposed for plagiarism. What a coincidence. It's as if everything was planned in advance. Furthermore, if Chi Feng plagiarized, whose work did he plagiarize? Shouldn't the person whose work was plagiarized immediately come forward to explain? Miaizi vaguely felt that Chi Feng seemed more like someone who had been wronged, but she had no evidence, so even if she argued for Chi Feng, it probably wouldn't make much of a difference. At this moment, the first singer's performance had entered the judging stage, and Miaizi temporarily put aside her distractions and began to concentrate. The first four judges, including top singers Lan Yan and Yang Muji, all gave Chi Feng full marks, while Judge Li Wanjia gave Chi Feng 0 marks. It's clear that Li Wanjia is targeting Chi Feng. From the moment Chi Feng appeared, Li Wanjia showed this intention, and giving him a score of 0 is an undisguised act of attack. According to him, he believed that Chi Feng's song was not his own original work, so he gave it 0 points. Such a reason is naturally laughable, but Chi Feng also gave a sharp rebuttal, saying that Li Wanjia was a guy who got ahead by seniority and could not understand the existence of genius at all. This made Mei Ziai grin. Chi Feng looked like a gentle and refined person, but she did not expect him to be so ruthless when he spoke. But that's exactly what she wanted to see. However, when Chi Feng said that he would present a song no less than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart in the next episode, Mei Ziai couldn't help but break out in a cold sweat for him. In her opinion, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart was already the pinnacle of her talent, yet Chi Feng dared to boast that he would produce a song no worse than it. She was clearly angered by Li Wanjia's targeted behavior. Next, the brutal elimination began. Just as Mei Ziai had predicted, several of her favorites advanced, including Chi Feng. However, Chi Feng's advancement was quite risky, because Judge Li Wanjia gave him 0 points. Fortunately, the previous 4 judges all gave him full marks, which allowed him to advance by just 1 point. Mei Ziai also breathed a sigh of relief. Originally, she did not understand why Li Wanjia was targeting Chi Feng, but when Li Wanjia used his precious revival opportunity to revive one of the contestants, He Tienyang, she suddenly realized that Li Wanjia was targeting Chi Feng so that He Tienyang could advance. After shutting down her computer, Mei Ziai's inspiration flowed freely. There was so much to write about in this episode of The First Singer, especially Chi Feng, who appeared at the end and deserved to be described in detail. Chi Feng also watched this episode of the original poetry competition while lying in bed with his daughter, Xiaoyu. However, while his daughter watched on TV, he secretly watched it on his phone on a video platform. He saw the comments on the screen and was furious about it. He Tienyang went to great lengths to frame him, hiring online trolls to smear him in the video comments, leaving him no way out. Chi Feng became increasingly angry. He hadn't wanted to announce it ahead of time, but now he felt he should clear his name first. While his daughter was asleep after watching TV, he logged into his campus forum account and posted a message directly on it. I will be participating in the original poetry competition tomorrow night. All students are welcome to tune in. Without any provocation or angry outbursts, he simply wanted to inform the entire school that he would be participating in the original poetry competition tomorrow night. Weren't they saying he lacked talent and plagiarized? Well then, tomorrow night, keep your eyes peeled and see clearly whether he truly has talent or not. This post quickly gained traction, but the comments were mostly filled with insults or mockery. The plagiarist has finally come out of hiding? Stop being a coward. Can plagiarists participate in the original poetry competition? Is it really that easy to get approved for registration these days? I have no idea how it passed. I guess it was probably copied from somewhere. Plagiarists, get out of our school. Lu Weifeng from the composition department will also participate in tomorrow night's original poetry competition. He received the invitation 2 days ago. If Chi Feng also participates, he will probably be embarrassed tomorrow night. Haha, then witness how a plagiarist gets slapped in the face. Go Lu Weifeng, kill that plagiarist. Chi Feng suppressed his anger and read the comments for a while. When he saw that Lu Weifeng was also going to participate in the original poetry competition the next night, his eyes lit up. Great! He was just worried about not finding an opportunity to hurt Lu Weifeng, and now this opportunity had come to him. The next day was Monday, and Chi Feng had to go to school. Upon arriving at school, he clearly felt the malicious gazes emanating from those around him. As the plagiarism incident escalated on the forum, he knew very well that he was now like a rat crossing the street. As Chi Feng entered the classroom, he ran into the person he least wanted to see. Look, who's come to school? Isn't this our big star Chi Feng? He Tienyang was with a few classmates, looking at him with resentment and disdain, while the male and female classmates around them also looked on with amusement. Chi Feng ignored him. The more you talk to this kind of person, the more energetic they become. He walked past him with a cold face. I heard you're participating in tonight's original poetry competition, right? You somehow managed to pass the registration review with a poem you copied from somewhere. But you won't be smug for long. Lu Weifeng is also participating, and tonight he'll expose you, you plagiarist, on the show. He Tienyang said viciously. Chi Feng not only made him waste his precious resurrection opportunity but also called him a mangy dog. He swore he wouldn't be human if he didn't avenge this. Upon hearing this, Chi Feng was immediately enraged. If He Tienyang hadn't slandered him, this wouldn't have happened. He rushed up to the other party, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Want to make a bet? He Tienyang was startled, thinking Chi Feng was going to hit him, but in front of everyone, he didn't want to embarrass himself, so he coldly smiled and said, what kind of bet? If I'm not eliminated tonight, but instead eliminate Lu Weifeng, you'll kneel down and call me grandpa, how about that? Chi Feng provocatively said. What did you say? He Tienyang was also furious. Kneel down and call him grandpa? He had never suffered such humiliation. The surrounding students were also in an uproar. They didn't expect Chi Feng to be so fierce. They used to think he was a pushover at school and anyone could bully him. They never expected him to be so tough now. If you're not brave enough to gamble, don't bark like a dog. Don't you know that barking can affect a person's brain? How are we supposed to study if you keep barking all day long? Chi Feng smiled contemptuously. He wanted to show this arrogant attitude and let He Tienyang taste the feeling of being insulted. You. He Tienyang's face flushed red with anger, and he gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll bet you. If you lose, you'll kneel down and call me grandpa. No problem, it's settled then. Chi Feng smiled faintly, then suddenly took out his phone from his pocket and said, I just recorded it. If you go back on your word, I'll put it online. He Tienyang's expression changed slightly, a bad feeling creeping over him, but with everyone watching, he wasn't willing to lose face. Who's afraid of who? Let me tell you, you're doomed. We'll see, Chi Feng said, turning and leaving. He'd find out who won and who lost that night. He was going to make He Tienyang look bad this time. Because of his confrontation with He Tienyang, the other students in the classroom no longer dared to provoke him and kept their distance from him. Chi Feng disdained to communicate with them. He had long since learned to be alone. In the whole world, apart from his daughter Xiaoyu, there was no one else who was worth his attention. After school, Chi Feng rushed back to his rented room, cooked and ate dinner, then changed into a slightly more formal outfit, left his daughter Xiaoyu at Yin Fifei's house next door, and set off for Kinyi TV station. This wasn't his first time at Kinyi TV station. He had been there frequently since participating in The First Singer, so he was quite familiar with the place. Unlike The First Singer, the Stage 4 original poetry competition is in another venue. Chi Feng presented his electronic invitation and was quickly led to the venue entrance. After being confirmed by the program staff, he entered the venue. This is a huge space, with a stage in the center and audience seating around it, with about a few hundred seats. In front of the audience seats was the judge's seat, with a total of 5 seats. Since the show had not officially started yet, neither the audience nor the judges had arrived. The people who came were all contestants of the show. Because the participants need to determine their order of appearance and their positions, they need to rehearse beforehand. Chi Feng had a number tag hung on his chest by the staff. He was number 58. Then, following the staff's instructions, he stood with the other participants. Chi Feng glanced around and saw that there were more than 20 contestants, several of whom were familiar faces he had seen on television, like Song Chi, number 8, Lu Jiajia, number 10, Xian Yu, number 15, Cheng Miao, number 21, and Sun Shiwei, number 30. Lu Jiajia is the youngest. At 16, she is still a high school sophomore. She is wearing a high school uniform and has delicate and cute features with a bit of baby fat. What amazed him even more was Cheng Miao. This junior looked to be in her early 20s. With light makeup, her features were even more beautiful, and she exuded a subtle intellectual aura that made people want to look at her more. Of course, besides these familiar faces, Chi Feng also saw another familiar face he often saw, Lu Weifeng. He was standing in the crowd with a gloomy face. He had obviously noticed him as well, and the occasional glances he gave him were also filled with a sinister look. Alright, now that everyone's here, let me first introduce the order of appearance and positions. Once the show starts, please make sure you're all in the right place. The director of the original poetry competition, Wang Hao, was a short, stout middle-aged man. He gathered all the contestants together and introduced each person's order and position. Chi Feng listened attentively. He was scheduled to perform last, not because he was to be the last to perform, but because he had registered the latest. After the order and positions were introduced, Director Wang Hao asked everyone to familiarize themselves with the venue. Chi Feng then walked to the side and secretly memorized the director's instructions. Lu Weifeng seized the opportunity and gestured with his hand as if cutting his neck, implying that he would be in for a beating later. Chi Feng narrowed his eyes and did not respond. In his eyes, this arrogant provocation was nothing more than a dying man's last gasp. Are you Chi Feng? Just as I was thinking this, a clear and melodious voice rang out beside me. Chi Feng turned around and saw Lu Jiajia. The delicate and lovely girl was standing in front of him, blinking her big eyes at him, smiling and revealing shallow dimples on both sides of her cheeks. Yes. Chi Feng nodded, surprised that she could call him by name. You see, although this season of original poetry competition has only aired 2 episodes, Lu Jiajia has won everyone's recognition for her young age and talent in poetry. She has long been known as the nation's daughter and is his daughter Xiaoyu's favorite idol. They are from 2 different worlds. I've heard your song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. It's very nice, Lu Jiajia continued with a smile. Thank you. Chi Feng was taken aback, not expecting that Lu Jiajia also watched The First Singer. Although I really like your songs, I won't hold back later, Lu Jiajia said with a slight smile. Yes, don't hold back. Chi Feng understood what she meant. When the official competition came, she would go all out and wouldn't go easy on him just because she had heard his song. Okay. Lu Jiajia smiled and walked away with light steps. Chi Feng watched her back and felt a good impression of the girl. Since she had watched The First Singer last night, she should have seen those comments saying that he plagiarized, but she did not mention it at all, which was undoubtedly a kind of respect for him. Alright everyone, it's almost time. Please go backstage first, and come out again after you hear the signal, Director Wang Hao announced, clapping his hands. Chi Feng and everyone else went backstage, waiting for the show to start. The original poetry competition has been running for 3 seasons since its premiere, and each season has achieved phenomenal ratings, making it a top-rated variety show. The program is broadcast live, so it especially tests the contestants' improvisation and wit. A group of contestants waited backstage. Lu Jiajia and others who had participated in 2 previous rounds appeared very calm, while the newcomers who were participating for the first time were all on high alert. Chi Feng was also a newcomer, but he possessed memories of his past life, and his knowledge of thousands of classic poems was enough to keep him calm and composed. The backstage area was separated from the stage by only a curtain, and the voices from the front could be clearly heard. Soon after, the host's voice came from the front. Now let's welcome tonight's contestants. First up is our nation's daughter, Lu Jiajia. Hearing the noise, Lu Jiajia, who was backstage, smiled slightly at everyone and walked out confidently. Chi Feng was secretly impressed. Although Lu Jiajia was the youngest, her aura was in no way inferior to that of an adult. Next up is our national goddess, Cheng Miao. Please welcome her. Unlike Lu Jiajia's beaming smile, Cheng Miao appeared somewhat indifferent. She nodded slightly to everyone and walked out as well. The host's voice continued, and the contestants backstage walked out one by one after hearing their names called, until Chi Feng was the last to appear. On the huge stage, the contestants were already in their places, each with a semicircular table. They stood behind the tables, which were fan-shaped and faced the judges and audience seats. The host's name is Wan K. She has hosted 2 seasons of the original poetry competition and has gone from an unknown host to a popular host on Kin TV. Alright, all the contestants have arrived. Now, let's invite our question setter to announce this week's theme. Wan K gestured to one side of the stage, where a sprightly old man walked over. The old man was dressed in a white tang suit, with gray hair, and looked to be in his 60s or 70s, but he walked with a vigorous stride, no less than a young person. It's Elder Su Yuli. The audience and the contestants on stage couldn't help but gasp in surprise. No one expected that the question setter for this episode would be Su Yuli, a retired master of Chinese studies. Everyone present had grown up reading his poems and essays, and they both hated and respected this old man. "Hello, Mr. Su." The host, Wan K, quickly stepped forward, extending his hands respectfully even before getting close. "Hello." Su Yuli stepped forward and shook hands with him, then greeted the audience. "Hello everyone." "Hello, Mr. Su." The audience responded enthusiastically. Although they hated the name when they were in school, they now have great respect for this old man who laid the foundation for traditional Chinese culture. I had already thought of the theme for this issue before we came here. Please take a look. Su Yuli held up an ancient scroll in his hand, opened it, and revealed 4 characters written in a vigorous and elegant calligraphy style. Mid-autumn moon shines brightly. Su Yuli introduced the Mid-Autumn Festival, also known as the Moon Festival, and the Reunion Festival, is a traditional folk festival in China. Since ancient times, the Mid-Autumn Festival has had customs such as moon worship, moon viewing, eating mooncakes, watching lanterns, and appreciating osmanthus flowers, which have been passed down to this day. The Mid-Autumn Festival symbolizes family reunion with the full moon, and it is a time to express our longing for our hometown and loved ones, and to pray for a good harvest and happiness. The Mid-Autumn Festival is just a few days away, so this session will be themed Bright Mid-Autumn Moon. Please compose a poem or lyric on the spot, as long as it does not deviate from the theme of Bright Mid-Autumn Moon. Mr. Su has already announced the theme for this episode. Now, the contestants will have 15 minutes to compose a poem. Anyone who fails to finish within the time limit will be considered to have forfeited, host Wan K added. He then picked up a stopwatch and pressed the stopwatch button as he said start. The contestants immediately grabbed the paper and pens on the semicircular table and began to compose poems. Composing a poem in 15 minutes is an extremely difficult task, let alone a good one. However, this is the biggest highlight of the original poetry competition. On-the-spot performance and the accumulation of knowledge in daily life are the key factors that determine whether or not a poem can be created. Even if they weren't all scratching their heads in frustration, everyone was at least holding their breath, organizing their thoughts and ideas. Xi Feng was the calmest of them all. The phrase, Mid-Autumn Moon, was too easy for him to understand, and he could think of at least several poems about the Mid-Autumn Festival. His purpose in participating in the program was to prove his talent, and he would use his best poems to prove those who looked down on him wrong. He quickly decided which poem to write, picked up his pen, and began writing on the blank paper. Prelude to Water Melody, When Will the Moon Be Bright? On the Mid-Autumn Festival of the year of Reunion, during a poetry competition, I was moved to write this piece to prove my innocence. When will the moon be clear and bright? I raise my cup to ask the heavens. I wonder what year it is tonight in the celestial palace. I long to ride the wind and return, yet I fear the jade towers and crystal palaces are too cold at such heights. I dance with my shadow, how can it compare to being in the mortal world? The moon turns through the red pavilion, shines low through the embroidered windows, illuminating my sleepless night. There should be no resentment, yet why is the moon always full when we are apart? People experience sorrow and joy, separation and reunion, the moon waxes and wanes, and this has been so since ancient times. I only wish that we may all live long and share the beauty of the moon, even though we are thousands of miles apart. That's right, what he wrote was the famous poem When Will the Moon Be Bright Again that has been passed down through the ages. It was a poem written by the great talent Su Shi. It takes the moon as the starting point and unfolds imagination and thought around the Mid-Autumn Festival moon. It incorporates the joys and sorrows of human life into the philosophical pursuit of the universe and human existence. It expresses the poet's longing for his relatives and his good wishes. It also expresses his broad-mindedness and optimistic outlook in times of disappointment. Xi Feng also wrote a preface at the beginning of the lyrics. The 4 words to prove his innocence were to respond to the slander on the internet, to prove that he did not plagiarize and was an upright and innocent person. After finishing writing, he put down his pen and suddenly seemed to have a feeling. He looked up and saw Su Yuli not far away, smiling at him. Xi Feng smiled politely in return, and Su Yuli nodded to him as well, seemingly admiring him. But then he thought he was overthinking it. How could old Master Su admire and nobody like him? After finishing writing, Xi Feng realized that he wasn't the only one who had completed the poem in a short time. He noticed that Chang Miao, who was not far from him, had also put down her pen and was checking her own poem. He was also surprised. Chang Miao truly deserved to be called a talented woman from the Chinese Literature University. She had actually finished writing so quickly. Having existing poems to borrow from, although it took some time to decide which one to use, it was still better than others figuring it out on their own. I didn't expect Chang Miao to finish so quickly. Then, Chi Feng looked at Lu Weifeng and found him writing intently, seemingly having found inspiration. Chi Feng was disdainful of this, thinking that no matter how much Lu Weifeng struggled, he was destined to be eliminated this time. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. As the host Wang Ke finished counting down, the 15-minute poetry writing time was over, and all the contestants put down their pens, otherwise they would be considered to have forfeited. Alright, I see that all the contestants have started writing. Is there anyone who hasn't finished their poem? Wang Ke asked, looking around at the contestants. Several contestants actually showed signs of embarrassment. 15 minutes was far too short, they barely had time to compose any poems. They managed to write a line or two, which was barely better than nothing. Then, please leave if you haven't finished your poem. Wang Ke has been hosting the original poetry competition for so long that she's long been used to seeing contestants who haven't finished their poems in every episode. Several shy contestants blushed and left the stage. Their unfinished poems were not eligible for evaluation, meaning they had been eliminated. The remaining contestants are those who have completed their works. First of all, congratulations, you can proceed to the scoring stage. Wang Ke looked at the remaining contestants. Originally, there were more than 20, but now only more than 10 remain, almost a third of them have been eliminated. Then, our question setter, Professor Su, will first select everyone's works. After Wang Ke finished speaking, he handed the stage over to Su Yuli, who was standing to the side. The so-called selection process involves choosing the best poems and lyrics, while the inferior ones are eliminated on the spot. Of course, eliminated contestants can go up for debate, but almost no one does so unless they are extremely confident in their work, otherwise, they would only embarrass themselves again. Su Yuli chuckled and stepped forward. Following the order, his first selection was of Lu Jiajia, the 16-year-old prodigy. Su Yuli picked up the paper from Lu Jiajia's desk, looked at it carefully, nodded to indicate approval, put the paper down, and went to the next contestant. Congratulations to Lu Jiajia for gaining the approval of the examiners and being allowed to stay on stage, said the host, Wang Ke, excitedly. A round of applause erupted from the audience. As the nation's daughter, everyone congratulated Lu Jiajia on receiving Mr. Su's approval. The second person Su Yuli looked at was Chang Miao. He picked up the poem on Chang Miao's desk, read it, nodded, and moved on to the next person. Congratulations to Chang Miao for gaining Mr. Su's approval and staying on the stage, said host Wang Ke. Next, Su Yuli continued reading. He nodded to indicate that he would keep it, and shook his head to indicate that he did not agree. Those who remain are all talented individuals, such as Song Chi, number 8, Qian Yu, number 15, and Sun Shiwei, number 30, from the first 2 episodes. They have all been recognized and kept on the stage. To Chi Feng's surprise, Lu Weifeng also stayed, which showed that he had some ability, otherwise he would not have passed Su Yuli's review. Finally, after eliminating almost half of the contestants, it was the last contestant, Chi Feng's, turn. Chi Feng remained calm and composed. He watched as Su Yuli walked up to him, smiled at him, and then picked up his work to look at it. After only a few seconds, Chi Feng suddenly shuddered, his eyes lit up, and he murmured to himself, seemingly unable to resist reciting the words. The host and several contestants noticed Su Lao's unusual behavior, because he was not as excited as he was when looking at other people's works. This made them secretly wonder if the poems written by contestant number 58 were very good. After a long while, Su Yuli let out a long sigh of relief and nodded. Wang Ke, who had been waiting for this moment, quickly announced, "Congratulations, Chi Feng, number 58, you can stay on stage." After he finished his announcement, Lu Jiajia smiled slightly. Chang Miao remained expressionless, clearly indifferent to his staying, while Song Chi and others frowned slightly, seemingly feeling that they had gained another opponent. As for Lu Weifeng, he was the most disappointed, as he had hoped that Chi Feng would be eliminated early, but he had actually passed Su Lao's approval. So, the contestants who remain on stage are Song Chi, number 8, Lu Jiajia, number 10, Qian Yu, number 15, Chang Miao, number 21, Sun Shiwei, number 30, Lu Weifeng, number 39, Chen Qigzun, number 43, and Chi Feng, number 58, a total of 8 people, announced host Wang Ke. Then, she changed the subject, but according to the competition rules, only 6 people can remain each round, which means that 2 more people will be eliminated. Before moving on to the next round, let's have our question setter, Professor Su, analyze the works left on stage by each contestant. After saying this, Wang Ke stepped aside, giving the stage to Su Yuli. Su Yuli, holding the microphone, glanced at the people present and smiled slightly, saying, "I have just read everyone's works. Lu Jiajia's 7-character regulated verse, Chang Miao's 5-character quatrain, Song Chi, everyone wrote very well. To be able to write such works in such a short time, their talent for poetry is top-notch. But what amazed me the most was Chi Feng's lyrics. If I were to rate the best tonight, I would give it to Chi Feng, number 58. Su Yuli smiled as he looked at Chi Feng, nodding inwardly. He was indeed not disappointed. His main purpose in coming here was to meet Chi Feng, the author of Ode to the Goose. Although he had already thought highly of him, after reading Prelude to Water Melody, When Will the Moon Be Bright, he felt he had underestimated him. Chi Feng was undoubtedly a peerless genius, and even he felt somewhat ashamed of his own writing. Therefore, he did not hold back his praise. As he finished speaking, Lu Jiajia looked at Chi Feng in surprise, while Chang Miao frowned and stared intently at Chi Feng. This person, who had previously posed no threat to her, was suddenly elevated to the highest level of threat by her. Song Qi and the others openly displayed their jealousy towards Chi Feng, with Lu Weifeng being particularly undisguised. His envious gaze seemed to pierce right through Chi Feng. "Mr. Su, I wonder what poem Chi Feng wrote that you praise so highly?" Lu Weifeng asked impatiently. He wanted to see just how good Chi Feng's poem was. He didn't think his own poem was bad, because before coming here, he had predicted the theme of this episode. Since the Mid-Autumn Festival was just a few days away, he guessed that the theme might be related to the Mid-Autumn Festival, and he was right. So he wrote down a Mid-Autumn Festival poem that he had prepared long ago, thinking that with such thorough preparation, he should be able to win first place. However, old Su didn't mention him at all, but Chi Feng was praised again and again. "I know everyone is curious, so why don't we let Chi Feng read it himself?" Su Yuli smiled and looked at Chi Feng. Chi Feng didn't stand on ceremony. He had originally wanted to use this program to make his voice heard. He took the microphone and read aloud, "Prelude to Water Melody, When Will the Moon Be Bright?" This poem was written on the Mid-Autumn Festival of the year of Renayan, during a poetry competition, as a spontaneous expression of my feelings, to prove my innocence. "When will the moon be clear and bright? I raise my cup to ask the heavens. I wonder what year it is tonight in the celestial palace. I long to ride the wind and return, yet fear the jade towers and crystal palaces, where the cold is unbearable at such heights. I dance with my shadow, how can it compare to being in the mortal world?" After half of the poem was recited, the venue became quiet. Not to mention the people on stage, who all had a certain level of knowledge of poetry and could personally appreciate the beauty of the poem. Even the audience members below the stage, even if they did not understand its meaning, could feel that it was a good poem. "The moon turns through the red pavilion, shines low through the embroidered window, illuminating my sleeplessness. There should be no resentment, yet why is the moon always full when we are apart? People have sorrow and joy, separation and reunion, just as the moon has its phases of waxing and waning. Nothing in this world is ever perfect. I only wish that we may live long and share the beauty of the moon, even though we are thousands of miles apart." After the entire poem was recited, the room became even quieter, so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Lu Jiajia looked at Chi Feng with admiration, and Chang Miao looked at Chi Feng as well, but she bit her lip tightly, feeling quite unwilling. However, she couldn't write such words. Song Qi and his friends considered Chi Feng their number one enemy. Dealing with Lu Jiajia and Chang Miao was already difficult enough, but they didn't expect to encounter an even more ruthless character. Having heard Chi Feng's lyrics, what do you all think? Do you think he can win first place? Su Yuli was the first to react and asked the audience. Yes, came the unanimous reply. However, there is one thing I am quite curious about, young friend Chi. What exactly do you mean by "to prove innocence"? Su Yuli asked Chi Feng. He had indeed been puzzled when he first saw this sentence in the preface. Chi Feng had been waiting for this opportunity. Upon hearing this, he said, "Actually, I participated in the original poetry competition to prove myself. Before that, I participated in the first singer competition and sang an original song. However, some petty people, out of jealousy, accused me of plagiarism because I had never shown any creative talent at school. So I want to show those petty people whether I, Chi Feng, have any talent or not." His powerful words made Chi Feng appear even more imposing. He had been waiting for this moment for a long time. He wanted to tell those petty people who were smearing him behind his back, "Open your dog eyes and see for yourselves. My talent is not something you can slander at will." Excellent. Young friend Chi's ambition is commendable. Su Yuli gave a thumbs up. Chi Feng's poems were so good that he stood on Chi Feng's side without hesitation. A person who can write a masterpiece like "When Will the Moon Be Bright Again" would not bother with plagiarism, nor would he need to. He trusted Chi Feng's character. Clap clap clap. Chi Feng's powerful words not only drew high praise from Su Yuli, but also applauded from the audience, showing their support. What do you all think of Chi Feng's lyrics? After the audience quieted down, host Wang Ke quickly switched the topic back to the poetry competition. After all, he was the host of the original poetry competition, not the host of The First Singer, so he couldn't comment on Chi Feng's support. Bravo! The audience cheered in unison. Just as Mr. Su said, Chi Feng's poem is undoubtedly the best, but our competition rules do not award a first place. So next, we will enter the second round of the competition, which is the challenge round. Wang Kei's hosting skills are profound, and he quickly brought the original poetry competition back on track. The so-called challenge is an active competition. According to the competition rules, any contestant can choose another contestant as their opponent, and the two will compete in reciting poetry on the spot. Whoever writes better poetry will eliminate the other. This is also the biggest highlight of the original poetry competition, and it is also the competition format that is most likely to cause conflict and hatred between the two sides. This is what the audience wants to see the most. Who wants to watch a competition that is all warmth and no passion? Only when both sides are heated and antagonistic can the show reach its climax. All contestants, please prepare your buzzers. You can press them after my countdown ends. Wang Kei checked the time and then began the countdown. 3, 2, 1. Beep. Chi Feng pressed the buzzer button immediately, and no one else pressed it. It could be said that even if he hadn't pressed it first, he would have already earned the right to be the first to answer. Because of the challenge rounds, everyone is hesitant to challenge others. If they challenge someone and lose, they'll not only lose face but also be forced to leave the stage. Therefore, no one will easily press the buzzer unless they are extremely confident of eliminating someone. However, if no one presses the buzzer after 3 countdowns by the host, then a random selection will be made to choose an opponent. It's almost unheard of for someone like Chi Feng to press the buzzer so eagerly. This is arguably the first time since the show started. Chi Feng, who would you like to challenge? Wang Kei was overjoyed. He thought it would be like before, with no one pressing the buzzer after 3 countdowns, and he would have to draw a random number. But Chi Feng surprised him greatly. Chi Feng surveyed the numerous contestants, noticing the varied expressions on each person's face. Lu Jiajia appeared eager, Cheng Miao had a cold, expressionless expression, Song Qi and the others were tense, while Lu Weifeng was the most frightened, having already learned from He Tienyang about the bet Chi Feng had made. He had no psychological burden in defeating Chi Feng, believing that Chi Feng would be easily defeated as long as he took the stage. However, Chi Feng's rendition of When Will the Moon Be Bright Again had startled him. Although he was very unconvinced, he had no chance of winning against such a timeless masterpiece. Although Chi Feng may not be able to write a second masterpiece like this, that's the worst-case scenario. Therefore, he was very worried that Chi Feng would choose him as his opponent, and that's exactly what happened. Chi Feng grinned at him, but his gaze was icy. I choose number 39, Lu Weifeng. Upon hearing this, Lu Weifeng trembled. Sure enough, his feeling had come true, that trash Chi Feng had indeed chosen him as his opponent. Chi Feng, you're taking revenge on me. He gritted his teeth, wishing he could tear Chi Feng apart. If you don't dare accept my challenge, then give up. Chi Feng smiled coldly. What is public and what is private? He had no relationship with the other party at all, and whether for public or private reasons, he would not let Lu Weifeng go. Lu Weifeng almost gritted his teeth to pieces. In this desperate situation, he had no choice but to agree, saying, I accept the challenge. Refusing would be tantamount to forfeiting, which would mean automatically leaving the stage. When Lu Jiajia, Cheng Miao, and the others saw that Chi Feng had chosen Lu Weifeng, their expressions relaxed slightly. According to the competition rules, contestants who had already chosen to challenge others could not initiate another challenge. Therefore, as long as they did not actively challenge Chi Feng, they would be avoiding this formidable opponent. Moreover, Chi Feng's initiative to challenge others also eliminated a competitor for them. Next, as long as one of them challenges again and eliminates another opponent, there will be 6 people left on the stage, and this episode will be over. Very good, the theme is still Mid-Autumn Moon, and the time limit is still 15 minutes. Let's begin now. Host Wang Kei announced the start of the competition. Lu Weifeng subconsciously picked up his pen. Just as he was about to start composing a poem, Chi Feng said, I don't need to write anything, I'll just improvise one. An impromptu recitation? Wang Kei was startled and looked at him in disbelief. You're going to impromptu recite something right here? Oral composition refers to composing something spontaneously without writing it down. This is much more difficult than writing it down with pen and paper, because with pen and paper you can think things through slowly and correct mistakes, but with oral composition, there is simply not much time to think. Not only was the host stunned, but the contestants, judges, and audience members around him were also shocked. Chi Feng was actually going to recite something on the spot? That's right. Chi Feng nodded. Lu Weifeng had thought he had no hope, but upon hearing Chi Feng's words, he was overjoyed. He knew all too well how difficult it was to recite a poem orally, and quickly said, Okay, Chi Feng, you said you would recite a poem orally, so don't try to back out if you lose. Don't worry, I'm not a villain. My word is my bond, and everyone here can vouch for me, Chi Feng said dismissively. Only someone who thinks that way would believe he would do such a thing. Then you should start. You can't wait until I finish writing before you start improvising, can you? What's the difference between that and writing it by hand? Lu Weifeng urged. The shorter the time he gave Chi Feng, the better it would be for him. He didn't believe that Chi Feng could produce any good work in such a short time. I'll make you admit defeat fair and square, Qi Feng sneered. He knew exactly what Lu Weifeng was up to, and he didn't care about the time it took. All right, let's welcome Qi Feng with applause for his impromptu poetry recitation. Wang Ke came back to his senses and said with delight, impromptu poetry recitation is not uncommon in the original poetry competition. There was once a genius like him. In the first season, the genius contestant Zheng Shuyi recited a good poem on the spot. It was because of that impromptu recitation that he not only became famous overnight, but also made the original poetry competition a hit. Now someone is going to recite poetry again. If they produce a masterpiece, it will be the first climax of this season's original poetry competition, and the ratings will definitely soar. Wang Ke is excited just thinking about it. Clap, clap, clap. Loud applause rang out, and the audience below the stage was also very excited to witness this scene. I wrote lyrics before, now I'll improvise a poem, Qi Feng said confidently to the enthusiastic audience. He first gathered his emotions, then read aloud. The poem is titled Thoughts on a Quiet Night. Before my bed, the bright moonlight shines. I wonder if it is frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon, then lower my head to think of my hometown. This is a poem by Li Bai, the poet immortal of his previous life, whose fame has lasted for thousands of years. Qi Feng does not believe that it cannot impress the people present. Good. Sure enough, as soon as the poem was finished, before anyone else could react, Su Yuli shouted good. As the person with the highest literary cultivation present, a master of Chinese studies who had written countless poems, he could tell it was a good poem after just one listen. The poem's meaning is simple: the bright moonlight shines on the window, like a layer of silver frost on the ground. I look up at the bright moon outside the skylight, and look down, thinking of my distant hometown. It lacks novel and unique imagination, and it doesn't use elaborate and beautiful language. It simply uses a narrative tone to describe the homesickness of a traveler far from home, yet it is profound and thought-provoking. The others then realized that the poem, at first glance, was simple and plain, without any profound or obscure elements. Yet, in its simplicity, it expressed the author's longing for his hometown on a quiet moonlit night, demonstrating the poet's profound literary skill. Moreover, since it was impromptu and not written after careful consideration, it is all the more remarkable. Mr. Su, I wonder what's so good about this poem. The host, Wang Ke, was also quite literate, otherwise, he wouldn't be able to be the host. As soon as he heard Mr. Su say it was good, he immediately realized that this was a golden opportunity. He was well aware of the power of a well-composed impromptu poem. The reason why the original poetry competition became so popular was because of a poem composed by Zheng Zhou. Otherwise, even if the original poetry competition were still popular, it probably wouldn't have reached this level of popularity. Su Yuli smiled and said, "This is a 5-character quatrain, just 4 short lines, written in a fresh, simple, and straightforward style. For a lone traveler far from home, it is most likely to evoke feelings of homesickness and autumn melancholy, making one feel the desolation of one's journey and the fleeting nature of youth. Gazing at the moon is also most likely to inspire daydreams, reminding one of everything back home." Clap, clap, clap. Thank you, Professor Su, for your explanation and analysis. Wang Ke was the first to applaud, and the audience below followed suit. Although some people couldn't fully understand, they could still distinguish between good and bad poems. Lu Jiajia and Cheng Miao looked at Qi Feng with admiration in their eyes, while Song Qi and the others were even more wary of Qi Feng. He was a very strong opponent and the biggest trouble for them. Lu Weifeng's face turned ashen. He hadn't expected that Qi Feng's casually impromptu poem would be so good, reaching the level of a classic. He secretly wished he had written the poem himself. Faced with a poem of this caliber, even if he had prepared 2 poems before coming to the show, he wouldn't have had any chance of winning. But he was absolutely unwilling to accept defeat, so his eyes lit up and an idea came to him. I think this poem shouldn't count. It can't be included in the challenge between me and Qi Feng. Doesn't count? Wang Ke frowned. This was his guarantee of the expected viewership ratings. How could it not count? That's right, this poem only expresses homesickness, and at most adds the bright moon, but the theme of this issue is mid-autumn moon, and the poem does not contain any meaning of mid-autumn, so it deviates from the theme and cannot be counted, Lu Weifeng said emphatically. While Quiet Night Thoughts doesn't explicitly highlight the Mid-Autumn Festival theme, we can't deny that it's not about the Mid-Autumn Festival. Su Yuli was about to explain Qi Feng's poem when Qi Feng suddenly said, "It's alright. Since it doesn't count, I'll just improvise another one." He had thousands of poems in his mind. If it didn't count, he'd just choose another one. He wanted to make Lu Weifeng die a death sentence with complete conviction. "Fine, you said it yourself." Lu Weifeng immediately picked up where he left off. He already knew he was being a bit shameless, but since Qi Feng was courting death, he couldn't be blamed. Hosts Wang Ke, Lu Jiajia, Cheng Miao, and others all felt sorry for Qi Feng. It was rare for him to spontaneously compose a good poem, and with Su Lao speaking up for him, Lu Weifeng had absolutely no chance of winning. Why did he insist on showing off? Did he think writing poetry was so easy? A good poem requires a long period of thought and planning, yet he boasted that he would spontaneously compose another one? Did he really think good poems were like cabbages at the market? Song Chi and the others were more than happy for Chi Feng to do this, hoping that he would stumble and be eliminated by Lu Weifeng, so that they wouldn't have to worry about this powerful opponent. Chi Feng, you need to think this through. Even Su Yuli didn't think much of Chi Feng. Good poems are indeed not easy to write, and there's no need to force yourself to show off. Don't worry, Mr. Su, I won't let you down. Chi Feng had already sensed that Su Yuli had a good impression of him. He praised him or spoke up for him from beginning to end. Although he didn't know why, he believed that if someone treated him with respect, he would treat them with even greater respect. That was his way of doing things. Hey, Chi Feng, you don't have much time left. You only have 15 minutes, and you've already used up 5 of them, Lu Weifeng said shamelessly. He had just said that the other person's poem didn't count, so according to the principle of equality, the time should be recalculated. But now he was including the time he had just used, just to annoy Chi Feng. Everyone present understood what he meant and cursed the boy inwardly for being treacherous and shameless. Lu Jiajia glared at him angrily, as she disliked seeing such a despicable person the most. Only 5 minutes. Chi Feng smiled dismissively. Wait, I'll have it in a minute. With that, he began pacing on the stage, taking one step at a time until he reached the 7th step, then feigned a bright light in his eyes. I've got it. You got it. Everyone present was taken aback. He came up with a poem so quickly? You know, he's only taken 7 steps. Is this what they mean by compose a poem in 7 steps? If you've got it, read it out quickly, Lu Weifeng said loudly, trying to distract Chi Feng. Chi Feng chuckled coldly. Listen, don't be scared. He then closed his eyes briefly before suddenly opening them again. The poem is titled Mid-Autumn Festival. The bright moon rises like a precious mirror in the sky. Celestial music is silent among the clouds. The full moon divides the autumn colors equally, its light shining for 1,000 miles along the Milky Way. The cunning rabbit falls from the bowstring. The toad should not appear before our eyes. We plan to ride the celestial raft together, waiting for the Milky Way to be completely clear. This is a 7-character regulated poem by Li Pu, a poet of the Song dynasty. Although it is not as famous as Quiet Night Thoughts, it still holds a place among Mid-Autumn Festival poems and is more in line with the theme of Bright Moon at Mid-Autumn Festival. Good, 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 Su Yuli exclaimed 3 times in a row. Chi Feng did not disappoint him. What was even more remarkable was that this was a 7-character regulated verse, which was much more difficult to write than a 5-character quatrain. In particular, it was unimaginable that he could compose it within 7 steps. The host, Wang Ke, was overjoyed. Chi Feng had actually recited another poem on the spot, and it was so good that there was no need to worry about the ratings tomorrow. Lu Jiajia and Cheng Miao once again changed their perception of Chi Feng. Every time they thought they had overestimated him, they were ultimately underestimated. Needless to say, Song Chi and the others were deeply shocked. To spontaneously compose 2 excellent poems in a row, was this even human? Lu Weifeng's face was not only ashen, but gradually turning pale. He never expected that Chi Feng would actually recite another poem on the spot, and the poem was so good that it could easily surpass his own. Now, he can no longer find an excuse to object. He has already cheated once, can he cheat a second time? Chi Feng has finished his poem. Now it's your turn, Lu Weifeng. Seeing Lu Weifeng in a daze, the host, Wang Ke, reminded him in time. He remembered very clearly that the other party had almost ruined his important matter. Lu Weifeng was dumbfounded. Chi Feng's poems were definitely not something he could compare to, not to mention that he had written 2 poems. Although he had managed to get away with one of them by cheating, the people present would not forget that. So, let alone whether he could write a poem or not, even if he did, he would only be humiliating himself. Lu Weifeng, 8 minutes of the 15-minute time limit have already passed. Your time is running out, Wang Ke continued to remind him, wanting to see the kid make a fool of himself. Upon hearing this, Lu Weifeng immediately exploded. This is not fair. 15 minutes to compose a poem, minus 8 minutes, he only has 7 minutes left. How is he supposed to do it? Chi Feng took 8 minutes to compose his poem, and I only have 7 minutes. This is not fair. He became more and more agitated as he spoke, truly portraying himself as someone who had suffered a great injustice. Lu Weifeng, you originally had a quarter of an hour, but you chose to watch Chi Feng compose a poem, so you can't blame anyone else. Even Su Yuli couldn't stand it anymore. Lu Weifeng's character was low, as could be seen from his statement that Chi Feng's first impromptu poem didn't fit the theme. How dare he complain about unfairness now? Yes, I didn't have time to write because I was watching Chi Feng write poetry, so the time doesn't count, and we have to start from the beginning. Lu Weifeng knew he couldn't beat Chi Feng in writing poetry, so he was just trying to confuse the issue and get away with it. If we're going to count the time, then Chi Feng's poems don't count either. We can have another 15 minutes, and we can have a rematch. Upon hearing this, the crowd erupted in uproar. It seemed he intended to trick Chi Feng into writing the second poem, as only in this way could it be fair to him. Faced with such shameless words, not only were Lu Jiajia and Chang Miao dumbfounded, but even Song Chi and the others who hoped Chi Feng would fail found it unbelievable that there could be such shameless people in this world. The audience below was also deeply shocked by Lu Weifeng's clownish remarks. They had seen shameless people before, but they had never seen anyone as shameless as him. I've really learned something new. There are still such shameless people. This person is really weird. How can he have the nerve to say such a thing? If you can't beat them, get out of here. Don't linger on stage. Get down here. Get down here. As the audience below the stage unanimously condemned him, Lu Weifeng's face turned red. But thinking that he had already made a fool of himself, he might as well be shameless to the end. I just want fairness. Is that so difficult? If I can't be fair, then I might as well not compete. But I will never admit defeat. He acted as if he had been treated extremely unfairly, completely like a victim. The host, Wang Ke, was at a loss for words, because this was the first time he had ever encountered such a shameless and brazen person. Su Yuli also felt that today's events had shattered his worldview, and frowned as he said, Lu Weifeng, don't be unreasonable. Chi Feng has already written his poem, he doesn't need to write another one. I'll give you another 15 minutes at most. Old Su, either start over, or Chi Feng should find someone else to compete against. Lu Weifeng interrupted him before he could finish speaking. Su Yuli couldn't help but laugh in anger. Just as he was about to rebuke him, Chi Feng quickly said, Old Su, there's no need to get angry with such a petty person. Then he turned to Lu Weifeng and said, you want to start the competition with me again? Not bad, do you dare? Lu Weifeng looked at him provocatively. In his mind, Chi Feng had already recited 2 poems on the spot, and he didn't believe that he could compose a third good poem. This was undoubtedly his only chance to defeat Chi Feng. Then let's do it. Chi Feng sneered. You're not going to renege on your promise again, are you? I'm not cheating, I just want a fair and just chance to compete with you, Lu Weifeng immediately retorted. Alright. Since that's the case, then I'll start the competition with you again. Chi Feng had thousands of poems in his mind, so he wasn't afraid of starting over at all. You said you wanted it to be impromptu, not written. Seeing that he had agreed confidently, Lu Weifeng was a little unsure of himself, so he immediately increased the difficulty for him. Of course, I'll recite mine verbally, and you write yours down. We'll start at the same time. Chi Feng wouldn't give him another chance to cheat, otherwise, how long would this go on? Okay, this time I won't let you influence me anymore, Lu Weifeng said loudly, putting himself in the position of the victim again, indicating that he had been influenced by him before. Then it's a deal. Chi Feng smiled dismissively. The people around them saw that the two had made an agreement and didn't say anything more. After all, they were the ones in charge of the competition. But they were secretly worried for Chi Feng. He had already written 2 poems. Could he write another good one? Chi Feng, can you do it? The host Wang Ke asked worriedly. If Chi Feng lost in the end, the effect of the 2 poems he just recited would be greatly diminished. Dealing with these scoundrels shouldn't be too easy. Chi Feng nodded, then suddenly looked at Lu Weifeng and said, Are you ready? If you're ready, let's begin. Ready? Let's begin. Lu Weifeng gripped his pen, determined to finish writing before Chi Feng could. Chi Feng had been waiting for him to say this, and upon hearing it, he quickly replied, I already have one, titled Gazing at the Moon and Yearning for a Distant Friend. The bright moon rises over the sea, we share this moment though far apart. Lovers lament the long night, their longing rising throughout the evening. I extinguish the candle, cherishing the full moonlight, and put on my robe, feeling the dew. I cannot bear to offer this handful of moonlight, so I return to bed to dream of our reunion. Lu Weifeng was stunned when he heard Lu say he had finished writing the first character. When Lu Weifeng read the poem aloud in one breath, he was even more shocked and at a loss for words. Was it so fast? The people around him looked at Chi Feng with shock and disbelief. This time, he stopped walking and actually recited a good poem on his own. This poem, looking at the moon and thinking of a distant friend, especially the opening line, the bright moon rises over the sea, we share this moment though we are far apart, has the potential to become a timeless masterpiece. What kind of monster is Chi Feng? How could he compose a timeless masterpiece in such a short time? What, not enough? Chi Feng looked at Lu Weifeng, who was speechless with shock, his mouth agape. Then I'll improvise another one. I've got it. The poem is called Chang'e. The mica screen reflects the deep candlelight, the Milky Way gradually fades as the morning star sinks. Chang'e should regret stealing the elixir, her heart yearning for the blue sea and sky every night. What do you think of this poem? If it's not enough, I can compose as many poems as you need, so you'll die convinced of my worth. Chi Feng stood ramrod straight, his tall figure like a towering mountain, pressing down on Lu Weifeng until he could hardly breathe. Is this even human? What kind of person can recite a timeless masterpiece as casually as a worthless cabbage? Su Yuli was also stunned and stood there. The host, Wan Ke, stared wide-eyed with a look of disbelief. Lu Jiajia, Cheng Miao, and Song Qi were so shocked that they lost the ability to think. The scene was completely silent. Qi Feng's performance was truly astonishing. Others might struggle to compose a good poem, but he could effortlessly spout timeless masterpieces. Clap, clap, clap. Several minutes later, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, who seemed to want to clap their hands until they were raw. Qi Feng's performance completely shocked everyone present. Since the start of the original poetry competition, he is the first person to treat writing poetry as simply as eating and drinking. Such talent is something I've never even heard of, let alone seen. Qi Feng is really amazing. I wrote 4 poems in one go, I can't believe it. All 4 poems are good poems. I have never heard of anyone who can write 4 poems in one go. Don't forget, there's another poem coming up. Qi Feng is mighty. On stage, Su Yuli didn't know how to describe Qi Feng. He only knew that it was the right decision to come after being persuaded by his disciple to be the question setter. If he hadn't come, how could he have witnessed Qi Feng's amazing talent? Lu Weifeng, Qi Feng has finished his poem. Where is yours? Wan Ke had recovered from his shock. He looked at the pale-faced Lu Weifeng without any sympathy. What did this despicable and shameless guy have to say now? What excited him even more was that Qi Feng's performance tonight was so exciting and explosive. When the ratings report came out tomorrow, it would definitely be even more explosive. I lost. Lu Weifeng trembled all over, his pale face like that of a dead man. Qi Feng's talent for poetry completely crushed him. This was a suppression based on level, and he was powerless to resist. Very well, since you admit defeat, then please leave the stage. Wan Ke said without any politeness. At least this kid still had some self-awareness. If he didn't leave, he would have asked the staff to kick him out. Lu Weifeng walked away dejectedly, and almost tripped and fell, but no one sympathized with him. Even if he had fallen, no one would have helped him up. Then I declare that Qi Feng can stay on the stage. Wan Ke walked over, raised Qi Feng's hand, and wanted the whole world to know. Qi Feng waved to the audience below, feeling slightly relieved. He had finally achieved his goal, not only eliminating Lu Weifeng but also showcasing his talent, which at least silenced those who accused him of plagiarism. Qi Feng successfully completed the challenge and remained on stage, but another person had to be eliminated. So, the host, Wan Ke, asked everyone to stand behind the table and prepare to press the buzzer. Qi Feng has already taken the challenge, so he can stand aside and watch the excitement. All contestants, get ready. I'm going to start counting. 3, 2, 1. As Wan Ke finished counting the last number, a beep sounded, and someone else started grabbing the ticket. It was Lu Jiajia, the youngest person present, who was the first to press the buzzer. The others breathed a sigh of relief, but their hearts were also in their throats, fearing that Lu Jiajia would choose one of them. Lu Jiajia, who are you going to challenge? Wan Ke asked excitedly. This episode went very smoothly, there was no need for random selection, as contestants would press the buzzer to answer. Lu Jiajia glanced around at everyone, her gaze finally settling on Chen Kigzun, number 43. I want to challenge number 43, Chen Kigzun. Chen Kigzun wore a wry smile. He was a university student nearing graduation, and his main purpose in participating in the original poetry competition was to improve his job prospects. However, staying on the stage would undoubtedly be a better option. But Lu Jiajia's challenge made him realize that whether he could stay on the stage depended on luck. Even when Lu Jiajia was looking for challengers, he had already realized that he was probably her target. There was nothing he could do about it, since he was the weakest one present. This wasn't him being modest. After watching the first 2 episodes, he knew very well that none of the people who remained were weak. Even if it weren't Lu Jiajia, any other contestant would probably have approached him. I accept the challenge. Despite realizing he might be eliminated, Chen Kigzun was prepared to give it his all, just in case Lu Jiajia stumbled and he succeeded. Alright, then both contestants, please get ready. You only have 15 minutes. The theme is still Mid-Autumn Moon. Now I declare begin. Wan Ke pressed the stopwatch, and the challenge officially began. Qi Feng stood aside, watching Lu Jiajia write with great interest, wondering if she had prepared in advance, as she wrote very quickly. In contrast, Chen Kigzun was much slower, often frowning in thought. Clearly his thoughts were not flowing smoothly. Cheng Miao, Song Qi, and the others watched from the sidelines. At this moment, they were already relieved because with Qi Feng and Lu Jiajia's challenge, 2 people were destined to be eliminated, leaving 6 people on the stage. They could skip the challenge and directly enter the next round of the competition. About 10 minutes later, Lu Jiajia was the first to stop writing, while Chen Kigzun was still writing and doodling. Finally, before the 15 minutes were up, he finished his poem. All right, time's up. Both contestants have finished writing. Now, please let our question setter, Mr. Su, make the selection. Wang Ke invited Mr. Su over. Su Yuli first picked up Lu Jiajia's work, looked at it, smiled, and nodded. Then he looked at Chen Kigzun's work, frowned slightly, and finally shook his head. Although he didn't speak, the meaning was clear: Chen Kigzun's work was not approved by him. Finally, the 5 judges on site gave their scores, and Chen Kigzun's score was significantly lower than Lu Jiajia's. Chen Kigzun was eliminated. So, the 6 contestants remaining on stage are Song Qi, number 8, Lu Jiajia, number 10, Qian Yu, number 15, Cheng Miao, number 21, Sun Shiwei, number 30, and Qi Feng, number 58. Congratulations! Clap, clap, clap. Loud applause rang out from the audience. Qi Feng and the others stood in a row and bowed to the audience below in gratitude. That's all for this episode. See you next time. As host Wang Ke announced the end of the show, the contestants on stage were finally able to leave. Qi Feng, your poem is truly amazing. Wang Ke shed his serious demeanor as a host, walked up to Qi Feng, and patted him warmly on the shoulder. Qi Feng's phenomenal performance tonight was undoubtedly his lucky charm. He didn't even need to wait for the ratings to come out tomorrow morning to guess that the ratings would be phenomenal. Thank you, you flatter me too much, Qi Feng said modestly. Lu Weifeng was gone, and there were no enemies of his here, so he no longer needed to act aggressively. The two were talking, which surprised Lu Jiajia, Cheng Miao, and others who were standing to the side. They were very familiar with the host Wang Ke, but they had never seen him treat someone so warmly before. Especially Song Qi and the other men, their gazes towards Qi Feng were filled with not only fear but also jealousy. Qi Feng's threat tonight was simply too great. If they didn't find a way to eliminate him, their chances of final victory were extremely slim. The original poetry competition was broadcast live, so viewers in front of their televisions also watched the competition live. Zhang Zhao is an artsy young man who works at a publishing house after graduation and is currently a junior editor. His favorite things are articles and poems. He writes them occasionally, and although most of them cannot be published, he enjoys it immensely. The original poetry competition program is his favorite. Zhang Zhao watches every episode without fail, so he sat in front of the TV early in the morning before the program even started. At 8:30, the program started on time. Zhang Zhao sat up straight, put the beer aside, afraid that he would miss a great shot because of drinking. At the beginning of the program, the host first introduced the 6 contestants who remained on stage in the previous episode, and then introduced the new contestants who joined this episode. According to the competition rules, up to 20 new contestants can join, but how many will ultimately remain depends on whether these 20 newcomers can defeat the veterans who stayed on stage in the previous episode. As the host introduced the question setter, Zhang Zhao's eyes widened immediately. The question setter was none other than Su Yuli, the old man who had been his idol since childhood. Zhang Zhao could recite almost all of Su Lao's poems and articles by heart. He never expected that Su Lao, who had long since retired, would be invited to be a question setter for the original poetry competition. His anticipation immediately soared. Mr. Su's topic was the Mid-Autumn Moon, which wasn't an obscure theme. Plus, the Mid-Autumn Festival is just around the corner, so I'm sure many people guessed correctly. Because the original poetry competition keeps up with current events, how could such an important festival as the Mid-Autumn Festival be forgotten? As Zhang Zhao thought about it, he secretly pondered how he should write it and where he should start if he were standing on the stage right now. There are many poems about the Mid-Autumn Festival throughout history, but few are classics. As a literary youth, he also fantasized about writing a classic Mid-Autumn Festival poem, but he was not talented in poetry. Even if he forced himself to write a poem, it would be impossible for it to reach any great height. On television, the host had already started timing, while the 20-odd contestants were engrossed in writing. Zhang Zhao also began to look forward to it, hoping that among these contestants, some could write good poems and lyrics, and that he could compare himself to them to see how much of a gap there was between his own level and theirs. As time went by, some contestants finished writing and stopped writing early, while others were still deep in thought. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. After the host, Wang Ke, read out the last number, all the contestants stopped. It's not easy to write a poem in a quarter of an hour, let alone a good one. As a result, 1/3 of the contestants were eliminated early on because they hadn't even finished their work and couldn't proceed to the judging stage. Those who remained had all completed their works, and then the teacher who set the questions, Mr. Su, gave his critiques. Zhang Zhao watched with even greater focus. He also has his favorite competitors, such as Lu Jiajia, Cheng Miao, and Song Qi, whom he believes are very likely to win the final victory. As expected, all 3 were approved by Mr. Su and kept on the stage. Subsequently, 5 more contestants were also kept on the stage. There were 8 people in total, but according to the competition rules, only 6 people could stay on stage. Next up is the most intense and exciting challenge. However, Su Lao's words filled Zhang Zhao with anticipation. He first commented on the poems of Lu Jiajia and others, but then praised the newcomer who had just appeared on the show that day, Qifeng, number 58. Mr. Su said that if there were to be a first place, it would undoubtedly go to Qifeng. Zhang Zhao was immediately indignant. How could a newcomer receive such high praise from Elder Su? What made him so special? Were Lu Jiajia, Cheng Miao, and Song Qi really inferior to a newcomer? I know everyone is curious, so why don't we let Qifeng read it aloud himself? Old Su said, and Zhang Zhao patiently prepared to listen to see just how impressive Qifeng's poetry really was. I composed this poem, Prelude to Water Melody, When Will the Moon Be Bright, during the Mid-Autumn Festival of the Renayan year, 1922, in response to a poetry competition, to prove my innocence. The opening sentence puzzled Zhang Zhao. What did "to prove innocence" mean? Had Qifeng been wronged in some way? But then he was shocked. When will the moon be clear and bright? I raise my cup to ask the heavens. I wonder what year it is tonight in the celestial palace. People have sorrow and joy, separation and reunion, just as the moon has its phases of waxing and waning. Nothing in this world is ever perfect. I only wish that we may all live long and share the beauty of the moon, even though we are thousands of miles apart. Upon hearing the entire poem, Zhang Zhao trembled. Although he himself could not write good works, his appreciation ability was definitely not bad. He felt that this poem, When Will the Moon Be Bright, was even more classic than the Mid-Autumn Festival poems that had been passed down in history. People experience sorrow and joy, separation and reunion, the moon waxes and wanes. This single line is enough to make him famous throughout the world and become a timeless masterpiece. No wonder Su Lao commented that Qifeng was number one, and Zhang Zhao was completely convinced. Then, old Su asked the question that had been bothering Zhang Zhao: what exactly did "to prove innocence" mean? Actually, I participated in the original poetry competition to prove myself. Before that, I participated in the first singer competition and sang an original song. But some petty people, out of jealousy, accused me of plagiarism because I had never shown my creative talent at school. So I want to show those people whether I, Qifeng, have any talent or not. The powerful words made Zhang Zhao's blood boil, and he was also very surprised. Qifeng had actually participated in The First Singer. You know, the people who participate in The First Singer all have some musical talent, otherwise they would not be able to get in even the audition. He wasn't really interested in these kinds of singing competition shows, thinking they were too vulgar, but since Qifeng was participating, he decided to take a closer look. However, now is not the time to consider these things, because the original poetry competition is still ongoing, and the climax, the challenge, is about to begin. In the challenge, no contestant would volunteer to answer, the contestants would be randomly selected. Zhang Zhao secretly guessed who would be drawn first, but unexpectedly, Qifeng pressed the buzzer. Who is he going to challenge? Zhang Zhao was taken aback. It was very rare for someone to press the buzzer, and he was also curious about who Qifeng wanted to choose as his opponent. I want to challenge contestant number 39, Lu Weifeng. Qifeng chose an opponent who was also a newcomer in the competition. Lu Weifeng, who was challenged, was furious and cursed Qifeng for taking revenge on a personal grudge. Zhang Zhao was secretly amazed. Could it be that Qifeng and Lu Weifeng had a grudge? However, Lu Weifeng had no choice but to accept Qifeng's challenge. I don't need to write it down, I'll just compose one on the spot. Qifeng's next words were even more shocking. He actually didn't want to write it down, but rather to compose it on the spot, which was much more difficult than writing it down. Zhang Zhao was worried that Qifeng would lose the game, but at the same time admired his bold ambition. As the challenge began, Qifeng recited a poem on the spot almost without thinking. The poem was titled Thoughts on a Quiet Night. The bright moonlight shines before my bed. I wonder if it is frost on the ground. I raise my head to gaze at the bright moon. I lower my head to think of my hometown. Zhang Zhao was deeply impressed. Although the poem sounded simple, it was precisely because of the simplicity that one could see the poet's ease and mastery of the subject. Qifeng is not only incredibly talented, but also exceptionally gifted in quick wit. He can compose a poem in a short time, and this poem, though short, has the potential to become a timeless masterpiece, just like When Will the Moon Be Bright? Zhang Zhao thought Qifeng was sure to win, but Lu Weifeng's performance completely shattered his worldview. Lu Weifeng actually cheated, saying that the poem did not adhere to the theme, only mentioning bright moon and not Mid-Autumn Festival, which made Zhang Zhao so angry that he wanted to curse loudly in front of the TV. However, Qifeng's performance once again shocked Zhang Zhao. He didn't hold a grudge against Lu Weifeng and recited another poem on the spot within 7 steps, which was still a timeless masterpiece. Zhang Zhao felt a chill run down his spine. Was this even human? But Lu Weifeng cheated again, saying that Qifeng had wasted 8 minutes of his time and he wanted to make it up to him, otherwise it would be unfair. He also said that the competition should start over, and that Qifeng's second impromptu poem wouldn't count. Zhang Zhao was almost numb. This guy must be used to being a scoundrel. If the other person wasn't on TV, he would have really wanted to drag this despicable and shameless guy out and beat him up. Chi Feng compromised once again, and Zhang Zhao felt sorry for him. But this feeling of injustice disappeared immediately because Chi Feng recited a third and fourth poem on the spot and threw them directly at Lu Weifeng's face, which made Zhang Zhao very happy. Chi Feng went so far as to declare that if Lu Weifeng felt it wasn't enough, he could continue to cause trouble, as many songs as he wanted, until Lu Weifeng was completely convinced of his defeat. Whether Lu Weifeng was truly convinced or not, Zhang Zhao didn't know, but he was completely convinced. If the previous Chi Feng gave him a feeling of looking up to a towering mountain, then the later Chi Feng was like a celestial being descended to earth, making him want to bow down and worship. To compose 4 poems on a single word, and in such a short time, can an ordinary mortal achieve this? Only a celestial being descended from heaven could do it, and Chi Feng is such a celestial being. As a top-rated variety show, Original Poetry Competition boasts impressive viewership ratings for each episode, and tonight's episode is no exception. Chi Feng's performance not only shocked the people present, but also amazed the viewers watching the program on television. I can't believe it, is this even human? 1 word, 4 poems, is Chi Feng, number 58, a prodigy? I'm speechless. I've never seen such an amazing person before. When will the moon be bright again? Stunned me. It is absolutely the best Mid-Autumn Festival poem ever written. Quiet Night Thoughts, Mid-Autumn Festival, gazing at the moon and yearning for home. Changi, if I hadn't seen it with my own eyes, I would never have believed that someone could compose 4 poems in a row on a TV program, and on the spot. It's confirmed, this is indeed a banished immortal. The bright moon rises over the sea, we share this moment though we are far apart. A timeless line of poetry. Changi should regret stealing the elixir, her heart yearning for the blue sea and sky every night. Is this the story of Changi and Ho Yi? Could someone tell me the details? I'm very interested in their story. The strongest newcomer has emerged in the Original Poetry Competition. Aren't those veterans trembling with fear? Don't say that about my goddess Chang Miao. Although she's an old lady, she's definitely not old. It's really hard to believe that someone could write a poem in such a short time. Don't you all have any doubts? Either number 58 cheated, or he's the show's favorite. I wonder how many people's efforts it took to write a poem in 1 word. The online discussion was heated, with most people marveling at Chi Feng's performance. After all, he wrote 1 poem and 4 poems, each of which is a classic. In particular, the first poem, When Will the Moon Be Bright, stands out even among classic ancient poems that have been passed down for thousands of years. Therefore, Chi Feng, who shone brightly tonight with this 1 poem and 4 verses, has also become the center of public opinion. For an ordinary person, writing even one of these 4 poems would be quite an achievement, but Chi Feng managed to write them all, making one question the authenticity of his work. So conspiracy theories emerged. Some said Chi Feng was the child of a high-ranking TV executive who used the Original Poetry Competition to debut and gain fame. Others said Chi Feng was the heir of a large conglomerate, and in order to promote him, the conglomerate spared no expense to invite talented poets from all over the country to specially tailor-make this poem and 4 verses for Chi Feng. Chi Feng was completely unaware of this. After exchanging a few words with the host, Wan Kei, he left the TV station. Those who witnessed his performance tonight included students from Kinhee Art Academy. The campus forum became lively as a result, and someone created a thread to upload Chi Feng's performance in the Original Poetry Competition, which attracted countless comments. Is this Chi Feng? I can't believe it. Is there something wrong with my eyes, or is everyone hallucinating? Chi Feng can actually write poetry. Unbelievable, is this the big star at our school who picks up leftover food? Can anyone tell me if some genius is impersonating Chi Feng and participating in the Original Poetry Competition? You're not mistaken, that's Chi Feng. Isn't he a plagiarist? 1 poem for 4 poems? Does Chi Feng have such talent that he needs to plagiarize? That's right. Look at his performance on the show. He can compose a poem in 7 steps. With such talent, would he plagiarize? Now that I think about it, we might have misunderstood Chi Feng. If he really plagiarized someone else's song, he probably would have been expelled from school long ago. Where are the people who say Chi Feng plagiarized? Show us the evidence and tell us whose song Chi Feng actually plagiarized. Because of Chi Feng's stunning performance in the Original Poetry Competition, the students who had previously called him a plagiarist gradually realized something was wrong. Although Chi Feng had performed very ordinarily at school, his impromptu performance of 4 poems in 1 word brought unparalleled shock to everyone. If this isn't considered talent, then what is? Conversely, Lu Weifeng's reputation on campus forums was completely ruined, and his shameless behavior on the show was met with unanimous condemnation from students. Lu Weifeng is trash. He can't compete with others, so he resorts to shamelessness. It's really bad luck to be classmates with such a shameless person. Lu Weifeng has not only lost face for himself, but also for our Kinhee Art Academy. Shameless Lu Weifeng, get out of the school. I've seen plenty of shameless people, but I've never seen anyone as shameless as Lu Weifeng. What kind of talented composer is he? He's always bragging, but he's exposed as soon as he appears on TV. Don't let anyone get involved. There's more than just Lu Weifeng as a talented composer. Everyone can just criticize him. The campus forum, which was not very popular before, became lively because of Chi Feng and Lu Weifeng. Even some girls who did not usually visit the forum registered accounts to watch the excitement. He Tienyang, the instigator, also watched tonight's original poetry competition. Chi Feng's performance shocked him, but he was also filled with disbelief and jealousy. Is this still the same little guy who was bullied by him at school and dared not utter a sound? One poem, 4 verses, each one a classic. Seeing Chi Feng's breathtaking performance on stage, He Tienyang wished he could take his place and become the most dazzling person on the stage. This fueled his jealousy and resentment towards Lu Weifeng's incompetence. He couldn't even handle Chi Feng, he was utterly useless. He had made a bet with Chi Feng, and now that Lu Weifeng had lost, according to the bet, he had to kneel down and call Chi Feng grandpa. The thought of that scene made He Tienyang's heart burn with rage. Kneeling down and calling Chi Feng grandpa was an utter disgrace. He was a prodigy, a prominent figure at school, while Chi Feng was nothing more than dirt beneath his feet, utterly unremarkable in school. What right did he have to kneel before him? The news of the bet with Chi Feng had already spread, since many people in the classroom had seen it, and that scumbag Chi Feng had even recorded it, which was the most troublesome thing. No, we need to find a way to resolve this. He Tienyang thought for a moment and quickly came up with an idea. The reason why Chi Feng was so popular and why public opinion was starting to favor him was only because of his performance in the original poetry competition. But as long as the scandal of his plagiarism was confirmed, or even if public opinion was guided to suspect that the poems he wrote on the show were also plagiarized, then public opinion would reverse again. Even if Chi Feng was not universally condemned, at least he would not have as many people supporting him. With this in mind, He Tienyang couldn't wait to log into his alternate account on the campus forum and began to carefully craft his words. I watched tonight's original poetry competition, and it was wonderful. Lu Jiajia truly deserves the title of National Daughter, and Cheng Miao lives up to her reputation as a talented woman. Song Chi, Xianyu, and Sun Shiwei are all talented students from prestigious universities, but what is Chi? Do you really think he can compose a poem on the spot? Think about it, an ordinary student in school suddenly shows amazing talent. Don't you think there's something wrong with that? If Chi is truly talented, why has it only come to light now? Also, regarding his plagiarism of other people's songs on The First Singer, although I don't have direct evidence, a friend of mine who was in the same class as Chi knows him well. Chi doesn't even know how to read sheet music, so how could he possibly create original songs? That's all I have to say. Everyone can have their own opinion. He Tienyang was cunning. He didn't directly say that Chi Feng's poem and 4 poems in the original poetry competition were plagiarized. He just hinted at it, giving others endless room for imagination. When Chi Feng got home, he went to pick up his daughter from apartment 302 next door. As soon as he entered the door, his daughter Xiaoyu jumped up and down and rushed towards him. Daddy. Chi Feng picked her up and gently stroked the tip of her nose. Has Xiaoyu been a good girl with Aunt Yan? Xiaoyu is such a good girl, Aunt Yan even gave me candy. Xiaoyu said, proudly opening her palm, revealing 2 wrapped candies inside. Yan Fifei stood to the side and said with a smile, Xiaoyu has always been very well behaved, never making a fuss. Sister Yan, thank you for troubling me again. Chi Feng was a little embarrassed. He always left his daughter at her house when he went out. Fortunately, Yan Fifei stayed at home all day with nothing to do, otherwise he wouldn't have dared to ask her for help. What's the trouble? If Xiaoyu didn't want to be with her dad, I'd want to keep her in my room every day, Yan Fifei said with a smile. Aunt Yan, if you feel lonely, you can come and play with me, Xiaoyu said sensibly. Yan Fifei gently pinched her cheek, then looked at Chi Feng with admiration. Your performance tonight was wonderful. I didn't expect you to be so good at writing poetry. Yes, Dad is so amazing. He competed on the same stage as Jia and Cheng Miao, Xiaoyu said proudly. In her eyes, her father was the most amazing person in the world. Did you watch it too? Chi Feng was a little surprised. He thought that his daughter was with Yan Fifei and was too embarrassed to ask to watch her favorite variety show, so she could only wait for the rebroadcast on Saturday to watch it with him. I asked Xiaoyu what TV program she liked to watch, and then I watched them with her. Yan Fifei smiled gently. If Xiaoyu hadn't mentioned it, I wouldn't have known that you participated in the original poetry competition. I didn't have anything else to do, so I decided to give it a try, Chi Feng said modestly. You tried participating, and everyone was amazed. Yan Fifei laughed. Keep up the good work and try to win the top prize. Yes, I'll try my best. Chi Feng nodded. The so-called champion award is the final winner of the original poetry competition. In the final episode of each season, the top 3 winners are determined, namely the champion, the runner-up, and the third-place winner. After exchanging a few more pleasantries with Yan Fei, Chi Feng took his daughter back to 301. "Dad, can I get Jia and Cheng Miao's autographs?" Xiao Yu asked expectantly. "No problem, Dad will ask them for autographs next time." Chi Feng rubbed her head. He was on the same stage as Lu Jia and Cheng Miao now, so he shouldn't be refused if he asked them for autographs. Since it was already late, Chi Feng first put his daughter to sleep, then turned on his phone and logged into the campus forum. He wanted to see if people's impression of him had changed after the original poetry competition. There was no need to search for it specifically. Chi Feng spotted the post about himself at a glance. Because it had the most replies, it had already been pushed to the top. Upon opening the post, Chi Feng discovered it was a compilation of a poem and 4 verses he composed on stage. He was thrilled watching it, thinking that this would change everyone's impression of him, at least they wouldn't be so one-sided as yesterday, accusing him of plagiarism. Sure enough, the comments below were almost unanimously in his favor, expressing shock at his performance and praising his skill. But as the comments progressed, they gradually shifted, with some calling him a plagiarist and claiming that his poems in the original poetry competition were all plagiarized. Chi Feng was furious, but he wasn't stupid. He quickly realized that this was probably He Tienyang's doing again. Otherwise, why did the positive reviews change later when they were mostly positive? Then he saw another post by He Tienyang's alternate account, seeking truth from facts, which, although not directly accusing him of plagiarizing poetry, strongly implied that he did so through plagiarism. Furthermore, the matter of him plagiarizing songs was brought up again, saying that he doesn't even know how to read sheet music, so how could he possibly create original songs? In the past, Chi Feng might have felt a little guilty because he didn't know how to read sheet music, but in his previous life, he taught himself to write lyrics and compose music. Although he didn't write any hit songs, he was perfectly capable of being a professional. However, people were unaware of the truth. They didn't know whether they were misled by He Tienyang's post or were simply jealous because they felt he lacked talent. Most of the replies under the post were insults directed at him. So it was plagiarized. I thought the big star was really that amazing. A plagiarist is a plagiarist, he'll plagiarize wherever he goes. I was also wondering why he was so ordinary in school but so amazing on the show. He won the competition by cheating, which is a disgrace to our school. How dare this plagiarist stay in our school? I just want to know where he plagiarized from, because I also want to plagiarize a few articles to show off. Why do you all think Chi Feng plagiarized? Couldn't he have done it himself? Yes, judging from his performance on the show, it doesn't seem like plagiarism. Will a plagiarist tell you that he plagiarized? That's why they acted so calmly, otherwise, how could they make us believe them? The claim that Chi Feng didn't plagiarize was made by Chi Feng's alternate account, right? This is really like the style of a big star. Would he dare to come up here on his own dog's main account? Plagiarist. Occasionally, a few replies offered neutral analysis, suggesting he hadn't plagiarized, but these were quickly drowned out by smear campaigns. Most people still didn't believe Chi Feng possessed such talent, mainly because his performance on the show was too astonishing. 1 poem for 4 poems, all completed in such a short time, is simply beyond human capability. Chi Feng watched with secret hatred. He Tienyang, that scoundrel, really wanted to destroy him completely. Although some people believed he hadn't plagiarized, most others stood on the opposite side. Didn't they ever consider that Chi Feng, as an ordinary person with no power or influence, where would he find something to plagiarize? And who would be willing to let him plagiarize? However, Chi Feng knew that without concrete evidence, few people would believe him, and he didn't need everyone to believe him, because he decided to be direct. I sing, and they say I plagiarize, I write poetry, and they say I plagiarize too. In other words, whatever I do is plagiarism. Since you don't believe me, then I'll give all those who don't believe me a chance. Anyone can challenge me, whether it's a song or a poem. I accept all challenges. Let's see if I'm plagiarizing or if I have real talent. Everyone is welcome to challenge me anytime. Rather than saying this is an opportunity for everyone, it's more accurate to say it's a challenge issued to all students. It's a challenge. After sending this message, Chi Feng's fighting spirit soared. With the knowledge he gained from his previous life as a foundation, he was not afraid of any challenge from anyone. As for that piece of trash He Tienyang, he would never let him off easily. When he got to school tomorrow, he would collect the bet from him. If he dared to renege, he would post the recording on the forum and see how he could still deny it. The next morning, after having breakfast, Chi Feng dropped his daughter off at room 302 next door and then went to school. Kinhe Art Academy is the premier art school in Xia Kingdom. Although it cannot compare with those famous schools, it is still quite well known in Kinhe City. Many stars have graduated from Kinhe Art Academy, and several of them are even at the top of the first tier. Chi Feng didn't apply to Kinhe Art Academy to become a star, or rather, he didn't aim to become a star. Instead, he wanted to use his only decent artistic talent to earn money to pay for his daughter's medical treatment. When he arrived at school, he once again felt the malicious gazes from others, but this time the malice was not as intense as before, and there was a hint of surprise in it, probably because of his performance in the original poetry competition last night. Walking into the classroom, these gazes became even more noticeable. Since they were classmates for over a year, everyone knew him to some extent, so his performance last night must have shocked them. Chi Feng, you've finally come to school. He Tienyang was in the classroom, surrounded by several people, all his cronies. When they saw Chi Feng come in, they immediately led their group to surround him. Chi Feng wasn't intimidated at all and went straight up to him. He Tienyang, it's good that you're here. You watched the original poetry competition last night, right? I eliminated Lu Weifeng. Shouldn't you kneel down and call me grandpa? Ha ha ha, are you dreaming? He Tienyang laughed loudly. Everyone knows you cheated. Even if you won, I won't admit it. Are you planning to renege? Chi Feng sneered, taking out his phone from his pocket. I recorded it. Do you want to listen to it? Whatever, I don't admit defeat anyway. So what if you recorded it? How many people in the whole school believe you? He Tienyang smiled dismissively and said to his group of cronies, do you even believe me? I don't believe it. Several of his cronies shook their heads. Chi Feng gritted his teeth, knowing they were in cahoots, colluding with each other. Very well, I'll post this on the forum when I get back, so everyone can see your shameless face. I said whatever you want, do whatever you want. He Tienyang knew that once the recording was uploaded to the forum, he would lose some face, but compared to kneeling and calling him grandpa, this loss of face was nothing. Besides, he only needed to seize on one point and claim to the outside world that Chi Feng cheated to win, so he wouldn't lose too much face. Fine, I'll grant your request. He Tienyang was deliberately being unreasonable, and Chi Feng couldn't do anything about it for the time being. He secretly kept it in mind and planned to return the favor later. Wait a minute, don't go yet. He Tienyang quickly stopped him when he saw that he was about to leave. Chi Feng looked at him coldly. Are we that close? Are you going to act as a roadblock? You! He Tienyang was furious at being called a dog, but he suppressed his anger. I heard you posted on the forum last night, challenging the entire school's teachers and students? Heh, you really overestimate yourself. Don't you know your own limitations? I never said I was going to challenge the entire school. I was just giving those who don't believe me a chance to challenge me. Chi Feng corrected the trap in his words. What, you want to challenge me? To be honest, it's not that I look down on you, but I really don't take trash like you seriously. What's the use of just talking? If you're really that good, then defeat all the challengers. He Tienyang was furious. He had actually been called trash by Chi Feng, whereas before he was the one calling Chi Feng trash. You don't need to worry about that. If you don't dare to challenge me, then just stay out of the way. Chi Feng was certain of one thing, He Tienyang didn't dare to challenge him, otherwise he would have already talked back after being insulted like that. Chi Feng, don't be so smug. It's not that I'm afraid to challenge you, it's just that we're classmates and I don't want you to lose face, He Tienyang said in a high-sounding manner. Should I thank you? Chi Feng sneered. Humph, no need for thanks, but that post you made was far too arrogant. I'm your classmate, so it doesn't matter to me, but your post offended a lot of people. Some people don't like you and want to challenge you, He Tienyang sneered. Then let him come. Chi Feng had already prepared himself. He knew very well that such an arrogant challenge would indeed make many people disapprove, and that was his goal, to defeat the challenger and prove himself. It's Zhang Sheng from the composition department. You should have heard of him, right? He asked me to tell you that tonight, in the vocal music department's practice room, he'll be competing with you in songwriter. He Tienyang looked at him as if he were looking at a dead man. Zhang Sheng was even better than Lu Weifeng. He was one of the true two great talents of the composition department. His most famous achievement was writing a song for the top singer Ma Hanyu, which was even included in Ma Hanyu's album and became a minor hit. This made him famous overnight. Sure, what time? I'll be there on time. Chi Feng agreed without hesitation. He had heard of Zhang Sheng before. He was indeed a true genius, even more famous than Lu Weifeng. He never expected that this musical prodigy, whom he had previously considered unapproachable, would actually challenge him. 8 o'clock, I hope you won't be late. He Tienyang smiled coldly. Although Chi Feng had a song like Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, it might have been a fluke, and He Tienyang also suspected that he had simply plagiarized someone else's song. Therefore, in his opinion, Chi Feng was definitely no match for Zhang Sheng. When he failed, he could humiliate him properly. Don't worry, I definitely won't be the one who's late, Chi Feng said confidently. To be fair and to have a standard for judgment, I have invited Professor Wei Shuji, the deputy director of our department, and Chu Tianzi, a senior from the composition department. Many students will also be there to watch. You don't have any objections, do you? He Tienyang's eyes were full of sinister intent. He wanted to humiliate Chi Feng in front of everyone, the more people the better, so that Chi Feng would have no way to cheat. No objection. Chi Feng shook his head. The deputy director of the department, Wei Shuji, and Chu Tianzi, a senior in the composition department, can both be considered big figures in the school. Deputy Director Wei Shuji is a powerful figure in the department, and Chu Tianzi, although just a student, is about to graduate and has already received an offer from Xianchuang Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies in the entertainment industry. He is a benchmark figure in the composition department. Then it's settled. He Tienyang smiled sinisterly. He had achieved his goal. Tonight, he would watch how this kid died. He would not only humiliate him severely, but it would be best to kick him out of the school while the deputy director, Wei Shuji, was present. That way, he would be unable to represent Kinhee Art Academy in The First Singer, which would be equivalent to kicking him off the stage of The First Singer. Have you heard? Chi Feng is going to have a songwriting competition with Zhang Sheng in the vocal music department's practice room tonight. Chi Feng? Him? How can a piece of trash who scavenges for leftovers compare to our great scholar Zhang? Zhang Sheng has written songs for top-tier singers, he's a renowned talent. I just want to know, how dare Chi Feng compare himself to Zhang Sheng? Don't you know? Last night, Chi Feng composed a poem and 4 verses on the spot at the original poetry competition, which shocked everyone. I saw that too, but I heard it's all plagiarized. What's there to be proud of? So, they're passing off plagiarized work as their own, thinking they're very talented, and trying to piggyback on the fame of our great Zhang Zia? Haha, Chi Feng really thinks so. He even started a thread on the forum last night to challenge the entire school's teachers and students. No wonder Zhang Sheng dislikes him. This kind of trash who doesn't know his own limitations deserves to be taught a lesson. What time does it start tonight? At 8 o'clock, in karaoke room number 1. Alright, then we'll have to see how Chi Feng makes a fool of himself. Because of He Tienyang's special publicity, the showdown between Chi Feng and Zhang Sheng tonight caused quite a stir at the school. When Chi Feng went to the cafeteria for lunch, many people pointed and whispered about him. In the past, he might have been ashamed and run away from school, but this time he felt nothing. These people were not related to him, and he didn't need to care about their opinions at all. After school in the afternoon, Chi Feng rushed home, picked up his daughter from next door, cooked a meal for her, then took her back to room 302 before hurrying to school. The vocal music department has 3 practice rooms, numbered 1 to 3. Students usually practice singing in these rooms every day, but because there is an exciting competition tonight, practice room number 1 has been temporarily requisitioned. The practice room is set up the same as a regular stage, which is intended to help students get used to the stage in advance and reduce their sense of unfamiliarity and nervousness when they step onto a real stage. The stage is surrounded by audience seating, but it can only accommodate 200 or 300 people, since it is not a real stage. Chi Feng walked into the singing room. It was not yet 8 o'clock, but the room was already packed with people. The audience seats were full, and the stage was well arranged, with a desk and chair on each side, obviously prepared for the 2 contestants. It's clear that He Tienyang put in a lot of effort for this competition. However, Chi Feng knew that He Tienyang was not doing this for his own good, but to embarrass him in front of everyone. How could he not guess such a sinister intention? Chi Feng, you finally arrived. I thought you wouldn't dare to come. He Tienyang waited near the door so he could spot Chi Feng's arrival as soon as possible. It's not even 8 o'clock yet. I'm not late, am I? Chi Feng said expressionlessly. You weren't late, but so many people are waiting for you. How can you be so shameless? He Tienyang pointed to the audience, who were mostly students with a few teachers who had come to join in the fun. Why should I feel embarrassed? We agreed on 8 o'clock. What does it have to do with me if they want to come early? Chi Feng was unwilling to be morally blackmailed, and he also knew that most of the people who came to the scene were there to laugh at him, so why should he care about their opinions? Alright, then stop talking nonsense and go up. He Tienyang smiled coldly, deciding not to argue with him for now, since he could get his revenge later anyway. Chi Feng didn't say anything more and walked along the aisle to the stage. People on both sides were still pointing at him or whispering, probably all gloating. Once on stage, He Tienyang followed, but he wasn't alone, a slender man was with him. He looked slightly older than He Tienyang, with medium-length hair and black-rimmed glasses. He had a refined and gentle demeanor. Chi Feng guessed that he was probably Zhang Sheng, one of the 2 most talented students in the composition department and a junior this year. Sure enough, He Tienyang proudly introduced him. This is senior brother Zhang Sheng. You must have heard of senior brother Jiang's name. Yes, I've heard of him. Chi Feng nodded. For him in the past, the name Zhang Sheng was like a star in the sky, high above, and he would almost never have any interaction with it. Senior brother Zhang, this is Chi Feng. He Tienyang introduced Zhang Sheng again, but his tone was frivolous and full of disdain. I've seen him before, on TV. Zhang Sheng looked at Qi Feng, his eyes also filled with disdain. As one of the two most talented students in the composition department, and having even written songs for top singers, he had enough confidence to look down on this relatively unknown, older junior. Normally, I wouldn't have been interested in taking action against someone as insignificant as you, but you've been far too arrogant, posting on the campus forum to challenge the entire school. I can't just ignore that. The reason I'm standing here tonight is to show you that not everyone in this world can be so arrogant. I'll teach you a lesson, to let you know that there are always people more capable than you, and that there's always something beyond your understanding. Senior brother John, I admit you have a great reputation, but whether you truly possess such strength remains to be seen. Hearing Zhang Sheng's condescending words, Qi Feng realized that the two could never become friends. Therefore, he had no reason to respect someone who was neither friend nor foe. Arrogant. Zhang Sheng's eyes flashed. Since he became famous on campus, no one had ever dared to speak to him like that. I was originally planning to go easy on you so that you wouldn't lose so badly, but now it seems there's no need for that. I also hope that senior brother John will go all out, otherwise I will feel it's meaningless if he is defeated by me, Qi Feng retorted sharply. Very good, very good. You've successfully angered me, kid. I hope you'll still be this stubborn after you lose. Zhang Sheng was furious and determined to teach this arrogant brat a lesson. He Tienyang watched with great amusement. Qi Feng was fearless and actually offended Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng was known for his petty nature, he would relentlessly pursue anyone who offended him. Even without his instigation, Zhang Sheng would have been at odds with Qi Feng to the death. It's almost time. Let's start once Professor Wei and senior brother Chu arrive. He Tienyang took on the role of temporary host because the competition couldn't begin even if the contestants arrived, since the two most important judges hadn't arrived yet. On the other side, at the entrance of Kinhe Art Academy, Chu Tianzi, dressed in a formal suit, respectfully greeted a guest who was a woman in her 30s with exquisite makeup and a very fashionable outfit. Although she had an ordinary appearance, she had the demeanor of someone in a high position. Miss Wan, it is truly an honor for us that you could take the time to visit our school. Chu Tianzi is a senior this year. He is tall and imposing, but he appears extremely low-key in front of Miss Wan, who is a head shorter than him. Even when he speaks, he lowers his body so as not to displease Miss Wan. I just happened to be passing by and heard that a newcomer you recommended was competing in a songwriter contest, so I came to join in the fun, Ms. Wan said with a faint smile. Miss Wan, the newcomer is my junior, a year younger than me. He wrote a song for Ma Hanyu, the one called My Heart Will Always Be With You. He wrote the chorus. Oh, you even wrote songs for Ma Hanyu? I'll have to take a good look then. Miss Wan smiled calmly as always. From her tone, you could tell that even a top-tier singer like Ma Hanyu was nothing special in front of her. Okay, please follow me. Chu Tianzi gestured for him to come, then led the way. Miss Wan was the deputy director of the music department at Xianchuang Entertainment, a high-ranking figure in the company. Inviting her here tonight was a huge honor. If Zhang Sheng performed well and was noticed by such an important figure, it would be very beneficial for his future development. It was already past 8 o'clock, but only Wei Shuji, the deputy director of the vocal music department, had arrived. Chu Tianzi, a senior student in the vocal music department, had not yet arrived. He Tienyang was extremely anxious. He tried to reason with Wei Shuji, who was nearly 50 and balding, while frantically sending messages to Chu Tianzi. It should be noted that he had used his connections to invite both of them. Wei Shuji, the deputy director with a higher status, had arrived, but Chu Tianzi, a student, had not yet arrived. Did he really think that just because he had received an offer from Xianchuang Entertainment, he could be so arrogant? Director Wei was certainly unhappy with Chu Tianzi's arrogance, but he would probably blame him even more for his incompetence. Fortunately, just as He Tienyang was getting anxious, Chu Tianzi finally arrived, accompanied by a stylish and elegant woman. He Tienyang didn't recognize her, but from Chu Tianzi's bowing and scraping posture, he could tell that she must be a woman of high status. Director Wei, junior brother He, I'm sorry, let me introduce you. This is Ms. Wan, the deputy director of the music department at Xianchuang Entertainment. Chu Tianzi quickly apologized upon seeing the deputy director of the vocal music department present, and introduced Ms. Wan beside him, implying that he was late because he had to pick up this important person. Then, he introduced Wei Shuji and He Tienyang to the composed Miss Wan. Director Wei, hello. When Miss Wan learned that the half-bald man was the deputy director of a department, her indifferent expression finally changed, and she smiled slightly. Hello, Miss Wan. Upon learning that the woman before him was a high-ranking executive at Xianchuang Entertainment, Wei Shuji's unpleasantness from waiting for the woman immediately vanished, replaced by a broad smile. As for He Tienyang standing to the side, he really wanted Miss Wan to say hello to him, but unfortunately Miss Wan didn't even look at him. For such an insignificant person, perhaps even a smile was a luxury for her. Are those two students on stage the main characters tonight? After exchanging pleasantries, Miss Wan looked up at the stage, where Chi Feng and Zhang Sheng were already seated at their respective tables and chairs, waiting for the competition to begin. "Yes, Miss Wan, the one on the left is my junior brother Zhang Sheng," Chu Tianzi introduced, pointing to Zhang Sheng on the left side of the stage. Miss Wan nodded, glancing at Zhang Sheng without saying anything. Everything should be judged by strength. If the other party really had potential, then she wouldn't mind giving Chu Tianzi some face. This made He Tienyang extremely jealous. Chu Tianzi had actually found such a powerful figure for his junior brother Zhang Sheng. Why didn't he have such a senior brother? If he were to be noticed by a big shot like Miss Wan, it would definitely be very beneficial to his future development. Although he has an uncle who is a music producer, his help is limited. If he had the support of the head of the music department at Xianchuang Entertainment, his development potential would be incomparable. "Tienyang, let's begin now," Chu Tianzi said to He Tienyang, instructing him to make arrangements immediately, as Miss Wan's time was limited and couldn't be wasted here indefinitely. "Okay, then you can sit down first. I'll have them start right away." He Tienyang bowed to Miss Wan and Wei Shuji and hurriedly walked onto the stage. Chu Tianzi and his two companions were seated in the front row, closest to the stage, and were ready to watch the competition. Although he waited for more than 10 minutes, Chi Feng was not impatient. He took the opportunity to send messages to Yan Fifei and chat indirectly with his daughter Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu was left with Yan Fifei, and she would occasionally use Yan Fifei's phone to send him messages. Chi Feng would reply as soon as he saw them. "Alright, Director Wei and Senior Brother Chu are here. Senior Brother John, Chi Feng, let's get ready to begin." He Tienyang came to the stage and announced the start of the competition. "I have 4 slips of paper here, each with a different message written on it. I'll mix them up later and then draw one slip with my eyes closed. The message on that slip will be the theme of tonight's competition." He Tienyang took out 4 slips of paper that he had prepared in advance. Because they were folded, the contents could not be seen. This was the method of choosing the theme that had been agreed upon beforehand. After all, everyone has their own strengths, and it would be unfair for anyone to designate the theme. So, in order to ensure fairness, whatever theme was drawn was entirely up to fate. "Now, I'm going to begin," He Tienyang said, closing his eyes as he casually mixed up the slips of paper in his hand and then pulled out one of them. After opening the note, He Tienyang showed the side with the writing on it to Zhang Sheng and Chi Feng first, and then said to the audience below the stage, "As you can see, the theme is Campus Folk Song, Farewell. So, the theme of this competition will be Campus Folk Song, Farewell. Anything that does not conform to the theme or is unrelated to the theme will be considered a loss. Senior Brother John, Chi Feng, do you have any objections?" "No objection." Chi Feng smiled faintly, glancing at He Tienyang with a meaningful look. He would never believe that this kid hadn't cheated. Zhang Sheng's greatest talent is composing campus folk songs, a fact known throughout the school. How could he possibly draw this theme by sheer coincidence? Chi Feng knew perfectly well that He Tienyang was behind it all. It was likely that all 4 slips of paper contained the themed campus folk songs, otherwise He Tienyang wouldn't have hurriedly put them away after drawing the theme. He was probably afraid of being caught cheating. However, Chi Feng was not afraid of He Tienyang cheating. He had so many classic songs from his previous life, so what if he drew Zhang Sheng's best area? "I have no objection either." Zhang Sheng shook his head as well, but he was secretly delighted. Campus folk songs were his forte. Although he felt that there was something strange about it because it was too coincidental, what did that have to do with him? Moreover, he had just received a message from Chu Tianzi on his phone, saying that the deputy director of the music department of Xianchuang Entertainment was also present, and that he should do his best. Since that was the case, he couldn't pretend to be high-minded and let He Tienyang draw again. He needs to perform well in his area of expertise. If he catches the eye of the deputy director of the music department, his future prospects will be limitless. The thought of this made Zhang Sheng tremble slightly with excitement. Perhaps he would become the second student after Chu Tianzi to receive an offer from a major entertainment company before graduation, becoming a campus legend on par with Chu Tianzi. "Let's begin then. You only have 1 hour." After announcing the official start of the competition, He Tienyang took out a stopwatch to start the time. As soon as the competition was announced to begin, Zhang Sheng immediately buried himself in his work. He wanted to create a new song as quickly as possible, not only quickly but also with a melody that was not inferior. Although 1 hour was a short time, he was confident. His previous record for writing a song was 40 minutes, but now 1 hour was more than enough for him. But he couldn't really wait an hour to finish his piece. He had to keep it under 40 minutes, both fast and good, so that he could impress the music department's deputy director in the audience. On the other hand, Chi Feng stared blankly at the paper and pen on the table, showing no sign of writing anything, as if he hadn't found a clue yet. This dull and foolish performance only fueled the ridicule from those in the audience who already didn't have high hopes for him. "Haha, look at Chi Feng's stupid face. He dares to compete with Zhang Sheng in songwriter? Isn't he just asking for humiliation? It's obvious at a glance that he can't write anything. I don't know how he even had the nerve to go on stage. Zhang Sheng's specialty is campus folk songs, and he just happened to draw the one he's best at. Qi Feng is really unlucky, haha. Even if he hadn't drawn the campus folk song, Qi Feng was destined to lose. Zhang Sheng said, I could take on 10 Qi Fengs like this. Trash Qi Feng, judging from his appearance, he really is a plagiarist, otherwise how come he can't write a single word? Plagiarist. Someone shouted something, and a chorus of voices erupted from the crowd, all cursing Qi Feng as a plagiarist. On stage, Qi Feng was focused. It wasn't that he couldn't write, but rather that he was considering which song to use. After all, there were many campus folk songs about farewell in his memories from his previous life, many of which were classics. So, he was suffering from decision paralysis for a moment. As for the commotion from the audience, he saw it as nothing more than barking dogs, and not worth paying attention to. However, He Tienyang, who was also on stage, was unaware of Qi Feng's thoughts. Seeing that everyone in the audience was shouting that Qi Feng was a plagiarist, he was naturally happy about it. Qi Feng was trash and deserved to be scolded. Meanwhile, in the front row of the audience, Ms. Wan couldn't help but frown as the audience members shouted and cursed, "What are they saying? Miss Wan, it's like this, Zhang Sheng's rival is said to have plagiarized other people's works." Although Chu Tianzi had heard rumors about Qi Feng's plagiarism, he only heard about it and didn't know the specific details. After all, Qi Feng was a nobody, far removed from his status, and he didn't have time to pay attention to such trivial matters. Plagiarizing someone else's work. Miss Wan was surprised. Plagiarism is a serious crime. Could someone really do such a thing? The crucial point is that the plagiarist is still able to stay at the school. The deputy director of the department, Wei Shuji, noticed his surprise and quickly asked Chu Tianzi, "Do you have any evidence that Qi Feng plagiarized someone else's work?" No one has come forward to protect their rights yet, Chu Tianzi said somewhat awkwardly. He had only heard about it and had no evidence to back it up. Wei Shuji said, "We should be cautious about this kind of thing. We can't just say that our students plagiarized based on hearsay." He said this not to protect Qi Feng, but to protect the reputation of the school. If a plagiarism scandal were to break out at Kinhe Art Academy, it would be dereliction of duty for him, as the deputy director of the department, to be present and not say anything. Yes, Director Wei is right. Chu Tianzi also realized that the matter concerned the school's reputation, and quickly agreed. Only Miss Wan frowned, her gaze towards Qi Feng carrying a hint of coldness. She was unwilling to get involved with plagiarism, even if it was just hearsay. On the stage, 20 minutes had passed, and Qi Feng remained motionless. Zhang Sheng, meanwhile, was completely absorbed in his work. He felt a burst of inspiration, his pen moving as if guided by divine intervention, and he was incredibly excited. This was the state he had always dreamed of. Usually, when he entered this state, he knew that he had it in the bag. Not only would he win easily, but he could also show off in front of the deputy director. He seemed to see his bright future. 30 minutes later, Qi Feng finally moved, picked up a pen, and began to write and draw on the paper. But by this time, no one had any faith in him. Compared to Zhang Sheng, Qi Feng was inferior in both reaction speed and creative inspiration. Zhang Sheng started writing as soon as the competition began, while Qi Feng only started writing halfway through the competition. The difference between the two was obvious. No one at the scene believed that Qi Feng could write a good song in just half an hour, or even a complete song, let alone beat Zhang Sheng. He Tienyang was overjoyed. Qi Feng was already doomed to lose, so in half an hour, he could finally get his revenge and humiliate him without any restraint. The good impression Qi Feng had built up in the first singer and original poetry competition would be completely destroyed. He would be confirmed as a plagiarist and would be treated like a rat in the street at school. It wouldn't be surprising if he was even expelled from school. "There are only 20 minutes left, let me remind you," He Tienyang said deliberately, trying to distract Qi Feng. "I'm done." Zhang Sheng raised his hand immediately, wiping the sweat from his forehead. Fortunately, he wrote quickly and finally finished the song and melody in 40 minutes. Otherwise, even if he had finished it in the end, the evaluation would probably have been much worse. "Senior brother Zhang, are you done yet?" He Tienyang asked with delight. Zhang Sheng had finished so quickly, and judging from his excited expression, the work was clearly of very high quality. "Yes, it's finished." Zhang Sheng nodded, glancing down at the audience, trying to catch the approval in the deputy director's eyes. However, there were too many people in the audience, and he couldn't find Chu Tianzi and the deputy director for a moment, so he could only pretend to be calm and look away. Senior brother Zhang is really amazing. The competition lasted an hour, but senior brother Zhang finished in 40 minutes. Impressive. He Tienyang gave him a thumbs up. He deliberately praised Zhang Sheng loudly so that Qi Feng could hear it and know just how big the gap was between him and Zhang Sheng. It's nothing, 40 minutes is enough for me," Zhang Sheng said modestly, and just as he was about to continue, a voice rang out from the side, "I've finished too." The sound made him choke for a moment, and he couldn't continue speaking. He Tienyang also subconsciously turned to look at Chi Feng, his eyes filled with disbelief. You finished it too? Not bad, is there a problem? Chi Feng smiled faintly. It took him 10 minutes to write a song, or rather, to copy it. That was already considered slow. Upon hearing his answer, He Tienyang and Zhang Sheng's expressions froze. He had finished writing too? He Tienyang was surprised that Chi Feng had finished writing the song in about 10 minutes, but then he just couldn't believe it. He didn't believe that Chi Feng could write a song in 10 minutes, let alone a good one. He probably just wrote a few lines of lyrics and said it was finished. Zhang Sheng had been completely absorbed in composing the song and hadn't noticed when Chi Feng started writing. He assumed Chi Feng had finished within 40 minutes as well, a speed that matched his own. But then he realized that even if Chi Feng's songwriter speed was on par with his, what mattered? The key was the quality of their songs. It was a contest of skill, not speed. A song written at lightning speed was just a joke if it was terrible. The audience below shared similar thoughts with the two, because they had all seen Chi Feng's performance. He only started writing halfway through the competition and only wrote for 10 minutes. How could he possibly write a complete song? Some people even thought that Chi Feng felt he was doomed to lose, so he gave up and said he was done just because Zhang Sheng said he was done, even though he probably only wrote a few words. Chi Feng, are you sure you've finished? If you haven't, you still have time to continue. If you have, then you can't continue. Although He Tienyang was eager for Chi Feng to say that he had finished, he couldn't show it too obviously and had to pretend to be magnanimous and give Chi Feng a chance. Confirmed, I've finished. Chi Feng knew He Tienyang's ulterior motives very well. This guy was popular because he knew how to pretend. Now that senior brother Zhang and Chi Feng have finished, the next step is the judging. A good song is not enough to just write it, it also needs to be sung and recognized by everyone. That's what makes a truly good song. He Tienyang seemed to have really gotten into being a host and started to improvise. You too can choose someone to sing the songs you wrote, or you can sing them yourselves. Then director Wei and senior brother Chu Tianzi will judge them. I'm not a vocal music major, so I'm not good at singing. Let's choose someone to sing. Are there any vocal music students here? Preferably girls, and no students below the 3rd year. Zhang Sheng spoke first. He looked at the audience. Singing wasn't his strong suit. He wanted to make his song shine, so he needed to choose a vocal music student. They were the professionals, and they had to be at least a 3rd-year student. After all, they had studied professional techniques for at least 2 years, so they couldn't be too bad. As he finished speaking, many girls below raised their hands, eager to try their hand at music composition. Zhang Sheng was one of the 2 most talented students in the department, and judging from his current performance, he was very likely to become a famous composer in the future, so it was necessary to befriend him in advance. Once you have a composer supporting you, you'll never have to worry about songs again. The collaboration between vocal and composition departments is a perfect match. You're the girl in the blue dress over there. Zhang Sheng quickly selected a girl with outstanding looks. Although being pretty doesn't necessarily mean singing well, appearance is an important factor, and being pleasing to the eye can add a lot of points. The selected girl stood up excitedly and hurried over. She was wearing jeans and a blue t-shirt. Her features were delicate and cute. Although she wasn't the kind of girl who would be stunning at first glance, she was at least quite attractive among the students. Alright, senior brother John has already chosen the singer. Chi Feng, are you going to sing yourself, or are you going to choose someone? He Tienyang smiled meaningfully. If Chi Feng were to choose someone, probably no one in the audience would raise their hand. I'll sing it myself. Chi Feng was well aware that choosing someone else to sing was unrealistic. He doubted anyone at the scene would give him face. Besides, he knew the song he wrote best, and as a vocal music major, he had no shortage of singing skills. You'll have 20 minutes to practice. We'll officially begin in 20 minutes, He Tienyang announced. If he didn't want to appear too eerie, Chi Feng would have said he didn't need to wait 20 minutes and could start singing right now. But then he thought better of it, he wouldn't mind waiting 20 minutes. So they parted ways and went off to practice their songs separately. 20 minutes later, Zhang Sheng led the girl in the blue t-shirt back to the stage. The girl looked very excited, whether it was because Zhang Sheng had agreed to some condition or because she was so excited by the song. Chi Feng, on the other hand, showed no expression. He wasn't worried about losing at all. With his memories and knowledge from his previous life, Zhang Sheng was simply bullying him. Since senior brother Zhang completed his work first, it is only right that senior brother Jiang's side sings first. He Tienyang took the microphone and walked onto the stage again. He also had a bit of personal reasons for this. Judging from the smug expression on senior brother Jiang's face, there was obviously no problem with his work. So, if he sang his song first and performed well, the judges would definitely be more biased towards him due to the first impression. On the contrary, if Chi Feng's song had even the slightest flaw, it would be magnified infinitely. Chi Feng didn't care about it. he was determined to win no matter who went first or last. Alright, then please let senior brother Zhang begin. He Tienyang pointed to Zhang Sheng. Zhang Sheng nodded and said to the girl, who had calmed down from her excitement, show me your performance from when you were practicing. If you can sing at the same level as before, I'll agree to let you sing this song. Yes, thank you, senior brother Zhang. The girl was actually a junior this year, but in her excitement, she directly called Zhang Sheng senior brother. There was no other way, as a student who hadn't graduated yet, getting a good song was almost impossible, but Zhang Sheng's song, which she had just practiced according to his guidance, was undoubtedly a good song. Zhang Sheng promised her that if she performed well, she could sing the song not just on this stage, but she could have the right to use the song. This is undoubtedly a windfall for a student who hasn't graduated yet. If she makes good use of this song, she can debut with it. Let's give a round of applause to welcome senior brother Zhang Sheng's new song. He Tienyang said loudly, clapping his hands loudly, and the students below also applauded. The girl took the microphone from He Tienyang and introduced herself. Hello everyone, I am Fan Xiaoi, a third-year student in the vocal music department. The song I will sing next is Our Graduation Season. The students below clapped enthusiastically again, but Chi Feng remained expressionless, waiting to hear how good Zhang Sheng's song was. Fan Xiaoi first gathered her emotions, then began to sing. Her voice was clear and melodious, revealing a solid foundation in singing skills, capable of matching any song. However, because she lacked any distinctive features, she was unlikely to achieve great success in vocal music. However, it was more than enough to sing a new song, which is why Zhang Sheng was satisfied. When the song ended, enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience, and Fan Xiaoi bowed in gratitude. Standing at the edge of the stage, He Tienyang was not without jealousy. Zhang Sheng truly deserved to be one of the two most talented composers in the department. His songs were indeed of a very high standard. He was even jealous that such a good song had been sung by Fan Xiaoi first. Now, our director Wei and senior brother Chu Tianzi will judge and score this song. Although he was jealous, He Tienyang's goal was to undermine Chi Feng, so he had to put aside his jealousy for the time being. Wei Shuji, who was half-bald, stood up first, and He Tienyang handed him the microphone. First of all, I want to say that the students in our department have pretty good singing skills. Secondly, as a new song, I can't think of any better words to praise it. In terms of its completion, this song is already ready to be released as an album. Finally, I don't need to say more, the applause from the students here is enough to prove how excellent this song is. Ha ha! Although Wei Shuji's judgments are not very professional, it is this casual, conversational style that makes them easier for people to accept. Next was Chu Tianzi. Director Wei has already said everything I wanted to say, so I have nothing more to add. Junior brother Jiang's talent in creative work is undeniable, but what I want to say is, don't be arrogant, keep working hard. Thank you, senior brother Chu. I will definitely continue to work hard. Zhang Sheng, on the stage, accepted everyone's compliments and expressed his gratitude to his senior brother, Chu Tianzi. Chu Tianzi was pleased with his modesty, smiled and sat down, then looked at Miss Wan beside him and asked, Miss Wan, what do you think? Not bad. Miss Wan uttered just 2 words, sparing with her own words. Chu Tianzi felt a surge of excitement. The word not bad meant that Miss Wan approved of the song. He knew Miss Wan's temperament well. If a song didn't meet her standards, it wouldn't receive such a positive review. Chi Feng, it's your turn next. On the stage, He Tienyang looked at Chi Feng with a smug expression. Soon, he would be able to humiliate this trash, return all the anger he had suffered, and stomp on him hard. Chi Feng didn't stand on ceremony and took the microphone. The song I'm going to sing is my deskmate. You, my deskmate? Haha, that's hilarious. Does Chi Feng even have a deskmate? Is this a deskmate I've imagined? Maybe it's someone's high school deskmate. I just want to know, did Chi Feng ever have a deskmate? Ha ha ha. Unlike Fan Xiaoi, who received much anticipation and applause before singing, Chi Feng only received ridicule and kicking him when he was down. Nobody thought that what he wrote in just 10 minutes could be worth listening to. Moreover, did Chi Feng deserve to have such a high-class partner as his deskmate? Despite the roaring laughter from the audience, Chi Feng remained calm on stage and began to sing with his exceptionally textured voice. Will you remember tomorrow? The diary you wrote yesterday. Will you still be thinking about it tomorrow? You, who used to cry the most. The teachers couldn't remember. You can't guess the question. I was just flipping through photos by chance. I just remembered you, my deskmate. The deep, weathered voice and the sad, melancholic lyrics gradually quieted the noisy scene. Everyone's face showed surprise and disbelief. This song didn't seem as bad as they had imagined. He Tienyang's eyes widened, Zhang Sheng's eyes showed surprise, Fan Xiaoi covered her mouth, Wei Shuji's gaze was slightly stunned, Chu Tianzi's mouth was agape in surprise, and Miss Wan's eyes flickered. Chi Feng closed his eyes, and the singing continued. Who will marry someone as sentimental as you? Who read your diary? Who put your long hair up? Who made your wedding dress? You used to be very careful. He asked to borrow half an eraser from me. You also mentioned it unintentionally before. You enjoy being with me. The sky was always so blue back then. Time always seems to pass too slowly. You always say graduation is a long way off. In the blink of an eye, we went our separate ways. The simple melody and plain lyrics easily evoked memories and longing for my deskmate. Those feelings, always filled with indescribable emotions, involuntarily welled up in my heart. Blurry faces began to become clear, and unfamiliar voices gradually became familiar. Looking back on my childhood, I recall the innocent friendship between classmates, the sweetness in our hearts, the dividing line on the desk, the little hands covering the test papers, the love letters passed around the classroom, the novels we read together in class, the people we discussed, the future we dreamed of, the promises we made to each other, all these wonderful times. The noise completely subsided, and the scene became so quiet you could hear a pin drop, as everyone was immersed in the singing. Chi Feng thought of the most important woman in his life, Xiao Yu's mother. They were classmates, met in junior high, fell in love in high school, had a brief period of sweet happiness after failing the college entrance exam, then had Xiao Yu, and then one day she suddenly disappeared without a trace. He didn't know where she was now, whether she was happy or sad, or even if she still remembered him or Xiao Yu. The longing from both his past and present lives erupted completely at this moment. Who will marry someone as sentimental as you? Who will comfort you when you cry? Who put your long hair up? Who made your wedding dress? La, 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 la. When the song ended, everyone was stunned and unable to extricate themselves from the inexplicable emotions that had been stirred up. The beautiful melody, simple and easy to sing, along with the long and delicate lyrics, touched upon the most tender emotions hidden deep within people's hearts. The audience, regardless of gender or age, felt a strong resonance that lingered for a long time. Everyone has a deskmate, and everyone has innocent and hazy feelings that emerged in childhood. Those figures that have passed away are people we wanted to get close to but dared not get close to at some point in our lives. Clap, clap, clap. After a long while, enthusiastic applause suddenly erupted in the audience. Chi Feng's song had captivated them. Indeed, most of them had come to see Chi Feng make a fool of himself, but Chi Feng had changed their minds with just one song. It's beautiful. This is the best campus folk song I've ever heard. My deskmate made me cry. I want to apologize to Chi Feng. I was too superficial and thought he couldn't write a song in 10 minutes. It reminds me of my old deskmate, but she's already married. It's just like the song says, who married the sentimental you? Who tied up your long hair? Who made your wedding dress? Wah! If I could turn back time, I would definitely confess my feelings. Chi Feng, I have another reason to hate you. You made me cry. Compared to the audience's excitement and commotion, Wei Shuji, Ms. Wan, and Chu Tianzi, sitting in the front row, were much quieter. Chi Feng's song had also deeply moved them. Perhaps they had never imagined that they would hear such a wonderful original song in this small rehearsal room. Plagiarism? Wei Shuji shook his head secretly. He remembered what Chu Tianzi had just said. Chi Feng on stage had been accused of plagiarism. But after listening to his song, Wei Shuji had a better understanding of the situation. When he got back, he would have someone investigate thoroughly. Would someone who could write a song like my deskmate that clearly had the potential to become a classic campus song plagiarize? What's his name? Miss Wan rubbed her slightly reddened eyes, looking at the figure on the stage who was now dazzling in her eyes, and couldn't help but ask. Actually, Chu Tianzi had just introduced him, but her attention had been completely focused on the person named Zhang Sheng, and she hadn't paid any attention to anything else. Chi Feng, his name is Chi Feng. Chu Tianzi murmured to himself. Chi Feng's song really shocked him. As a composition student, and a prodigy who had been highly regarded since entering the school, he admitted that he could not write such a good song. Perhaps if given time to grow, he will one day be able to create such a classic song. But at this moment, unless he is possessed by a god of composition, going up to compete with that junior brother named Chi Feng will only result in defeat. Chi Feng. Miss Wan secretly memorized the name. She had indeed underestimated this young man named Chi Feng. Firstly, she had heard that he had plagiarized, and secondly, Chu Tianzi had emphasized his junior brother Zhang Sheng, which meant that Zhang Sheng was stronger. Otherwise, he wouldn't have invited her here to watch the show. But who would have thought that the person with weaker skills actually possessed such amazing talent? As one of the heads of the music department, she had heard countless great songs, and this song, My Deskmate, was no less impressive than any of the classic hits she had ever heard. The key was that it was created in just 10 minutes. Of course, 10 minutes was definitely more than that in Miss Wan's opinion, because Chi Feng did nothing for the first 30 minutes, just sat there. Perhaps he wasn't just sitting there doing nothing, but rather brewing the song in his mind, and only wrote it down in 10 minutes when he had almost finished brewing it. When Chu Tianzi heard Miss Wan mention Chi Feng's name repeatedly, he smiled bitterly to himself. Clearly, Chi Feng had caught the eye of this deputy director. What a cruel irony that his carefully planned scheme to make his junior brother Zhang Sheng famous had ended up benefiting his rival instead. Although Zhang Sheng's songs are not bad, at least Miss Wan just said so, compared to Qi Feng's songs, they are nothing. On stage, He Tienyang was completely dumbfounded. He had never expected that Qi Feng would not only write a song in 10 minutes, but also write such a classic song. He had a bad feeling after hearing the first few lyrics, and after listening to the whole song, he was completely dumbfounded. Qi Feng not only actually created a song in 10 minutes, but it was also such a classic and beautiful song. How is that possible? Qi Feng simply doesn't have that kind of talent. He Tienyang was filled with jealousy and anger, but he had witnessed Qi Feng's performance firsthand. Moreover, the theme of the competition was that Qi Feng had cheated and favored Zhang Sheng. Under such unfavorable circumstances, Qi Feng had actually turned the tide. Shouldn't he have been defeated and cried bitterly, letting himself be humiliated? Reality was completely different from the plan, to the point that He Tienyang began to doubt whether he was hallucinating. This was definitely not the scene he wanted to see. Instead of making Qi Feng look bad, it made him famous. This was like lifting a rock only to drop it on his own foot. Similarly, Zhang Sheng was at a loss. Even a blind person could see that Qi Feng's My Deskmate was much better than his Our Graduation Season, but how could that be? Qi Feng clearly has no talent, he's just a student from the bottom of society. How could he possibly create such a good song? What makes him so good at writing songs? He was one of the two most talented composers in the department, the closest to Chu Tianzi, while Qi Feng was just a vocal music student. How could he write such a good song? Fan Xiaoi was also stunned. When she first received Zhang Sheng's nomination, she thought it was an opportunity for her to rise to prominence and to befriend a future composer. Things unfolded as she hoped. Zhang Sheng's song Our Graduation Season truly delighted her, and she received a promise from Zhang Sheng that if she performed well, she would have the right to use the song and debut with it. Sure enough, her performance on stage was well received, and the students in the audience applauded enthusiastically, thinking she had finally succeeded. After all, Qi Feng was just a minor figure in the vocal music department. How could he possibly compare to Zhang Sheng, the talented composer? But what happened next was completely beyond her expectations. Qi Feng's rendition of My Deskmate brought her joy to an abrupt end, as if a bucket of cold water had been poured over her head, completely extinguishing the fire in her heart. She's a vocal music major, and although she focuses on singing skills, how could she not distinguish between good and bad songs? Besides, Qi Feng's singing skills are in no way inferior to hers, not to mention that he has a song that is even better than hers. No matter how well she performs, she can't possibly beat Qi Feng, so what makes her think she can get the rights to use Our Graduation Season? Besides, compared to My Old Classmate, what is Our Graduation Season? He Tienyang, I've finished singing. Shouldn't it be time for the judging? The reactions of everyone present did not surprise Qi Feng. My Deskmate is one of the most classic campus folk songs, and it was also his favorite song in his previous life. It can be described as a tear-jerking graduation song. Yes, it's time to begin. He Tienyang snapped out of his daze, his mouth full of bitterness. It was such a good plan, but he never expected such a change to happen. Can we blame him? Or should we blame Zhang Sheng for being useless? No need for evaluation. Zhang Sheng suddenly spoke up, his eyes bloodshot as he looked at Qi Feng. Was this song really composed by you on the spot? He was unwilling to accept defeat by an unknown nobody. He tried to find loopholes in the performance to prove that he had not failed. What are you doubting? With so many eyes watching, and the topic being randomly selected, do you think I plagiarized? Qi Feng sneered. This Zhang Sheng was nothing special. Instead of taking responsibility for his own defeat, he wanted to find fault with others. Zhang Sheng really wanted to say that Qi Feng had plagiarized, so that he wouldn't have lost, but where did he get the evidence? And as Qi Feng said, the topic was drawn on the spot, and it was his strongest area. He was defeated in his area of expertise, so what else was there to say? I want to have another match with you. Zhang Sheng was unwilling to lose to an unknown nobody. Moreover, he knew that a senior executive of Xianchuang Entertainment was sitting below. If he left in defeat like this, he would definitely be looked down upon. He had to make amends and regain his reputation. Senior brother Zhang, if you keep losing and keep wanting to fight me again, what's the point of this competition? Qi Feng shook his head. Although he didn't mind fighting Zhang Sheng again, he wouldn't lose anyway. He wouldn't give Zhang Sheng another chance. Otherwise, if everyone challenged him, and he had to fight again after every loss, where would he find the energy? You don't dare? Seeing his refusal, Zhang Sheng became even more certain of his guess. Qi Feng must be feeling guilty, which was why he didn't dare to compete with him again. That's right, Qi Feng, didn't you post on the forum that you would accept any challenge? He Tienyang, who was standing to the side, also seized the opportunity. He didn't know how Qi Feng won this time, but he was instinctively unwilling to let him win like this. If Qi Feng lost to Zhang Sheng in another match, then he could make a comeback. I did say that, but I won't accept anyone who has already taken on the challenge. Otherwise, I'd be overwhelmed with work. Let's find someone else, Chi Feng said calmly. Upon hearing this, Zhang Sheng's eyes immediately turned somewhat crazed. Are you afraid to accept my challenge? Are you afraid of losing? I knew it, you must be afraid of losing, that's why you don't dare to accept my challenge. Senior brother Zhang, if you want to go crazy, go back to your dorm and go crazy properly. There are so many people here, do you think this is appropriate? Chi Feng pointed to the hundreds of people below the stage. Although the seats could only accommodate 200 or 300 people, there were also people standing. He estimated that there were at least 400 or 500 people. Zhang Sheng, reminded by him, also came to his senses. With so many people present, if he continued to cause trouble, his image would only get worse. But leaving like this was something he couldn't accept. Suddenly, he pointed fiercely at He Tienyang beside him. I know, this was a scheme you two set up. Your goal was to lure me into the trap so you could step on me to climb to the top. Heh, you really went to great lengths. This time, I fell for your trick. I admit defeat. After saying that, he turned and left without giving the two a chance to react, leaving Fan Xiaowai, who had been standing next to him, bewildered in the wind. Chi Feng was stunned. What was going on? Zhang Sheng actually suspected that He Tienyang was in cahoots with him? He Tienyang was at a loss, staring blankly at Zhang Sheng's departing figure. What a joke! How could he and Chi Feng be in cahoots? He wished he could trample Chi Feng into the mud, so how could he help Chi Feng climb over Zhang Sheng to the top? Zhang Sheng is gone, leaving only Chi Feng as the main character. Although the outcome of the competition was not judged, everyone present knew who had lost. Moreover, Zhang Sheng himself admitted it, but he said that if Chi Feng and He Tienyang had joined forces to set up the scheme, it made the outcome of the competition a little less than perfect. However, Chi Feng didn't care. He had figured it out. Zhang Sheng was probably just embarrassed, which was why he said those things before leaving. His purpose was to confuse the public and protect his reputation. Think about it, if he were defeated by an unknown nobody, what face would Zhang Sheng have left to call himself one of the two great talents in the composition department? But if he was tricked by a group of people, at least it would look better to outsiders. But Chi Feng was clear about one thing: Zhang Sheng must hate He Tienyang, otherwise he wouldn't have said those things. He Tienyang had only himself to blame, having offended a senior who was very famous in the school for no reason. Chi Feng himself didn't care. He figured he was already a handful, and with so many people at school looking down on him, one more wouldn't make a difference. Junior brother Chi. Just as Chi Feng was about to step down from the stage, a tall young man walked up to him and greeted him with a smile. Hello, senior brother Chu. Chi Feng immediately recognized the other person as Chu Tianzi, the legendary composer who received an offer from Xianchuang Entertainment before even graduating. He had just seen him from afar. Senior brother Chu, He Tienyang, who hadn't stepped down from the stage either, greeted him obsequiously. Chu Tianzi nodded slightly to him, then turned to Chi Feng and said, Junior brother Chi, your song is very well written. Would you be interested in transferring to the composition department? Change majors? Chi Feng was taken aback. He thought Chu Tianzi had come to greet him because of my deskmate, but he didn't expect that she would invite him to change majors. That's right. I can see from my deskmate that you have a lot of creative talent. The vocal department has limited your development. Come to the composition department. There is systematic creative guidance here. I believe it will be of greater help to you after you come here. Chu Tianzi continued. Although Chi Feng won against Zhang Sheng, which to some extent ruined his plan to promote Zhang Sheng, he did not resent Chi Feng. He had already created a stage for Zhang Sheng. It was Zhang Sheng's own fault for not seizing it. He could not be blamed. Can I consider it? Chi Feng had never considered changing his major before. He only had a talent for singing and didn't know anything about composing or writing lyrics. Besides, no one would be crazy enough to invite him to change his major. But Chu Tianzi's words made him realize that he had other paths to take, and he didn't necessarily have to be stuck on singing. Think about it, he has the knowledge from his previous life. In addition to singing, he can also write songs, write novels, and even do things he once wanted to do but dared not do. Before, his vision was too narrow, and he did not change from his original identity for a while. Now he realizes that there is more than one golden road to success. Of course, after all, this is such a big matter, so I need to communicate with the department leaders properly. Once you've thought it through, feel free to contact me anytime. Chu Tianzi nodded and took out a business card from his pocket, handing it to him. Thank you. Chi Feng took it, glanced at it, and put it in his pocket. Seeing this, He Tienyang felt both jealous and resentful. To be honest, he had gone to great lengths to invite Chu Tianzi to be a judge, but Chu Tianzi showed no respect for him, her host, and instead talked so much with Chi Feng, even inviting Chi Feng to switch departments. Is it possible for just anyone to get into the composition department? There is also a hierarchy of disdain among the various departments in the art academy. For example, the vocal music department looks down on the dance department, but the composition department looks down on the vocal music department, and the directing department looks down on the composition department, and so on. In short, if Chi Feng were to switch from the vocal music department to the composition department, it would be a huge leap forward, which is definitely not the outcome He Tienyang wants to see. Therefore, he decided to try to sow discord between Chi Feng and He Tienyang, senior brother Chu. Chi Feng's songs may not necessarily be written by him. Could it be that you wrote it? Chi Feng coldly interrupted him. Anyway, it wasn't you who wrote it. Do you think I don't know your situation? You have to take care of your child and work several jobs. Where would you find the time to study composition? I don't even know where you stole it from, He Tienyang immediately retorted. Enough! Chu Tianzi looked at He Tienyang with displeasure. You told me before that Chi Feng plagiarized other people's songs, and now you say he stole them. Do you have any evidence for this? To be honest, he had a good impression of He Tienyang before. He was eloquent and polite, so when he was invited to be a judge, he agreed without much thought. Moreover, influenced by He Tienyang, he had a very bad impression of Chi Feng. However, after hearing the song My Deskmate just now, Chu Tianzi's impression of Chi Feng changed completely. As a future composer, how could he not know that such a classic song as My Deskmate could be stolen so easily? How could a writer capable of creating such a classic campus folk song allow his song to be stolen? He probably announced it the moment it was created. Therefore, in his view, He Tienyang's actions were nothing more than jealousy. A jealous person is capable of anything. He Tienyang was speechless when asked. Although he believed he knew Chi Feng's background well, having been classmates for so long, he knew very well what Chi Feng was capable of, but he had no evidence to prove that Chi Feng had plagiarized. It was all just his guess. Don't talk about your classmates plagiarizing anymore. Is it good to cause such a scene at school? Chu Tianzi scolded him again, then said to Chi Feng, Junior brother Chi, I'll be going now. Remember to contact me when you've thought it through. Okay. Chi Feng agreed, and his impression of Chu Tianzi improved a lot. At least he could tell that although Chu Tianzi was invited by He Tienyang, his relationship with He Tienyang was not close, otherwise he would not have embarrassed him like this. Seeing Chu Tianzi walk away, He Tienyang felt both resentful and helpless. Chu Tianzi was not someone he could afford to offend, nor did he dare to easily make him his target for revenge. After all, Chu Tianzi was a composition major, and judging from his current achievements, he would definitely become a composer in the future. He, on the other hand, was a vocal major, and he might have to ask Chu Tianzi for help someday. But Chi Feng was about to cross social class and become the upper class in his hierarchy of contempt, which was something he didn't want to see. Chi Feng, your daughter is sick and needs a lot of money for treatment, right? With a quick glint in his eyes, He Tienyang immediately came up with a plan. So what? Chi Feng looked at him coldly. I can help you, He Tienyang chuckled. Help me? How? Chi Feng narrowed his eyes, wondering what kind of trick he was up to. Money, I can give you money so you have enough to treat your daughter, He Tienyang said. Oh? What do you want me to do? Chi Feng's lips curled up slightly. He Tienyang would definitely not help him for no reason. There must be conditions, and that was his purpose. It's very simple. You give me the copyright to that song My Deskmate, and then tell everyone that I wrote it and just lend it to you to sing. Anyway, Zhang Sheng just said that we two should team up, so let's prove it to everyone. He Tienyang was very impressed with himself for coming up with such a good idea in such a short time. The key point was that he could use this song to take everything that Chi Feng had now, and then he would be invited by Chu Tianzi to enter the composition department, and from then on, he would rise to prominence, while Chi Feng would be forever trampled under his feet. Chi Feng laughed and said, He Tienyang, it's not daytime now, so stop daydreaming. After saying that, he didn't bother to pay any more attention to this daydreaming fool and walked off the stage. He Tienyang, watching from behind, gritted his teeth. Chi Feng, you won't get away with this. Let me tell you, you're dreaming if you think you can switch from the vocal music department to the composition department. No matter what, he had to sabotage Chi Feng's transfer, otherwise how would he control Chi Feng in the future? Chi Feng went home and didn't bother to pay attention to He Tienyang's barking. At the same time, he was unaware that his singing that night had been recorded and posted online. Douyin is one of the two major short video social platforms in China, with tens of millions of videos uploaded every day, but only a few can break through and become trending. Zhang Zhen is an office worker who works from 9 to 5 every day. After get off work, his favorite thing to do is watch short videos, and Douyin is the app he uses most often. After dinner today, he played some games and lay down on the bed, habitually opening the Douyin app. The featured image was of a beautiful woman dancing, with a slender and perfect figure, and her long legs were especially attractive. Although he knew that she had used beauty filters, Zhang Zhen still watched with great interest. After watching the beautiful woman dance, he gave her a thumbs up and continued scrolling down. This time, the focus shifted to food. The blogger was seen eating a freshly grilled steak with gusto, making Zhang Zhen want to order takeout himself. After thinking about it, he restrained himself. Besides not wanting to spend extra money, he was also afraid of gaining weight. His figure was already starting to go out of shape, and he didn't want to be dragging around a lot of fat at such a young age. Scrolling down, another beautiful woman appeared, but instead of dancing, she was walking down a bustling street, swaying her hips and waist. Her exaggerated figure made Zhang Zhen secretly swallow his saliva. He scrolled through videos casually, mostly featuring beautiful women or delicious food, which was exactly his preference. Big Data had already figured out all his preferences, so it kept pushing these kinds of videos to him. Zhang Zhen didn't mind, saving him the trouble of searching. He continued swiping down, and suddenly a scene of a stage appeared. It wasn't a beautiful woman or delicious food, which made Zhang Zhen a little curious, because besides those two things, there was only a trending video. He wondered what was so amazing about this video that it could get such a high rating from the official channels. To find out why, Zhang Zhen didn't scroll away but looked closely. On the stage, a man held a microphone, and a deep, weathered voice sang, "Will you remember tomorrow? The diary you wrote yesterday. Will you still be thinking about it tomorrow? You, who used to cry the most." With its beautiful melody and delicate, refreshing lyrics, Zhang Zhen was immediately struck by how interesting the song was. The teachers can't remember anymore. You can't guess the question. I was just flipping through photos by chance. I just remembered you, my desk mate. Who will marry someone as sentimental as you? Who read your diary? Who put your long hair up? Who made your wedding dress? As Zhang Zhen listened, his hair stood on end. The song had truly touched his heart, making him sink into deep memories and nostalgia. He once had a female classmate in high school. They were only classmates for a year, but that year was the happiest and most wonderful time of his high school life. Every day when he woke up, he would quickly wash up, eat breakfast, and rush to school just to see the girl whose dimples always appeared on her cheeks when she smiled. At that time, he didn't understand love. He only knew that he liked talking to her, watching her read, and teasing her whenever he had a chance. Every smile and frown of hers could make him happy from the bottom of his heart. He used to look forward to weekends the most, but ever since the two of them became deskmates, weekends have lost their appeal for him. He wishes that the weekdays could be extended, or even eliminated altogether, just so he could spend time with that female classmate. But happy times are always short-lived. A year later, the school divided students into classes based on their grades. Zhang Zhen's grades were a little lower, so he was placed in a different class from his female classmate. Although they would occasionally bump into each other in the corridor and exchange a few words, and were considered good friends, the closeness they once felt when they were so close disappeared. After graduating and going to university, Zhang Zhen regretted it deeply. In the dead of night, he often wanted to slap himself for not knowing how to confess his feelings back then. Judging from her female classmate's attitude towards him, she at least had a good impression of him, otherwise, they wouldn't have been able to chat and laugh together after being separated into different classes. But the past cannot be brought back, and he could only bury his feelings deep in his heart. As they went to different universities, their contact gradually decreased. A month ago, Zhang Zhen received an invitation from his female classmate, inviting him to her wedding ceremony. Zhang Zhen was stunned for a long time, unable to believe that his former female classmate was getting married. He was filled with sorrow. She was getting married, but the groom was not him. Zhang Zhen was timid and even more hesitant. He made an excuse that he was too busy with work to go, and only sent a red envelope. All he received in return was a thank you, but when faced with that thank you, he didn't reply with a single word, only watching silently. If he had known how to confess his feelings and how to please her back then, would he be the one marrying her now? Zhang Zhen didn't know, he was just thinking it subconsciously. A month had passed, and he thought he had forgotten his female classmate who had married someone else, but this song brought him back to those happy and wonderful times. You used to be very careful. He asked to borrow half an eraser from me. You also mentioned it unintentionally before. You enjoy being with me. The sky was always so blue back then. Time always seems to pass too slowly. You always say graduation is a long way off. In the blink of an eye, we went our separate ways. After listening, Zhang Zhen didn't scroll through the video, he continued to watch it silently on repeat, his eyes already red, tears blurring his vision. Is she alright? Zhang Zhen silently wished his female classmate a happy future. After an unknown amount of time, Zhang Zhen rubbed his sore eyes, wiped away his tears, and began typing below the video. Thank you for letting me hear such a beautiful song. Although I don't know who the man in the video is, the fact that he sings with such deep emotion and focus shows that he is clearly a person with a story. I am truly grateful for bringing back some beautiful and happy memories. Thank you. This was the first time he had ever replied with such a long message. Usually, when watching videos, he would be very concise, only using 2 or 3 words. But this video really moved him and made him rediscover the pure emotions he once had. Of course, he wasn't the only one to reply, many others did as well. It's beautiful. This is the best campus song I've ever heard. I've already cried. I feel the same way. This song is very moving. I couldn't help but shed tears while listening to it. The beautiful times that have passed are gone forever. Jong Xiali, are you still there? Let me tell you, I like you. Thinking about my female deskmate from junior high school still makes me smile, but tears also well up in my eyes. Who married you, so sentimental? Who read your diary? Who styled your long hair? Who made your wedding dress? The lyrics are so beautiful. Is this a new song? Where can I download high-quality audio? I want to download it and listen to it on repeat all night. Who is the man in the video? Can someone tag him? The comments were fascinating, though varied, but most were positive about the song. How could a song that can make people cry not be a good song? Zhang Zhen felt that if there were good things, they should be shared. Take this song, My Deskmate, for example. He felt he would be letting the songwriter down if he didn't share it. It's beautiful and so moving, wouldn't it be interesting to have so many people cry with him? Zhang Zhen opened his daily chat app FF, clicked on his university classmates group chat and typed while preparing himself, I just heard a song, and to be honest, I actually cried. This is the best song I've heard this year. It can be called the most tear-jerking song of the year. People with heart problems or who can't handle tears should not try to listen to it easily. After clicking send, he tagged everyone. Soon, the divers were all blown to their feet. Hey, isn't this old Zhang? Old Zhang has come back to life. After not seeing him for a few months, old Zhang has become a salesman, humorous. Is old Zhang so easily moved to tears? What song is it, Lao Zhang? Tell me. Old Zhang has broken up with his girlfriend, everyone please don't upset him. Oh, old Zhang can experience heartbreak? Has he ever been in love before? Ha ha ha. A group of people started teasing Zhang Zhen with laughter and jokes. Zhang Zhen was exasperated and decided not to argue with these idiots. I'm serious. There really is a tear-jerker song. Don't you guys want to listen to it? Okay, then post it. Don't keep us in suspense, listen to whether it's really that tear-jerking. If you believe old Zhang, pigs can fly. Old Zhang is a salesman, it's confirmed. Zhang Zhen didn't waste any words and directly posted the link to Doniu video. Most people were just teasing him, they didn't disbelieve him. When he posted the link, they all clicked on it and watched. Zhang Zhen wasn't in a hurry, he just waited for news in the group chat. Sure enough, not long after, the person who had watched the video returned. Damn, my deskmate really made me cry. It sounds great. Old Zhang made the right recommendation this time. It really is a tearjerker. I've already saved it. I'll listen to this on repeat every night before I go to sleep. Wah, I've never sat next to a girl at the same desk, that's the worst. I had a female classmate who got married recently, and I cried my eyes out. Why do you all wait until you lose something to regret it? Can't you just confess your feelings beforehand? What do you know? Didn't you not know back then? Old Zhang, please tell your story. I just want to know, who is that handsome guy who's singing? Zhang Zhen is just one of the people who shared my deskmate. There are many other sharers like Zhang Zhen, either posting on WeChat moments or recommending it in various groups. My deskmate is spreading at a visible speed. Overnight, it became a viral hit, and it even spread to another short video platform called Woshao, where many well-known and unknown streamers covered my deskmate to capitalize on this surge in popularity. Chi Feng was completely unaware of this, but even if he had known, he wouldn't have been too excited, because he received some news that made him ecstatic as soon as he woke up early in the morning. The rewards for entering the national finals of The First Singer have been distributed. His bank card received a deposit notification. Although the reward for making it through the elimination rounds to the top 64 of the national competition is not much, only 6,000 yuan, it is enough to buy medicine for his daughter and stabilize her condition. Moreover, half of the participants are eliminated in each round of the national competition, and the prize money increases by 6,000 yuan for each round advanced. In the final, the winner can receive a super prize of 500,000 yuan. Chi Feng was aiming for the grand prize. With 500,000 yuan, he could get his daughter surgery to cure her illness, allowing her to live and attend school like any other child. Dad, what's making you so happy? His daughter, Xiaoyu, saw him smiling happily. She had just woken up and didn't know what had happened, but she also became happy. Daddy made money, so I'll take Xiaoyu out for a nice meal tonight. Chi Feng gently flicked her nose. Really? Xiaoyu's eyes lit up. For her, going shopping with her father was the happiest time, because her father would often buy her delicious food and fun things. Yes, of course it's true. Chi Feng nodded. And invite your Aunt Yan too. She takes care of you when I'm not home, so we should treat her to a meal. Great, great. Aunt Yan will have dinner with us. Xiaoyu exclaimed excitedly, eager to leave immediately, but she knew her father had to go to school, so she could only wait until evening. Chi Feng prepared breakfast and, after his children had eaten, took her to apartment 302 next door. He also invited Yan Fifei to have dinner together that evening, and Yan Fifei readily agreed without any hesitation. Chi Feng came to the school alone. He had thought through what Chu Tianzi had told him yesterday, and his final decision was to change his major. Previously, his talent lay solely in singing, which allowed him to thrive in the vocal music department. But now that he possesses the memories of his past life, he no longer needs to rely on just one thing. Moreover, most of the students in the vocal music department, like He Tienyang or influenced by him, had a very bad impression of him. After more than a year of being classmates, he had received countless taunts and ridicule, so there was no point in him staying. Besides, even though he switched to the composition department, he can still continue singing. He can write his own songs and sing them himself, and there's nothing more suitable for him. Most importantly, the composition department is in the upper middle of the school's hierarchy of disdain, and is definitely not comparable to the vocal music department. Even if he wanted to switch departments in the past, no one would invite him. So he wanted to seize this opportunity to escape the quagmire of the vocal music department and head to the composition department. In this completely new environment, things wouldn't be any worse than in the vocal music department. However, changing majors is not so easy. Although Chu Tianzi invited him, Chu Tianzi is still a student and not a school leader, so he cannot make a decision on his own. This requires the approval of the leaders of both departments. Chu Tianzi should be able to persuade the leader of the composition department, otherwise his invitation would be a joke. Then the rest is up to me. As long as I can convince the head of the vocal music department, it will be easy to transfer to the composition department. But Chi Feng wasn't sure how to persuade him. He wasn't familiar with the department leaders, while He Tienyang was very familiar with them because he was always hanging around them. Considering what He Tienyang had said yesterday, Chi Feng was 100% certain that He Tienyang would definitely obstruct his transfer to another department. Chi Feng, you've come at the right time. Director Wei wants you to go see him. As he entered the classroom, the class monitor came forward to inform him. Which Director Wei? Chi Feng was taken aback and didn't react for a moment. It's Director Wei Shuji from our vocal music department. The class monitor was slightly impatient. Alright, Director Wei is looking for you. Stop talking so much and go quickly. Chi Feng frowned. The class monitor's impolite tone was the standard template for him in the entire vocal music department. He became even more certain of one thing: he had to transfer to another department. The vocal music department has one director and two deputy directors. The director is almost never seen throughout the year, so it is actually the two deputy directors who are in charge. Chi Feng had never met the department head, but he had met both deputy heads. One was Wei Shuji, who was invited by He Tienyang to be a judge last night, and the other deputy head was a woman who usually did the work of women. Chi Feng couldn't figure out why Director Wei wanted to see him, but since the director had summoned him, he certainly couldn't be negligent. He quickly arrived at Wei Shuji's office door and gently knocked. "Come in." A voice came from inside. Chi Feng pushed open the door and saw Wei Shuji sitting behind his desk looking at his computer. He was wearing glasses and seemed very focused on something. "Director Wei," Chi Feng called out. Wei Shuji took off his glasses, rubbed his temples, and said, "Chi Feng is here." "Yes, Director Wei." Chi Feng had never dealt with Director Wei in his previous life, but he had heard rumors about him. Apparently, he was expelled from school a few years later because of his ambiguous relationship with a girl. "Don't be so formal. I invited you here just to chat. Sit down and we'll talk." Wei Shuji was very polite and invited him to sit down. "I wonder what brings Director Wei here." Chi Feng sat down opposite him. Before Director Wei's downfall, he had never heard any bad rumors about him. Clearly he was very good at maintaining appearances. He always kept his distance from this kind of person. "Actually, it's nothing," Wei Shuji said ambiguously, then chuckled. "I saw on the campus forum that you plagiarized. What do you think about this?" So that's why he was called over. Chi Feng understood. "Director Wei, I don't know who's spreading those rumors on the forum. As for whether I plagiarized, I can say with certainty that I have never plagiarized anyone's work. If I really had plagiarized someone else's work, the author of the plagiarized work would probably have sued me long ago." He didn't implicate He Tienyang for two reasons. First, he hadn't found evidence that seeking truth from facts was He Tienyang's alternate account. Second, even if he did implicate He Tienyang, it probably wouldn't have much effect, so it was better not to say anything. What you said makes sense." Wei Shuji nodded, then changed the subject. "However, you still need to handle this kind of thing well. Even if you yourself have done nothing wrong, having so many people spread the word will damage your reputation. If it gets outside the school, it will be a huge blow to our school's reputation." Chi Feng listened to his nonsensical words, not understanding what he was trying to say. He was supposed to handle it? How was he supposed to handle it? He couldn't stop those keyboard warriors on the forum. If he was really worried about the school's reputation, shouldn't he be silencing the source of the rumors instead of coming after him, the victim? Speaking of which, your song My Deskmate from last night was quite good. It's already been uploaded to the forum, and many people have given it fair reviews, Wei Shuji said, then moved on to something else. Thank you for the compliment, director. Chi Feng was a little surprised. He hadn't actually seen it. He was mainly so caught up in the reward from First Singer that he hadn't had time to pay attention to anything else. This isn't just praise, it's really good. And that song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, I just saw it too. I never expected that our vocal music students could write such a good song. It makes so many composition students feel ashamed, Wei Shuji laughed. Chi Feng was even more confused about his purpose in coming to see him. Was it really just to give him a good compliment? By the way, what are your plans for the song My Deskmate? Wei Shuji suddenly asked. Chi Feng was taken aback. Arrangements. That's right, are you planning to release your own album and sing it, or sell the copyright to a suitable person? Wei Shuji's eyes flickered slightly as he said this. Chi Feng was immediately startled and vaguely understood Director Wei's purpose. It turned out that he had his eye on his book My Deskmate. All the things he had said before were just a prelude to this. But Chi Feng intended to keep such a classic campus folk song as My Deskmate for himself. He pretended not to understand what Wei said. Director Wei, if you want to ask me how I arranged this song, I can say that I don't want to release an album for the time being, but I think it's okay to release a single. So I haven't thought about selling the copyright. Wei Shuji frowned slightly. He had already hinted so obviously, hadn't he understood yet? He decided to be more direct. Chi Feng, you're still a sophomore in college. Your main job should be studying. I think you can put things other than studying aside for now. Selling the copyright to this song will give you more time to study, and you can also collect a copyright fee. It's a win-win situation. What do you think? Since hinting didn't work, did he switch to being explicit? Chi Feng remained unmoved. Director Wei, I don't think this will interfere with my studies. Besides, I wrote the song, so I know it best. I wouldn't feel comfortable letting someone else sing it. Chi Feng, don't rush to refuse. Listen to the offer. Someone offered 10,000 yuan for the copyright of the song My Deskmate. That's 10,000 yuan. You only wrote it in 10 minutes. Earning 10,000 yuan in 10 minutes is something many people can only dream of, Wei Shuji earnestly advised. Chi Feng chuckled inwardly. 10,000 yuan? Knowing the song My Deskmate as he did, he wouldn't sell it for 100 times the price. 10,000 yuan was practically throwing money away to a beggar. Besides, what did he mean by someone made an offer? Wasn't it Wei Shuji himself? I'm sorry, Director Wei, but I still stand by my own opinion. Hearing this, Wei Shuji knew that Chi Feng was determined to refuse his offer. Fine, since you say it won't interfere with your studies, I won't force you. However, Chi Feng, the plagiarism scandal on the forum needs to be resolved as soon as possible to avoid negatively impacting the school. If it does affect the school's reputation, I will have no choice but to take some disciplinary action against you. Is this a case of resorting to threats when the goal cannot be achieved? Chi Feng understood, and said, okay, I will resolve this as soon as possible, and it won't affect the school. Okay, you can go now. I still have some work to do. Wei Shuji waved his hand, letting him leave, completely lacking the enthusiasm that Chi Feng had shown when he came in. Chi Feng didn't linger, he stood up and walked out. Just as he was about to open the door, Wei Shuji's voice rang out again. Chi Feng, if you change your mind, I can recommend someone to you. She's your senior in her third year, named Lan Yan. You should have heard of her, right? Her singing skills are among the best in the department. You can rest assured that she'll sing the song. Okay, I'll think about it when I get back. Chi Feng replied casually. He had certainly heard of Lan Yan. She was the most beautiful girl in Class 2 of the vocal music department, and her beauty was widely known. Unexpectedly, the female student with the ambiguous relationship with Director Wei was this class beauty. Although he had heard about Wei Shuji's expulsion in his previous life, the specific girl's name was hidden. Now, hearing Wei Shuji say this, how could he not know that Lan Yan was the girl involved? Director Wei has essentially exposed his own ugliness, but it's also because he never imagined that Chi Feng was a reincarnated person from the future, so he probably still thought he had kept his secret well hidden. After leaving Deputy Director Wei's office, Chi Feng walked back to the classroom. Rejecting Wei Shuji's offer made it clear to him that he couldn't change his major through Wei Shuji. Don't be fooled by Wei Shuji's polite attitude and lack of harshness in his tone. It is precisely this kind of person who is good at disguising himself that is the most terrifying. Chi Feng believed that once he revealed his intention to change departments, Chi Feng would be lucky if Chi Feng didn't make things worse, let alone help him. Actually, Chi Feng wasn't lacking in manners, it was just that Wei Shuji was going too far. He wanted to buy his book My Deskmate for 10,000 yuan. Did he really think Chi Feng was a naive college student who hadn't even graduated yet? He knew better than anyone the value of My Deskmate. Fortunately, Wei Shuji was only one of the deputy directors. Not to mention that there was a director above him, there was another deputy director at his level. Another deputy director, Zhang Xiaowan, was someone Qi Feng had heard of. She was quite upright, and being from the future, he knew even more about one thing: in the future, she would not only be promoted to director, but would also become the vice principal of Kinhe Art Academy. Therefore, Qi Feng believes that if she wants to change her major, he should work on her, which is currently the most likely way to succeed. However, Wei Shuji will eventually find out about such a big deal as changing majors, and if he tries to interfere, it will cause a lot of trouble. Besides, He Tienyang won't easily let him change majors. Qi Feng wasn't stupid. From the moment he rejected Wei Shuji, he knew his transfer application wouldn't go smoothly, but he already had a rough plan in mind. If Wei Shuji targeted him, he could expose his relationship with the female student beforehand. Then, Wei Shuji wouldn't have time to target him, and even protecting himself would be a problem. As for He Tienyang, he is of little influence and has limited ability to stop me from changing my major, so I can ignore him for now. Qi Feng went back to make plans, while Wei Shuji in the office dropped his feigned amiable demeanor and slammed his fist on the table. You really are asking for trouble. Qi Feng's insensitivity infuriated him, so he grabbed the phone and started making a call. Director Wei, how's it going? Did you get it? A sweet, pleading voice came through the phone, asking anxiously. No, that kid was just pretending to be stupid with me the whole time. Wei Shuji was very unhappy when he talked about this. He had used hints, direct suggestions and threats, but Qi Feng just wouldn't cooperate. Oh, what should we do then? The delicate voice sounded somewhat dissatisfied. Don't worry, I'll handle this. That song will definitely be delivered to you, Wei Shuji said fiercely. With his status and position, he didn't believe he couldn't handle a student in his department. If the student were from another department, he might not have much of a way to deal with them, but he had plenty of ways to get the student in his department to compromise. Okay, then I'll wait for Director Wei's good news. Her sweet voice became happy again, thinking that for Wei Shuji, getting a song from a student in the department would be a very simple matter. That's settled then. Wei Shuji appeased the other party and hung up the phone. Qi Feng's lack of cooperation had indeed made him furious. He even wondered if he was too kind in his daily life, which made everyone afraid of him, and that a little student dared to struggle in his hands. Qi Feng returned to the classroom and found that He Tienyang had already arrived. Unlike usual, the boy did not bring any people to cause trouble for him. However, the occasional glances he gave him were filled with coldness and jealousy. Qi Feng didn't bother with him. Offending Wei Shuji had heightened his sense of crisis. After all, Wei Shuji was the deputy director of a department, posing too great a threat to him. It was like a sword hanging over his head, ready to fall at any moment. He couldn't just passively wait to defend himself, so he decided he should expose his affair with the female student beforehand and eliminate the threat. He now knows that the female student is Lan Yan, the class beauty of class 2, but he has no evidence. Writing anonymous letters to report her would probably not be very effective and might even alert Wei Shuji in advance, causing him to cut off contact with Lan Yan. Therefore, we need to obtain evidence first to ensure a decisive victory. Given Wei Shuji's cautious nature, he wouldn't mess around at school, so it must be outside of school. Qi Feng started to consider different options. He could track Wei Shuji's daily movements. If he could take photos of him with Lan Yan, it would be equivalent to having solid evidence in hand. He remembered that in his previous life, Wei Shuji fell from grace because photos of him with Lan Yan were sent to the principal's office. Although he didn't know who did it, he could replicate their actions. Wei Shuji now believed he had concealed it very well. No one knew about his relationship with Lan Yan. Even if he was usually very careful, there was always a chance he would slip up. As Qi Feng pondered and began to plan, a voice suddenly came from beside him. Qi Feng. Qi Feng looked up and saw that it was squad leader Gao Fihao again, so he asked coldly, "Is there something you need?" Gao Fihao wasn't tall, but because of his position, he always looked down on people, especially Qi Feng, who was usually a marginal figure in the classroom. He was even more arrogant. "You still have the nerve to ask me if I don't know what I've done? What did I do?" Qi Feng frowned, his temper flaring. "You're pretty arrogant, aren't you?" Gao Fihao sneered, then suddenly slammed an envelope onto his desk. "I'm asking you, you haven't even resolved your plagiarism scandal yet. How dare you write a love letter to Lin Chien? Writing a love letter?" Qi Feng was taken aback, suddenly recalling his past life. It was true that this had happened, but he had never written a love letter to Lin Chien in either of his 2 lives. Moreover, this incident in his past life clearly occurred more than a month later, when he was eliminated from The First Singer. However, with the encouragement and support of his daughter Xiao Yu, he worked hard again, and the love letter incident occurred again. Qi Feng has yet to find out who framed him, since many people at the school want to see him make a fool of himself, and now they've actually started their scheme a month ahead of schedule. Recalling He Tienyang's cold and jealous gaze, Qi Feng subconsciously looked over and met He Tienyang's eyes. which faintly revealed a hint of smug satisfaction at having succeeded in his scheme. No need to guess, it must have been that bastard's doing. Lin Chien is the most beautiful girl in the vocal music department, much more famous than Lan Yan, who is the class beauty. The line of suitors for her could probably circle the school. But she never gives a straight answer to her suitors, directly handing love letters to their class monitors, which makes some people lose face. Shi Feng had heard a rumor that He Tienyang had also pursued her, only to be rejected just as well. If this was He Tienyang's doing, it would make perfect sense. He would get revenge on Lin Chien for rejecting him, and also on himself, killing two birds with one stone. Are you playing dumb? Your name, class, and even your seat number are clearly written on it. You still won't admit it? Class monitor Gao Fihao was furious. In his eyes, Shi Feng's actions were utterly heinous. What is Lin Qianqian's status, and what is yours? You think you can pursue Lin Chien? Why don't you go by a mirror and look at yourself? Do you even deserve Lin Chien? Lin Chien was practically a goddess in the vocal music department. It was safe to say that every male in the department had designs on her. It wasn't surprising that Gao Fihao liked her, so when he saw Shi Feng, a nobody at the bottom of the hierarchy, also having designs on Lin Chien, he felt as if he himself had been insulted. Get lost. Shi Feng was no longer the pushover who dared not retaliate when insulted. Gao Fihao, that idiot, didn't think things through. Writing love letters could be used to frame someone, but he was too lazy to explain and simply told him to get lost. What did you say? Gao Fihao trembled with anger, seemingly unable to believe that the word get out actually came from his mouth. I told you to get lost. Shi Feng looked at him coldly. Even if I wrote it, what's it to you? Why are you so nervous and agitated? Are you Lin Qianqian's boyfriend? Or her father? Before he could finish speaking, Shi Feng interrupted him directly. Since you are nothing, what right do you have to lecture me on behalf of Lin Chien? Shi Feng, I'm the class monitor. Gao Fihao was furious. Shi Feng would never dare to talk to him like that normally. Was he crazy because Lin Chien rejected him? Class monitor? Shi Feng sneered. So what? Can you expel me, or can you scare me to death with the word class monitor? In his past life, Gao Fihao treated him with disdain, and he's still like that in this life. Shi Feng isn't buying it. Upon hearing this, Gao Fihao's face immediately turned red. His status as class monitor did give him a significant advantage among his fellow students, but to say that it was truly terrifying was to hear such blatant mockery. Don't keep babbling in front of me. Your status as class monitor won't scare me. If you really anger me, I can't guarantee I won't beat you up. Shi Feng looked down at him. Gao Fihao wasn't tall, a head shorter than him. If he really made a move, Gao Fihao would only get beaten up. You! Gao Fihao was furious, but facing Shi Feng, who was tall and had no respect for him, he really didn't dare to say anything harsh to provoke him. Fine, Shi Feng, you remember this. If anything happens in the class in the future, don't even think about asking me to inform you. Then I really have to thank you. Shi Feng smiled disdainfully. Every time Gao Fihao came to inform him, he had that arrogant and impatient expression and tone, as if informing him would lower his status or delay something important. For example, when he just informed him that Wei Shuji was looking for him, he also had an impatient expression. Gao Fihao stormed off, and many students in the class looked over with astonishment, probably unable to believe that Shi Feng, who was usually so timid, had actually dared to anger the class monitor, Gao Fihao, to such an extent. Ignoring the stares of others, Shi Feng sat back down, looked at the envelope on the table, thought for a moment, then picked it up, ready to see what was in the love letter that Trashy Tienyang had written to frame him. After opening the envelope, a letter was revealed inside, containing only a few short sentences. Lin Chien, I love you. Be my wife. I'm Shi Feng from class 1. I watch you go to and from school every day, and I think about you all night long. I can't sleep because I think about you so much, and I dream about you all the time. Your face, your hands, your feet, every strand of your hair are the greatest attraction to me. I really want to hold you in my arms and caress you properly. I can't wait any longer. Come and be my wife. Yours truly, Feng. After reading the last word, Shi Feng almost laughed out of anger. He Tienyang was really going to great lengths to frame him. Judging from the words and sentences, this was a love letter that only a pervert could write. Not to mention Lin Chien, anyone would find it disgusting. Perhaps this was simply He Tienyang's own thought, which he had simply put onto himself. Shi Feng looked at the envelope, which had been opened. Lin Chien had obviously already read it, otherwise she wouldn't have handed it to class monitor Gao Fihao, since his name and class were only written inside the letter. Although Shi Feng was certain that He Tienyang had framed him, he had no evidence to prove it. Although He Tienyang was a piece of trash with no real skills, he was very good at these crooked ways and would not let anyone easily trace it back to him. In his past life, he used the pseudonym Seeking Truth from Facts to slander others, but he accidentally revealed his true identity. That's disgusting. It feels worse than swallowing 100 flies. It's one thing for He Tienyang to frame him for writing a love letter to Lin Chien, but to make matters worse, he wrote such obscene things in it, portraying him as a pervert. Chi Feng clenched his fists, but he couldn't rush to Lin Qianqian's class 3 and tell her that he didn't write the letter. That would probably only make things worse, and Lin Chien probably wouldn't see him anyway. After thinking it over, he finally let go. Let the misunderstanding be a misunderstanding. He and Lin Chien had no connection and would never have one again, since Lin Chien had dropped out of school. He remembered that in his past life, Lin Chien dropped out of school before graduating, and he didn't know what had happened. Otherwise, given Lin Qianqian's performance in school, coupled with her stunningly beautiful appearance, she should have become famous in the future, or at least not remained unknown. But why did she drop out of school? Chi Feng carefully recalled that Lin Chien dropped out of school in his previous life, which seemed to be the day after the love letter incident. But why did she drop out? Was it because he wrote her such a disgusting love letter, and she finally couldn't stand that there was a pervert at school who was making advances on her, so she dropped out to protect herself? Chi Feng didn't believe it. If that were true, Lin Chien would probably have dropped out of school long ago. She had received countless love letters during her year at school. If she would drop out just because of one love letter, she probably wouldn't have been able to stay at school any longer. Therefore, there must be a deeper reason. As Chi Feng pondered, he suddenly remembered a rumor he had heard in his previous life. It happened a year after Lin Chien dropped out of school. At that time, Chi Feng was in a daze because his daughter Xiaoyu had passed away. One day, he heard from his classmates that Lin Chien seemed to have been kidnapped and had not returned home all night. He didn't come home all night. What a terrible thing, especially since it happened to the young and beautiful Lin Chien. That night must have been the reason why Lin Chien dropped out of school. Although the love letter incident was brought forward by more than a month, the incident of not returning home for one night might not follow suit, but Chi Feng dared not gamble. He couldn't just watch a good girl wither away because of some desperate event. At least he has something to do tonight, and even if nothing happens in the end, he can at least live with his conscience. After school in the afternoon, Chi Feng didn't go home but stayed at school. He had already notified Yan Fei by phone that he had a party that evening and would probably be home a little late, asking her to take care of their daughter, Xiaoyu. Yan Fei also said that there was no problem, and even joked that she could take good care of Xiaoyu even if he didn't come home all night. Chi Feng smiled wryly, knowing that Yan Fei had misunderstood. She probably thought he had found a girlfriend, which was why she made that kind of joke. He's currently raising his daughter alone, so he doesn't have the time or inclination to find a girlfriend. Besides, given his current financial situation, finding a girlfriend would be harder than climbing to heaven. Chi Feng stayed at school to follow Lin Chien. The love letter incident happened a month earlier than expected, but he wasn't sure if the kidnapping incident would also happen earlier. So the safest thing to do was to follow Lin Chien tonight in case anything went wrong. For this reason, Chi Feng even went to the school stationery store to buy a utility knife, not to hurt others, but to put his mind at ease. Having a weapon in hand always makes him feel much more at ease. Because of Lin Qianqian's fame, the girls' dormitory building where she lived also became famous. There were usually many boys loitering downstairs, probably hoping to run into Lin Chien or other pretty girls. Chi Feng also became one of the boys who were lingering, but unlike the others, he hid in a small grove on the side, keeping an eye on the situation in front of the girls' dormitory building. He had just seen Lin Chien go into the building. Now all he had to do was keep an eye on the entrance. As soon as Lin Chien came out, he would continue to follow her. They waited until it got dark, and one by one the boys who had been lingering downstairs at the girls' dormitory left. Some went to eat, while others left because they simply couldn't wait any longer. Chi Feng was very patient, munching on a piece of bread he had bought from the school supermarket. He had considered leaving. After all, Lin Qianqian's kidnapping would happen more than a month later. But he dared not gamble. He would feel guilty if his carelessness led to something terrible happening to a good girl. Around 8 p.m., just as Chi Feng was about to lose his patience, he finally saw Lin Chien come out of the girls' dormitory building. Because there were lights at the entrance of the dormitory building, her appearance could be clearly seen. Unlike during the day, she changed into a short white dress, carried a small bag, and looked happy. Her beautiful face was full of enthusiasm. She walked briskly out of the dormitory building and headed straight for the school gate. Chi Feng emerged from the grove and immediately followed, but he dared not get too close for fear of being discovered. Fortunately, under the cover of night, as long as she didn't make a lot of noise or get too close, Lin Chien wouldn't notice that someone was behind her. As he got closer to the school gate, which was brightly lit, Chi Feng slowed his pace and prepared to move further away to avoid being discovered. Lin Chien continued walking briskly out, completely unaware that she was being followed. Chi Feng waited until she left the school gate before preparing to follow her. Suddenly, he stopped in his tracks, because he saw a furtive figure dart out from one side of the school gate and then chase after Lin Qianqian's back. Qi Feng was startled. He hadn't noticed the sneaky figure just now, and if he hadn't waited for Lin Chien to walk away, he probably would have been the one discovered, not the sneaky figure. The shadowy figure looked quite tall, but it shouldn't be someone he knew, because the person's back was unfamiliar and he had never seen them before. However, since they came from a school, they are very likely students at the school. Qi Feng secretly speculated as he followed. At the same time, he was relieved that he hadn't gone back tonight. Thankfully, he had done so, otherwise having a sneaky person following Lin Chien would have been terrifying. Could it be that a kidnapping is really going to happen tonight? Is it because the love letter incident was brought forward, that the kidnapping is also being brought forward? Qi Feng didn't understand the logical sequence of events, nor did he want to think about it. He only knew that ensuring Lin Qianqian's safety tonight was enough. Because of that sneaky figure in the middle, Qi Feng was even further away from Lin Chien. However, Lin Chien was wearing a white dress tonight, so even from a distance, she could still see his figure. Moreover, he doesn't necessarily have to follow Lin Chien, he can simply track that sneaky figure. The three of them kept a distance from each other and left the school grounds. Lin Chien was probably out shopping, aimlessly looking around. She found everything outside the school fascinating, like a bird that had just been released from its cage, wandering and looking around. She visited almost every roadside food stall, bustling supermarket, and shopping mall. Qi Feng missed her several times, but fortunately, her furtive figure was always right under his nose, so he wasn't afraid that Lin Chien would disappear. The furtive figure followed into the mall and was exposed to the lights. Qi Feng could vaguely see his profile. It was an unfamiliar face, but very young. He could be sure that he was a student at the school. Around 9 o'clock, Lin Chien was probably tired from walking around, or perhaps she was afraid of not being able to get back to her dormitory if she went back too late, so she finally prepared to go back. She didn't buy anything, just held a large cup of milk tea in her hand, drinking it as she walked towards the school. The furtive man followed her closely, while Qi Feng followed behind the man. Qi Feng didn't know if the sneaky man would kidnap Lin Chien, since the entire journey had been under bright lights, and even if he wanted to, he wouldn't have the chance. Seeing that they would arrive at the school soon, and that the man probably wouldn't have a chance to make a move, Qi Feng relaxed a little. Perhaps this was just one of Lin Qianqian's suitors, and his purpose was probably the same as his, to protect Lin Qianqian's safety. As Qi Feng thought this, there was a slightly dark road ahead. Because there were no shops around, it was located at the back of a building. There was also a small park and an abandoned factory nearby, so there were few people. Once you get past this road, you'll reach the school, and then Lin Chien will be completely safe. Suddenly, Qi Feng looked up sharply and saw that the furtive man in front of him had disappeared after turning a corner. Qi Feng dared not chase too closely because he could not see beyond the corner and was afraid of being discovered. A few seconds later, they caught up, but after turning the corner, they couldn't find the shadowy man. At the same time, they also lost sight of Lin Qianqian's white dress, which was very conspicuous in the night. What happened? Qi Feng broke out in a cold sweat. He quickened his pace and ran forward, but still couldn't find Lin Chien or the suspicious man. He looked further down the road to the school, but still couldn't see them. Something's happened. His heart skipped a beat, because with Lin Qianqian's speed, it was impossible for her to walk that fast, let alone so fast that he couldn't even see her. Where did they go? Qi Feng was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan. If something happened to Lin Chien while he was following her tonight, he would feel even more guilty. The road ahead was straight, and even though the lighting was dim, it was still easy to see to the end. Therefore, it could be determined that Lin Chien did not go ahead, but disappeared in the middle of this road. In the middle of the road? Qi Feng was startled. It was truly a case of being blind to one's own strength. He remembered that when he ran over, he passed through a dark alley, but it was filled with a lot of clutter. He subconsciously thought that no one could pass through there. Since Lin Chien wasn't found on the road ahead, and the road behind was the same one they had come from, and they hadn't encountered her there either, it meant that Lin Chien must have disappeared from that dark alley. With that thought in mind, Qi Feng immediately ran back. When he reached the dark alley, he didn't care whether he would get dirty or not and rushed in. There were many miscellaneous items lying in the middle of the alley, a mess on the ground, obviously knocked over by someone who had just passed by. Qi Feng became even more certain of his guess and continued running forward. He could vaguely see a glimmer of light ahead, and he knew he was almost at the end. Ha! Just as he was about to reach the alley entrance, he spotted a small bag on the roadside. He picked it up and saw that it was the bag Lin Chien had just slung over her shoulder. She had indeed passed by here. Judging from the bag falling to the ground, Lin Chien was probably being controlled by someone, and the bag fell there during her struggle. Qi Feng felt more confident. Judging from the timeline, Lin Chien hadn't been kidnapped for long. As he chased after her quickly, nothing unexpected should happen. As Chi Feng emerged from the alley, he looked up and saw a huge building not far ahead, but it was completely dark, like a beast crouching in the night. That must be the abandoned factory building nearby. Although there were no lights, the city lights in the distance made the surrounding environment vaguely visible. Chi Feng happened to see a dark figure dragging a white figure into the abandoned factory. He could faintly hear a woo-woo sound, which was probably made because the person's mouth was covered. Because Lin Chien was wearing a white dress, the white color was particularly noticeable in the night. Needless to say, that white figure was Lin Chien. Without hesitation, Chi Feng took off and chased after them. The ground was covered with fine sand that hadn't been removed yet, so running on it made little noise. Soon, Chi Feng followed him into the factory. Once inside the factory, he noticed light coming from one of the rooms, and faint sounds could be heard coming from it. Chi Feng quickly and quietly made his way over. Pan Jian, don't do anything reckless. Hee, what do you mean don't mess around? In this situation, do you expect me to restrain myself? A sly, chuckling voice rang out, presumably the furtive man who had been following Lin Chien earlier. If you dare to do anything reckless, I will definitely call the police and have you arrested. Lin Qianqian's voice was trying to sound calm, but it was filled with fear. Call the police to arrest me? Haha, do you really dare? See this? I bought a miniature camera. It will record everything we do. If you dare to call the police, I'll post it online. You don't want to become famous because of this, do you? Pan Jian's voice was still full of sneers. You, I will definitely call the police to arrest you. Lin Qianqian's voice was already trembling with sobs. I don't care. Go ahead and call the police if you want. At most, you'll only be in jail for a few years, but you will definitely become famous because of this. Your parents, your relatives, your friends, and classmates will all see what you look like. What will they think? Do you want your parents to be embarrassed along with you? Pan Jian chuckled. No, don't come any closer, go away, go away. Lin Chien screamed loudly, but unfortunately this place had long been abandoned, and no one would come at night, so even if she screamed until her throat was hoarse, it would be useless. Hee, go ahead and scream, no one will hear you anyway. Let me tell you, you better be sensible. I don't want to use violence, so cooperate with me and I'll be gentle with you, hee. Get away. Help, help. Shut up. There are only the two of us here. Shouting won't do any good. Just cooperate with me. Listening to the two talking, Chi Feng had already reached the door and quietly peeked inside. In one corner of the room, a piece of cardboard had been laid out, forcing Lin Chien into the corner. A tall man was holding a video camera with a light on it, which could clearly illuminate her. Although Lin Qianqian's skirt was dirty, her clothes were still intact. Chi Feng secretly breathed a sigh of relief. The worst hadn't happened yet. But at the same time, a surge of anger rose in his heart. This man named Pan Jian was probably the culprit who caused Lin Chien to drop out of school. He not only intended to harm Lin Chien, but also planned to film the acts to blackmail her and prevent her from reporting it to the police. Therefore, even though Lin Chien was harmed in her past life, she dared not speak out and ultimately had to silently drop out of school. Damn it, you beast, you scum. Seeing Pan Jian approaching Lin Chien, Chi Feng immediately stopped hesitating and rushed inside. The sudden footsteps startled Pan Jian, who was approaching Lin Chien. Just as he was about to turn around, Chi Feng was already close enough to him and swung his clenched fist at him fiercely. With a muffled thud, Pan Jian, who had just turned halfway around, was struck hard on the forehead and fell to the ground without a sound. Chi Feng was still somewhat restrained in his actions, not daring to use his full strength for fear of killing the person. Although he had landed a successful blow, he did not let his guard down. He pressed himself against Pan Jian and only breathed a heavy sigh of relief after confirming that the scumbag had indeed passed out. Lin Chien had already reacted by then. Pan Jian had been knocked to the ground, and the camera in his hand had fallen to the ground. The light was also pointing directly at her, so she couldn't see what had happened at all. She only vaguely knew that someone else had come, but she had no idea who it was, whether they were good or bad. She just squatted in the corner, not daring to make a sound. After a long while, no one spoke, and Lin Chien felt increasingly uneasy. Just then, a gentle voice rang out from the darkness. Hey, are you all right? The gentle voice reassured Lin Chien slightly, but she asked warily, Who are you? You don't need to know who I am. I've already knocked this guy out. You're safe. Chi Feng didn't reveal his identity. Lin Chien and he were from two different worlds. What would it matter if she knew who he was? He figured they wouldn't cross paths again after tonight, and he certainly wouldn't use his status as her benefactor to ask for anything in return. Then, can I leave now? Lin Chien was terrified and just wanted to leave this place as soon as possible, so she didn't care about anything else. Not yet. Chi Feng shook his head. Lin Chien was immediately frightened, thinking he was going to do something to her. she said in a tearful voice. You said I was safe. The implication was that he couldn't go back on his word and do anything to her again. Chi Feng found it somewhat amusing, suppressing his laughter as he said, "What I mean is, you should call the police first. If you don't put this guy in jail, do you want him to kidnap you again? Then, no one will be there to save you in time." Ah, Lin Chien finally realized what he meant. "But my phone is in my bag, and I lost my bag." "Take it." As soon as she finished speaking, a small white bag was thrown at her feet. Lin Qianqian's face lit up with joy. It was her bag. She quickly grabbed it, frantically pulled out her phone, and dialed the police. "Should we just wait here?" After making the call to the police, Lin Chien finally felt at ease. The police could give her the greatest sense of security, and since this person who came later dared to tell her to call the police, he shouldn't be a bad person. "You wait here, I'm leaving." Chi Feng didn't want to get involved in this matter. His goal was to save people, and once the people were saved, it was no longer his concern. You're leaving." Lin Chien was stunned. "Okay." Chi Feng nodded. "Anyway, the police will be here soon, and you're safe." What if he wakes up?" Lin Chien instinctively didn't want to stay alone. She would be scared. If someone was with her, she would feel much more at ease. "Do you have a rope?" Chi Feng was indeed worried that the unlucky guy who had been punched on the head by him would wake up after he left, which would be very disadvantageous for Lin Chien. What are you going to do?" Lin Chien was startled, clearly thinking of the worst-case scenario. Chi Feng was speechless. "What are you afraid of? It's not like we're tying you up, we're tying him up. That way, even if he wakes up, he won't be a threat to you." "Oh." Lin Chien realized what was happening, her face burning, but at the same time she felt that the guy who saved her had no gentlemanly manners and didn't care that she was a girl at all. He was a bit fierce. Chi Feng picked up the camera from the ground and began searching the room with the light on it. Because the light never shone on him, it was difficult for Lin Chien to see his face clearly. She could only barely make out that he was about the same height as Pan Ji-yun. Chi Feng searched around but couldn't find a rope. Instead, he found a bundle of electrical wire. He tugged at it and found it to be very sturdy. Then, in no time, he tied Pan Ji-yun's hands and legs together. Seeing that there was still some extra wire, he simply tied Pan Ji-yun up like a mummy. Even if Pan Ji-yun had superhuman strength and could take on 10 people at once, he wouldn't be able to break free from this mummy-like binding. "All right." Chi Feng clapped his hands and deliberately shone the light on Pan Ji-yun so that Lin Chien could see him clearly and put her mind at ease. Are you leaving?" Lin Chien realized he was leaving after he finished doing all that. "If I don't leave, am I supposed to stay and treat me to a late-night snack?" Chi Feng joked. He felt quite relieved to have rescued a girl from a predicament. Yes, I can treat you to a late-night snack to thank you for saving me," Lin Chien said quickly. If the other party hadn't saved her in time, she didn't dare to imagine what terrible things might have happened, so in her opinion, treating someone to a late-night snack was nothing at all. "No need," Chi Feng refused. At that moment, he could faintly hear the wailing of police sirens in the distance. He knew it was time to leave. "I'm leaving. Take care of yourself." Wait a minute, you haven't told me your name yet." Lin Chien suddenly became anxious. How could she not know the name of her savior? Otherwise, how could she repay him in the future? Why bother with past acquaintances when we've met? Let's just leave it at that. Chi Feng waved to her, turned, and left the room. Lin Chien hurriedly grabbed the camera from the ground and shone the light on it, trying to see his face clearly, but she only saw a back view, which was deeply imprinted in her eyes. "Thank you," Lin Chien murmured as she watched the figure disappear into the night. When Chi Feng got home, it was already past 10 o'clock. He rang the doorbell of 302. His daughter, Xiao Yu, was still awake, but she was so sleepy that she probably would have fallen asleep long ago if she hadn't insisted on waiting for her father to come home. Chi Feng took her back to 301, carried her to the bed, and she fell asleep shortly after. Chi Feng, however, was not sleepy at all. Looking at his daughter's pale face as she slept, he gritted his teeth and knew he had to make money faster, and a lot of money at that. Even if he received the 6,000 yuan reward from First Singer, it would only help stabilize his daughter's condition and would not cure her. A complete cure requires surgery, but surgery costs a lot of money, conservatively estimated at several 100,000 yuan, which is an astronomical sum for him right now. In his past life, he was helpless and could only watch his daughter die, but this life is different, he can make money. The fact that Wei Shuji, the deputy director of the department, wanted to buy my deskmate for 10,000 yuan disgusted him, but it also provided him with another way to make money quickly. He could sell the song. He hadn't thought of this before. It was his old way of thinking from his previous life that made him believe he could only make a lot of money by constantly advancing in The First Singer. However, advancing takes time. The First Singer only airs once a week, and each advancement only adds 6,000 yuan to the original reward, which is undoubtedly a drop in the bucket for the daughter's illness. Even if she finally wins the grand prize of 500,000 yuan, that will be more than a month later. Therefore, if we want to eradicate our daughter's illness as soon as possible and let her return to the life of a normal child, we must find other ways. Selling songs. Qi Feng couldn't help but think of his girlfriend. He had promised her the song after the next episode of The First Singer, but now, for the sake of his daughter, the time could be brought forward, so he would contact her tomorrow. The next morning, Qi Feng washed up early, prepared breakfast, served his daughter her meal, and then took it to Yan Fei's place before arriving at school. The atmosphere at school today was noticeably different from usual. He sensed it as soon as he entered the school gate, and the strangeness became even more apparent after entering the vocal music department. These past 2 days, he had been attracting attention due to the plagiarism scandal and his performance in the original poetry competition, yet surprisingly, very few people seemed to pay attention to him. The students gathered in small groups, seemingly discussing gossip that was even more interesting than him. Did you know? Lin Chien was kidnapped by Pan Jian from Class 5 last night. Pan Jian? That guy who's really good at basketball? That's him. He actually dared to kidnap Lin Chien, doesn't that mean? I know what you want to ask. Lin Chien is fine. It is said that someone rescued her in time. Lin Chien also called the police, and Pan Jian was arrested by the police. Pan Jian deserved it. He couldn't win Lin Qingqin's heart, so he dared to kidnap her. That's a crime. Kidnapping, attempted coercion, at least 5 years. I heard that the school leaders found out about this last night and are preparing to expel Pan Jian. The notice should be posted around noon. As Qi Feng walked down the corridor, he overheard several people whispering and finally understood why the vocal music department was in such a state of panic today. It turned out that it was because of Lin Qingqin's kidnapping last night. Lin Chien, as the most beautiful girl in the vocal music department, is a well-known figure even in the entire school. Many students from other departments are pursuing Lin Chien. Pan Jian's attempt to force himself on her after failing to win her over has definitely crossed people's bottom line. Qi Feng's lips curled slightly as he stepped into the classroom. Fortunately, he had saved Lin Chien last night, changing her fate, otherwise, she would probably have had to quietly drop out of school and fade away in obscurity. In the corridor, Lin Chien and her best friend Yan Kuiwa had just come out from around the corner. Chien, don't you really need to rest? Such a big thing happened yesterday, and you're coming to class today. Aren't you afraid? Compared to Lin Chien, Yan Kuiwa is much less attractive, but if she stood in front of an ordinary girl, she could be considered a beauty. What are you afraid of? Lin Chien asked back, her expression somewhat blank, as if she were lost in thought. Aren't you afraid of being gossiped about? Yan Kuiwa asked seriously. Lin Qingqin's looks were unmatched in the vocal music department, and her singing skills were also top-notch, making her the envy of many. As her best friend, Yan Kuiwa had heard many slanderous remarks about Lin Chien behind her back. Some people even said very malicious things, saying that Lin Chien was being kept by someone. Now that such a big incident had happened, she guessed that those jealous women would be gossiping again. What are you gossiping about? Lin Chien asked again, her expression still blank. Yan Kuiwa slapped her forehead, somewhat helplessly saying, Chien, can't you be serious? Didn't you listen carefully to what I said? Oh, I'm sorry, I was thinking about something. Lin Chien said somewhat embarrassedly. What are you thinking about? What happened last night is over. I know you were terrified. Just treat it as a nightmare. Pan Jian has been arrested. What else is there to think about? Yan Kuiwa thought she was thinking about what happened last night. After all, such a terrible experience could be a shadow that stays in a girl's heart for a lifetime. I wasn't thinking about Pan Jian, Lin Chien immediately corrected. She was indeed terrified by Pan Jian last night, but after returning, she wasn't as scared as others might imagine. Instead, the figure that had been deeply imprinted in her mind last night kept lingering, to the point that she had been thinking about who the other person was and why he had appeared there by such coincidence. Yes, of course you're not thinking about that bitch anymore. Yan Kuiwa nodded repeatedly and followed her words. Since you're not thinking about that bitch anymore, why don't you think about what we should eat for lunch? To comfort your wounded heart, Molly said she'd treat us to lunch. Think about it, where should we go for lunch? This time we should really take advantage of her. You can decide that, Lin Chien said. You're the main character, everyone listens to you now. You say where to go, and we'll go. Yan Kuiwa noticed that she was still a little absent-minded, so she stepped forward and grabbed her arm. Tell me, where do you want to go? Aren't you familiar with the area around the school? You must know where there are good restaurants. I don't know, I usually just wander around aimlessly. Lin Chien shook her head. She usually goes out shopping, but she doesn't have a fixed place. She just goes to milk tea shops or snack shops to buy some things to satisfy her cravings. How would she know there are any good food options? Speaking of this, Lin Chien, Yan Kuiwa's expression suddenly turned serious. From now on, you shouldn't go out at night. Even if you do go out, you can't go out alone. Look how dangerous it was last night. If someone hadn't happened to be passing by, you were really scary. Perhaps afraid that her best friend would recall the terrible experience last night, she didn't say anything more frightening. I know, I won't leave the school at night anymore. Lin Chien stuck out her tongue. That was indeed her plan. She used to be playful and couldn't resist the temptations outside, but after this lesson, she would never go out at night again, no matter what. Just like that guy said, if she encountered something like that again, no one would come to her rescue in time. Good to know, that's my good Lin Chien. Yan Kuiwa nodded with a smile. Come on, give me a kiss first. As she spoke, she pretended to kiss her, but Lin Chien quickly covered her mouth with her hand and turned her head to the side as much as possible. This glance, though seemingly insignificant, revealed a familiar figure from behind, prompting her to exclaim in surprise, what's wrong, Lin Chien? Yan Kuiwa asked curiously when she saw Lin Chien staring in one direction without moving. I think I saw someone I know. Lin Chien said this, then shook her head, indicating that she must have been mistaken. An acquaintance? Male or female? Yan Kuiwa followed her gaze, but saw that the corridor was full of people, and she didn't know which one she was referring to. I might have been mistaken, Lin Chien quickly said. Regarding being rescued last night, she had told others that a passerby had saved her, but she said it was too dark to see clearly who it was. She only remembered the person's back, without revealing that she had. I just saw a figure that looked a lot like him walk into class 1 from behind last night. But then I thought about it and realized it couldn't be him. Maybe I've been thinking about him since last night, and because I've been thinking about him so much, I mistook a similar looking figure for him. Judging from the voice he used last night, he must be a few years older than her, at least not a college student her age. He must have been working for several years. Moreover, if he really was a student from their school and had truly saved her, why wouldn't he even tell her his name? Lin Chien was quite confident in her appearance. If the person from last night was indeed a classmate, it would probably have been widely known by now. She shook her head and followed her best friend into the classroom. On the other side, Chi Feng walked into the classroom, unaware that Lin Chien had seen his back, and he wouldn't believe that Lin Chien could recognize the person who saved her last night just by looking at his back. However, everyone is talking about Lin Qianqian's gossip today, which allows him to relax a bit. At least everyone's attention is no longer on him. Sitting in his seat, before class started, Chi Feng took out his phone and sent a message to Lan Yan. Teacher Lan, the song is finished. When do you need it? Since Lan Yan was a judge on The First Singer, Chi Feng was used to calling her teacher, which was more appropriate than calling her Miss Lan. Since it was still early, Chi Feng didn't expect Lan Yan to reply to him promptly. He had a whole day to spare, so he wasn't in a hurry. Unexpectedly, just as this thought crossed his mind, his phone vibrated. It was his male friend replying to his message. The two of them were using their usual Facebook messaging app. You've already finished writing it? So fast? The man opposite her seemed very surprised. He had promised to give it to her after the recording of the next episode of The First Singer, which was only a week ago. She was already quite surprised. Now, less than a week had passed, and only 2 or 3 days had gone by. He actually said that he had already finished writing the song. Such speed obviously shocked her quite a bit. Yes, it's finished. Would you like to take a look? Chi Feng replied immediately. Now that you've finished writing, I'm really looking forward to it, Lan Yan replied. However, I don't have much time during the day because I have 2 gigs to attend. I only have time in the evening. How about I treat you to dinner tonight? Okay, see you tonight. Please give me an address, Chi Feng said. Let's go to I Do What I Want. It's not far from your school, and you can go there after school. Lan Yan suggested a place, a well-known restaurant near the school, which is considered mid to high-end. Although Chi Feng had never been there, he had heard of I Do Things My Own Way. After agreeing on a time, the two exchanged a few more pleasantries and then hung up the phone. After school in the afternoon, Chi Feng sent Yan Fifei a message, telling her that he might be late coming home. Yan Fifei seemed to have gotten used to it, or perhaps she genuinely believed that he was dating someone, so he didn't need to worry, and that it was fine even if Xiaoya slept with her at night. Chi Feng didn't offer any further explanation and went to the I Do What I Want restaurant alone. Lan Yan is a top-tier singer, a big star to ordinary people. She had already booked a private room at the restaurant. Chi Feng gave the room number and his surname, and was quickly led to the room by the waiter. Lan Yan hadn't arrived yet, but Chi Feng wasn't in a hurry. After all, Lan Yan was a big star with a lot of work to do, so he just had to wait. On the other side, Lan Yan was also on her way to do things her own way. She didn't come alone, she was accompanied by her agent, Mao Ryu, a woman in her 30s with an ordinary appearance but a strong-willed demeanor. It can be said that Mao Ryu played a significant role in Lan Yan's rise to become a top-tier singer. Mao Aryu originally ran her own small talent agency and was already somewhat well known, and it was during that time that she discovered Lan Yan. Later, under her management, Lan Yan's fame grew, and she no longer cared about the company's affairs. Just then, Mingchuang Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies, saw Lan Yan's potential and acquired it along with Mao Aryu's small agency. So Mao Aryu is currently working for Miniso and also serves as Lan Yan's exclusive agent. Xiao Lan, why did you suddenly stop singing all of a sudden without telling me? You didn't even tell me who the other person was. Is it that mysterious? Mao Aryu sat in the driver's seat. If there was no driver, she would act as Lan Yan's driver. Sister Aryu, we'll meet soon, be patient, no need to rush. Lan Yan chuckled. The reason she hadn't told her manager earlier was because Chi Feng wasn't famous. If she had told Mao Aryu earlier, she would have strongly objected and wouldn't have let her accept songs by such an unknown person. I'm not in a hurry, I'm just worried about you. Mao Aryu heard her laughing and didn't want to scold her. You know, you're at the peak of your career right now, the time to push forward. You absolutely can't accept songs randomly. One wrong move could ruin all your previous efforts. Sister Aryu, you're exaggerating. Lan Yan shook her head. This is no exaggeration. You've heard about Zhang Qingqing. She used to be on par with you in the industry, but then she sang a song by a newly debuted composer, and her popularity hasn't recovered since. She's far worse off than you now, Mao Aryu said seriously, giving this example. Don't worry, Sister Aryu, I have confidence in the other party. Lan Yan recalled Chi Feng's performance of Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart on the first singer stage, and she felt somewhat confident. Even if the song Chi Feng wrote in the end didn't meet her requirements, she could simply not sing it. She wasn't as stubborn as Zhang Qingqing, who risked her popularity to sing a song just to promote a newly debuted composer. She wasn't that foolish. It's good that you're confident, but couldn't you tell me first? That way I could be prepared. Even if you don't tell me who he is, you should at least tell me how famous he is in the industry, right? Mao Aryu compromised and decided to estimate who the person was based on his reputation in the industry. Sister Aryu, it's almost my turn to do whatever I want. You'll see me in about 10 minutes. Lan Yan was speechless. Couldn't they even wait that long? Forget it, I won't ask anymore. Mao Aryu was too lazy to think about it. But you have to promise me that you will follow my opinion later and not make decisions on your own. Yes, of course we'll follow your opinion, Sister Aryu, Lan Yan said, agreeing with her. That's good. Mao Aryu nodded. With her overseeing things, at least she could ensure that Lan Yan wouldn't do anything reckless. 10 minutes later, the car arrived at the I Do What I Want restaurant. Lan Yan and Mao Aryu got out of the car together and walked into the restaurant. The waiter, who was already waiting, came forward, confirmed their private room, and led them into the room. Chi Feng heard the commotion outside immediately and stood up. He saw the door being pushed open and 2 women walking in, led by a waiter. One was a male friend I had met before, dressed simply, but with an excellent figure and looks. The other woman was much older than my male friend, with an ordinary appearance, but her eyes were sharp, and she looked very strong and capable. Chi Feng noticed the other person as soon as they entered, because the other person stared intently at him, as if trying to see through him from the inside out. Chi Feng, you're here so early, Lan Yan greeted him first. Teacher Lan, I just arrived a short while ago, Chi Feng said politely. Teacher? This title made Mao Aryu, who was standing next to her, pause slightly. Usually, this kind of address is used in a specific context. Shouldn't the most common terms be Miss Lan or Miss Lan Yan? Come on, let me introduce you. This is my agent, Mao Aryu, Sister Aryu, and this is Chi Feng. Lan Yan introduced the 2 of them. Hello, Ms. Mao, Chi Feng greeted her politely. Mao Aryu nodded and said, hello, but she had already given up hope for this trip. She had never heard of Chi Feng before. At least the new composer who wrote the song for Zhang Qingqing was somewhat famous and highly regarded by many people. That was why Zhang Qingqing gave him face. But she had never heard of this Chi Feng before. He didn't look very old. Could he really write any good songs? Let's sit down and talk. Lan Yan, as the host, invited Chi Feng to sit down. Noticing that her manager was staring at him like a scanner, she knew what was going on and quickly tugged at Mao Aryu's clothes. Sister Aryu, please sit down too. Mao Aryu sat down, continuing to guess Chi Feng's identity. He seemed to be another new composer who had just debuted. She wondered how he had contacted Lan Yan. She was always wary of new composers. Zhang Qingqing was a negative example. She sang a song by the new composer and ended up falling from the top tier to the second tier. She still hadn't recovered. Sister Aryu, Chi Feng is a student at Kinhee Art Academy. Lan Yan was about to speak up for Chi Feng, but before she could finish, Mao Aryu frowned and interrupted her. A student? Hasn't he graduated yet? Although he hasn't graduated, Chi Feng not only writes great songs, but he's also an amazing singer, Lan Yan said. Oh, is that so? Although Lan Yan was praising her, Mao Aryu seemed indifferent. This man named Chi Feng looked only 4 or 5 years older than the average college student. Considering that he hadn't graduated yet, he probably had to take the college entrance exam countless times before finally getting in. Someone who had to take the college entrance exam for several years clearly had limited talent. What good songs could he possibly write? This was before she knew Chi Feng wasn't a composition major. If she had known he was a vocal major, she probably would have just grabbed her boyfriend and left. Chi Feng could sense Mao Aryu's undisguised contempt for him, but he wasn't very angry. Firstly, out of respect for his friend, and secondly, he knew that it was practically impossible for someone with no reputation to gain respect from others unless he proved himself with his abilities. "Teacher Lan, you flatter me too much. I'm not as good as you say," Chi Feng said humbly, expressing his gratitude for Lan Yan's praise. "Chi Feng, you're great in every way, except you're too modest." Lan Yan laughed. "Now that everyone's here, let's start ordering." "Chi Feng, don't be shy, just eat whatever you like." "Wait a minute, we can postpone the meal." "There's no rush, we can eat whenever we want." Mao Aryu took over the conversation and stopped Lan Yan with a look before he could speak. She looked at Chi Feng and said, "I heard from Xiao Lan that you invited her here because you helped her finish a piece of work. We'd like to take a look at it first." "Okay." Chi Feng understood the other party's concerns, although he was somewhat dissatisfied with this approach. "These are the lyrics, you can take a look." He took out a piece of paper that he had prepared beforehand, which contained the lyrics of the song he was going to give to Lan Yan. Mao Aryu responded, taking the lyrics from his hand. Lan Yan, who was standing next to her, quickly leaned over as well, and the two of them looked at them together. "A big fish." "Yes, that's the name of the song." Chi Feng nodded. Neither Mao Aryu nor Lan Yan spoke. They continued reading the lyrics. "The silent waves deeply engulf the night. It spreads across the corners of the sky's horizon. A large fish swam through the cracks of the dream. I gaze at your sleeping silhouette, watching the sea and sky merge into one, listening to the wind rise and the rain fall. Holding your hand, we disperse the vast expanse of misty waves. The fish's wings are already too vast. I loosen the ropes of time." Mao Aryu and Lan Yan are both professionals, though not in songwriter or composition, but both are in the music industry and have their own set of standards for appreciating lyrics. The lyrics of Big Fish are incredibly vivid, full of touching details, transitioning from grand scenes to delicate emotions, striking a chord like a poem. It can be said that these are lyrics that can touch people at first glance. Lan Yan immediately fell in love with it. Chi Feng did not disappoint her. The lyrics of this song were of the highest standard. Even Mao Aryu, who was initially skeptical of Chi Feng, had to admit that she was moved by such beautiful lyrics. But lyrics are just lyrics. Good lyrics need to be paired with good music and melody. Without the latter, then a song is just lyrics and cannot be considered a good song at all. "Chi Feng, the lyrics are so well written, I really like them," Lan Yan said with delight. "Ahem." Mao Aryu coughed lightly, interrupting her. The other party's purpose was to promote the song, and Lan Yan was acting so excitedly that it wouldn't be convenient to negotiate later. She had to interrupt, and then looked at Chi Feng with a serious expression and said, "Did you write these lyrics?" Chi Feng nodded. "What I mean is, did you complete this independently? Is the copyright entirely in your hands?" Mao Aryu asked again, wanting to clarify these points before proceeding with further negotiations. "Yes." Chi Feng replied patiently. "What about the music?" Mao Aryu was most concerned about the music. She was already satisfied with the lyrics, so now it was time to look at the music. Regarding the music, let me make this clear first, the lyrics are good, but if the melody isn't good, I'll ask a professional to recompose it. Mao Aryu interrupted him, her attitude very direct. Mainly, with Zhang Qingqing as a negative example, she absolutely didn't want her male friend to repeat the same mistake. Chi Feng frowned upon hearing this, suppressing his displeasure. "You can listen to the music first, I recorded a demo." After speaking, he took out his phone, which he had prepared in advance. It was a recording of himself singing. Although there was no background music, the a cappella effect was not bad. Chi Feng was very confident in his singing skills. Perhaps because of his rebirth, his singing skills were much better than in his previous life. He could also handle songs like Big Fish that required high-quality vocals smoothly. A demo? Mao Aryu frowned again. A demo usually refers to a short section of a song that showcases its timbre and sound quality, but she wanted to see the complete song. Lan Yan, on the other hand, didn't care and looked very interested. "Chi Feng, play it out and let's hear it." Chi Feng didn't say anything, and started playing the demo he had recorded. "The silent waves deeply engulf the night, spreading across the corners of the sky's horizon." The very first line, with its ethereal and melodious voice, immediately shocked Mao Aryu and Lan Yan. Lan Yan was especially shocked, staring at Chi Feng in disbelief. Although the voice had changed, and was sung in a neutral tone that was hard to distinguish from the real one, she was certain that it was Chi Feng's voice. She never expected that he could change his voice. Compared to the soaring spirit of chasing dreams with a pure heart back then, Chi Feng's voice now sounds like that of a completely different person, and more importantly, it is so melodious and natural, without a trace of worldly concerns. A large fish swam through the cracks of the dream. I gaze at your sleeping silhouette, watching the sea and sky merge into one, listening to the wind rise and the rain fall. Holding your hand, we disperse the vast expanse of misty waves. The fish's wings are already too vast. I loosen the ropes of time. The ethereal voice continued, a unique tone, a delicate singing style, from soft whispers and gentle narration to a far-reaching and passionate melody, rich in layers, yet ethereal and moving. Mao Aryu was completely captivated, and Lan Yan closed his eyes, immersing himself in the vividly evocative music. And then the climax arrived. I fear you will fly far away, I fear you will leave me. I'm even more afraid that you'll stay here forever. Every tear flows towards you, flowing backwards into the seabed of the sky. The climax of the song was the high notes. Mao Aryu stared wide-eyed, and Lan Yan also opened her eyes. They looked at Chi Feng as if he were a monster. Could Chi Feng really sing such high notes? However, this was not the end. The final part ended with Chi Feng's an extremely high note and an ethereal melody that gave Mao Aryu and Lan Yan goosebumps. It wasn't because it was unpleasant or scary, but because it was so shocking that it struck the depths of their souls. After the demo of the song ended, the two seemed to be in a trance, remaining silent for a long time. After a while, Mao Aryu came to her senses and stared intently at Chi Feng. The song is very good, I want it, name your price. This was definitely not something a shrewd and capable agent would say. Letting the other party name a price was tantamount to letting them ask for an exorbitant price. When Lan Yan said he liked it, she was worried about negotiating, but she couldn't care less about that now. The song was just too good, too moving, so much so that Mao Aryu lost her composure. She had to get this song. She had a feeling that this song could help Lan Yan reach a higher level, surpass the top tier, and ascend to the supreme crown. What price are you offering? Faced with Mao Aryu's determined spirit, Chi Feng could feel her eagerness. Clearly, after listening to the demo of Big Fish, the song had completely moved this manager who had just been ignoring him. I'm sorry, I've never sold song copyrights before, so I don't know much about this. Why don't you give me a price, Ms. Mao? Chi Feng shook his head. He did want to ask for a high price, but he wasn't so stupid as to think that he could just name a price and the other party would agree. He might as well listen to the other party's offer first. Mao Aryu hadn't expected him to pass the buck back to her. She glanced at her male friend beside her, then thought for a moment and said, here's a reference point for a new composer. The copyright for a song is generally between 5,000 and 20,000. Of course, a good song can even be worth over 50,000. Chi Feng frowned when he heard that even good songs were only priced above 50,000. He had a successful experience with the song Big Fish in his previous life, and he didn't think he could buy it for 50,000. Seemingly sensing his dissatisfaction with the number, Mao Aryu changed the subject, saying, however, your song has clearly exceeded the category of a good song, so it's definitely worth more than 50,000. Hearing this, Chi Feng's expression softened slightly. Then how much can you sell it for? This. Mao Aryu hesitated. After listening to the demo and adding the lyrics, she already had a rough idea of its value. But as a businesswoman, who would directly reveal their bottom line? At the same time, she was worried that if the price was too low, it would scare away Chi Feng and make Lan Yan miss out on this great song that could potentially challenge for the top spot. Chi Feng, I really like your songs. If you're really willing to give me the copyright, I can give you a buyout fee of 500,000 yuan, plus 5% of the song's subsequent revenue. Mao Aryu was still considering how to phrase it when Lan Yan couldn't help but blurt out an exorbitant demand. Xiao Lan. Mao Aryu was practically going crazy. Was this sabotaging her? She had clearly instructed that everything should be done in her best interest, and Lan Yan was being ridiculous, quoting a price that was already beyond what she had in mind. Chi Feng was both surprised and delighted. Teacher Lan, are you serious? Even if he was very optimistic about Big Fish, he knew that as a newcomer, it was impossible for him to sell the song for 500,000, not to mention the subsequent revenue sharing. 5% may not seem like much, but if the song sells well, it will definitely be no less than the cost of a buyout. Yes, I'm very serious. Lan Yan nodded. She loved this song so much, it felt like it was tailor-made for her. She was determined to win it. Since Xiao Lan has already set a price, I can't say anything. Chi Feng, what do you think of this price? Although Mao Aryu wanted to buy the song at a lower price, she was helpless because of Lan Yan, who was an undercover agent. If she lowered the price again, Chi Feng might just take the song and leave. No problem. Chi Feng immediately agreed. He already had a good impression of Lan Yan, who had helped him before and was now buying his song copyrights at a price higher than the market price. What could he possibly be dissatisfied with? 500,000 yuan was enough for his daughter's surgery. Just thinking about it made him incredibly excited. Okay, it's settled then. Although Mao Aryu was still a little resentful, the thought of acquiring a good song gave her hope that Lan Yan could reach a higher level, which offered some consolation. However, she made up her mind that she would never involve Lan Yan in future discussions about buying songs. That girl was a complete traitor. By the way, I'd like to know who sang the demo song? Mao Aryu asked, a hint of eagerness flashing in her eyes. The singer of the demo song was very talented. To be able to perfectly showcase a high-pitched song like that required exceptional skill. Didn't you recognize it, sister Aryu? Lan Yan asked with a smile. Because she was a singer herself and had heard Qi Feng sing on stage before, she recognized Qi Feng's voice immediately. What did you hear? Mao Aryu looked at her in confusion. She had never heard Qi Feng sing before. In fact, even if she had, she might not have been able to tell that the singer was Qi Feng. That's Qi Feng's voice. The demo was sung by Qi Feng. Lan Yan pointed to Qi Feng across from him. Mao Aryu was stunned for a moment, then looked at Qi Feng in disbelief. You sang it. Although she was not a singer, as a manager, she certainly had a discerning eye. When she heard the demo of the song just now, she secretly made a note of it. Such a talented singer would definitely become famous if she signed him, but she never thought that it was actually Qi Feng himself. Qi Feng nodded. Seeing his confirmation, Mao Aryu's gaze immediately turned fervent. Do you have a contract with a company? No. Qi Feng shook his head. Interested in signing me? Mao Aryu asked impatiently. In her eyes, Qi Feng was like an untapped treasure. Not only could he write good songs, but he could also sing them perfectly. He was undoubtedly someone worth betting on. I'm sorry, but I'm still a student and don't have any plans to sign a contract right now. Qi Feng immediately declined. Firstly, it was their first meeting, and he didn't know what kind of person Mao Aryu was. Although he had feelings for Lan Yan, she wasn't Mao Aryu herself. Secondly, ever since he realized that he didn't have to rely solely on singing, he wanted to have the greatest freedom, so he subtly resisted the idea of selling himself. Qi Feng, this doesn't conflict with your studies. You can still study even after signing the contract. In fact, during your studies, you'll not only receive a signing bonus, but you'll also have Lan Yan as your senior. You can ask her for help anytime if you don't understand anything. What do you think? Mao Aryu was still unwilling to give up. Qi Feng was such a treasure boy, it was as if he was made just for an agent like her. Back then, when she heard Lan Yan practicing singing in the park, she realized that Lan Yan was a treasure girl. Sure enough, signing her proved her original judgment. I'm sorry, but I still stand by my original idea. Qi Feng remained unmoved. In his previous life, if Mao Aryu had invited him like this, he would have agreed without even thinking. Before Mao Aryu could say anything more, Lan Yan spoke up first. Sister Aryu, since Qi Feng wants to prioritize his studies, let's not force him. Mao Aryu was so angry that she couldn't help but glare at her. This silly girl, she just ruined her own reputation, and now she's ruining it again. Can't she say a few good words for her? Can't she see Qi Feng's talent for singing? Let's eat first, I'm starving. Lan Yan chuckled and immediately changed the subject. Okay, let's eat first. Mao Aryu said helplessly. Lan Yan had been with her for so long, how could she not understand his character? Sometimes he was just too idealistic. In the entertainment industry, such a corrupting influence, she could still maintain her original intentions, which was truly rare. Of course, it was also because of her own protection, otherwise, she would have been devoured long ago, leaving not even bones behind. Lan Yan treated Qi Feng to a feast, ordering a huge amount of delicious food. Qi Feng's horizons were broadened, as many of the dishes on the table were things he had only seen before but never tasted. He grew up in an orphanage and completed his education up to high school through his own efforts. As for food, he didn't have to worry about it, he was content as long as he could fill his stomach. After Xiaoyu was born, he became even more reluctant to eat, saving all his money to buy nutritional supplements and formula for his daughter. So he only ever saw many things on his phone. Qi Feng, don't be shy, eat more. Lan Yan didn't know his background, but as the host, she hoped that he would feel at home. Qi Feng didn't stand on ceremony, but he didn't act like a starving ghost either. He just ate as usual. During the meal, Mao Aryu kept talking to him, always trying to persuade him to sign the contract, and her attitude was very enthusiastic. Compared to her disdain when they first met, she seemed like a completely different person. This made Qi Feng secretly amused, such was the nature of someone who was arrogant at first but obsequious later. In the end, however, Qi Feng did not agree to her request. Although Mao Aryu was disappointed, she did not treat him badly. After the meal, she gave him a business card and said that if he changed his mind, he could call her any time, as her phone was on 24 hours a day. After that, the two said goodbye and left. Before leaving, Chi Feng signed a temporary song copyright transfer agreement, transferring the song Big Fish to Lan Yan for a buyout fee of 500,000 yuan plus 5% of the subsequent revenue. It was Lan Yan herself, not her company, Mingchuang Entertainment. Because this song was acquired by Lan Yan himself, it didn't need to go through the company's channels. Moreover, since it was acquired privately by Lan Yan, the buyout fee didn't need to go through the company's accounts and could be quickly transferred to Chi Feng's account. This is what Chi Feng is most satisfied with. He knows the payment speed of many companies, and some even deliberately delay payment, so it may be several months before they receive the money. Selling it to her boyfriend was very simple. Mao Aryu agreed with him that as long as he handed over the registered copyright of the song and the complete lyrics and music to her tomorrow, and the two parties signed a formal agreement, the money would be transferred to him within 2 business days. Chi Feng was thrilled, but he managed to remain composed until he left "I do my own thing," at which point he jumped and shouted with excitement. The money for his daughter's surgery was finally available, and she could finally live like a normal child. When I got home, as usual, I went to knock on the door of 302 first. "Dad!" As always, Xiaoyu, the daughter, was the first to rush up to him. Chi Feng picked her up and exchanged a few pleasantries with Yan Fei before carrying his daughter back to 301. However, Yan Fei followed him and gently called out to him just as he was about to close the door, "Chi Feng." Chi Feng was taken aback. He looked at her standing outside the door, then at his daughter, and realized that she probably had something private to say to him. So he said to his daughter, "Xiao Yu, go to bed first. Daddy wants to say a few words to your Aunt Yan." Xiao Yu was very well behaved. She knew that her father was going to whisper with Aunt Yan. She was a good child and wouldn't eavesdrop. After she entered the door, Chi Feng gently closed it, turned to look at Yan Fei, and waited for her to explain her purpose. "Chi Feng, have you told Xiao Yu about your situation?" Yan Fei asked softly, peeking through the crack in the door at Xiao Yu climbing into the car. "My business." Chi Feng was puzzled. What business was it of his? Yan Fei thought he was pretending to be stupid and said directly, "Didn't you find a girlfriend outside? Didn't you tell Xiao Yu about this?" Chi Feng was immediately dumbfounded. "Sister Yan, I haven't found a girlfriend, there's no such thing at all." "No." Yan Fei looked at him suspiciously. "Then why have you been leaving early and coming home late these past 2 days, and always smiling so happily when you come back? Did you find a girlfriend?" "Sister Yan, I'm still raising my child, how can I have time to find a girlfriend?" Chi Feng smiled wryly. He really hadn't thought about finding a girlfriend. "So what have you been doing? You didn't go to work again, did you? Didn't you say that you've stopped working and are now focusing on participating in TV programs?" Yan Fei asked in turn. Seeing the inquisitive look on her face, and remembering how her daughter bothered her every day, Chi Feng decided to tell her the truth. "Well, recently I wrote a song and I've been busy selling it." As for the songwriter competition with others, Chi Feng was too lazy to talk about it. It didn't matter whether he mentioned it or not. "Selling songs?" Yan Fei frowned. "Yes, it's a song I wrote myself, to raise money for Xiaoyu's surgery," Chi Feng said. "How did the sales go? If it's not enough, I can." Yan Fei was about to continue when Chi Feng interrupted. "Sister Yan, the song has already sold. It's enough to pay for Xiaoyu's surgery. It's 500,000 in total." 500,000? Yan Fei's eyes widened. A song could sell for 500,000? No matter how you looked at it, it seemed like a lie. So she said seriously, "Chi Feng, you're not kidding, are you? A song can sell for 500,000? Sister Yan, I would never joke about Xiaoyu," Chi Feng said seriously. Hearing him say that, Yan Fei immediately stopped doubting him. Chi Feng valued his daughter more than anything else, so he would never lie about something like this. "So you really sold a song for 500,000? "Yes, 500,000 is the buyout fee, and there will be a 5% profit share afterwards," Chi Feng said. "Who did you sell it to? Do you know there are a lot of scammers these days?" Yan Fei became worried again. The price of 500,000 was too outrageous. Chi Feng said that he sold a song for 500,000. She believed what he said, but at the same time, she was afraid that he had been fooled by someone else. "Sister Yan, you can rest assured. The person who bought my song is Lan Yan. I just had dinner with her, and her manager was also there. The song copyright transfer agreement has already been signed. Tomorrow, once the copyright transfer is officially completed, I can receive the money." Chi Feng briefly explained the process of selling the song. "That's good." Yan Fei nodded with relief, then glanced through the crack in the door. "Xiaoyu can finally live a normal life. But Chi Feng, if you don't have enough money." "Sister Yan, 500,000 is enough. I asked the doctor, and he said it would only cost 300,000 to 400,000. Even if there are follow-up rehabilitation costs, I can still afford them." Chi Feng politely declined Yan Fei's help and sincerely thanked her. Also, Thank you for taking care of Xiaoyu all this time. Hey, there's no need to thank me. I really like Xiaoyu. If I had married earlier, my daughter would probably be this big by now." Yan Fifei laughed. Indeed, if Sister Yan had married earlier, her daughter could be Xiaoyu's best friend, Qi Feng joked. At this point, Yan Fifei hesitated for a moment before saying, "Qi Feng, there's something I'd like you to help me with." "What is it?" Seeing her slightly strange expression, Qi Feng secretly guessed what it was. "I recently met a guy online, right? He seems like a nice person. I've seen his picture, and he's good looking. He said he's coming to see me in a few days. What do you think about this?" Yan Fifei asked hesitantly. Qi Feng's heart skipped a beat. It's here. The scumbag who poisoned Yan Fifei in his past life and ultimately burned her to death has finally appeared. In her past life, Yan Fifei met that man online. His name was Ke Yanbing, a tall, handsome, and refined man who claimed to have graduated from one of the two most famous universities in the country, could write some poems, and was also romantic. After Yan Fifei met him, he began to pursue her intensely, sending her flowers and love poems as a matter of course. Coupled with his sweet talk, Yan Fifei fell for him. Although Yan Fifei is already 28 years old, a year older than Qi Feng, she has never been in a relationship. So, she was completely captivated by Ke Yanbing's sweet talk. But what she didn't know was that the man named Ke Yanbing wasn't after her as a person, but rather her house and her property. Yan Fifei's parents work abroad, leaving her a large house to look after. She lives in one of the houses herself and rents out the rest. The monthly rent alone is enough for her to live comfortably. The man somehow found out about Yan Fifei, or perhaps he cast a wide net and caught her. Unfortunately, Yan Fifei had no dating experience and was captivated by the perfect image he created, becoming his complete captive. Yan Fifei believed everything the man said, and under his coaxing, she even considered transferring the house to his name. In his previous life, Qi Feng was framed by He Tienyang because of the first singer. He was only able to get out of it with the encouragement of his daughter Xiaoyu. However, he did not pay enough attention to Yan Fifei. In addition, Yan Fifei already had a boyfriend. Out of consideration for avoiding suspicion, he rarely went to see Yan Fifei. He only left his daughter at her house when he went out, and it was through his daughter Xiaoyu that he realized that the man named Ke Yanbing was not as refined as he appeared. When Qi Feng found out that his daughter Xiaoyu was being beaten by that man at Yan Fifei's house, and a lot of her hair was pulled out, he was heartbroken. But Yan Fifei was his landlord, and he couldn't afford to pay rent in his previous life, so he kept quiet about it and didn't tell Yan Fifei. "I just won't dare leave my daughter at Yan Fifei's house anymore. If I can take her out, I will definitely keep her with me." Therefore, Qi Feng harbored hatred towards that man. Now that the man had delivered himself to his doorstep, he wouldn't hesitate to take revenge for his daughter as well. "Sister Yan, what do you think? Do you think that guy is pretty good and want to try dating him?" Qi Feng asked tentatively, looking at Yan Fifei, who seemed a little hesitant. He wanted to know what Yan Fifei thought of Ke Yanbing before they met. "No, it hasn't come to that. We just met online and got along really well. He's very witty and humorous. He was on a business trip to Kinhe City recently, so he thought he'd stop by to meet me." Yan Fifei quickly explained, seemingly not wanting him to misunderstand that she was such a casual person. "Then let's meet. They've come from afar as guests, so it's only right to entertain them." As Qi Feng said this, a cold glint flashed in his eyes. This time, he was going to expose Ke Yanbing's true colors, and if possible, even send Ke Yanbing straight to jail. In his past life, because of a major incident that resulted in people being burned to death, Ke Yanbing was eventually arrested and brought to justice, which also brought his past misdeeds to light. He was not a college graduate at all, but only had a junior high school diploma. However, he was very cunning and relied on his tall, handsome, and refined image to deceive many women. The women he deceived ranged from teenagers to women in their 40s and 50s, and all of them lost both their money and their hearts. But he was always very cautious in his actions, and he liked to take private photos, so the women who were cheated out of money and sex by him dared not speak out. As a result, he continued to have a smooth life for several years. If it weren't for the murder he committed in his past life, he probably would have continued to live a carefree life. "Then let's meet him." Yan Fifei felt relieved when she heard Qi Feng say that. She had indeed intended to meet that man, but she was still a little hesitant. Since Qi Feng had returned, she decided to ask him for advice. "But since it's just an online meeting, you don't know his background, so Sister Yan, I'll go with you when we meet," Qi Feng said. "Great. With you by my side, I feel much more at ease." Yan Fifei's eyes lit up. Although she had a good impression of the online friend she hadn't met in person, they had only chatted online. Just like Qi Feng said, she didn't know what kind of person the other person was. Having an acquaintance with her would make her feel much more at ease. But what about Xiaoyu? Yan Fifei suddenly thought that she and Qi Feng had both gone out. Should they leave Xiaoyu alone at home? Let's bring Xiaoyu along too, we can take her out for a nice meal. Qi Feng had already planned this out. Surgery wasn't something that could be done in a short time. Even if they raised enough money for the surgery, they would still need to make an appointment, which would probably be a week or two away. During this time, taking his daughter out for a few nice meals and spending time with her is also a father's responsibility. In his past life, as a father, he was negligent, he didn't spend enough time playing with his daughter, and he didn't even help her realize her biggest dream of seeing the sea in person. Okay, it's settled then. With her hesitation resolved, Yin Fei was in a good mood, and her tone became much lighter. Then you go in and keep Xiaoyu company. I'm going back to sleep. Okay. Qi Feng watched her enter 302, then turned and went back to his room. Dad, did Aunt Yen go back? As soon as he entered the room, Xiaoyu had already climbed onto the bed and was leaning against the headboard, looking at him curiously. Yes, she went back to sleep. Qi Feng nodded and leaned closer to the bed. How was it? What delicious food did Aunt Yen make for you tonight? Because he ate out for dinner and couldn't come back to cook for his daughter, she ate with Yin Fei. Given how much Yin Fei liked her, she must have made a big meal for her again. Aunt Yen made so many delicious things for me, including beef, shrimp, and eggs. Xiaoyu rattled off the list as if it were her most treasured possession. Qi Feng was secretly grateful. He would always remember Yin Fei's kindness. So when Kei Yanbing came to his door this time, he wanted to nip this person who posed the greatest threat to Yin Fei in the bud. Xiaoyu, Aunt Yan is taking us out for a nice meal in a few days. Do you want to come? Really? Xiaoyu's eyes immediately lit up, filled with anticipation. Of course it's true. Qi Feng laughed and gently pinched her little nose. He and his daughter accompanied Yin Fei to see Kei Yanbing, not only to act as a third wheel, but more importantly, because with him present, Kei Yanbing couldn't possibly deceive Yin Fei with his acting skills. For Qi Feng, who knew his background and had knowledge from his previous life, everything about the other party would be exposed. The next day, Qi Feng took his daughter to Yin Fei's house. He didn't go to school, instead, he went to the copyright bureau first. He registered the copyrights for the songs Big Fish, My Deskmate, and Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. He had previously registered the electronic copyrights for these songs online, but this time he was putting the physical copyrights on paper to facilitate buying and selling. Registering a song copyright is easy. As long as you provide relevant evidence and there are no similar songs or works online, you can complete the registration after paying a fee. After leaving the copyright bureau, he contacted Mao Ryu and Lan Yan. Once they arrived, they signed a formal paper copyright transfer agreement and then waited for the payment. Mao Ryu said the money would arrive within 2 days. After all, it was a large sum of money, and it needed to be reported and reviewed. It wasn't a private gift, it was a legal and compliant transaction. Qi Feng wasn't in a hurry, he could wait 2 days. After saying goodbye to Mao and Lan, Qi Feng arrived at the school. It was already past 10 o'clock. That's the good thing about being a college student, you have more freedom in class. Although art schools are stricter in their professional courses, it's not a big deal to skip a class or two occasionally. Qi Feng walked into the classroom, expecting to be ignored like yesterday. But today was different. Whether it was because he was late or something else, everyone's eyes were on him when he came in. He frowned inwardly. Was Lin Qianqian's gossip just going to pass like this? To his surprise, the gazes directed at him were not the usual gloating and disdain, but rather a hint of admiration. Only He Tienyang still wore a look of jealousy and resentment. Although it was hard to describe the admiration in those gazes, Qi Feng could sense that the looks directed at him weren't malicious. He secretly wondered what had happened to cause such a change in how people looked at him. After sitting down in his usual seat, a short while later, a thin boy with distinctive features walked over and plopped down next to him. Qi Feng knew the other person, his name was Yang Yuja, and he was the shortest boy in the class, probably less than 1.6 meters tall. Like Qi Feng, he was usually the one being bullied. However, Yang Yuja knew how to make jokes and flatter others, so he was more popular than Qi Feng in the class. Moreover, Yang Yuja was the only person in the class with whom he had a relatively good relationship, at least the two of them had never had a conflict. Qi Feng, Yang Yuja called his name. Qi Feng knew that Yang Yuja must have something to say to him when he came over and sat down, otherwise Yang Yuja would not have sat down. I've seen your song on Douban, it was amazing, it even made me cry, Yang Yuja said softly. Doniu? My song? Qi Feng was taken aback. He knew Doniu, it was one of the 2 most popular short video platforms. Although he had an account, he had never published any works on Doniu and only browsed it occasionally. Yes, the song you sang in the karaoke room, My Deskmate, Yang Yuja said. My Deskmate? Qi Feng frowned. How could My Deskmate be posted on Douban? He had only ever sung it in the karaoke room. When you competed with Zhang Sheng, someone recorded you singing and posted it online. Now, your song My Deskmate has become a hit on Douban and Woshao, and many streamers are singing your song, Yang Yuja said. I really didn't know that. Chi Feng didn't feel smug or angry about his song being infringed on because he heard this. For Doniu and Woshao, as two major short video platforms, to have his song become their hit song was undoubtedly a huge publicity boost, which could only benefit him. I guessed so. You never pay attention to these things, but now it's all over, and everyone knows the result of your match with Zhang Sheng that night, Yang Yuja continued. Chi Feng suddenly realized why everyone was looking at him differently today. It was probably because Zhang Sheng, the talented composer, had been defeated by him, reducing suspicion of plagiarism. Furthermore, the vocal music department had never been respected by the composition department, and his victory over them, in a way, gave the vocal music department a sense of satisfaction. By the way, you need to be careful of He Tienyang. Yang Yuja suddenly lowered his voice even further. What's wrong? Chi Feng's heart tightened upon hearing this. I saw He Tienyang and our department head Wei Shuji together in the corridor this morning. They were whispering to each other. I didn't dare to get too close, but I heard them mention your name, especially He Tienyang. He had a gritted teeth expression on his face, clearly saying bad things about you. Yang Yuja didn't know the specifics of the conflict between He Tienyang and him, nor did he know that he had offended Wei Shuji. He just assumed, based on his own imagination, that He Tienyang was spreading rumors about him to director Wei Shuji. Chi Feng, however, knew exactly what was going on. He Tienyang and Wei Shuji had colluded to deal with him, something he had anticipated. Thank you for telling me this, I will be careful. You're welcome. Yang Yuja didn't take credit, but said with some regret, it's a pity the footage is a bit blurry, and you can't see your face very clearly. Otherwise, you would have become a huge star just based on this. Chi Feng didn't care about this statement either. Although he wanted to be famous, this wasn't the kind of fame he wanted. He wanted people to know him honestly and openly, not just based on a catchy song. Then be careful, I'm leaving now. Yang Yuja didn't linger and quickly said goodbye and left. Chi Feng watched him walk away, still puzzled by his tip-off. After all, the two weren't exactly friends before, just that they hadn't had any conflicts. Yang Yuja's sudden show of goodwill towards him was something he couldn't quite understand. But Yang Yuja at least gave him a heads up, Wei Shuji's revenge was probably coming. He hadn't forgotten that he had offended Deputy Director Wei, and at the same time, he didn't dare to think too highly of him. Since the other party had an ambiguous relationship with the female student, he was clearly not a person who followed the rules, and perhaps he was waiting for an opportunity to take action against him unexpectedly. So instead of waiting anxiously for the other party to make a move, he decided to strike first, get photos of Deputy Director Wei and that class beauty, and then anonymously report them. Chi Feng originally planned to start his plans after participating in this episode of The First Singer, but now it seems he has to move them forward. He plans to follow Deputy Director Wei tonight to see if he will have a stroke of luck and get his photos first, but this meant he would have to leave his daughter with Yin Fei again, and he felt really bad about doing this for several days in a row. After having a dinner of steamed buns in the cafeteria, Chi Feng went to stake out the area outside the school's faculty and staff dormitory area. Deputy Director Wei lives there. He had specifically inquired about him and learned that Deputy Director Wei had a habit of going for a stroll after dinner, and he would often go for a long time before returning home. According to him, he was going to play chess with someone, but no one could find out exactly who he played against or where he played. Chi Feng keenly sensed that something was unusual here. Playing chess is not something shameful, so why did Deputy Director Wei never let anyone know where he was playing chess, since he said he was going to play chess? Chi Feng secretly guessed that perhaps playing chess was just a pretense, and that they were really doing something shady. As they waited expectantly, it grew completely dark, and Chi Feng finally saw Deputy Director Wei appear. He was dressed in ordinary home clothes, looking no different from the elderly people in the park, with a large belly, his hands behind his back, looking very relaxed. After he came out of the dormitory area and walked a distance away, Chi Feng quietly followed him. This wasn't the first time he'd followed someone, he'd followed Lin Chien before, so he was quite experienced this time, staying at a respectful distance. Deputy Director Wei did not leave the school immediately, but wandered around the campus. It is unclear whether he was genuinely digesting his meal or simply creating the illusion that he was taking a walk on campus. Chi Feng followed behind, showing great patience. In order to find something to hold against Deputy Director Wei, he had to be patient. After following him for about half an hour, Deputy Director Wei finally changed his route and gradually walked towards the school gate, occasionally stopping to check the time. Finally, Deputy Director Wei arrived at the school gate. He looked around first, then walked to a dark corner where the streetlights couldn't shine directly on him. He took something out of his pocket and put it on his head. At first, Chi Feng thought it was a hat, but when he came out of the dark corner, he realized it was a wig. Chi Feng vaguely realized something, and his mood became somewhat excited. Wei Shuji's purpose in wearing a wig is self-evident. Besides covering his bald head, it is more likely to conceal what he is doing that he is up to, and perhaps he will actually take some shady photos tonight. Chi Feng was even more excited, but he didn't dare to be careless and still followed Wei Shuji cautiously. Wei Shuji left the school and, like an ordinary person, merged into the crowd along Suofu Road on the left. If Chi Feng hadn't kept his attention focused on him, he would have almost lost track of him. It was clear that Wei Shuji was very methodical. Even though he was wearing a wig and his appearance had changed, he remained cautious, glancing back every now and then. This is because they're afraid of being followed. Chi Feng became even more certain that he wasn't going to play chess with someone, otherwise why would he need to wear a wig? Nor would he need to keep looking back as if he was afraid of being followed. After following them for about 10 minutes, they had already left Suofu Road and turned into a somewhat old-looking residential area. Chi Feng followed him inside. Fortunately, the old neighborhood didn't have strict security, otherwise he really wouldn't have been able to get in. After entering the residential area, Wei Shuji became less vigilant, perhaps because he was certain that no one was following him since he was being so cautious. So he quickened his pace and walked forward. After many twists and turns, we entered a 5-story building. Chi Feng was secretly anxious. The small building clearly housed many families, and many of their homes were brightly lit. It was dinner time, and he dared not chase after them, fearing he might be caught red-handed. But Wei Shuji had already gone in, and he was afraid that by the time he went in, Wei Shuji would have already entered another room, making it difficult to find him. Sure enough, after waiting for a while, Chi Feng entered the small building and Wei Shuji was nowhere to be seen. Needless to say, he must have gone into some room. This is troublesome. Chi Feng tried to calm himself down. From the outside, he could tell that there were at least a dozen households in the 5-story building. He had no idea which household Wei Shuji had entered. He didn't want to give up now, since he had already followed Wei Shuji to what might be his nest where he was having a secret rendezvous with someone else. Should we search house by house? Putting aside the fact that this is troublesome, the key issue is that it will alert Wei Shuji. Once Wei Shuji becomes aware of this, it's unlikely that any evidence will be found against him in the future. Chi Feng preferred to give up this opportunity rather than alert him. Since he already knew that Chi Feng's lair was here, he could just come back next time. After thinking it over, Chi Feng left the small building, but he was unwilling to leave just like that. He decided to wait for an opportunity outside. Perhaps the opportunity was slim, because given Wei Shuji's caution, finding something to do with him outside was like winning the lottery. But what if he got one? Although this neighborhood is old, it is lush with greenery and has many large trees. Not far from the small building, there is a tall sycamore tree with lush branches and leaves, and the streetlights can hardly reach the shade under the tree. Chi Feng stood under the shade of the tree, waiting for his chance. After waiting for about half an hour, someone came out of the building. When Chi Feng saw the person, he immediately perked up. 2 people came out. One was a man with a slick-back hairstyle and a large belly, who walked with a wobbly gait. The other was a woman wearing a baseball cap, who had a great figure, but the cap was pulled down so low that her face was completely obscured. However, the pot-bellied man was none other than Wei Shuji. Chi Feng had been following behind him and had personally witnessed him putting on a wig. Coupled with his very distinctive overweight body, he could be recognized at a glance. At this moment, the two walked out intimately. Chi Feng saw that Wei Shuji had one arm around the woman's waist, and the two were like lovers, laughing and whispering to each other. Chi Feng took out his phone and adjusted it to night mode, because this way there would be no fill light, making it easy to take photos discreetly. Besides taking photos, Chi Feng also recorded several videos, and he only stopped after Wei Shuji and the woman had walked away. I checked the photos I took. Since Wei Shuji and the woman were walking under a street lamp, I could clearly see Wei Shuji's appearance. Even though he was wearing a wig, I believe that people who know him well can easily recognize him. As for the woman whose face is not clearly visible, it does not hinder Chi Feng's plan. The effect is the same. He does not really want to take photos of Wei Shuji fighting with someone. He just wants to take photos of Wei Shuji being intimate with a woman. Wei Shuji has a wife and children. Anyone can see that the woman is definitely not his wife. And if she were his wife, would he need to be so secretive? Chi Feng had taken the photos he wanted, so he had no reason to follow Deputy Director Wei anymore. As for whether Deputy Director Wei and his mistress went shopping or went to another place to fight, that was none of his business. After checking the photos and videos several times and confirming that there were no clues or incriminating evidence he had left behind, Chi Feng decided to make a copy and deliver it to the principal's office first thing the next morning. Actually, he had considered using this incident to blackmail Wei Shuji into giving him the green light to change his major, but the idea was rejected as soon as it came to him. Because if Wei Shuji's affair is exposed later, my blackmail of him will definitely be implicated, and my reputation will be ruined, so I can't do that. Then, just find a suitable opportunity and put it in the complaint box outside the principal's office. Having finalized his plan, Chi Feng returned home. After putting his daughter to sleep, he took out his phone and started scrolling through short videos. Speaking of which, he hasn't watched short videos for a long time since participating in The First Singer. He has downloaded Doniu and Wowo on his phone, but he usually uses Donyu. Donyu registered the ID Lin, which was the name of the two most important people in his life. He never changed it and it stayed with him until his rebirth. I randomly opened Douban and saw a video of a singing blogger. The blogger's ID was Little Rabbit Doesn't Tease, and she was a cute little girl. The first melody she sang was one that Chi Feng recognized very well. Who will marry someone as sentimental as you? Who read your diary? Who put your long hair up? Who made your wedding dress? It's My Deskmate. Although he already knew that My Deskmate had become a hit song on the two major short video platforms, Donyu and Wowo, seeing it in person still made Chi Feng quite excited. Little Rabbit Doesn't Tease is a blogger with over 2 million followers on Douban, and is considered one of the best singers. She's usually the first to imitate or cover any popular song. While her singing skills aren't the best, her imitations and covers are always quite good, and coupled with her cute appearance, she's always been very popular with Douban users. Chi Feng had been following her for a while, not because of her looks, but because of her singing. Chi Feng himself was a vocal music major, and in terms of professional skills, Little Rabbit Doesn't Teasing couldn't even come close to him. But Little Rabbit Doesn't Joke has a natural talent for singing, firstly because of her good looks, and secondly because of her unique dolphin-like voice. As a result, she has gathered a large number of fans in just a few months after joining Donyu as a singing blogger. 2 million is definitely not a low number. Although it is almost incomparable to those bloggers who have tens of millions of followers, Chi Feng knows that in his previous life and in the next life, Little Rabbit Doesn't Tease also had tens of millions of followers, becoming one of the top singing bloggers in the pyramid. She later appeared on television, endorsed advertisements, and even filmed a web movie starring her, but it received too few views and was involved in a lawsuit scandal with the investors. No one knows what the future holds, but right now, Little Rabbit Doesn't Teasing is undoubtedly the fastest rising singing blogger. Every song she covers or imitates becomes a huge hit. The fact that My Deskmate caught her eye speaks volumes. Furthermore, the comments below the video are overwhelmingly positive. My Deskmate, the best graduation song. I almost cried when I heard it. I've seen the original video, it was sung by a man, and I really cried. That sounds great. Little Bunny's abilities never disappoint. She's beautiful and has a sweet voice. It's been a day on the loop. Can anyone tell me who composed this song, My Deskmate? Who cares who wrote it, as long as it sounds good? Chi Feng casually glanced at the comments section, then scrolled down and another singing blogger appeared, still using that familiar melody. Will you remember tomorrow? The diary you wrote yesterday. Will you still be thinking about it tomorrow? You, who used to cry the most. It was still My Deskmate, and the singing was just as good as Little Rabbit Doesn't Teasing. This blogger's ID was Shu Xiaoro, and she wasn't one of Chi Feng's followers. He knew this was a result pushed to him by big data, because he usually watched these kinds of singing bloggers the most when browsing short videos. Firstly, listening to music can help him relax. Secondly, he also wants to find his own shortcomings in technique. Although most of these singing bloggers have not received professional vocal training, their self-taught methods can occasionally inspire him and make up for his own deficiencies. Shu Xiaoro has more than 5 million fans, almost twice that of Xiao Tutu Doesn't Teasing. Her status is naturally higher than that of Xiao Tutu Doesn't Teasing. Like Xiao Tutu Doesn't Teasing, she is also in a period of rapid growth. It is not hard to predict that she will become one of the top singing bloggers in the pyramid sooner or later. But Chi Feng, from the future, knew that before his rebirth, Shu Xiaoro had already disappeared from Douban. Who could have imagined that such a popular singing blogger would be abandoned by all mainstream media in just 1 month? From a blogger with 5 million followers, she had fallen to the point of being ignored by everyone. Speaking of which, Shu Xiaoro is actually a local of Kinhe City. She usually likes to do live broadcasts outdoors and has a group of loyal outdoor fans. Whenever she goes to a place such as a park or square to do a live broadcast, this large group of fans will come to cheer her on. The reason she disappeared was precisely because of her fans. In his past life, Chi Feng had seen news reports and that tragic video. It was a live singing session of Shu Xiaoro. At the time, Shu Xiaoro was singing in a square in front of a shopping mall. She was surrounded by a group of fans. Because there were so many people, they almost blocked the entrance of the mall. Many people who wanted to go shopping in the mall naturally complained, and some with bad tempers even cursed at Shu Xiaoro. This angered her fans, leading to a conflict that ultimately escalated into a mass incident resulting in 3 deaths and 17 injuries. This unexpected disaster struck Shu Xiaoro, and since the authorities were trying to curb this unhealthy trend at the time, Shu Xiaoro was made an example of. Then, there were voices criticizing her all over the internet. Chi Feng sometimes thought that his current environment was still relatively good. At least those who said he plagiarized were only a group of online trolls or netizens who did not know the truth. It had not yet escalated to the point of being attacked by the entire internet. But Shu Xiaoro was different. She really suffered attacks and insults from the entire internet. It is said that she attempted suicide by cutting her wrists several times, but was fortunately rescued. However, she eventually disappeared from public view. Chi Feng remembers that the mass incident was called the September 28th incident because it happened on September 28th, which is only about 10 days ago. If he hadn't come across this video of Shu Xiaoro, he would have almost forgotten that such a major event had occurred. Now that he had been reborn, he felt he should at least do his part. He remembered that among the casualties were an innocent mother and daughter. The daughter was seriously injured, and the mother, trying to protect her daughter, succumbed to her injuries and died despite all efforts to save her. This should not happen. Chi Feng arrived at school early in the morning. Unlike him, who lived off campus, almost all the students lived on campus. After all, this was a university. To avoid being discovered, Chi Feng tried to avoid crowded places and quietly made his way to the vicinity of the principal's office. He came to report an anonymous tip. His original plan was to use a courier service, but that was not a safe option. First, it would easily expose him, and second, entrusting someone else with the task might lead to accidents. Therefore, it was undoubtedly much safer to do it himself. Fortunately, the administration building where the principal's office is located did not have security cameras installed. This was the most important thing. Chi Feng remembered that the person who submitted the anonymous whistleblower letter in his previous life was never found out in the end. Later, the principal took drastic measures and installed more than a dozen cameras inside and outside the administration building. But after that, no one sent anonymous letters anymore. After dropping the letter into the mailbox outside the principal's office, Chi Feng immediately left. Perhaps because he arrived early and didn't encounter anyone during his visit, he felt much more at ease, at least without worrying about exposing himself. The principal of Kinhe Art Academy is named Zhang Ziyi. He is only in his early 50s and is very ambitious as the principal of an art school. His lifelong dream is to bring Kinhe Art Academy into the ranks of the top universities in China. And these universities include not only art schools, but also all comprehensive universities. Of course, Kinhe Art Academy is one of the best art schools in the country, and one of the 4 major art schools in Xia Kingdom. However, it is undoubtedly very difficult to reach or surpass the level of those comprehensive universities. Every principal aimed to surpass comprehensive universities, but none succeeded. Although Kinhe Art Academy was famous throughout the country, in the eyes of those comprehensive universities, it was nothing more than a school that produced actors and singers. How could it be compared with them? Zhang Ziyi was indignant about this. We're all universities, so why are comprehensive universities considered superior? Is it because your college entrance exam scores are high every year that you look down on those with lower scores? You should know that art school students aren't bad at all. It's just that they have to balance arts and humanities subjects, so their humanities subjects are a bit weaker. If they specialized in humanities, they wouldn't necessarily be worse than students from comprehensive universities. However, Zhang Ziyi could only feel resentful in her heart, because even though the school had produced many celebrities and stars, it was still not as good as comprehensive universities in the big picture. Yesterday, I attended the university president's conference and was subjected to a lot of humiliation. Some presidents of comprehensive universities ganged up on me and made sarcastic remarks, telling me not to dream of catching up with them, but to think about how to save face in the upcoming University Culture Alliance competition and avoid ranking last again. The so-called University Cultural Alliance competition is a grand cultural event jointly organized by all universities across the country. Universities from all over the country will participate, and participants will be selected by each university to compete for the title of Alliance Leader in the University Alliance competition. The College Culture Alliance competition has been held for 16 sessions, and every year art colleges have been at the bottom. Kinhe Art College, in particular, has been in last place for 5 years now, which is Zhang Ziyi's deepest pain. Unfortunately, the school couldn't find any students with literary talent. Even if they did, their talent was either worn down or disappeared early because they had to focus on their artistic development. How could they possibly compete with those students from comprehensive universities? It makes me furious just thinking about it. After having breakfast, Zhang Ziyi arrived at school early. As he walked to the office door and opened it, about to go in, he suddenly caught sight of something out of the corner of his eye, and his steps faltered. He turned his head and saw a corner of what looked like an envelope peeking out from the principal's mailbox by the door. After thinking for a moment, he took out his key and opened the mailbox. Sure enough, he found a letter inside. He took the envelope out of the mailbox and found that there was no signature on it. It should be an anonymous letter of complaint. Zhang Ziyi frowned. He had received anonymous whistleblower letters before, but to be honest, they were really useless. Anonymous whistleblower letters usually lacked evidence. They were either fabricated by someone to attack their opponent, or they were just guesses. Usually, the whistleblowers did not dare to reveal themselves, perhaps because they were guilty, or perhaps because they were afraid of retaliation. Only reports made under one's real name will be taken seriously. In the past, when faced with anonymous reports, Zhang Ziyi would hand the report to his subordinates and let them verify it. There was no need for him, the principal, to personally handle such matters. But I was angry today, so I came early. Since I had nothing else to do, I figured I'd see who was reported. Once inside the office, Zhang Ziyi opened the envelope. Inside was not a letter, but a USB drive. USB flash drive? Zhang Ziyi was slightly taken aback, then his expression became more serious. USB flash drives are usually used to store data. Since the other party sent this thing, there might actually be something substantial inside. Zhang Ziyi plugged the USB drive into the computer, moved the mouse, and started watching. The USB drive didn't contain much, it only had a few photos and one video. The photo shows an intimate picture of a man and a woman, and the video also features the same man and woman. The man's appearance is clearly visible, but the woman's features are not clearly discernible. But that was enough. Zhang Ziyi recognized the pot-bellied man at a glance. He was none other than Wei Shuji, the deputy director of the vocal music department. Even though the man was wearing a wig, how could he not recognize him? Wei Shuji was a studious person who often came to his office, and he never came empty-handed. After a few visits, he remembered this rather sensible deputy director Wei. Looking at the woman next to him, although he couldn't see her face clearly, she was definitely not his wife. He had seen Wei Shuji's wife before. She was an older woman with a stout figure. How could she have such a good figure as the woman in the photo? Upon thinking of this, Zhang Ziyi's face immediately darkened. He never expected that Wei Shuji, who usually acted so honest and obedient, would actually do such a thing behind the scenes. The key was that he himself was not careful and someone took a picture of him and sent it to him. To deal with it or not? It will definitely be dealt with. Zhang Ziyi immediately set the tone. Wei Shuji was usually very sensible, that was only when he was dutiful and did not violate any rules. Now that the evidence had been gathered, if he didn't deal with it, the person who delivered the USB drive might send it to the superior department's mailbox. Whether for his own sake or for the sake of school spirit and discipline, Zhang Ziyi absolutely could not tolerate the existence of a black sheep like Wei Shuji. Having just been ridiculed by those university presidents last night, he was already furious, and Wei Shuji's arrival was the perfect outlet for his anger. Qi Feng submitted the anonymous tip-off letter and returned to the classroom, wondering when the principal would see it. He figured Wei Shuji would probably be taken away today. Qi Feng, Director Wei is looking for you. After finishing a professional class, He Tienyang swaggered over with an expression that said, "You're in for a world of trouble, kid." Deputy Director Wei Shuji? Qi Feng frowned. Old Wei was already in dire straits himself, yet he still had the leisure to cause trouble for him? But then he realized that the whistleblower letter probably hadn't even started yet, so Old Wei was still plotting something against him. Go quickly, don't keep Director Wei waiting, He Tienyang urged, his eyes full of schadenfreude. Shouldn't the class monitor usually be the one to notify us about this? Qi Feng tried to stall for time. He knew that Wei Shuji calling him over was definitely not a good thing. He might have already dug a pit for him to fall into. He wasn't that stupid. It would be best to drag it out until Lao Wei was taken away by the school's disciplinary committee. Why do you care so much? Can't Director Wei just tell me to give the order? He Tienyang said impatiently. He didn't know why Wei Shuji wanted to deal with Qi Feng, but the fact that Deputy Director Wei had extended an olive branch, asking him to join forces against Qi Feng, was exactly what he wanted. The two of them had already devised a vicious plan yesterday and were just waiting to put it into action today. Who knows if you're just using someone else's authority to bully me? Deputy Director Wei never actually asked you to come see me. You're just trying to trick me into going there to get yelled at, aren't you? Qi Feng decided to stall for time. Anyway, Wei Shuji was in trouble today, so it wouldn't matter if he didn't go. Qi Feng, what good would it do me to lie to you? It really is Director Wei who wants to see you. Upon hearing this, He Tienyang became a little anxious. Why wasn't this guy playing by the rules? He dared not go when the department head wanted to see him. How many guts did he have? I don't believe you. Qi Feng shook his head. Seeing He Tienyang's anxious expression, he knew he couldn't go. The two of them were definitely plotting something and waiting for him to fall into a trap. He Tienyang almost laughed out of anger. This was the first time he had ever seen someone who dared to ignore a summons from a department leader. It was practically courting death. Fine, you don't believe me? Then wait until Director Wei comes to you personally. You'll only be more unlucky then. Whatever, I'll just wait for him to come to me. Qi Feng was like a dead pig not afraid of boiling water. It was during class time, so Wei Shuji definitely wouldn't come to find him in person. Even if he did, he'd probably have to wait until after class in the morning, but he probably wouldn't wait that long. If the principal still hadn't seen the letter of complaint by then, he'd really be blind. To make the letter of complaint more conspicuous, Qi Feng deliberately showed a corner of the envelope, making it easy to spot. Qi Feng, are you really not going? Faced with Chi Feng's shameless behavior, He Tienyang's face darkened. If Chi Feng didn't go, the wicked plan would be useless. Why should I go? If I knew you were lying to me, wouldn't I be a fool to go? Chi Feng said disdainfully. I told you, it really is Director Wei who wants to see you. If you don't believe me, do you want me to call Director Wei and have him come to see you in person? He Tienyang suppressed his anger. Normally, students would have gone to the department head's place as soon as they heard their teacher summon them, let alone when the department head summoned them. Go ahead and hit me, Chi Feng shrugged indifferently. But I still don't believe it. Who knows if you hired someone to impersonate you? You, He Tienyang was so angry he wanted to bite her, but he didn't think much of it. He just assumed that Chi Feng was deliberately going against him. He gritted his teeth and said, fine, I'll call Director Wei right now. You can hear his voice for yourself and you'll know if it's true. After saying that, he gave a cold laugh, took out his phone, and made a call. Chi Feng frowned slightly. This was a bit of a problem. If He Tienyang really got through to Wei Shuji, should he continue to play dumb or actually go? However, perhaps Wei Shuji was busy or didn't notice the phone. He Tienyang couldn't get through. Just then, a short figure rushed into the classroom, shouting, it's terrible, instantly attracting the attention of everyone in the classroom. Yang Yuja, what are you yelling about? This is a classroom, not a place for you to run wild. Class monitor Gao Fihao stood up from his seat and fiercely reprimanded the short boy who was shouting. Normally, if Yang Yuja were reprimanded by the class monitor, he wouldn't dare say anything more. But he had just heard some big news, and now he couldn't care less about the class monitor's authority. Director Wei Shuji has been taken away by the school's disciplinary committee. I just saw it with my own eyes. Director Wei can't even walk properly, he had to be supported to walk. What? Director Wei has been taken away? What did Director Wei do wrong? Director Wei. Because the department head rarely took charge of anything, the vocal music department was supported by 2 deputy heads. Director Wei Shuji was well known among the students, and they were all shocked to hear that he had been taken away by the school's disciplinary committee. Yang Yuja, what exactly happened? Why was Director Wei taken away? Class monitor Gao Fihao ignored Yang Yuja's shouts. He was equally shocked by the incident, especially for a student like him who wanted to stay at the school and pursue an administrative career. He found it unbelievable. I don't know either. I just saw Director Wei being taken away. Yang Yuja shook his head. He just happened to witness it, so how could he know what exactly happened? The classroom erupted in noise, with everyone whispering and speculating about why Director Wei Shuji had been taken away. Chi Feng glanced at He Tienyang, who was staring blankly at his phone after hearing the news, and a slight smile appeared on his lips. He Tienyang, what did you just say? Director Wei Shuji is looking for me? He Tienyang was completely distraught, seemingly oblivious to what he was saying. He muttered to himself, how could this happen? How could this happen? He remembered seeing Director Wei just over 10 minutes ago, asking him to bring Chi Feng over. But how long had it been? Chi Feng hadn't been brought over, and Director Wei had been taken away instead. Did that mean their carefully laid plan was useless? He Tienyang, if you're really worried about Director Wei, why don't you find out why he was taken away? Chi Feng looked at He Tienyang with a relaxed expression, feeling completely relieved. With Wei Shuji in trouble, the obstacles to his transfer to another department were gone by more than half. He Tienyang finally snapped out of his schadenfreude and glared at Chi Feng, saying venomously, Chi Feng, you're lucky this time. You'll be in trouble sooner or later. Without Wei Shuji, he had to find another way. In short, he not only wanted to stop Chi Feng from changing departments, but also wanted to make sure he couldn't stay in the vocal music department either, preferably by being expelled from the school. Chi Feng was unconcerned by his threats. Apart from using alternate accounts to slander him and smear him on the campus forum, He Tienyang was a good-for-nothing and not worth mentioning. There's something more important right now. The next season of The First Singer starts in 2 days, which is the day after tomorrow. That will be the start of the national competition, and the finalists from the 4 major regions across the country will gather in Qinhe City. Chi Feng hadn't forgotten the bet he made with Judge Li Wanjia. He would sing a song no less impressive than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. He had already prepared the song and was just waiting to make a splash after the competition started. 2 days passed in a flash. On Saturday morning, Chi Feng dressed up specially, put on a suit, and headed to Qinhe TV station. Accompanying him were his daughters Xiaoyu and Yan Fifei. Yan Fifei said she had never been to a live stage before and wanted to experience it for herself. Chi Feng fully supports this. As a participant, he already has 2 family tickets, which can be used for 2 people. Usually, he only has his daughter, so the other ticket would be wasted. He couldn't be happier if Yan Fifei could come. He was always worried about his daughter sitting alone in the audience, but now that Yan Fifei is with him, he can perform more freely on stage. The aisle for the audience is different from that for the contestants. After parting ways with his daughter and Yan Fifei, Chi Feng went straight to the dressing room behind the stage. There are 4 lounges in total, divided into A, B, C, and D, and each lounge can accommodate 16 people. Chi Feng had already received his number and was assigned to rest room B, number 25. According to the order, he would be the 25th to perform. Coincidentally, He Tienyang was also assigned to the number 2 lounge, and his number was 30. As soon as Chi Feng entered, he saw He Tienyang, dressed in a white suit, who thought he was handsome and dazzling but was actually incredibly flashy. He Tienyang noticed him immediately, his face darkened, and he gave him a vicious look before pretending to talk to the people around him as if he hadn't seen him. Chi Feng pursed his lips and walked to an empty spot to rest. Just as he sat down, a figure sat down next to him. "Hello, Chi Feng." The gentle voice was very pleasant to listen to, and its unique tone made it unforgettable. Chi Feng looked up and saw that the other person was a girl in her early 20s with delicate features. Although she wasn't the type to be stunning at first glance, she was more and more pleasing to the eye the longer you looked at her. He recognized her. She was Fan Yingli, a contestant who had advanced on the same stage as him in the previous episode of The First Singer. Although they hadn't spoken much before, they knew each other's names. "Hello," Chi Feng replied politely. "The song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, is very beautiful. I've been listening to it on repeat these past few days," Fan Yingli said with a slight smile. "Thank you," Chi Feng said, expressing his gratitude. "Are you going to sing an original song this time too?" Fan Yingli asked. Chi Feng nodded. "Then I wish you success." Fan Yingli smiled again, then stood up and left. Chi Feng was slightly taken aback when Fan Yingli suddenly walked over. He thought something was wrong, but she just asked him if he was going to sing an original song and then left. He remembered saying in the last episode that he would come up with an original song that was no worse than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Fan Yingli was there at the time, so she shouldn't have needed to ask. Could it be that she didn't believe what he said on stage back then? The reason she came over just now was to confirm whether he really intended to do that? Perhaps that was her goal. Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart is already a song that stands at the pinnacle of its genre. How could it possibly be better than that, especially since it's an original work? Perhaps in everyone's eyes, it's just Chi Feng bragging or saying something in anger to Judge Li Wanjia. In that case, let's wait and see. After contestants numbered 1 to 16 in Lounge A finished their performances, it was Lounge B's turn. They started calling people from the 17th. Chi Feng silently counted in his mind, and finally, he heard the staff call his number. "Number 25, Chi Feng, please get ready, you're next." Chi Feng quickly stood up. Although he was confident, he still felt a little nervous, but more excited than nervous. He glanced in He Tienyang's direction, just as He Tienyang looked over. He Tienyang's gloomy eyes revealed jealousy and ruthlessness, and it was unclear what evil he was plotting. Chi Feng fearlessly went to meet him. Last time he participated in The First Singer, he never expected that He Tienyang would secretly plot against him and bribe the staff to tamper with his guitar. But this time he would not repeat the same mistake. He kept the guitar with him and never let it out of his sight. He Tienyang could not find an opportunity to make a move. "Alright, number 25, Chi Feng, you can go on stage now." Chi Feng picked up his guitar and left the lounge. Behind him, He Tienyang's resentful gaze lingered, while Fan Yingli looked on with curiosity, indifference, and a hint of expectation. Stepping onto the stage, with light shining down from above, Chi Feng was filled with excitement. His eyes searched the audience for his daughter and Yin Fei, but unfortunately, there were even more people in the audience this time than in the previous episode, so he couldn't see them for a while. After all, this was a national stage, and even the venue had changed, more than twice the size of the previous venue. Although he couldn't see the man, he did see a light stick, the only one held high in support of him from the sidelines. "Dad, keep going." Those were the words written by his daughter and then strung together with colored lights. They weren't as exquisite as the custom-made light boards of other contestants, but they were unique. In Chi Feng's eyes, they were the best light boards in the world. At the front of the stage, the judges were all in their places. In addition to the 5 judges from the previous episode, one more judge was added this time. The list includes renowned composer Ho Manyun, renowned lyricist and composer Huang Yu, top singer Lan Yan, top singer Yang Muji, and music producer Li Wanjia. The newly added member is also a music producer, but he is more famous than Li Wanjia. Shi Wenjuan, a woman in her 40s who still exudes charm, has produced over a dozen hit songs, making her an undisputed top music producer. Unlike Li Wanjia, who only has 2 or 3 hit songs. Chi Feng recognized the other person, but now was not the time for admiration. "I am Chi Feng, number 25, from the vocal music department of Kinhee Art Academy." "Wait a minute." Before he could finish speaking, Li Wanjia, one of the judges, interrupted him. "I remember you said that you would sing an original song this time that is no worse than your last song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Now that you are standing on the stage, can I assume that you are ready?" Li Wanjia wasn't saying this to speak up for Chi Feng. He was afraid the kid would change his mind or refuse to sing the original song. Even if Chi Feng did that, there was nothing he could do about it, since the show didn't stipulate that Chi Feng had to sing an original song. Although Chi Feng did say that on the previous stage, what if he was just bragging or talking nonsense? So Li Wanjie had to block Chi Feng's escape route first, forcing him to sing only original songs. He didn't believe that Chi Feng could really produce a song of the same level as Chasing Dreams. If he can't produce anything, or if what he does produce is just a terrible original song, then he has every reason to eliminate him on the spot. Teacher Li, you're right, I'm ready. On stage, Chi Feng knew what Li Wanjie was up to after a moment's thought. He definitely didn't believe that he could produce a song that could rival Chasing Dreams with a pure heart, so he was trying to trap him with words first. Then, please begin your performance. Li Wanjie smiled disdainfully. Even on the verge of death, you're still being stubborn. Let's see how you make a fool of yourself next. The judges from the previous episode, such as He Wenyuan and Lan Yan, were already used to the confrontation between the two. The newly added judge, Shi Wenjuan, was unaware of the details of the feud between Chi Feng and Li Wanjie, but she could sense the intense tension between them and guessed that this might be a confrontation specially arranged by the production team. Chi Feng gripped the microphone tightly, facing the expectant or disdainful faces below the stage, and loudly announced, "The song I'm going to sing is Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies." This is an inspirational song performed by the band Beyond in their previous life. It is also Beyond's most outstanding work, singing about all the hardships of life and Beyond's 10-year journey. Even in adversity, they still had an unyielding pursuit of their ideals. Even after 30 years, her charm remains undiminished. Today, this song has long transcended the realm of language and music, becoming a belief, faith, and power. Now, Chi Feng wants to showcase this song and let it bloom brilliantly in this world. Today, I watch the snow fall in the cold night. With a heart that has grown cold, I drift far away, chasing after them in the wind and rain, their shadows indistinguishable in the fog. The sky is vast and the sea is wide, and so are you and me. Can things change? Who hasn't changed? Countless times, facing cold stares and ridicule, I have never given up on my ideals. Chi Feng strummed his guitar, the deep and subdued melody and his slightly hoarse voice instantly silencing the entire audience. At that moment, everyone felt a pang of sadness. As the music and singing played, everyone's expression subtly changed. This song, composer He Wenyuan's expression gradually became serious. Although it was only the beginning, the song had already shown a power that made him feel uneasy. Songwriter Huang Yu is known as one of the 4 great talents in the music industry because he has written countless lyrics, including several hit songs. He also recognized the extraordinary nature of this song. Lan Yan and Yang Muji are both singers, and they have a deeper understanding of the song. The song, just from the beginning, already has the potential to rival Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Shi Wenjuan closed her eyes slightly. Today was her first time being invited to be a judge on The First Singer. She never expected to hear such a stunning song. Only Li Wanjie's expression changed drastically. Chi Feng actually produced a song that was no worse than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart? How could that be? No, it's just a good start. Maybe it'll turn rubbish in the middle. That must be it. He firmly believes that a song that can reach the pinnacle of Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart cannot be released casually. A moment of confusion, a feeling of loss. The love in my heart has faded without me realizing it. Who understands me? Forgive me for my untamed and free-spirited nature throughout my life. I'm also afraid that one day I'll fall down. Anyone can betray their ideals. Why would I be afraid of a day when it's just you and me? As the song reached its climax, Chi Feng's suppressed vocals from the earlier part finally erupted completely. In his past life, the death of his daughter was the greatest pain he ever experienced. He was extremely dejected. She even considered giving up on herself and going to find her daughter. But the daughter's former smile, and that words, "Daddy, you must take good care of yourself. Even if Xiaoyu is gone, you must take good care of yourself." He persevered, suppressing his painful longing for his daughter, and rallied his spirits. He wanted to fulfill her last wish. He couldn't bear to be blamed by her in the afterlife. The audience was completely captivated. The passionate singing was exhilarating. Although the first part was somewhat subdued, the climax in the second part conveyed a positive attitude towards life, a belief in upholding one's ideals, and a never-give-up attitude. The song's poignant moments, its message of freedom, its indomitable spirit, and its powerful, majestic force inspired everyone in the audience. Still free and true to myself, forever singing my song, travel thousands of miles. Forgive me for my untamed and free-spirited nature throughout my life. I'm also afraid that one day I'll fall down. Anyone can betray their ideals. Why would I be afraid that one day it will just be you and me? Chi Feng played the guitar with all his might and sang with great enthusiasm. The high-pitched voice, as if it had reached the top of a mountain, exploded without restraint. Some audience members clenched their fists tightly. Someone was biting their lip tightly. Many more people blushed. There has always been a time when everyone has fallen down. Who hasn't been looked down upon? Who hasn't been brutally beaten down by life? But so what? Hold fast to your ideals, get back up from the ground, and give those who once looked down on you a fierce counterattack. When you unleash your power, you'll see how immense it can be. This song resonated with most people and instantly captivated them. What a great song, it's so powerful. Here it comes again, just like the last time I listened to Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, it gave me goosebumps. Exhilarating, unbelievable. This is the most powerful song I've ever heard. If Chi Feng is accused of plagiarism, I'd rather cut off my head. The excitement and commotion in the audience also affected the judges on the judging panel. He Wenayuan's serious expression had vanished, replaced by joy and appreciation. He realized it was a good song as soon as he heard the beginning, and it certainly did not disappoint him. Huang Yu, who has long hair and wears a ponytail and looks very artistic, reached out and gently stroked his hair, something he only does when he is excited. Lan Yan and Yang Muji were both stunned by Chi Feng. Lan Yan was shocked but also secretly delighted because she got a song from Chi Feng. Yang Muji, on the other hand, regretted that he released his song a little too early. If he had waited until now to release the song and gotten Chi Feng's Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart and Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, it would have been enough to elevate his new album to a higher level. Shi Wenjuan's hands, which were under the table, were trembling slightly. She hadn't watched the previous episode of The First Singer because she was too busy with work, so she didn't know what song Chi Feng sang in the last episode. But if she were to produce Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, she could make the song resound throughout the entire Xia Kingdom instantly. Li Wanjia's face was ashen. Chi Feng's singing in the climax extinguished the last bit of hope in his heart. Why was the second half of his song still able to maintain the level of the first half, or even be better? That's impossible. Forgive me for my unruly and unrestrained love of freedom throughout my life. I'm also afraid that one day I'll fall down. Anyone can betray their ideals. Why would I be afraid of a day when it's just you and me? When the music ended, Chi Feng was still immersed in the emotions he had just released. He felt a raging fire burning and exploding in his chest. Offstage, countless people felt their scalps tingle, as if they had been struck heavily in the chest by 1,000 pounds of force. One person stood up, then 2 people stood up, then 3 people, one after another, and then all the audience members stood up. Thank you everyone. This song, Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, is dedicated to those of you who haven't completely given up on your dreams and still yearn for life. Thank you. Chi Feng, holding his guitar, bowed deeply and solemnly. Clap, clap, clap. A huge round of applause erupted from below, orderly and deafening, the sound seemingly capable of lifting the entire stage off the ground. Chi Feng suppressed his excitement, his face flushed. He had done it, he hadn't let the song down. Once the applause had completely subsided, it was time for the judges to give their comments and scores. First up was composer He Wenayuan, who looked at Chi Feng with admiration. I couldn't stop listening to Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, and my blood was boiling with excitement. As for Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, I felt 20 years younger, able to pursue my childhood dreams. Thank you, Chi Feng, for letting me hear another very, very good song. 10/10. As he spoke, He Wenayuan held up the scoreboard in his hand, which had a large 10 on it. Thank you, Chi Feng said, expressing his gratitude. Applause rang out from below at just the right moment. Next, lyricist and composer Huang Yu said, I won't comment on the lyrics and music of this song Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, but the applause from the audience speaks for itself. From the last time I heard Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, to this time with Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, Chi Feng, you have once again delivered a wonderful solo stage performance. 10/10. Another 10 points. Clap, clap, clap. The applause was still intense. Thank you. Then came the male friend, Brother Chi. Every time I see you, you surprise me. I don't have much to repay you with, so I'll give you 10 points. It's just a small token of my support. The witty remark drew laughter from the audience. Thank you, Sister Lan. Chi Feng replied jokingly. Lan Yan called him little brother, and he responded with big sister, which complemented each other perfectly. Ha ha ha. The laughter continued. What do you mean, big sister? I'm only 20 years old. Lan Yan glanced at him, feigning displeasure. Teacher Lan will always be 20 years old. Yang Muji chimed in, looking at Chi Feng on stage. My only regret now is that the album was released too early. I can't include 2 of Chi Feng's songs in my album. What a pity. 10 points. After expressing his regret, Yang Muji held up the scoreboard with 10 points in his hand. Clap, clap, clap. Another round of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. Thank you, Teacher Yang, Chi Feng said, expressing his gratitude. Next up was Shi Wenjuan, who had recovered from her earlier excitement. She praised, I'm also very sorry, but I regret not watching the last episode of The First Singer and missing what Teacher He and Teacher Huang were talking about, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. But I heard Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies with my own ears, and it's undoubtedly a very well-made song. Since it can be compared to it, I think Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart must also be a good song. I heard it was all original by Chi Feng. I have to say, that's really amazing. 10 points. Thank you, Teacher Shi. Chi Feng bowed deeply, and applause followed. With all 5 judges giving him full marks, Chi Feng's score reached 50 points, which is undoubtedly a high score for a perfect score of 60. Of the remaining cases, only Li Wanjie did not give a score. Many viewers couldn't help but look at Li Wanjie. Those who had been there in the previous episode remembered clearly that Li Wanjie and Chi Feng didn't get along, and Li Wanjie had given Chi Feng 0 points last time. This time, I'm afraid I won't get a high score either. Li Wanjie felt everyone's gaze. He coughed lightly, cursing inwardly, but outwardly he put on a serious and solemn face. The song Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies is very good. It expresses everyone's feelings. If it were someone else, like He Wen or teacher Huang Yu, I would definitely give it 10 points, because they are fully capable of creating such a song. But Chi Feng, I give it 0 points. Whoosh! With the score of 0, the audience below completely exploded. Although they had expected Li Wanjie to do something so outrageous, when they actually heard him give a score of 0, they were not only incredulous but also started cursing. A cover-up! A cover-up! Li Wanjie is definitely retaliating. Get lost, you lousy music producer, you can't stand to see others do well. Get down here, you're not qualified to be a judge. Although Li Wanjie did not directly say that Chi Feng plagiarized, his words had enough implications. But he accused someone of plagiarism last time, and now he's doing it again. Does he really think the audience is stupid? This is clearly targeting someone. What right does someone like this have to be a judge? He Wen, Huang Yu, Lan Yan, and Yang Muji frowned. They had all experienced the previous episode and knew about the personal grudge between Chi Feng and Li Wanjie, but they still didn't expect that Li Wanjie would be so shameless as to dare to use such a shameless trick during the national competition. Shi Wenjuan frowned even more deeply because she hadn't been there for the previous episode. Although she had sensed the tension between Li Wanjie and Chi Feng, she assumed it was arranged by the production team. However, Li Wanjie's 0 score made her realize that it couldn't possibly be arranged by the production team. Even if the production team is shameless, they wouldn't do something so outrageous. 0 points? Since the premiere of The First Singer, there has never been a contestant who received 0 points. No matter how badly a contestant sang, they would always receive a minimum score of 2 or 3 points as encouragement. The 0 score given by Li Wanjie was truly beyond Shi Wenjuan's expectations. Just because someone is young, does that mean they doubt that someone can create such a song? Is the subconscious implication that Chi Feng plagiarized, hence the 0 score? Why did I give it a 0? I believe many of you have already guessed. It's very simple. I suspect that this song wasn't originally written by Chi Feng either. Think about it, how could someone who has never studied composition or lyrics suddenly create a good song? No, 2 good songs. If you say there's nothing fishy going on, I simply don't believe it. Li Wanjie spoke eloquently, completely ignoring the audience's commotion. He was certain that Chi Feng's song was plagiarized, because this would not only allow him to blatantly suppress Chi Feng's score, but more importantly, it would also allow him to deal with the bet he made with Chi Feng in the previous episode. In the previous episode, he said that if Chi Feng could produce an original song that could rival Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, he would withdraw from the show The First Singer. This would be embarrassing, and he also couldn't bear to give up the appearance fee offered by the First Singer program. So as long as the song wasn't Chi Feng's original song, he would naturally have a reason to stay. As for others calling him shameless, he doesn't care at all. Anyway, those viewers can't do anything to him. Why should he refuse the benefits he can get? Teacher Li is still as presumptuous as ever. On stage, Chi Feng gently put down his guitar, picked up the microphone in front of him, took it off the microphone stand, and looked directly at Li Wanjie on the judges' panel. I remember saying last time that there is a kind of person in the world called a genius. It is obvious that Teacher Li cannot understand the existence of genius because it is indeed asking too much of him, who has ordinary talent. Furthermore, how did Teacher Li know that I haven't studied songwriter and composition? Could it be that Teacher Li has been having someone follow me, so he knows my every move? The undisguised sarcasm made the audience burst into laughter, while Li Wanjie had a gloomy face, exactly like his nephew He Tienyang, because they both showed this expression when they were in a state of impotent rage. Ha, how ridiculous. I've never seen anyone who thinks they're a genius like you. Who do you think you are? Even if you wrote those 2 songs, you're still far from being a genius. Li Wanjie was furious. As a judge, all the other contestants were trying their best to please him, but Chi Feng completely disregarded him. This was an utter disgrace. Teacher Li admitted that I wrote the song? Chi Feng immediately seized on the loophole in his words. I said even if, meaning suppose. You don't even understand that, yet you dare to say that you wrote those 2 songs, Li Wanjie immediately rebuked. Is Teacher Li so sure that I plagiarized? Chi Feng looked at him coldly. I didn't say you plagiarized. Li Wanjie quickly shook his head. He wouldn't give anyone grounds for criticism so easily. He knew that accusing someone of plagiarism without evidence was a recipe for disaster. I just have a suspicion, you understand? Unless you can provide evidence to prove that both songs are your original works. The copyright is mine, I've already registered it, isn't that enough? Xi Feng retorted. Copyright doesn't mean everything. You can buy it from someone, or obtain it through other means. In short, I don't believe that someone your age and your level of education could write a song like this. Li Wanjie truly took shamelessness to the extreme. Even with the copyright in hand, he refused to admit it. Even though Xi Feng was seething with hatred, he was helpless against Li's shamelessness. I remember there's a saying that goes, you can't wake someone who's pretending to be asleep. Teacher Li, I know very well why you're doing this. Last time, we made a bet that if I came up with a song that was no worse than Chasing Dreams, you would quit the show the first singer. Obviously, this is unacceptable to you, so you're desperately denying that it's my original work. Having his intentions exposed, Li Wanjie became somewhat embarrassed and angry. That's right, I did make a bet with you, but there was a condition, the song you put forward had to be your original work. Now you can't even prove that it's your original work, so what's the point of this bet? You've already wasted a lot of time. There are other contestants coming up. Please don't waste their time, time is very precious. Before Xi Feng could reply, Li Wanjie started urging him to leave. Xi Feng knew there was no point in staying on stage, so he took a deep look at Li Wanjie, picked up his guitar, and left the stage. Li Wanjie is a judge, so he can't do anything about him for the time being, but He Tienyang is a contestant like him, so there are more options to choose from. He remembered that although the first singer doesn't have a challenge round, it does have a mechanism that is usually not used because it only applies to contestants who have used a revival opportunity. Any contestant who is revived can advance to the next round. However, if a contestant chooses to directly challenge them in the next round, the revived contestant must accept the challenge, otherwise, they will be considered to have forfeited. He Tienyang entered the national competition through the revival opportunity, and Xi Feng had the option to directly PK with him. Usually, no one would be willing to do something that would offend both the contestants and the judges, but Xi Feng and He Tienyang were mortal enemies, and he was also mortal enemies with Li Wanjie. He didn't have to worry about anything like others. However, it depends on whether He Tienyang's final score is high enough to stay on stage. If he is eliminated because of a low score, then there is no need for me to take action. As Xi Feng pondered this, he returned to the number 2 lounge backstage. The player who replaced him, number 26, hurriedly ran out. Xi Feng glanced at He Tienyang in the room, and the other person looked back at him with the same gloomy expression. Because the dressing room is far from the stage, he couldn't hear or see what was happening on stage, so he was probably guessing what his score was. Xi Feng made a neck-cutting gesture at him, then sat down in his original seat. He Tienyang's expression became even more gloomy, and the resentment in his eyes seemed to want to pierce thousands of holes in him. Xi Feng smiled dismissively, preparing to take a good rest and wait for the final score announcement before going on stage again. Unexpectedly, a figure flashed over and sat down next to him, like a ghost. Xi Feng, how many points did you get? Fan Yingli sat down again, and she asked in a low voice, probably afraid of being overheard. Although Xi Feng wasn't very familiar with the other person, they had shared the stage for several episodes in the previous auditions, and it wasn't a secret, so he gestured with his palm to indicate the score. 50? Is that high? Fan Yingli knew perfectly well that he wasn't gesturing for 5 points. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief. There were 6 judges in the national competition, and 50 points meant that each judge had given an average of at least 8 points. With such a high score, I'm almost losing confidence. How could that be? Didn't you get 41 points last time? And every judge got more than 8 points. Xi Feng didn't know if she was telling the truth, but Fan Yingli's score last time was 41 points, and there were 5 judges then, which meant that every judge got more than 8 points. So he figured the next competition wouldn't be too bad either. Fan Yingli shook her head and said, that was the preliminary round, and the scoring criteria were more lenient. Now it's the national competition, which is supervised by audiences across the country, and the scoring is very strict. In last year's national competition, if each judge gave you a score of 7 or higher, you could easily advance. With 6 judges, each averaging 7 points, that's 42 points. 42 points is the passing score, which is almost the same as the passing score in the previous preliminary round, which was 40 points. But as Fan Yingli said, the standards for the preliminary round were more lenient, so high scores were common. I think as long as you perform normally, you'll have no problem advancing, Xi Feng encouraged her. Thank you for your kind words. Fan Yingli expressed her gratitude, while secretly pointing in He Tienyang's direction. When you went out just now, that kid said a lot of bad things about you, telling the people next to him that you have a history of plagiarism. I can guess. Xi Feng nodded, his gaze towards He Tienyang turning cold. Let him talk, he won't have a chance to say much more anyway. If He Tienyang's score can stay on the stage, he will definitely exercise his PK right. No matter what, he wants to make this round He Tienyang's last round. Chi Feng watched from the lounge as the contestants went out one by one and came back one by one. Some looked disappointed, while others looked excited. It was obvious what they meant. However, he only focused on two people, He Tienyang, number 30, and Fan Yingli, number 31. When He Tienyang returned, his face was filled with joy and excitement. Seeing this, Chi Feng knew what was going on. Fan Yingli looked somewhat uneasy, yet also a little expectant, perhaps caught between anxiety and uncertainty. The rest room and room B ends at number 32, followed by room C, starting at number 33 and ending at number 48. Room D consists of numbers 49 to 64. These are the top 64 in the country. By the time contestant number 64 finished singing, the whole morning had passed. Finally, the most exciting moment arrives, the scores are announced, and half of the contestants are eliminated. This is the most brutal moment, as the elimination rate is 50%. Of the 64 people, only 32 can advance. Of course, if a judge is willing to offer a chance to revive them, perhaps one or two more will be able to advance. Led by the staff, Chi Feng and the other contestants came to the stage. The stage was large enough that the 64 people stood in 4 rows, each row following the layout of the original rest area. The host walked onto the stage, microphone in hand, and delivered a passionate speech before getting down to business. After a morning of competition, the top 32 contestants for this round of The First Singer have finally been selected. Now, our judge, Ms. Shi Wenjuan, will announce the contestants' scores and the list of those who have advanced. Please welcome Ms. Shi. On the judges' panel, Shi Wenjuan stepped down, walked to the center of the stage, and took the microphone and list of contestants from the host. First of all, I would like to thank the First Singer program team for inviting me to participate in the program. I am very honored. Next, I will summarize the scores of the contestants. First place, number 51 Han Tao, 54 points. Second place, number 9 He Yanfei, 53 points. Third place, Zhou Zheng, number 43, 52 points. Fourth place, Wan Chungalong, number 16, 52 points. Note, the ranking of those with the same score does not represent the final ranking. Seventh place, number 25 Chi Feng, 50 points. When Chi Feng heard that his name was ranked 7th, he was somewhat surprised and shocked. His score of 50 was actually quite high, but he couldn't even make it into the top 3. It seems that one should not underestimate others. The first place score was 54 points, which means that each of the 6 judges gave an average of more than 9 points. To achieve this level in a cover song, the singer's singing skills are obviously exceptional. Of course, Chi Feng was somewhat regretful. If Li Wanjie hadn't given him 0 points, even if he had only given him half the score, he would have had 55 points, instantly ranking first. However, he knew this was impossible. Since he had already advanced, it didn't matter whether Li Wanjie gave him points or not. Fortunately, the final round wasn't entirely based on the judges' scores. The judges' scores only accounted for 1/5, and the remaining 4/5 depended on the votes of the audience and the 10 music professionals who served as vice judges. Otherwise, he wouldn't need to continue competing now, since he couldn't possibly win first place anyway. On stage, Shi Wenjuan continued reading the scores. 32 ND place, number 30 He Tienyang, 43 points. 32 people? Chi Feng's lips curled up slightly as he listened. It was right within the top 32. This ranking was really delicate. If the ranking had dropped by 1 place, he would have been eliminated. He was just right at 32nd place. Li Wanjie must have played a big role in this. 33rd place, number 27 Fan Yingli, 42 points. Fan Yingli was ranked 33rd, and her score was not the same as He Tienyang's, so according to the competition rules, she has been eliminated. Chi Feng glanced at Fan Yingli, who was standing not far away, and noticed that her eyes were already red and she was trying hard to hold back her tears. Clearly, upon hearing this ranking, she knew that she had been eliminated. 64th place, number 11 Lan Shixian, 29 points. The above is the ranking of this round of the competition. According to the competition rules, the top 32 can advance to the next round, and the bottom 32 are eliminated. However, the eliminated contestants should not be discouraged. The First Singer will not be held for just 1 season. You can come back next year. Now, let's give a round of applause to these contestants who are not going to the next round. Clap, clap, clap. After Shi Wenjuan finished reading, she clapped first. The contestants and the audience below the stage all applauded together. The eliminated contestants applauded while looking sad, and some emotional girls even sobbed. After the applause subsided, Shi Wenjuan continued, "Now, please have the contestants who are not eligible for the next round leave the stage." Wait a minute. A loud shout from the crowd interrupted Shi Wenjuan. Everyone on the stage immediately looked over. Chi Feng walked out from the crowd. He Tienyang, who was not far from him, looked at him like he was a fool. He probably thought that there was something wrong with him for suddenly interrupting the judges. Wasn't he just asking for trouble? I remember you, Chi Feng. do you have anything to say? Shi Wenjuan appreciated Qi Feng's songs, so she wasn't annoyed by being interrupted. On the contrary, she was somewhat expectant, waiting for him to continue. Qi Feng glanced at He Tienyang not far away and smiled slightly. Teacher Shi, I want to exercise my PK right. PK? The moment these words were uttered, the entire scene fell silent, as if a pause button had been suddenly pressed. Shi Wenjuan was taken aback, then realized that the first singer did indeed have a PK right, but the PK right could only be used against specific people. Unless a contestant used the judge's revival opportunity in the previous round, the PK right could not be activated. The audience members present also realized what was happening. Qi Feng was actually going to use the PK right? Some of the audience members who had attended the previous episode immediately made a connection and looked at He Tienyang on the stage, because in the previous episode, He Tienyang had been revived through the judge's revival opportunity. Viewers who missed the previous episode are speculating about which contestant Qi Feng will be competing against. The most excited person was Fan Yingli. She stared wide-eyed in disbelief at Qi Feng's face. The excitement stems from the fact that once the PK begins, the loser will inevitably be eliminated. This means that there will be one less contestant than the original 32, and the next contestant can take their place. For example, if she is ranked 33rd, she can be replaced by another contestant, becoming 32nd and qualifying for the next round. Moreover, she was already guaranteed to advance even before the competition results were announced, because one of the two competitors was bound to lose. She had originally been eliminated and was preparing to go home and try again next year, but who could have imagined that things would take such a dramatic turn and she would actually advance? To her, this was like a windfall. She never imagined that Qi Feng would exercise his PK right. He was originally ranked 7th and had already secured his place in the next round, but exercising his PK right would put him at risk of elimination. No one would be that foolish. But reality is so dreamlike. Qi Feng really used his PK right. Fan Yingli knew very well who his PK opponent was. She had competed against Qi Feng on the same stage in the previous episode. Other contestants also realized this, and some who ranked slightly lower than Fan Yingli secretly regretted it. If they had performed better on stage and moved up 1 or 2 places, they might be the ones who advanced now. The ones with the worst expressions were He Tienyang and Li Wanjie. When Qi Feng mentioned the PK opportunity, the former thought of himself because he had advanced in the previous round thanks to the judge's revival opportunity. In addition, Qi Feng was his mortal enemy, so it was obvious that he would be chosen as the PK opponent. Li Wanjie had the same thought, his face so gloomy it could drip water. Qi Feng was really going to keep this up. If he succeeded in the PK, then his nephew He Tienyang would be eliminated without even a chance to be resurrected, because he had already used that in the last round. Qi Feng, I believe you understand very well what the prerequisite for exercising the PK right is. If no contestant on site has been revived by the judges, then you cannot use the PK right. Shi Wenjuan admired Qi Feng, but the rules of the show cannot be broken. You can't just PK whoever you want. Teacher Shi, I am well aware of this, so please rest assured that my exercise of the PK right is reasonable and in accordance with the law, because in the previous preliminary round, He Tienyang, number 30, was revived by Judge Li Wanjie. Qi Feng said, pointing to He Tienyang, who was trying to shrink into the crowd. He Tienyang was immediately in a bind. He wanted to hide, but it would be awkward if he didn't. He was frozen in place for a moment. A murmur rippled through the audience. Some viewers who had attended the previous episode had already guessed who Qi Feng's opponent would be, and sure enough, they were right. Those who didn't attend the previous episode, or those who didn't watch TV, suddenly realized that there really was a contestant who was revived by the judges, and the judge who revived him was Li Wanjie. Li Wanjie just gave Qi Feng 0 points, which was seen by everyone in the audience. Now Qi Feng is going to PK with He Tienyang, which is obviously aimed at Li Wanjie. Because He Tienyang made Li Wanjie use up his precious resurrection opportunity, it can be seen that the two must have a very close relationship. Qi Feng was essentially pointing at Li Wanjie's face and saying, if you dare give me 0 points, then I'll eliminate the person you're trying to protect. Shi Wenjuan finally realized what was going on. No wonder Li Wanjie gave He Tienyang a perfect score of 10. She was wondering why Li Wanjie thought so highly of He Tienyang. It turned out that the two of them had a relationship. If it weren't for Li Wanjie giving him a perfect score, He Tienyang would have been eliminated directly. Qi Feng, are you sure you want to use your PK right? If you lose the PK, you will also be eliminated. Shi Wenjuan reminded him that PK is his right, but it is also a double-edged sword. If he loses, he will not be able to escape the fate of elimination. Confirmed. Qi Feng nodded. How could he possibly let this opportunity slip by? Then please tell me who you want to fight, Shi Wenjuan said. Number 30, He Tienyang, Qi Feng said loudly, pointing directly at He Tienyang. He Tienyang's face was ashen. Although he knew Qi Feng would choose him, being called out on his own face still made him feel humiliated. Now everyone knew he had advanced only because of the judge's revival. What made him even more nervous was that he was completely unprepared for the elimination round, and facing Chi Feng, his own competitor, he had no confidence whatsoever. Otherwise, he wouldn't have bribed a TV station staff member to sabotage Chi Feng's guitar during the auditions. Li Wanjie, sitting on the judging panel, also looked grim, but since Chi Feng was using the rules allowed by the first singer, he couldn't object. Since He Wenjuan knew that He Tienyang was related to Li Wanjie, she naturally didn't have a good impression of him. He Tienyang, do you accept Chi Feng's challenge? Accept. He Tienyang almost ground his teeth to powder. Did he dare not accept? The consequence of not accepting would be the same as forfeiting, and being directly eliminated from the competition. Very good, then I will give you 10 minutes to prepare. In 10 minutes, you will compete on the same stage. Shi Wenjuan nodded and announced. The competition rules are the same as before. Each person chooses a song and then takes turns singing on stage. Whoever gets the higher score wins, and the other person is eliminated. Chi Feng and He Tienyang were led back to the dressing room by staff to prepare, while the other contestants remained on stage, waiting to watch the two compete against each other. PK battles are rare on the first singer. After all, there are only two kinds of people who can get the judges to use their revival opportunities to advance. One is someone with connections to the judges, and the other is someone the judges favor. The former may not be very strong, but they have judges as their backers, so ordinary contestants should think twice before doing so, lest they offend the judges. The latter may not be a relative of the judges, but he must have some ability. Otherwise, the judges would not have bothered to use the revival opportunity to revive him. If they accidentally chose him as their opponent, they might lose and be eliminated. Therefore, exercising the right to compete is definitely a thankless task. 10 minutes later, the preparation time is over. The staff led Chi Feng and He Tienyang back to the stage, while the other contestants had already moved aside, giving up the central position. Judge Shi Wenjuan has returned to the judging panel, and the hosting duties have been handed over to host Ding Kai. Chi Feng, He Tienyang, I believe you are ready. So, have you decided who will sing first? Ding Kai asked. Him, they both exclaimed, pointing at each other. Ha! Ding Kai looked at the two of them in surprise. Didn't you two discuss this beforehand? If that's the case, then we'll have to play rock paper scissors. He Tienyang said indignantly. Chi Feng challenged me, shouldn't he sing first? Otherwise, this is too unfair. There is actually no rule about who sings first when using the PK right. It is usually resolved by rock paper scissors. Alright, then I'll sing first. Before the host could speak, Chi Feng spoke up first, while glancing contemptuously at He Tienyang. I was giving you a chance to sing first, otherwise I was afraid that after I finished singing, you would be in despair and wouldn't even be able to perform at your usual level, and you would only lose even more miserably. You're all talk, why don't you sing? He Tienyang didn't believe he was being so kind. Suddenly, as if he had thought of something, he said with a sinister look, I know why you did this. Earlier in the lounge, I saw you whispering with contestant number 27, Fan Yingli, and her ranking is right behind mine, 33rd. So you chose me as your opponent so that Fan Yingli could move up, right? These words caused an uproar in the audience. Was there such a complicated reason behind it? They thought that Chi Feng had chosen the person he had resurrected to compete against in order to get revenge on Judge Li Wanjie. For a moment, many people looked at Fan Yingli on the stage, their gazes becoming strange and inquisitive. She was indeed quite beautiful, and it was understandable that some men would be willing to do things for her. Fan Yingli blushed deeply under He Tienyang's gaze. He Tienyang's words made it seem as if she and Chi Feng had something going on. However, she and Chi Feng were only in the same dressing room because they were assigned to the same room, and she was curious about Chi Feng's performance of Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart in the previous episode, so she said a few words to him. Who would have thought that He Tienyang would bring this up? A petty person is a petty person, they will always judge others by their own petty standards. Chi Feng knew that explaining would only make things worse, so he decided to say nothing and looked at He Tienyang with a stern expression. Let's start now. As Teacher Li just said, time is very precious and we can't afford to waste any more time. I'll sing first. You may leave. In short, Chi Feng silenced He Tienyang, who was still trying to smear him. Even after Chi Feng said step back, He Tienyang instinctively took a step back. By the time he realized what was happening and tried to go back, it was too late. Chi Feng had already taken his place, microphone in hand, and loudly addressed the audience. The song Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies was a bit too heavy, so let's have a lighter song instead. I'm going to sing one of my original songs, Youth, which I dedicate to those who are temporarily in trouble. We should be like youths, burning like fire no matter how difficult things get, and never forgetting the original aspirations and enthusiasm we had when we first embarked on our journey. Another original song? With Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, and this song Youth, that makes a total of 3. Are original songs all this common now? Whether it was the audience, the judges, or the contestants remaining on stage, everyone was stunned to hear that Chi Feng was going to sing another original song. He had already sung 2 original songs before, and now he could sing another one? Did he have so many original songs? Did he sing them all for free? Why is it so difficult for others to get an original song, while Chi Feng can just throw them out like cabbages? He Tienyang glared at Chi Feng, filled with jealousy. He wondered where Chi Feng got so many original songs. He didn't believe Chi Feng wrote them himself. There must be some channel he didn't know about. God is truly blind. Why did such a good original song fall to that trash Chi Feng? Why wasn't it me? If it were me, I guarantee I would have performed even better than Chi Feng. He Tienyang knew better than anyone else present that Chi Feng had more than 3 original songs. There was also My Deskmate, which he performed in the school's singing room during a competition with Zhang Sheng. Li Wanjie was also in a precarious position. Chi Feng was going to sing another original song? Given that Chi Feng already had 2 classic original songs, he dared not hope that this new one would be a disappointment. Even if it wasn't as good as the previous 2, it probably wouldn't be too bad. This meant his nephew, He Tienyang, was in danger. If he was eliminated here, not only would he waste his chance to revive, but he would also lose the prize money. Wait a minute, I have something to say. Before Chi Feng could start singing, Li Wanjie suddenly spoke up. I wonder what Teacher Li wants to say. Host Ding Kai said with a smile. Chi Feng can't sing original songs. He has no way of proving that the song is his original work. Such behavior, which may infringe on other people's copyrights, is absolutely not something to be encouraged. Li Wanjie looked righteous and awe-inspiring, as if he was doing this entirely for the sake of the unknown songwriter. This is the funniest joke I've ever heard. Before the host could even speak, Chi Feng was already furious. I've already registered the copyright, so there's absolutely no issue of infringing on anyone else's copyright. If you're talking about copyright infringement. At this point, Chi Feng paused, pointing to the contestants around the stage. Ask everyone here if their songs have copyrights. Did they get permission from the copyright holders? This isn't Chi Feng making sweeping generalizations, he's just trying to point out that these contestants covering other people's songs is practically blatant copyright infringement. They've already registered the copyright, and yet they can't sing it even though the copyright belongs to them. It's utterly ridiculous. The contestants were naturally annoyed by Chi Feng's words, but Chi Feng was right. They were all singing other people's songs to participate in the competition, and since everyone does this, the copyright holders of the songs wouldn't specifically ask them for copyright fees. Li Wanjie was speechless when asked. Indeed, his objection was too weak. Even if Chi Feng didn't have copyright, his reason was too far-fetched. Teacher Li, next time you need to come up with a more suitable excuse. Don't treat everyone here like fools, Chi Feng retorted coldly. Li Wanjie was furious and blushed. If it were any other contestant, they wouldn't dare to talk to him like that. Weren't they afraid he would give them a 0? Chi Feng, on the contrary, wasn't afraid of that, because he could still get a high score even if he got a 0. This was the most frustrating thing for Li Wanjie. I think Teacher Li has no objections, so I'll begin. Chi Feng retorted to Li Wanjie again, holding the microphone and beginning to prepare. The room fell silent as everyone waited for his performance. Chi Feng's previous original songs have given everyone plenty of surprises, so everyone is really looking forward to them now. Woo 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 mo o o o mo o o o. A melodious tune hummed from his lips. There were no specific lyrics, but the pleasant melody made everyone who heard it light up. Just from this opening, you knew it wouldn't be bad. Next, the lyrics were officially released online. Change your life. Make yourself happy. Give up your obsession. The weather will then become nice. Every time I walk by, it was a rewarding experience. What are you waiting for? Make the right choice. In the past, let it go. The light-hearted melody and beautiful tune immediately captivated everyone present from the first note. On the judges' panel, He Yuan and Huang Yu closed their eyes and tapped out the rhythm with their hands. Lan Yan was full of surprise, while Yang Muji was lamenting that the new album was released too early. Shi Wenjuan was incredulous. Although she had only heard the beginning, she realized that this was probably another classic song. Only Li Wanjie and He Tienyang had gloomy expressions, showing no appreciation whatsoever. This was because they both recognized it as a good song, but for them, it was the worst possible news. As for the audience, their reactions were not as reserved as the judges. They spoke their minds freely. It sounds so good, so beautiful. Chi Feng's new song is definitely worth looking forward to. Another song I can listen to on repeat all night. How is Chi Feng so amazing? I love you, Chi Feng. Chi Feng was also immersed in his singing. While singing, he thought of his childhood life in the orphanage. It was a very difficult time. Even getting enough to eat was a luxury. I get up at 4 a.m. to go out and collect cardboard, aluminum cans, and mineral water bottles. I even have to fight with stray dogs for the initiative to rummage through the trash cans. Sometimes the pieces of paper I collect are stolen. That's why he studied so hard, even when he was hungry, just so he could rise above his social class and never have to live a life of hunger and hardship again. Youth is an inspirational song that touches the hearts of many ordinary people who strive for a better life. The lyrics resonate deeply with listeners, stirring their passion and igniting their inner passion. Woo-oh-oh. Woo-oh-oh. It's time for the soft humming in the middle again, which seems to foreshadow something, giving the feeling that something is about to explode. Just as the audience was filled with anticipation, Chi Feng's voice suddenly became high-pitched. I am still the same boy I used to be. Not a single thing has changed. Time will be the only test. The belief planted in my heart has not diminished in the slightest. The boy in front of me, it's still the same face. No matter how many difficulties we face, we will not back down. Say never, never give up. Like a fire. Chi Feng sang the lyrics of the climax almost in one breath, igniting the atmosphere of the audience. The line "I am still the same boy I used to be" was particularly moving, resonating strongly with everyone who heard it. Yes, no matter how tough life gets, who wasn't a boy once? No matter what happens in reality, no matter how bitter or tiring it is, just thinking that I am still that boy I used to be fills me with excitement. I'm still the same young Mia I always was. I'm still the same young Mia I always was. I am still the same young man, Mia, standing before you. I'm still the same young Mia I always was. After Chi Feng finished singing the last line, the venue fell silent. I am still the same boy I used to be, without the slightest change. This lyric, with its clean and crisp melody, strikes a chord deep within. Everyone has been young, everyone has come through youth, whether they are judges or audience members. For most people who are no longer young, youth is so precious and something to yearn for. Everyone has a youthful period and faces hardships and obstacles, but as long as we maintain an optimistic attitude and hold on to our original faith, whether we are in our prime or in our twilight years, whether we have smooth sailing or are in turmoil, we can move forward all the way. The song Youth not only expresses heartache, but also resilience, perseverance, composure, and anticipation for the future. It inevitably evokes memories of one's own youth, rekindling faith and boosting confidence. No matter what situation we are in now, we should maintain a youthful spirit and face the future with that spirit, believing that everything will get better. Clap, clap, clap. Several minutes later, a burst of enthusiastic applause erupted from the audience. It sounds so good. I was completely absorbed in listening. My mind was filled with the thought, I'm still the same boy I used to be. I have 2 songs to listen to on repeat tonight: Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, and Youth. With Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies preceding it and Youth following it, I dare say that Chi Feng is the strongest in this season of The First Singer, without a doubt. The audience below the stage freely expressed their excitement. It was such a great deal to be here tonight, as they got to hear 2 new songs, and both of them were so good. On the judges' panel, He Wenyuan and Huang Yu's admiration for Chi Feng went beyond mere appreciation. It was a sense of pride in watching a younger generation grow. Lan Yan, Yang Muji, and Shi Wenjuan also made no secret of their admiration for Chi Feng, as if they were looking at a vast treasure trove. Only Li Wanjia's face was terribly gloomy. Chi Feng's song Youth was no worse than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart and Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, and the lyrics were very positive and uplifting. There was absolutely nothing to criticize about it. Looking at the expressions of the other judges, Chi Feng knew they would definitely give high scores. Even if he still gave 0 points, there was a high chance that Chi Feng would eliminate his nephew He Tienyang. After the applause subsided, the host, Ding Kai, walked onto the stage, his face beaming with excitement. He looked at the audience and asked, "What do you all think? Was Chi Feng's song Youth good?" "That sounds great," came the unanimous response from below. "Since it sounds so good, let's give him a round of applause." Ding Kai could almost imagine that this episode of The First Singer would have explosive ratings again, because not only did it feature a PK competition that was almost impossible to see in the first national competition, but it also featured 2 new songs, each of which was a classic. Clap, clap, clap. The applause rang out again. Now, let's see how our judges evaluate Chi Feng's song Youth. Ding Kai gave up the right to speak. Composer Ho Manyun immediately said, "To be honest, the lyric 'I am still the same boy I used to be, without a single change' is the one I remember most clearly. It keeps going around in my mind. But if you carefully listen to the whole song, you will find that every lyric contains the creator's heartfelt feelings in its simplicity, expressing a young man's outlook on life. So my score is 10 points. After giving his comments, He Wenyuan held up the scoreboard high, which had a large number 10 on it. "Thank you, Teacher He." Despite having anticipated this, Chi Feng still expressed his gratitude. Songwriter Huang Yu chuckled, "Teacher He stole my lines, leaving me speechless. But I still want to say thank you. Chi Feng let me hear 2 great songs tonight, I must give him 10 points. Another scoreboard with the number 10 written on it. "Thank you," Chi Feng replied, expressing his gratitude as well. Next up was Lan Yan, who looked at Chi Feng on stage with a grin. "Little Chi, I won't say much more, look here. She held up the scoreboard and made a playful gesture, which made the audience burst into laughter. The scoreboard she was holding was also marked with 10. Then Yang Muji said with a regretful look, "Chi Feng, if I had met you sooner, I could have given you my entire new album. It's such a pity. I also give it a 10. Thank you," Chi Feng said. Gold medal music producer Shi Wenjuan did not hold back her praise for Chi Feng. "Chi Feng, in my opinion, your creative skills are very profound, comparable to those of established composers. I heard that you are not a composition student, but a vocal student. How about it? Are you interested in studying at Kinhee Music Academy? I can recommend you to study composition, which is the best composition major in the entire Xia Kingdom." "Thank you, Professor Shi, but I don't have any plans to transfer schools for the time being." Chi Feng politely declined. Kinhee Music Academy was indeed a cut above Kinhee Art Academy in terms of music, but he had no intention of moving. If he were to transfer departments, it would be within Kinhee Art Academy. Seeing his response, Shi Wenjuan didn't say anything more. Kinhee Music Academy was her alma mater, and although she wanted to bring Chi Feng in, she needed his consent. However, she ultimately gave him a perfect score of 10, the same as Lan Yan and the others. 0 points. Li Wanjie was more direct, holding up a scoreboard with the number 0, making no attempt to hide his intention to target Chi Feng. "My reason is the same as I said before, I still have reservations about the so-called original song." This meant that he still suspected the song was not Chi Feng's original work and was very likely plagiarized. A cover-up. Shameless. Shameless. Li Wanjie, get down here right now. You're not qualified to be a judge at all. The audience immediately erupted in commotion. Li Wanjie's blatant targeting was so obvious that he was making no attempt to hide it. Did he think everyone present was a fool? Even several judges, including Lan Yan, were disgusted by Li Wanjie's behavior. A judge who couldn't maintain a proper mindset was indeed not qualified to continue serving. However, since everyone is in the music industry, they still had to maintain a certain level of politeness towards each other, so although they were unhappy, they didn't say anything on the surface. Even Chi Feng is too lazy to pay attention to Li Wanjie now. Anyway, he has 50 points, which is definitely a rare high score. He doesn't believe that He Tienyang can sing at the level of 50 points. Thank you for your comments, judges. Next up is contestant number 30, He Tienyang. May we begin? Host Ding Kai took back control of the conversation and looked at He Tienyang, who was standing to the side with a grim expression. Okay. He Tienyang felt as uncomfortable as if he had eaten shit. Chi Feng's rendition of Youth made him realize that it was impossible for him to beat him, but he couldn't give up on stage. Giving up meant elimination, so he had no choice but to give it his all. What if he performed well or received some other help and suddenly defeated Chi Feng? "The song I'm going to sing is The Drunken Tornado," He Tienyang announced as he stepped onto the stage. This is a classic love song, the signature song of singer Zhou Haikeo. It is not difficult, so it is easy to learn. This is probably why He Tienyang chose it. Because 10 minutes of preparation time is too short, singing an easy song is undoubtedly the safest option without adding difficulties for himself. That night, I walked alone on the beach as the tide rose. Listening to the sound of the tide, He Tienyang sang the first few lines in a decent manner, at least it sounded somewhat respectable. However, the audience below was not satisfied. In addition, they already had a bad impression of He Tienyang, since he had advanced through back channels. Compared with Chi Feng's original song Youth, even though He Tienyang sang well, they still thought it was unpleasant to listen to. What kind of crap is that? It's awful. This is absolutely mind-numbing. How could such trash even make it to the national competition? Didn't you hear Chi Feng say that he advanced because of the judges? As expected of trash, he only advanced because he was revived by the judges. What kind of strength could he possibly have? He thinks he can compare to Chi Feng? Doesn't he know his own limitations? Stop singing, get down here right now. Get down here, get down here, get down here. I don't know who shouted it first, but soon enough, a unified chant of "get down here" rang out from the crowd. It was a shout from several thousand people, and it sounded incredibly powerful. He Tienyang on stage was immediately affected. He had never been targeted by so many people at the same time. He couldn't help but panic, and his singing began to become intermittent. He tried his best to calm down, but the audience below became even louder as his singing got worse and worse. He Tienyang became more and more flustered, which created a vicious cycle. In the end, not only did his singing become intermittent, but he even forgot the lyrics and it took him more than 30 seconds to continue. Haha, that's hilarious. If that's all, I could do it too. I've never seen such a terrible contestant, how dare he even step onto the stage. I don't know what his relationship is with Li Wanjie, but Li Wanjie actually gave him the precious chance to be resurrected. What other relationship could there be? It's a shady deal. Ha ha ha. The audience laughed without restraint. Not only was He Tienyang affected, but he also failed to perform at half his usual level. Even Li Wanjie on the judges' panel looked extremely ugly. However, there were several thousand audience members present, and even as a judge, he could not influence so many people at the same time. Shi Feng stood aside and watched the show. He Tienyang was being targeted by so many people, and his poor mental resilience caused him to sing worse and worse. It would be a miracle if he could get a high score in the end. Finally, He Tienyang managed to finish singing, albeit intermittently. He looked as if he had been pulled out of the water, his forehead covered in sweat and his face deathly pale. He probably knew that he couldn't get a high score and was destined to be eliminated. Alright, He Tienyang has finished singing. Now it's time for the judges to score. Host Ding Kai didn't care what He Tienyang was like, and since he didn't like him anyway, he immediately went on stage and said. The first comment came from composer He Wanayuan. The song Drunken Tornado is not difficult and easy to learn, but precisely because it is easy to learn, it is also very difficult to master. Zhou Haikao has a unique voice and has been immersed in songs for many years, so his unique singing style is hard to replicate. He Tienyang sang the beginning fairly well, but the end was not good, so I'll give him 3 points. As he spoke, he held up the scoreboard with the number 3. Upon seeing this, He Tienyang's face turned deathly pale once again. Next, lyricist and composer Huang Yu said, the biggest taboo in singing is not being able to concentrate. He Tienyang's singing skills are quite solid, but unfortunately his on-stage reaction was too disappointing. I also give him 3 points. Another big number 3 on the scoreboard. He Tienyang's face was deathly pale with a hint of blue. When it was Lan Yan's turn, she chuckled and said, I won't give any specific comments, just look at the audience's reaction. 2 points. The scoreboard she held up had a big 2 on it. He Tienyang trembled all over. This was the lowest score he could get. Usually, even if someone sang terribly, he would get 3 points as encouragement. 2 points had already broken the record for the lowest possible score. Yang Muji coughed lightly. He didn't speak, but simply raised the scoreboard in his hand. The number 3 was very conspicuous, making He Tienyang almost unable to open his eyes. 3 points. Shi Wenjuan was quite direct, holding up the scoreboard and saying. He Tienyang's face turned white then green then white again. At this moment, what he probably wanted to do most was to find a hole in the ground and crawl into it. Finally, Li Wanjie saw his nephew on stage looking helpless and on the verge of collapse. He said with a gloomy face, in my opinion, He Tienyang's performance was absolutely not bad. He was able to finish the song under the influence of thousands of people in the audience. This is something that not just anyone can do. Moreover, as everyone has seen, He Tienyang sang very well at the beginning, but his performance deteriorated due to the influence of the audience. I give him 5 points, not because he is only worth that many points. If he hadn't been influenced by the audience, he would have deserved 10 points. Li Wanjie probably knew that even if he gave He Tienyang 10 points, he couldn't turn the tide and it was impossible for He Tienyang to advance. So he simply gave him a middle score, neither too high nor too low. Firstly, to avoid being accused of favoritism, and secondly, to tell everyone that the reason He Tienyang performed so poorly was entirely due to the influence of the audience, and that he deserved sympathy. Unfortunately, not a single audience member supported Li Wanjie. When they saw that he had given a score of 5, they all started clamoring, accusing him of favoritism and shady dealings. Li Wanjie's face turned ashen, but he couldn't shut the audience up. He could only pretend to be serious and stop talking. The host then walked to the center of the stage and said, after the judges' scoring, I will now announce the scores of contestants Shi Feng and He Tienyang. Shi Feng's total score is 50 points, and He Tienyang's total score is 19 points. Therefore, I hereby announce that contestant Shi Feng has advanced, and contestant He Tienyang can only leave the stage. Boom! He Tienyang felt his mind reeling. Although he knew he would be eliminated after singing, hearing it with his own ears still felt like being struck by lightning. Then, his gaze towards Shi Feng was filled with resentment and venom. If looks could kill, he would have torn Shi Feng to pieces right now. It was because of this guy that he was eliminated. He was originally full of confidence to enter the national competition. With his uncle as a judge, he believed he could go further and debut through his performance on the national stage, becoming one of the students from Kin He Art Academy who debuted before graduating, enjoying the envious eyes of his younger schoolmates. However, Shi Feng exercised his PK right against him, causing all his hopes to vanish. Han Tao, number 51, He Yanfei, number 9, Zhou Zhang, number 43, Wan Chungalong, number 16, Shi Feng, number 25, Xie Qiao, number 7, Ji Feng, number 11, and Fan Yingli, number 27. These 32 contestants can advance to the next round. Because they are sorted by score from highest to lowest, the numbers sound a bit messy. Now, let's congratulate the contestants who have advanced to the top 32 and wish them even greater success. As the eliminated contestants walked off the stage one by one, looking dejected, host Ding Kai announced the end of the show, and the audience stood up to applaud and encourage the advancing contestants. Alright, that's all for this episode. See you next time. The recording ended there, and Chi Feng was eager to go out and meet up with his daughter in Yanfi Fei. However, after taking only a few steps, a figure flashed out from the side and blocked his way. Upon closer inspection, it turned out to be Fan Yingli. She said excitedly, "Chi Feng, thank you so much." She had come specifically to express her gratitude. If it weren't for Chi Feng, she would have been eliminated. "You're welcome. I was going to eliminate He Tienyang anyway." Chi Feng didn't want to take credit, because his purpose wasn't to help Fan Yingli in the first place. "No, I still want to thank you. If it weren't for you, I would already be home by now," Fan Yingli said sincerely. If Chi Feng hadn't defeated He Tienyang, she would be the one leaving the stage in dejection. It can be said that Chi Feng had done her a great service. "It's mainly because you're stronger. I heard that Li Wanjie gave He Tienyang a perfect score, which is why his score is higher than yours. If it weren't for Li Wanjie, He Tienyang wouldn't be a threat to you at all," Chi Feng said. Li Wanjie gave He Tienyang a perfect score of 10, but even so, he only scored 1 point more than Fan Yingli. If it were a different judge, He Tienyang's ranking would drop by at least 10 places, and Fan Yingli wouldn't need him to defeat He Tienyang to advance. "It's almost noon, how about I treat you to lunch?" Fan Yingli was grateful to Chi Feng for helping her, and also wanted to build a good relationship with him. Judging from Chi Feng's songwriter ability, it was very necessary to befriend such a talented songwriter. "I'm sorry, my daughter and her friends are waiting for me outside." Chi Feng was about to politely refuse when Fan Yingli interrupted him. "It's okay, I'll invite them to come too. Please give me this opportunity, I just want to thank you." Fan Yingli wasn't surprised when he mentioned having a daughter. It wasn't the first time she had competed against Chi Feng on the same stage, and she had occasionally seen him and his daughter at the TV station. It was already an open secret, and she believed that everyone who participated in the audition with Chi Feng knew this. "Well, alright." Chi Feng ultimately didn't refuse. He knew that even if he didn't eliminate He Tienyang specifically for her sake, the established fact had indeed helped her, and he probably would have done the same in her shoes. So the two walked together and came to the corridor. Chi Feng was about to take Fan Yingli to find his daughter Xiao Yu and Yanfi Fei when suddenly someone rushed up and blocked his way. Unlike Fan Yingli, the newcomer was not polite at all. Instead, she glared at him with bloodshot eyes and said hatefully, "Chi Feng, don't be so smug. Being eliminated doesn't mean you can keep going. Just you wait and see, the next episode will be your end. You definitely won't make it through." Who else but He Tienyang could harbor such deep hatred for him? Chi Feng narrowed his eyes coldly. "He Tienyang, it's useless to talk tough to me. You've already left the stage and pose no threat to me whatsoever. Just because I can't do it doesn't mean others can't." He Tienyang's hatred for Chi Feng was like a raging torrent. If it weren't for Chi Feng, he could have gone further on The First Singer and even made his debut. Now everything is ruined, all because of Chi Feng. "Are you referring to your uncle who's a judge?" Chi Feng sneered. He Tienyang's only reliance was on his uncle, Li Wanjie. Upon hearing this, He Tienyang's expression changed. He had never told anyone that Li Wanjie was his uncle. How did Chi Feng know? "I don't understand what you're talking about." Suppressing his shock, He Tienyang quickly denied it. Although the program did not explicitly state that having relatives as judges disqualifies one from being a contestant, it was a common practice, and the program team would try their best to avoid it even if there was no rule against it. "Stop playing dumb. Do you think denying it will do any good? A little investigation will make everything clear." Chi Feng knew why He Tienyang was denying it. After all, this life was different from the last. In the last life, he was eliminated, and even if He Tienyang told him the truth, he couldn't do anything about it. But since he'll remain on the stage for the rest of his life, He Tienyang has to be careful. He doesn't want anyone to know about his relationship with Li Wanjie. Although everyone guessed that Li Wanjie had a close relationship with him because Li Wanjie resurrected him, the idea that they were uncles is something no one could imagine. Fan Yingli, who was standing to the side, was also shocked. She never expected that there was such a big secret. She could guess who He Tienyang's uncle was even without being told. Whoever was most hostile to Chi Feng on stage was He Tienyang's uncle. However, it was precisely because of this that she was so surprised. She couldn't help but ask Chi Feng in a low voice, "Is Teacher Li really his uncle?" "Hey, Fan Yingli, what nonsense are you spouting?" Before Chi Feng could even speak, He Tienyang immediately scolded him. Seeing Fan Yingli and Chi Feng walking so close, he suddenly had a flash of inspiration and thought of a way to change the subject. "Ah, just as I said on stage before, Chi Feng challenged me to a PK because I was blocking your way." He pointed at Fan Yingli's face with an expression that said, "I knew it. Fan Yingli, you have 42 points, while I have 43 points, ranking one place higher than you. So Chi Feng challenged me to a PK for your sake. If you eliminate me, you can move up one place and take my place." "You're talking nonsense." Fan Yingli was immediately furious. Wasn't it enough that she said it once on stage? Did she have to bring this up again? Am I talking nonsense? You dare to say this isn't true? The fact is that you have indeed risen one rank and replaced me. Now you're getting so close to Chi Feng, probably just to get your reward? Otherwise, why would Chi Feng help you? With his petty mind, He Tienyang could only think of such despicable things. Let me tell you, Chi Feng has a daughter. Even if you're willing to pay him, you should at least find out what kind of person Chi Feng is first. Fan Yingli was extremely disgusted. In He Tienyang's words, she was someone who would do anything to achieve her goals, and he was almost saying that she had sold herself to Chi Feng. Fan Yingli, there's really no need to get angry at such a despicable person. Just ignore him for talking nonsense. Chi Feng knew He Tienyang well. This scumbag dared to say anything and didn't care whether the person he was talking about was a girl or not. In his previous life, he used an alternate account to smear girls on the campus forum and said much worse things than this. Upon hearing this, He Tienyang turned his attention to him. Chi Feng, you're finished too. You actually betrayed our own school for someone from another school. Are you out of your mind? What do you mean by betraying our school? Chi Feng frowned. What kind of trouble was this kid up to now? He Tienyang sneered. Fan Yingli is from Kinhe Music Academy, you can't be unaware of that, can you? And Kinhe Music Academy and our Kinhe Art Academy are mortal enemies. You actually attacked your own classmate to help someone from your mortal enemy. What is this if not betrayal? I think you should see a psychiatrist. I don't have time for a scoundrel like you. Let's go. Chi Feng said, then took Fan Yingli and left. What kind of logic is He Tienyang's? Arguing with him is like making yourself look crazy, isn't it? He's after He Tienyang, what does it have to do with the two colleges? Seeing that the two had really walked away, He Tienyang shouted after them, you wait, you just wait. Chi Feng, Fan Yingli, you're dead, you're really dead. He looked at their backs, his eyes flashing with hatred. If he had previously only targeted Chi Feng, now he hated Fan Yingli as well, because he really believed his guess was true. He thought that Fan Yingli had used Chi Feng to eliminate him, otherwise Chi Feng would not have challenged him. Chi Feng and Fan Yingli ignored He Tienyang's barking dog and met Yan Fifei, who happened to be meeting up with her daughter Xiaoyu, at the corner of the corridor. Daddy! Xiaoyu excitedly rushed over, and Chi Feng quickly picked her up. Her small body was almost weightless. Chi Feng. Yan Fifei stepped forward and immediately noticed Fan Yingli walking with him, her expression turning inquisitive. Of course, she recognized Fan Yingli. He Tienyang had said on stage that Chi Feng was competing against him for Fan Yingli's sake, and now the two of them were coming together. Could that really be the case? This is Fan Yingli. Xiaoyu, call her sister. Chi Feng told his daughter in his arms to greet her. Sister. Xiaoyu was a little timid. She recognized Fan Yingli and knew that she was one of the people who participated in the competition with her father. But children don't understand the adult world, so she didn't think it was as complicated as Yan Fifei thought. Let's just call her auntie, Fan Yingli corrected with a smile, though her intentions were unclear. Then call her Aunt Fan. Chi Feng didn't think much of it, assuming she didn't want to be a generation younger than him for no reason. Aunt Fan. Xiaoyu was very obedient, she called him whatever her father told her to call him. Yan Fifei looked at Fan Yingli scrutinizingly. She didn't know if she was right or wrong, and of course, she couldn't ask Chi Feng directly. After all, this was someone else's private matter. By the way, I'm planning to treat Chi Feng to dinner to thank him, so I hope you can come along too, Fan Yingli said generously. Us? Yan Fifei was taken aback, then pointed to herself, I don't think I need to, it's just me and Chi Feng. Sister Yan, let's go together. Chi Feng interrupted before she could finish speaking. Yan Fifei had come out with them, and it wouldn't be right to let her go back alone. Aunt Yan, Xiaoyu wants to go with you. Although Xiaoyu didn't quite understand, she was reluctant to let Yan Fifei leave. Yan Fifei thought about it for a moment and finally agreed, alright then, I'll be shameless this once and go out to eat with you guys. Then, led by Fan Yingli, the group of four found a mid to high-end restaurant near the TV station for dinner. Chi Feng came from an orphanage and has only eaten at restaurants like this a handful of times in his life. He only comes to such a place once a year for his daughter's birthday. Xiaoyu was the same, her eyes lit up when she saw the luxuriously decorated restaurant. She only knew that her father would take her to such a place to eat on her birthday every year, and there would be a birthday cake. That day was also the happiest day of her life. Dad, is there cake today? She remembered that whenever she came to a place like this to eat, there was always cake. Does Xiaoyu like cake? Auntie will order you one later. Fan Yingli, who was standing next to her, said immediately after hearing her whisper. Xiaoyu was a little embarrassed, but the cake was her favorite, so she couldn't help but lick her lips. Chi Feng looked at her shy and happy expression and affectionately stroked her head. Although the little girl was usually well-nourished, she had never eaten anything good. It was already very difficult for Chi Feng to raise her to this age, plus the expenses for medication to maintain her basic condition. Where would he get extra money to buy luxuries like cakes? Please don't be shy, everyone. Order whatever you like. Fan Yingli was very generous. She asked for several menus, gave one to each person, and told everyone to order whatever they wanted. Qi Fang and Yan Fei are both people who know when to advance and retreat, so they naturally won't order recklessly. Xiao Yu listens to her father and eats whatever he orders. The four of them, 3 adults and 1 child, got along quite well. After the food was served, they ate for almost an hour before parting ways. Fan Yingli and Qi Fang exchanged contact information before Fan Yingli left satisfied. Qi Fang took his daughter and Yan Fei home. It was Saturday, so he didn't have to go to school and could spend all his time at home. Normally, he would need to go out to work, but now he didn't have to. He had made it to the second round of the national competition in The First Singer, and soon he would be receiving another prize. Secondly, although the 500,000 RMB for the song purchase from my male friend hasn't arrived yet, it will only take a day or 2 longer. So there's no need for me to work. Firstly, it's too tiring, and secondly, the salary isn't high. Instead of wasting a lot of time doing that kind of hard work that doesn't pay well, I'd rather stay home and think about how to earn some easy, high-paying jobs. Qi Fang possesses memories of his previous life, which is equivalent to having decades more knowledge than others, and this is his greatest advantage. This led him to a job he had never dared to dream of before, writing novels. In his past life, he read countless novels, especially classic ones. After his daughter Xiaoyu passed away, it took him a long time to recover. During that time, he was in a daze and used reading novels as a way to cope, thinking how wonderful it would be if he could travel back in time or cultivate immortality in a fantasy world and resurrect his daughter. In this life, his daughter is doing well and will soon be able to undergo surgery to recover her health. So now he's thinking not only about helping his daughter get better, but also about giving her the best life. Qi Fang could never forget the way his daughter looked so happy while eating cake at the restaurant. He wanted her to smile like that for the rest of her life. Writing novels is undoubtedly the lowest cost but potentially most lucrative job. He can bring the novels he read in his previous life here, but before that, he needs a computer. He's currently short of money and can't afford a computer. He received 6,000 yuan in prize money a few days ago for entering the national competition of The First Singer, but he's already used it to buy medicine for his daughter. He doesn't have much left, which is not enough to buy a computer. Qi Fang quickly thought of Yan Fei. He remembered that Yan Fei had 2 computers, 1 desktop and 1 laptop. She was currently using the laptop and rarely used the desktop. After thinking it over, he decided to shamelessly borrow the computer from her first, and then buy her a new one once he had earned the money. After calming his daughter down, Qi Fang knocked on the door of room 302 next door. Qi Fang, is something the matter? Yan Fei had changed into comfortable home clothes and was probably getting ready for an afternoon nap. Qi Fang knew she had a habit of taking afternoon naps. Sister Yan, don't you have a computer you're not using? Can I borrow it for a bit? Qi Fang said, a little embarrassed. No problem. Just put it on the coffee table in the living room, you can take it yourself. Yan Fei agreed without hesitation. Qi Fang shook his head. Sister Yan, I need to borrow a desktop computer. The laptop in the living room was clearly visible, still open. Obviously Yan Fei had just been using it, probably watching a drama. A desktop computer? Yan Fei was taken aback. It's been unused for several years and it's old. How about I lend you my laptop? No need, a desktop computer is fine. Qi Fang waved his hands repeatedly. He just needed a computer for typing, and a desktop computer was more suitable for typing than a laptop. Okay, the desktop computer is in the study. Go and move it yourself. Remember to take the mouse and keyboard too. Okay, thank you, Sister Yan. Qi Fang didn't stand on ceremony with her and went into the room to move the computer. Why are you being so polite with me? Yan Fei yawned, clearly really sleepy. Just leave the computer with you. I don't need it anyway, and it's just taking up space at home. Qi Fang knew that she said it on purpose. How could someone living in such a big house take up space? She was simply telling him to use it without worry, or even directly saying that the computer was his and he didn't need to return it. But she was afraid of hurting his pride, so she expressed it in a different way. Qi Fang moved the desktop computer back to his home. His daughter was already half asleep in bed. He put the computer and the TV together because the only place in the whole house was on the old desk where the TV was placed. After setting it up, he turned on the computer. Fortunately, although the desktop computer hadn't been used for several years, it booted up smoothly, and after connecting to the Wi-Fi, he had no problem accessing the internet. Qi Fang first opened his browser, preparing to search for which novel website was currently the most popular. He knew nothing about novel websites. Although he had read many novels in his previous life, the world in this life was different from the world in his previous life. Many things had changed, and the novel websites were no longer the same as those in his previous life. He quickly found the answer. The most popular original novel website today is called Kinyi Novel Network. It has the most novels and the most authors, with daily traffic in the hundreds of millions, making it the largest of all novel websites. Its works cover many categories such as urban, fantasy, romance, science fiction, suspense, sports, games, and light novels, and have developed into more than 100 genres. Upon seeing this, Chi Feng suddenly noticed something, his eyes lighting up. He couldn't believe it, so he looked at it again and finally confirmed one thing. Surprisingly, Kinyi Novel Network doesn't have any Xiangxia, fantasy/martial arts, novels. Looking at other websites, there's no Xiangxia category either. And right now, the most popular novel category is wuxia, martial arts. Chi Feng became more and more excited as he read. He browsed through several novel websites and some popular novels, confirming his guess. There were no Xiangxia novels in this world yet, which was simply unbelievable. It's well known that fantasy novels are a very popular genre, but they don't exist in this world. Chi Feng felt as if a golden road had appeared before him. Fantasy novels were his favorite genre in his past life, and his greatest wish, or rather fantasy, was to become a cultivator and resurrect his daughter, Xiaoyu. He never expected that when he was reborn into his previous world, Xiangxia novels had not yet appeared. If he were to write Xiangxia now, he would undoubtedly be a pioneer. I must write. Chi Feng trembled with excitement. He could fully imagine the sensation that would be caused if fantasy novels appeared in a world without them. It would be enough to crush all current martial arts novels and even bring martial arts novels to an end. As Chi Feng pondered this, he sat down in front of the computer, deciding which fantasy novel to write. In his previous life, he had read too many classic Xiangxia novels, such as Zhu Xian, Fanren Xiu Xian Zuan, Zetian, Xian Ni, Jian Lai, etc. Each of them can be said to be the pinnacle of Xiangxia novels. But if we're talking about the fantasy novel that left the deepest impression on him, it would undoubtedly be The Journey of the Immortals, which was also the first fantasy novel he ever read, and he was immediately captivated by it. The protagonist, Lin Chien, was a successful businessman with assets of over 10 million, but he was betrayed by his girlfriend and friends. In a fit of rage, he injured someone. Just when he was in despair, the mysterious figure Fu Shen appeared. He first took Lin Chien away, and then used his true energy to transform Lin Chien into a tall and handsome young man. You should know that Lin Chien was originally a short man with dark skin. Just the transformation of his appearance alone is enough to make many people have endless fantasies. How wonderful it would be if it were them. Afterwards, Fu Shen led Lin Chien through the starry sky, teleporting from Earth to Mars. When they entered the ancient teleportation array to head to Fengyuan star, due to Hua Mainyan's interference, Lin Chien was sent alone to an unknown planet, embarking on an amazing and unknown journey. This book is incredibly immersive. While it suffers from a simple plot and somewhat immature writing style, its rich imagination is undeniably breathtaking. Placed in a world devoid of fantasy novels, it's a refreshing read. Its grand world building, wondrous treasures, magnificent universe, and endlessly evolving new challenges are utterly captivating. Most importantly, it established a complete cultivation system, pioneering the concept of cultivation realm levels. As a result, the settings of Golden Core Stage, Nascent Soul Stage, Ascension, Tribulation, Demon Cultivation, Monster Cultivation, and Wandering Immortality, as well as divine artifacts, immortal artifacts, demonic artifacts, and spiritual artifacts and subsequent cultivation novels all originated from its framework. Chi Feng made a decision. His first novel would be The Journey of the Immortals. Perhaps it was because he had a so-called golden finger after his rebirth. He could clearly remember things he had seen in his previous life, and they would appear in his mind almost as soon as he thought of them, as if they had always been in his brain. Since that's the case, why should he be so polite? Quickly open your word processing software and start typing. Create the file A Journey Through the Distant Lands, and then the first chapter, The Interview. Mert Li, this is Mr. Zheng from Quantong Company. Secretary Xiao couldn't understand why her company's general manager, Lin Chien, such a shrewd person, liked to associate with this general manager Zheng. Quantong Company was a typical shell company, and its boss, Zheng Weiguan, was an absolute troublemaker. She sighed inwardly and thought, the boss's affairs are not something we lowly employees should ask. She shook her head and went back to her work. The general manager is admired by everyone in the company. With his entrepreneurial spirit, he started this trading company with very little capital and went from having nothing to owning a company with assets worth tens of millions in just 6 short years. Although many people in the business world are envious, they have to admire his courage, unique vision, and daring to think and act. This is the first chapter of The Journey of the Immortals. The face-to-face mainly tells the story of Lin Chien being betrayed by his girlfriend and best friend. Then Fu Shen appears and helps him change his appearance, allowing him to come into contact with the world of cultivators. Although it's only the first chapter and hasn't gone into the details yet, the change of appearance alone is enough to attract readers. Add to that the storage bracelet, a storage magic item that can store things, and it's something that martial arts novels can't compare to. Even if the hermit masters and peerless heroes in martial arts novels have the highest martial arts skills, can they defeat gods? Although cultivators are not gods, their abilities are infinitely close to those of gods. In contrast, the peerless masters in martial arts novels, no matter how powerful their martial arts are still human. A cultivator could kill them with a single finger. Taking advantage of his high spirits, Chi Feng unleashed his full writing skills, writing from the first chapter, the face-to-face meeting, all the way to the sixth chapter, cultivation, totaling over 29,000 words. He actually finished the entire chapter of nearly 30,000 words in one afternoon. Of course, this is mainly because he doesn't need to think and write at the same time, but rather copies it from his own mind, which is why he can be so fast. After completing these 6 chapters, Chi Feng will temporarily put down his pen and begin uploading. However, you need to register an account before uploading. Registering on Tienyang Novel Network is very simple. You can use either a mobile phone number or an QQ number. Chi Feng chose the mobile phone number. After registering, he changed his pen name to Lin Chien. This is the name of the main character in The Journey of the Immortals. Chi Feng was too lazy to think about anything complicated, so he uploaded 3 chapters and then waited for the backend to approve them. The system indicated that 48 hours were needed. Chi Feng shut down his computer, intending to check again after 48 hours. It was already evening, and it was time to make dinner for his daughter, Xiao Yu. Beijing, Tienyang Novel Network Headquarters, Editorial Department, Group 2. As usual, Lin Feng began reviewing the newly added books, which could be considered the simplest task, but also the most difficult. The simple thing is that you can tell a good book from a bad one at a glance, but that's also where the difficulty lies. It's hard to judge whether a book will be a hit just by reading the first chapter or 2. Sometimes a book you think is bad might actually become more and more exciting later on, while a book you think is promising might fall apart later on. That's also possible. As an editor, the most important thing is vision, and of course, good luck is also needed. Once the works you sign become hugely popular, your status as an editor will rise accordingly. Lin Feng has been with the company for 3 years, and compared to some of the senior editors, he is still considered a newcomer. He has not yet signed a single good book, and most of his work consists of helping his seniors pick up packages or carry takeout. Of course, he is not convinced, but he lacks confidence because he does not have any capable authors under his command. Now he's spending every day diligently reading the novels being added to the database, hoping to find his true love among them. While other editors finish reading the required number of novels each day, he continues reading beyond his assigned quota, determined not to fail to find a truly good book. As evening approached, many editors had already clocked out and left work. Lin Feng decided to read 10 more books before heading home as well. He read about 4 or 5 books, but none of them really impressed him. However, he still patiently continued reading. Senior Lin, still searching for treasure. A young man with slicked back hair passed by his table and asked with a joking expression, "Oh, it's Xiao Fan. What's up?" Lin Feng looked at the young man in front of him, feeling both embarrassed and helpless. The guy in front of him was called Fan Wenbing. He had only been with the company for a little over a year, but he was really lucky. He signed a contract for a martial arts novel and unexpectedly became a minor hit. Now he even dared to make fun of him, his senior. "It's nothing, just asking casually," Fan Wenbing laughed. "Haven't you found a good book yet after all this time?" This was blatant mockery. As a junior, he completely lacked the awareness expected of someone of his age. "Good books aren't so easy to find," Lin Feng said, feigning indifference despite his annoyance. In his heart, however, he felt sorrow. This was the consequence of not having good works. On a novel website where everything was judged by the quality of the work, this was the original sin. Even younger generations had surpassed him and no longer took him seriously. It's strange, isn't it? You've been with the company for over 3 years, and yet you haven't found a single good book. I've only been here for 7 months, haha, and I've already signed a good book. You don't know, today The Legend of Snow Eagle gained 2 more hidden heroes, which is worth a full 2,000 yuan. It's one step closer to 800 heroes compete for supremacy, Fan Wenbing said with a boastful expression. Lin Feng was furious, but also envious. The title of hidden hero could only be obtained by tipping the novel 1,000 yuan. And if you could get 100 hidden heroes, you could unlock an honor called 100 Heroes Contending for Supremacy, which was something every novel author dreamed of. The Legend of Snow Eagle is the martial arts novel that Fan Wenbing signed. The author is a newcomer, using the pen name Snow Eagle Manor Master. Unexpectedly, his first book became an instant hit, and he is now considered a minor celebrity on the website, which has at least gradually raised Fan Wenbing's status. That guy, Master Shuiying, although he's a newcomer, is really good at writing novels. Whether it's controlling the plot or handling the climax, he seems no different from a veteran. As long as he maintains this level, he's very likely to get a contract as a top author on the website. Even the deputy editor-in-chief is very optimistic about the book Legend of Shuiying, saying that as soon as it's finished, he'll recommend it to the film and television department. Haha, it's very likely that another super IP will be born. Fan Wenbing started to boast. Lin Feng didn't even want to acknowledge him. This guy was a typical smug little man, only just becoming popular and already thinking about creating a super IP? He'd read The Legend of Snow Eagle before, it was indeed decent, but getting a contract with a top author was still a long way off. And that 100 Heroes Clash thing, there were only about 20 hidden heroes so far, a long way from 100, yet this guy always talked about it, acting like he'd never seen anything like it. Instead of bragging to myself, I should think about how to discuss the plot with the Snow Eagle Manor Lord and how to write it in a more engaging way. Perhaps seeing that Lin Feng didn't respond, Fan Wenbing got a little bored, waved his hand and said, "Then you continue with your work, I'll head back now, see you later." With that, he walked away laughing. Lin Feng stared at his retreating figure until he was far away before continuing his work. He secretly vowed to himself, "No, I must find a good book. Otherwise, being trampled on by this guy every day is unbearable for anyone." After reviewing a new book for submission, Lin Feng mentally sentenced it to death. The book was completely unoriginal, using plot points from over a decade ago. What was even more unbearable was that it contained numerous typos and misused punctuation. It was only approved because it didn't violate any rules. Then, he opened the next book. Title: The Journey of the Wanderer, genre Wuxia. Since there is no Xianxia category, but a category must be chosen, Chi Feng can only choose Wuxia. This book title is interesting. This is the first time Lin Feng has seen a book title like this, and it is also quite unique in the martial arts genre. Most martial arts novels are either about some kind of legend, or some kind of sword or knife, or they directly use the name of a certain martial arts technique as the title. The title, The Journey of the Wanderer, feels like a travel diary. Seeing the title, he lost all interest. However, as an editor, a good work ethic is fundamental, and even though the previous book was terrible, he still persevered and finished it. So even though he felt it wasn't a good book, he still had the patience to keep reading. Mert Li, this is Mr. Zhang from Quantong Company. Secretary Xiao couldn't understand why her company's shrewd general manager Li Chien liked to associate with this general manager Zhang. Quantong Company was a typical shell company, and its boss, Zhang Weiguan, was an absolute tyrant. She sighed inwardly, thinking, the boss's affairs are not for us lowly employees to inquire about. She shook her head and went back to her work. After reading the first paragraph, Lin Feng's expectations dropped even further, because judging from the modern dialogue, it was clearly a modern martial arts story. Modern martial arts films do exist, but they are undoubtedly much more niche than traditional martial arts films. Niche means few people watch them, and few people watch them, which means they won't become popular. Sigh, it seems finding a good book is really not easy. Lin Feng thought to himself, and with a professional attitude, continued reading. However, the more he read, the worse his expression became. Generally speaking, the first name that appears in the first chapter is almost always the protagonist of the book. Li Chien is the first complete name to appear, but descriptions like short stature and dark skin are really not flattering. Is this really the protagonist? And at 29 years old, he's not suitable to be the protagonist either. In martial arts novels, the protagonists are usually in their teens because the younger they are, the more people will look down on them. Then the protagonist shows off his great power and teaches those who look down on him a lesson. This is a kind of pretending to be weak to eat the strong trope, which makes the readers feel very satisfied. At 29, approaching 30, unless you're playing a villain who looks down on the protagonist, you might have a sliver of future. Lin Feng sighed inwardly and continued reading. When Li Chien, who is suspected to be the protagonist, returns to his hotel room and finds his girlfriend playing cards with his friend, the scene becomes even more saccharine. If the protagonist is indeed this Li Chien, then this book is doomed. In novels, the most unbearable thing is when the protagonist's woman gets involved with other men, otherwise, readers will definitely abandon the book. He didn't want to watch anymore, it felt like a waste of time. But thinking about it, I decided to finish reading the first chapter. It doesn't have many words anyway. The story continues. Li Chien, in a fit of rage, stabbed the man, then threw down the knife and fled. At that moment, he received a phone call from a mysterious person. The mysterious man, named Fu Shan, said he could help him. Do you need my help? How can I help? Where are you? Behind you. When Lin Feng saw Fu Shan appear behind Li Chien, he finally became interested and secretly wondered how he got there. Was he following Li Chien so he knew his every move? Or was it simply that Li Qian's betrayal by his girlfriend and friend was all a conspiracy by this mysterious man, Fu Shan? Then the police came looking for them. Fu Shan took Li Chien away, and it is unknown what methods they used. All that is known is that the two disappeared after a flash of white light, vanishing without a trace right under the noses of the police, and were transferred to a deserted ancient battlefield. Lin Feng was completely intrigued. This Fu Shan was very likely the reclusive master from martial arts novels, and the way he took Li Qiang away must have involved some kind of powerful martial arts. But when Fu Shan performed in front of Li Qiang, Lin Feng was dumbfounded. He slowly emitted golden light from his body, held a ball of purple light in his hands, and slowly floated off the ground, looking very holy. This is the description of Fu Shan. When Lin Feng saw this, he had the same thought as Li Qiang. I don't know if this Fu Shan is God or a great immortal, but I can be sure he is not human. Fu Shan then used the purple light in his hand to modify Li Qiang's body, which surprised Lin Feng even more. Could a human do such a thing? It's not like modern plastic surgery. Even if it were plastic surgery, it wouldn't be this fast. According to Fu Shan, this purple light is called Purple Flame Heart. Its specific abilities have not yet been fully explained, but the fact that it can modify a person's body indicates that it is an extremely powerful force. Moreover, after the transformation, Li Qiang felt changes in his body. Both his strength and hearing had greatly increased. He also found that his clothes, which used to fit him well, were ridiculously shrunken to his body, with the trouser legs shrinking to below his knees, which meant that he must have grown taller. Lin Feng suddenly remembered the previous introduction. Li Qiang was short and dark-skinned, and such a person obviously could not be the protagonist. But if he were to be transformed by the power of Purple Flame Heart, he would become taller, and he was very much looking forward to seeing his appearance. Now, he was almost 100% certain that Li Qiang was undoubtedly the protagonist, otherwise, how could he have such a miraculous situation? Fu Shan, on the other hand, is a true reclusive master who leads Li Qiang into a magical world of martial arts. But what followed made Lin Feng doubt whether this was really a martial arts novel. Li Qiang asked Fu Shan if he was a deity. Fu Shan denied it, saying that he was not a deity but a cultivator, but his abilities were about the same as those of a deity. Lin Feng didn't know what a cultivator was, but if their abilities were similar to those of immortals, were they still human? With godlike abilities, which hero could be his match? Even if you combined all the heroes, they still wouldn't be a match for a god. What's the point of playing in a martial arts world like this? Fu Shan could easily sweep through it all by himself. Lin Feng felt that the author might have messed up the combat power in the martial arts world. How could he continue writing the story? Could he create someone more powerful than a god? How could that be? Just when Lin Feng thought the author had messed up the combat power, the following content made him feel like he might have been reading a fake martial arts novel. Fu Shan is actually a person who has lived for 1 or 2,000 years, and has left Earth and returned from outer space. He is looking for someone who can fuse with the energy of Purple Flame Heart, and Li Qiang is the person he is looking for. How did it get involved with aliens again? Is this definitely not a science fiction novel? Lin Feng was stunned. As an editor, he had read countless types of novels, but he had never seen such a strange martial arts novel. Is this really a martial arts novel? Next, he saw something he had never heard of before, a ninja bracelet, which could actually store things inside and then take them out anytime, anywhere, just like magic. How did the author's imagination grow? How could he come up with such a strange and wonderful thing? Is this really a martial arts novel? Lin Feng began to have doubts again, but at the same time, his interest was strongly piqued. Whether this was a martial arts novel or not, the first chapter was certainly captivating. The protagonist, Li Qiang, is betrayed and his body is modified, transforming him from a ground rat into a charming and dashing character. This kind of plot makes people look forward to it so much. Not to mention the mysterious Fu Shan, whose Purple Flame Heart, ninja bracelet, and extraterrestrial planet are simply deadly weapons. The extremely toxic plot that preceded them was merely a prelude to this, and it was nothing compared to that. Readers are more interested in how handsome and powerful Li Qiang will become after his transformation, and whether he will take revenge on his girlfriend, etc. Lin Feng had a premonition that he might have stumbled upon a great book, a book that might just propel him to new heights. Lin Feng finished reading the first chapter and continued reading the second chapter. The second chapter begins by describing the dramatic change in Li Qiang's appearance. He went from being short and dark-skinned to 180 centimeters tall, with broad shoulders and a slender waist, and skin as white and delicate as a baby's. Even his age changed from 29 to 18 or 19, making him a completely different person. Lin Feng's eyes lit up. This was what a protagonist should look like. If the protagonist wasn't handsome, what would be the point of immersion, and what would be worth watching? The key point is that the protagonist was originally short and ugly, but suddenly becomes tall and handsome, which makes the reader feel more immersed, which is undoubtedly a major highlight. Afterwards, Fu Shan teleported Li Qiang to Mars. Li Qiang almost caused a disaster while cultivating the Purple Flame Heart. Fortunately, Fu Shan's 5-colored flame net was powerful. Lin Feng was dazzled by the sight and overjoyed. The author's imagination is truly amazing. They can actually teleport directly to Mars. Keep in mind that no one in the real world has ever landed on Mars. This is far more powerful than any martial arts world. Even the most skilled martial artist couldn't fly to Mars, let alone the moon. Next came the appearance of top-grade inner armor Starry Sky and magical treasures such as Jade Eye Scroll. Then came the cultivation levels, spiritual silence stage and integration stage. Since only the terms appeared without specific explanations, Lin Feng could not understand how powerful these levels were, but he was completely engrossed in them. Then comes the third chapter, which introduces a new character, Hua Meinian, who engages in a fierce battle with Fu Shan. It is precisely because of Hua Meinian's interference that Lin Chien is teleported to Tianting Star by the teleportation array and loses contact with Fu Shan. The cultivation levels of cultivators have finally been explained in detail, and there are 11 types in total: illumination, enlightenment, fusion, heartbeat, spiritual silence, nascent soul, out of body, divided spirit, combined body, tribulation crossing, and Mahayana. Upon seeing this, Lin Feng was excited again. The author had clearly created a cultivation system, which was unprecedented. If anyone were to write a novel about cultivators in the future, this cultivation system would definitely become a standard, and the person who created this cultivation system would be regarded as the founding father. Even after reading all 3 chapters, Lin Feng still felt unsatisfied. The third chapter ended just as Lin Chien was preparing to begin his journey to Heavenly Court Star, but it abruptly stopped there. Lin Feng was incredibly eager to know what would happen next. He was desperate to find out who Lin Chien would encounter and what kind of adventures he would have. In short, this world of cultivators gave Lin Feng endless imagination. A vast and magnificent world of cultivation appeared before his eyes, leaving him utterly amazed. So this is how martial arts novels can be written? No, this is not a martial arts novel. At least Lin Feng does not agree with the concept of martial arts, because it has completely surpassed the level of martial arts and reached the realm of immortals. Rather than a martial arts novel, it is more like an immortal novel, because the cultivators in the novel have the power to destroy the world with every move they make, which is something only immortals can do. No wonder Fu Shan said that although he was not a god, his abilities were almost the same as those of a god. Novel. Beautiful. Attractive. Lin Feng has attached several labels to this book, The Journey of the Immortals, which explains why it's called The Journey of the Immortals. It tells the story of the protagonist's journey in the world of cultivation, and the 2 characters, Piao Miao, mean soaring and far-reaching, which is very fitting. Having found such a novel and interesting one, Lin Feng lost interest in reading the other novels added to his library. He was so eager to contact the author that he wanted to discuss, or rather, ask him, what the cultivation world was really like. Lin Feng clicked on the author's profile. The author's name was Lin Chien, the same as the protagonist's name. He didn't know if this was his real name or a pen name he had chosen simply to match the protagonist's name. Aside from the pen name, there was no other information provided. Since no contract has been signed yet, the author doesn't need to fill in as much real information, but left a contact number so that the editor can contact him as soon as possible. Lin Feng's FF account is always logged in, as it's required for work. He opened the FF search box, entered the FF account of the author named Lin Chien, and selected to add him as a friend. He needed the other party's confirmation before he could start a conversation. I sent a message to add a friend, but there was no response for a long time. I don't know if the other person is not online or is busy with something else and didn't see it. Lin Feng was not giving up and added it several more times, but it was still like throwing a stone into the sea. Logically speaking, after uploading a chapter, shouldn't the author keep the FF open and wait for the editor to contact them? But then I thought about it again. After uploading my work, I received a text message from the backend saying that it would take 48 hours for the review to be completed. I guess that's what the other party saw, which is why even FF wasn't shut down. Lin Feng felt a headache just thinking about it. The 48-hour period was just to give the website enough time to process the official review. In fact, the review process was very fast, and the more promising a book was, the easier it was to pass the review. However, the other party doesn't know, so he can only wait until they log into FF to see it. It's a pity there's no contact number, otherwise he would have called directly. Chi Feng had no idea how much of a shock his casually uploaded 3 chapters of The Journey of the Immortals had caused others. The next day arrived in the blink of an eye. It was Sunday, so there was no need to go to school. Early in the morning, he received an invitation email from the original poetry competition, inviting him to participate in the competition again on Monday evening, which is tomorrow night. Last week, he successfully stayed on stage and eliminated Lu Weifeng, and everything went according to his plan. His original purpose in participating in the original poetry competition was twofold: first, to prove that he had enough talent and was not a plagiarist, and second, to win the prize money. At this point, the latter could be said to be less urgent. He had sold a song and had 500,000 yuan in cash, plus 5% of the revenue from subsequent songs, so the small prize money from the original poetry competition was no longer that important. But proving one's talent and silencing the doubters is essential. Take He Tienyang, for example. Even though he wrote a poem and 4 CI poems in the original poetry competition last week, the other party still implied that he plagiarized. Although he issued a challenge letter, accepting challenges from anyone in the school, and defeated the first challenger Zhang Sheng, one of the two most talented students in the composition department, it silenced many of those doubts. However, there are still slanderous comments about him on the campus forum, and the label of plagiarist has not been removed. Therefore, he must participate in the original poetry competition again to silence those who doubt and slander him. At 8:30 p.m., it was time for The First Singer to start airing again. 10 minutes earlier, music critic Mei Zi, as usual, prepared tea and snacks, opened her laptop, and logged onto the FF video platform. Last week's The First Singer received a good response, especially Chi Feng's performance of Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, which was very popular. He should have become a big star, but his reputation plummeted due to suspected plagiarism. Mei Zi works for music radio publishing, where she specializes in commenting on various musical works and hot topics. In her commentary, she did not mention Chi Feng's plagiarism because she believed that Chi Feng was very likely to be wronged. So she just focused on the matter at hand and specifically commented on Chi Feng's Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. As a result, she was scolded by the editor-in-chief of Music Radio, who told her to focus on the key points of the report so that it would become explosive news. Mei Zi outwardly agreed, but inwardly she was not convinced. They were the sound of music, not music gossip. Why should they get involved in such messy things? They didn't need to attract viewers with gimmicks like plagiarism. As for the editor-in-chief's request for her to focus on Chi Feng's plagiarism incident in this issue, she only intended to give it a perfunctory answer. What she was more interested in was what original song Chi Feng would sing in this issue. You know, he made a bet with Judge Li Wanjia in the previous episode to sing an original song that was no less than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Although Miaiza thought that this was very difficult and almost impossible to complete, she still had some expectations in her heart. When the time came, The First Singer started broadcasting on time. As soon as the theme song began, the ever-popular bullet comments started flying. I am coming. I've been waiting for a week, and it's finally here. My goddess, Fan Yingli, I can see her again. Fan Yingli, my goddess. My idol, Zhang Tiancheng. Supreme and invincible, Guo Xiaochun. Chi Feng, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Let's not even talk about plagiarists. The sheer volume of comments can be overwhelming, making you want to turn them off but afraid of missing out on insightful remarks. Miaiza adjusted the bullet comment settings, displaying them only in the top 20% area of the video. This way, she wouldn't miss any interesting bullet comments, nor would she obscure the video content. Because it was a national competition, the participants came from various competition regions across the country. Mei was in charge of the local competition region of Chaizura City, which is the eastern competition region. There were also 3 other competition regions, namely the southern, western and northern competition regions, which were handled by other colleagues. Therefore, Mei Zi is only familiar with the contestants from her own region. Unless they are very famous from the beginning, she doesn't really know many contestants from other regions. For example, the first contestant was a young girl around 20 years old. She had a very androgynous appearance, with short hair, and looked more like a boy. If it weren't for the fact that she was wearing a skirt and had feminine features, she would really give people the feeling of being androgynous. According to her own introduction, her name is Zhao Kikai, she comes from the Northern Division, and she is going to sing Lan Yan's famous song, When the Flowers Bloom Again. I don't know if it's to please the judge Lan Yan or if she is really good at singing this song. My male confidant is a true goddess. Singing my goddess's songs? Can this androgynous guy even sing them? I listened to When the Flowers Bloom Again on repeat for a whole month. Please don't ruin my goddess's signature song. I feel like this will ruin a classic. The comments on the screen were almost all negative. Miaiza thought it was mainly a matter of appearance. If it were a pretty and cute girl, there probably wouldn't be so many complaints. But since the male friend is a great beauty, the singer of her song should also be a great beauty. As Zhao Kikai began to sing, Mei Zi was quite amazed. She sang so well, her vocal technique and timing of the transitions and the melody were impeccable. This is natural, after all. They were selected from elites across the country, so they couldn't possibly be bad. The initially overwhelmingly negative comments in the live chat gradually shifted, with many praising Zhao Kikai and saying she sang well and didn't ruin the goddess's classic song. The judges gave her a total score of 45, which was a rare high score. In Miaiza's opinion, this was basically a sure thing. Based on last year's national competition of The First Singer, if each judge gives you 7 points and your total score is above 42 points, you can almost guarantee advancing to the next round. The second contestant was also an unfamiliar face, at least Miaiza didn't recognize him. He was a man who sang an old song that had been popular for over 20 years. He performed adequately, lacking the skill of Zhao Kikai, he could only be described as barely passing. The judges gave him a final score of 40, which was lower than last year's qualifying score of 42. He was likely to be eliminated. He probably knew what this score meant, because his eyes immediately welled up with tears after the score was announced. However, he still bowed to the judges and left the stage with a look of despair. Then came the third, fourth, and fifth contestants. As Mei listened, she mentally scored the performance while eagerly awaiting Chi Feng's appearance. It's fair to say that the biggest highlight of this episode is Chi Feng. As contestants came up and went one by one, Miai's anticipation grew until she heard the host call Chi Feng's name. Now, please welcome contestant number 25, Chi Feng. Number 25. Chi Feng. It's time to go on stage. Miai's eyes lit up immediately, and her previously somewhat casual attitude became serious. This was the goal she had been looking forward to since last week, and she couldn't let her down. At this point, the comments section also became active, constantly scrolling across the top of the video. Haha, Chi Feng is on stage. Plagiarist. Let's see what he sings tonight. He even made a bet with the judges. He's going to embarrass himself now. The real show is about to begin. You plagiarist. Don't hold back, everyone, start criticizing. They're not that bad. The guy who said it wasn't that bad, are you his alt account? Mei Ziyi frowned slightly as she watched. Although the comments on the screen could not represent everyone's views, they could still show the attitude of the audience. It seemed that Chi Feng's plagiarism incident had taken a deep root in people's hearts. This was also caused by many unscrupulous media outlets, which reported on it extensively without any evidence, leading many uninformed people to believe that Chi Feng was a bad character. Now, she asks for nothing more than for Chi Feng to produce a song no less impressive than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart to prove these people wrong. If one song is plagiarized, does that mean both are? She refuses to believe that anyone who actually watched the show would trust those unscrupulous media outlets. I'm Chi Feng, number 25, from the vocal music department of Kinhee Art Academy. On stage, Chi Feng had just begun his introduction when he was interrupted by Judge Li Wanjia. Wait a minute, I remember you said you'd sing an original song this time that's no less impressive than your last one, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Mei Ziyi frowned as she looked at Li Wanjia on the screen. Clearly, he was putting Chi Feng in a difficult position, forcing Chi Feng to sing an original song. He probably thought Chi Feng couldn't possibly produce an original song comparable to Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, and fearing Chi Feng might renege, he was trying to trick him with words first. This is clearly judging a gentleman by one's own petty standards. Although Mei Ziyi only started paying close attention to Chi Feng in the last episode, she doesn't think Chi Feng is the kind of person who would go back on his word, and he certainly wouldn't break his promise. As expected, Chi Feng responded directly to Li Wanjia's words, saying that he would sing an original song. The song I want to sing is Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies. The sea and the sky are vast? Mei Ziyi was slightly taken aback. Did it mean that taking a step back would open up a whole new world? But she immediately dismissed the idea. Given Chi Feng's head-on confrontation with Judge Li Wanjia, he was not the type to back down voluntarily. Therefore, there must be another interpretation to this whole new world. Wow, Chi Feng is going to sing an original song again. It might even be plagiarism. Plagiarist. Do you have any evidence to prove that someone plagiarized? Chi Feng's classmates have all exposed him. He's a plagiarist. Who cares if it's plagiarism or not, as long as it sounds good? Don't have too high expectations, it might just be a bad song. Because Chi Feng was involved in a plagiarism scandal, no one had a good impression of him, and the comments section was almost entirely filled with condemnation of him. Miaizi wanted to say something to defend Chi Feng, but she held back. She figured it would be pointless to say anything now, so she decided to wait until she heard Chi Feng's song Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies before speaking. She had a feeling that this song might be a huge hit, because she saw that Chi Feng had unparalleled confidence when he announced it. On stage, Chi Feng held a guitar, and a deep, somber melody emanated from it, accompanied by his hoarse voice. Today, I watch the snow fall in the cold night. With a heart that has grown cold, I drift far away. Chasing after them in the wind and rain, their shadows indistinguishable in the fog. The very beginning of the song instantly had the number of comments on the screen, because everyone was so engrossed in the song that they had no time to post comments. The sky is vast and the sea is wide, and so are you and me. Can things change? Who hasn't changed? Countless times, facing cold stares and ridicule. I have never given up on my ideals. As the song reached its climax, more than half of the comments on the screen disappeared, but some people still couldn't help but express their feelings. This song, it makes one feel sore inside. I feel like crying. I have a feeling this will be another hit song. Mei Ziyi's eyes were filled with shock and ecstasy. Although the song only revealed the tip of the iceberg, she had already made a judgment in her heart that this could really be a song no less than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Chi Feng really did something that seemed impossible. A moment of confusion, a feeling of loss. The love in my heart has faded without me realizing it. Who understands me? Forgive me for my untamed and free-spirited nature throughout my life. I'm also afraid that one day I'll fall down. Anyone can betray their ideals. Why would I be afraid of a day when it's just you and me? As the climax of the song approached, Miaiza felt a chill run down her spine. The oppression and bitterness in the beginning were all foreshadowing what followed. From being looked down upon and ridiculed at the beginning to her current perseverance and ideals, she was willing to fall even if it meant nothing. Chi Feng's songs are not about other things, but about himself, about his own emotional journey. He was obviously aware of the slanderous comments about him online, the misunderstandings he faced, and the accusations of plagiarism from so many people. Even as an outsider, Mei Ziyi could imagine the immense pressure he was under. However, Chi Feng did not give up. He persisted and gave people a positive attitude, never giving up his beliefs. The song's indomitable spirit and its magnificent power inspire those who hear it. There were no more comments or messages on the video, as if the comments had been turned off. But Mei Ziyi knew very well that she hadn't turned off the comments. It was just that everyone was so moved by the song that no one had time to post comments or want to miss even a second. This song is comparable to Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. It's not just about the pale lyrics, it has a power that makes you tremble from the bottom of your heart. Forgive me for my untamed and free-spirited nature throughout my life. I'm also afraid that one day I'll fall down. Anyone can betray their ideals. Why would I be afraid of a day when it's just you and me? Finally, Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies came to a close at its climax, and there were still no comments on the video, as if everyone was still savoring the soul-stirring song. It wasn't until quite a while later that Miaiza saw the comments section become lively again, and even more active and faster than before. A divine song, this is a true divine song. I was trembling all over when I heard it. Oh my god, I'm hooked. This is the song I wanted to hear. It's even better than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. With the release of Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, who can rival it? Listen to it on repeat for a year. Plagiarist. No matter how good it sounds, it's still plagiarism. Plagiarist. There were some discordant comments on the screen, but they were quickly drowned out by those praising the song, and some people also started to fight back against these accusations of plagiarism. I'll copy your mother's name. Get out of here, you online trolls. If Chi Feng plagiarized, I'll offer my head as a stool. One song is plagiarism, two songs are plagiarism? Do you really think we're fools? Don't be misled by online trolls. If this song is plagiarized, then is there anyone in the world who hasn't plagiarized? I said it before, Chi Feng did not plagiarize. Chi Feng, my eternal god. I'm sorry, I insulted you earlier. Great Master Chi, please accept my deepest respect. The comments section was filled with apologies, which is precisely the power of the song. Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies is a song that makes people's blood boil and their emotions surge. They would never believe that this song is plagiarized. This has nothing to do with whether a song is good or bad, but rather with the belief and power it conveys. If even a song like this is considered plagiarism, then it is tantamount to destroying the beliefs and dreams in everyone's hearts. Mei Ziyi's eyes lit up with admiration and relief. She even posted a comment, but it was quickly buried. However, she knew that, at least from tonight onwards, the media wouldn't be so overwhelmingly focused on Chi Feng's plagiarism scandal. He had proven himself, he had truly produced a song no less impressive than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Now, let's see what Li Wanjie has to say. Mei Ziyi felt a little smug. Li Wanjie had tried to trick Chi Feng with words, but now Chi Feng had slapped him in the face with his strength. Let's see what he can use to argue now. Clap clap clap. The video was filled with thunderous applause, caused by the enthusiastic applause of the audience. Clearly, the song Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies had completely captivated them. Even Miaiza, sitting in front of her computer, couldn't help but clap along, as if she were right there at the scene. She truly regretted not going to the live performance. If she had known earlier, she would have risked being scolded by the editor-in-chief to go and hear Chi Feng sing live, as it would have been far more impactful than listening to it on her computer. Next came the scoring segment, where composer Ho Manyun, lyricist and composer Huang Yu, singers Lan Yan and Yang Muqi, as well as newly joined judge Ms. Shi Wenwan, all gave Chi Feng a perfect score. The comments section was filled with expressions of delight. Teacher, he has good taste. Professor Huang Yu has a good eye. Haha, the male goddess says she's only 20 years old. Yang Muji also gets full marks. It's such a pity that Ms. Shi Wenjuan hasn't heard of Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. I suggest she go back and listen to it as soon as the program ends. All 5 judges gave a perfect score of 10, which adds up to 50 points. Mei Ziyi breathed a sigh of relief and was also happy for Chi Feng. A score of 50 was enough to guarantee a pass. Among so many contestants, only one had reached 50 points, and that was because all 6 judges gave him points. Chi Feng's current score is based on the scores given by 5 judges. He still needs to reach Li Wanjie's score. But Li Wanjie was his mortal enemy. When Miaiza thought of this, her heart skipped a beat. Would Li Wanjie go against all odds again and give Chi Feng a score of 0? He dares. Mei Ziyi gritted her teeth, secretly anticipating what Li Wanjie would do. He certainly wouldn't let Chi Feng get a higher score, but the question was, would he really dare to be so shameless? Wasn't he afraid of being drowned in the spittle of the world? The song Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies is very good, it expresses everyone's feelings. Li Wanjie began by praising the song, but Miaiza knew there was more to come. Sure enough, he then revealed his shameless side. If it were someone else, like Yuan or teacher Huang Yu, I would definitely give it 10 points, because they could very well create such a song. But Chi Feng? I give him 0 points. Why give it 0 points? I believe many people have already guessed. It's very simple. I suspect that this song was not originally composed by Chi Feng either. As he started beeping, a flood of comments immediately appeared on the screen. A cover-up. A cover-up. Old Dog Li has no shame at all. That old scoundrel Li must have eaten shit, spouting nonsense like that. Shameless. Shameless. Ha, that's hilarious. You think someone's young can't write good songs? Old scoundrel Li, you should just get down here. What right does someone like that have to be a judge? I could be a judge like that too. The production team could consider me. Get out. Who let this old dog out of its leash? Excuse me, it's mine. It belongs to my family. I'll slaughter the dog and stew it when I get back. Are there any dog lovers around here? I'm a dog lover, please leave me a dog's leg. Me too, I want the dog head. The comments section was full of insults directed at Li Wanjie, but unfortunately he didn't see them. If he had, he probably would have been furious. Miaiza found it very satisfying and joined in the fun, saying, I want a front leg. It's infuriating. Li Wanjie is lying through his teeth. Just because Chi Feng is young and hasn't studied songwriter and composition, he doubts that he can write songs like Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart and Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies. Is there anyone more shameless and despicable than this? Teacher Li is still as presumptuous as ever. On stage, Chi Feng retorted, I remember saying last time that there is a kind of person in the world called a genius. It is obvious that Teacher Li cannot understand the existence of genius because it is indeed asking too much of him, who has ordinary talent. Furthermore, how did Teacher Li know that I haven't studied songwriter and composition? Could it be that Teacher Li has been having someone follow me, so he knows my every move? The blatant mockery made Mei Ziyi burst into laughter. Yeah, is Li Logu a stalker? Spying on Chi Feng's every move? The comments section was also filled with amusement, making the scene quite lively. Seeing that he couldn't win the argument with Chi Feng, Li Wanjie simply used his status as a judge to get rid of him. You've already wasted a lot of time. There are other contestants coming up. Please don't waste their time. Time is very precious. Chi Feng didn't waste any more words and left the stage, but Li Wanjie was once again bombarded by bullet comments. He resorts to cheating when he can't win. That's just like Old Dog Li. Old Dog Li never disappoints, he's a real dog. There are no wrong nicknames, only wrong names. Is there any dog meat left? Can I have some? It's all been divided up, all that's left is dog hair, want some? After Chi Feng left, it was the turn of the other contestants to take the stage, one after another, until the last one finished. Then all the contestants from one tribe came to the stage and stood in 4 rows. Fortunately, the stage was big enough, otherwise there really wouldn't have been enough room for 64 people. Miaiza found Chi Feng's location. To be honest, he was quite handsome, tall and good-looking, so he stood out among a group of people. It's just that he had been rather ordinary in the past, which made people overlook his existence. But gold shines wherever it is. Through Chasing Dreams and Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, it will be difficult not to notice him from now on. Hey, didn't you guys notice how handsome Chi Feng is? Yes, that's my type. Chi Dashan has always been handsome. I just didn't notice before. I was really blind. What a hidden gem. It's mine, don't try to take it from me. My Chi Shen is not someone you bunch of flashy, cheap women can even dream of. Haha, mine, mine. Mei Ziyi smiled knowingly when she saw the comments. How come everyone thought the same thing as her? She had just thought Chi Feng was handsome, and then the comments expressed her true feelings. Now, our judge, Ms. Shi Wenjuan, will announce the scores of the contestants and the list of those who have advanced. Please welcome Ms. Shi. When the host invited Ms. Shi Wenjuan to the stage, the most exciting moment had finally arrived. Although Mei Ziyi knew that even if Li Wanjie gave her 0 points, Chi Feng's high score of 50 points would be enough to advance to the next round, she still felt a little excited. First place, number 51 Han Tao, 54 points. Second place, number 9 He Yanfei, 53 points. Third place, Zhou Zheng, number 43, 52 points. Seventh place, number 25 Chi Feng, 50 points. When Mei Ziyi heard that Chi Feng was ranked 7th, she couldn't help but clench her fist. Sure enough, the high score of 50 points not only allowed Chi Feng to advance but also ranked him 7th, which was a very high ranking. You have to know that only 32 people can advance, and a 7th place ranking is enough to put him in the first tier. Brother Han Tao is number 1. Goddess, he is number 2. How come Zhou Zheng is only 3rd? His score in the last round of elimination was higher than Han Tao's. Master Chi has advanced. Hooray! On the live chat, fans from all sides were celebrating the advancement of their favorites. The show was coming to an end, with some shedding tears of sadness at being eliminated and others beaming with joy at advancing. Miaizi relaxed and then thought about how to write a good review of this episode of The First Singer. Now, please have the contestants who are not eligible for the next round step down from the stage. Shi Wenjuan began to announce, but before she could finish, the situation suddenly changed, and Chi Feng stood up abruptly. Wait a minute. As Mei Ziyi was considering how to write her review, she was suddenly startled by this scene. What was going on? What was Chi Feng trying to do? It was all over, and his sudden appearance was really baffling. What is Qi Shen going to do? Is Qi Shen about to unleash his fury? I reckon they're going to fire on that old dog Li. Haha, now that the competition is over, Qi Shen is no longer afraid of wasting other people's time. Li Logu deserves to be criticized. What qualifications does he have to be a judge? As soon as Qi Feng stepped forward, the viewers watching the video became excited. Although they didn't know exactly what Qi Feng was going to do, they used their imaginations. Judge Li Wanjia had targeted him so much before. Now that the competition was over, why not seize the opportunity to retaliate? Mei Ziyi was also misled by the comments and thought that Qi Feng was also going to attack Li Wanjia. However, she felt that there was no need to do so at this time, because the recording of the show was coming to an end, and Miss Shi Wenjuan had announced that the eliminated contestants should leave the stage. Qi Feng's interference would be annoying. I remember you, Qi Feng. Do you have anything to say? On stage, Shi Wenjuan's face was expressionless, perhaps because she was provoked. Qi Feng smiled slightly. Teacher Shi, I want to exercise my right to compete. The right to PK. Mei Ziyi was stunned for a moment, then it was as if a lightning bolt struck her mind. That's right, the PK right. This is a rule allowed by the show. If any contestant who was revived in the previous round also manages to advance in this round, then any contestant who also advances can challenge him to a PK match. Players who are challenged in a PK competition cannot avoid the challenge, otherwise, they will be considered to have forfeited. Miaizi barely needed to think, a name immediately popped into her mind. He Tienyang. Isn't He Tienyang the contestant who was revived by the judges in the previous round? And he also advanced in this round. If Miaizi remembers correctly, He Tienyang was ranked 32nd, just making it into the last of the top 32. The key point is that He Tienyang has some kind of relationship with Judge Li Wanjia. He advanced to the national competition because of Li Wanjia's revival opportunity. Qi Feng is at odds with Li Wanjia, so it is only natural to launch a PK competition against He Tienyang. So it's the PK, player versus player, right? I thought Qi Shen was going to confront Li Logu head-on. Qi Shen is a true man. I know, Qi Feng is going to challenge He Tienyang. Those who watched Qi Feng's previous episode immediately guessed who Qi Feng was going to challenge. What's going on? Some people were unaware of the truth. He Tienyang only advanced because of the revival opportunity given to him by Li Wanjia, someone explained. I see. This is going to be interesting. Who is He Tienyang? I didn't pay attention just now. It's the one that's ranked 32nd, which is right in last place. This piece of trash dares to compare himself to Qi Shen? Is Qi Shen going to release another original song? Don't think too much, just wash up and go to bed. Although I support Qi Shen, this is already 2 songs. Do you really think original songs are free? Miaizi watched the comments section. Although she was hoping that Qi Feng could come up with another original song, she shook her head. It was impossible. Qi Feng had already come up with 2 original songs. If he came up with a third one, would original songs really be as free as cabbages? However, this is somewhat dangerous. Although Qi Feng's singing skills are good and better than He Tienyang also has advantages that Qi Feng does not have. For example, he has Judge Li Wanjia as his backer, and Li Wanjia is obviously going to blacklist Qi Feng. No matter how well Qi Feng sings, he probably won't get a high score, or even give him a 0 score. In other words, Qi Feng only had 5 judges scoring him, while He Tienyang had 6. The other judges wouldn't do something as shameless as Li Wanjia, so Qi Feng was clearly at a disadvantage. Then please tell me who you want to fight. Number 30, He Tienyang. In the video, Qi Feng confirmed his choice of He Tienyang, and He Tienyang gritted his teeth and accepted. Then, the 2 of them each had 10 minutes to prepare. During the wait, the live chat never stopped, and it was all about discussing this PK competition. I bet Qi Shen will win. He Tienyang isn't even worthy of carrying his shoes. Qi Shen, the eternal god. He Tienyang is trash. What song do you think Qi Shen will sing? It's unlikely to be an original song, it's probably a classic song by some singer. That's not necessarily true. What if Qi Shen comes up with another original song? If Chi Shen can produce another original song, I will be a fan for life. Even though I know it's impossible, I'm still really looking forward to it. Even the most blindly trusting audience members at this point believed that Chi Feng couldn't possibly produce a new original song, since that's no small feat. 10 minutes later, Chi Feng and He Tienyang returned to the stage. At first, both of them insisted on singing first, but after He Tienyang's taunting, Chi Feng agreed to sing first. He said something domineering to He Tienyang, which made the audience cheer in unison on the barrage. I let you sing first to give you a chance. Otherwise, I was afraid that after I finished singing, you would be in despair and wouldn't be able to perform at your usual level. In that case, you would only lose even more miserably. He Tienyang, however, remained defiant, claiming that Chi Feng did this to help Fan Yingli, who was ranked 33rd and had already been eliminated. He argued that by eliminating him, Fan Yingli would automatically advance one place, replacing He Tienyang and entering the top 32 nationwide. Viewers were unsure whether to believe him, as He Tienyang's words seemed quite reasonable, resulting in a split opinion in the live chat. Chi Feng fought He Tienyang because of Fan Yingli? He Tienyang is talking nonsense. He's a relative of Li Logu, so of course Chi Shen has to compete against him. Even heroes can't resist the charms of a beautiful woman, so it's normal for Chi Feng to choose to fight He Tienyang for the sake of a beautiful woman. Chi Shen isn't that kind of person. It's He Tienyang's own fault for being Li Logu's man. Fan Yingli is so beautiful, anyone would be attracted to her. You could say she was lucky, she just happened to be right behind He Tienyang. Mei Ziyi was on Chi Feng's side, not because of Fan Yingli, that he was challenging He Tienyang. After observing him, she didn't think Chi Feng was the kind of person who would act impulsively for the sake of beauty. It was obvious that challenging He Tienyang was already part of his plan. As for Fan Yingli, she was just very lucky. From the moment Chi Feng decided to challenge He Tienyang, she had already advanced to the top 32 in the country. Because one of Chi Feng and He Tienyang would definitely be eliminated, Fan Yingli, who was ranked 33rd, would take their place. A petty person is a petty person, they will always judge others by their own petty standards. As expected, Chi Feng scoffed at He Tienyang's words and, without further ado, launched into the PK competition. The previous rendition of Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies was a bit too heavy. How about a lighter song? I'll be singing one of my original compositions, Youth. As soon as he said that, not only did the audience on stage erupt in an uproar, but even Miaizi in front of her computer stared wide-eyed in disbelief. Chi Feng was actually going to sing another original song? This was just too outrageous. Did he really have his original songs as free as cabbages? Another original song. Is Chi Shen going to defy the heavens? Chi Shen is mighty and domineering. Young man? I don't know if it sounds good or not. Go Chi Shen. I'm willing to listen to any of Chi Shen's songs on repeat 100 times. A cheap trick. Another original work? Just tell me where you copied it from. Plagiarist. Although most of the comments on the screen supported Chi Feng, there were also quite a few who criticized Chi Feng for plagiarism. Most of these people were paid trolls, but of course, there were also those who disliked Chi Feng's high profile. Mei Ziyi was excited. Chi Feng was going to sing a new song again, and she believed that since Chi Feng dared to release it, it couldn't be too bad. After all, this concerned his own advancement, and he couldn't just throw together a lousy song, otherwise, he might as well sing someone else's classic song. Wait a minute, I have something to say. However, just as Chi Feng was about to start singing, Judge Li Wanjia suddenly spoke up. He actually said that Chi Feng could not sing original songs because Chi Feng could not prove that the songs were his original works, which might cause infringement. This naturally drew friendly greetings from a group of viewers in the live chat, and the nickname Old Dogly had been firmly attached to Li Wanjia's head. Chi Feng immediately retaliated, saying that he had already registered the copyright and there was no issue of infringement. He then cited the contestants on the scene as examples, saying that none of the songs they sang had been authorized by the copyright holders, which was tantamount to blatant infringement. He argued that since he had the copyright, why couldn't he sing them? In one sentence, Li Wanjia was left red-faced with embarrassment. Unless he could get all the contestants to obtain authorization from the song authors, his opposition to Chi Feng singing original songs was completely unconvincing. Mei Ziyi secretly applauded, thinking that Chi Feng was indeed worthy of such a blunt and uncompromising approach to confronting Li Wanjia. Then, amidst much anticipation, Chi Feng's new song finally began. Woo 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 mo o o o mo o o o. Although it was just a humming sound without any specific lyrics, the melodious and pleasant tune made Miai's eyes light up. The comments section also started to pick up the pace. It sounds nice. Just by hearing this opening, you know it can't be wrong. A sign from the divine song. Go Chi Shen. Oh oh oh. Change your life. Make yourself happy. Give up your obsession. The weather will then become nice. Every time I walked by, it was a rewarding experience. What are you waiting for? Make the right choice. The upbeat melody is unlike the beginning of Chi Feng's previous two songs, which were both rather somber. This song is light and beautiful from the start, making people feel relaxed and happy, and want to sing along with the melody. It sounds so good, so beautiful. It makes me want to sing along. Chi Shen is mighty. At this point, there were fewer comments on the screen because most people were listening to the song and didn't have time to type or post comments. Miaize listened intently, afraid of missing a single word. I am still the same boy I used to be. Not a single thing has changed. Time will be the only test. The belief planted in my heart has not diminished in the slightest. The boy in front of me, it's still the same face as before. No matter how many difficulties we face, we will not back down. Say never, never give up. Like a fire. When the climax of the song began, Miaize felt goosebumps all over her body. It wasn't because she saw anything scary, but because the song gave her a chilling feeling that it was trying to pull her soul out of her body. It sounds great, really great. Besides being catchy, the lyrics are also a major highlight. Flowers don't bloom for 100 days, and youth never returns. Everyone has a youthful time, and everyone cherishes those days, but sadly, they can never go back. However, this song conveys the message that as long as your faith remains undiminished, you are still the same young person you once were. With its beautiful melody and uplifting lyrics, full of positive energy, this song deeply touches the hearts of listeners and rekindles their past passions. Therefore, Chi Feng is not only inspiring himself but also every listener. It sounds so good. I cried, tears streamed down my face. Chi Shen's songs always make people want to cry. I'm still that same young man, and I sang really well. Let the storm rage on. My beloved Chi Shen. Although there were few comments, they expressed praise for Chi Feng's song and affection for him personally. Chase every ray of light that comes into your life. Let the world shine because of your existence. Actually, you, me, and him are no different. As long as you are willing to draw an imaginary picture of hope. The road to growth is inevitably filled with trials and tribulations. Believe in yourself, your moment of glory will come. Don't let hardships stop you from moving forward. Persist, and your own blueprint will come to fruition. The long rap section, with lyrics full of positive energy, is exhilarating and doesn't feel out of place at all. On the contrary, it highlights the preciousness of youth. Once upon a time, we were all teenagers. But after experiencing the hardships of life and the twists and turns of the world, our youthful spirit has gradually been worn down, and our former ideals and wishes have been gradually forgotten and disappeared. But this song reignited everyone's passion, making people want to rekindle their ideals and hope, because no matter what, I am still the same boy I used to be. I'm still the same young Mia I always was. I'm still the same young Mia I always was. I am still the same young man, Mia, standing before you. I'm still the same young Mia I always was. The song ends with the line, I'm still the same boy I used to be, and this line seems to have a magical power. Even though the song is over, the lyrics still linger in the minds of countless people. Clap, clap, clap. The applause in the video seemed to be about to overturn the entire stage, while outside the video, countless bullet comments began to appear. It's so beautiful, I can't stop listening. A song that you can listen to on repeat all year round. I love it, the youth. I'm still the same boy I used to be, without the slightest change. Some people even used this lyric as a comment on the screen. Chi Shen is mighty and domineering. I've said it before, Chi Shen's songs are always worth looking forward to. What does He Tienyang have to compare with? What else does old Dog Lee have to say? Where are all the online trolls who accused Chi Shen of plagiarism? You're done criticizing Chi Shen's The Youth now, let's see who dares to criticize it. God Chi. Looking at the various comments in the barrage, Mei Zi grinned. Chi Feng had it all figured out. Even if He Tienyang performed exceptionally well, he wouldn't be able to put up any resistance or struggle against Chi Feng, who seemed to be possessed by a god of song. Chi Feng won the PK match. Sure enough, the host Deng Kai walked onto the stage and asked the audience, "What do you all think of Chi Feng's song, youth?" "It sounds great," was the unanimous response. When it came to the scoring stage, composer Ho Manyun, lyricist and composer Huang Yu, singers Lan Yan and Yang Muqi, and gold medal music producer Shi Wenchuan all gave it a perfect score of 50 points. Shi Wenjuan even poached Chi Feng on the spot, hoping to recruit him to study composition at Kinhe Music Academy. Mei Zi was happy for Chi Feng when she heard this. Although Kinhe Conservatory of Music is also an art school, as its name suggests, it focuses on music. Its composition department is the best in the country, and no one dares to claim the top spot. Unfortunately, Chi Feng declined, saying he had no intention of transferring schools. Finally, Judge Li Wanjia gave the scores. Without him saying a word, Miaize knew that Li Wanjia would give her 0 points again, and the reason was obvious. Even before Li Wanjia could give his score, a bunch of people started mocking him in the comments. Old Dog Lee is going to give it a 0 again. Old Dog Lee is going to give it a 0 again. Old Dog Lee is going to give it a 0 again. Li Logu, 0 points. Li Logu, 0 points. Because everyone knew that Li Wanjie, that shameless guy, wouldn't give Chi Feng any points. As everyone guessed, Li Wanjie, who had completely abandoned all pretense of shamelessness, didn't care about other people's opinions and still gave Chi Feng 0 points, citing his suspicion that Chi Feng's song wasn't original. This is normal procedure, please don't be angry. That's just how old Dog Li is. Haha, 0 points. Does Chi Shen need your points? 50 points is enough to advance. Li Logu did leave the points for He Tienyang, but was it useful? I really want to know what old Dog Li is thinking right now. Li Logu, holy crap, Chi Feng advanced again. Ha ha ha, I love Li Logu's expression of impotent rage. At first, people might have been angry because Li Wanjie gave them 0 points, but now they aren't. Instead, they're full of mockery towards Li Wanjie. No matter how many 0 points you give, it won't affect Chi Shen's advancement. On the contrary, He Tienyang, who hadn't even started singing yet, was already considered dead in everyone's eyes, because everyone knew that even with Li Wanjie's support as a judge, he had no chance of advancing. In front of Chi Feng, he was nothing more than a tiny speck of dust, easily swept away and gone. As everyone guessed, it turned out that He Tienyang's mental fortitude was so poor. He performed reasonably well at the beginning, but later, influenced by the audience, he sang worse and worse, to the point that he forgot the lyrics and ended up singing in fits and starts. Haha, that's hilarious. This guy thinks he can compare to Chi Shen? So rubbish, they obviously only made it to the national competition by using connections. He Tienyang, I'm only fit to carry Chi Shen's shoes. Pa, you've dirted my shoes. Old Li is probably going to cry. Unless he can give He Tienyang 100 points, how can He Tienyang advance? I probably won't cry, but I'll definitely be thinking, what the hell did I choose? Ha ha ha. He Tienyang received nothing but ridicule, not only because of his poor performance, but also because of his relationship with Li Wanjie. People like him who get in through connections don't deserve any sympathy. Instead, most people kick him when he's down. When the scores came out, with Li Wanjie adding the 5 points he gave himself, He Tienyang's total score was only 19 points, which caused the comment section to go wild again. 19 points? My grandma said she would get more than that when she sang up there. 19 points. My younger sister from kindergarten could get more than 20 points if she sang up there. Haha, 19 points, broke the record. The lowest score ever recorded for first star, bar none. He Tienyang has become famous overnight, hasn't he? Listen to me, He Tienyang is the first person to break the record. If Miaizi, sitting in front of her computer, hadn't already started thinking about how to write a review, she would also like to join in the fun and say that this episode of The First Singer was truly a pleasant surprise. There were new songs, a PK competition, and 2 original songs in total. The key point is that every single one of them is so good and has the potential to become a classic. Chi Feng, a contestant who had previously performed rather ordinarily, truly surprised everyone. It is believed that after tonight, Chi Feng will no longer be harassed by those online trolls. At least those who watch tonight's episode will certainly not allow those trolls to smear Chi Feng. Haven't you noticed that everyone now calls Chi Feng God Chi? The word God perfectly encapsulates how much everyone loves Chi Feng. Miaizi decided to call him Chi Shen from now on, and even planned to use this title to replace him in her music review articles. As the show ended, Miaizi shut down her computer. Next, she needed to start writing. There was so much to write about tonight, and she had to organize and plan it carefully so that when the news was published, she could perfectly present all the highlights of tonight's episode of The First Singer. Chi Feng also watched The First Singer at home with his daughter. Although he had been there before, watching it as an audience member was a different experience. Actually, I felt a little embarrassed while watching. For example, when I was criticizing Li Wanjie, I thought I was really bold. Li Wanjie was a judge, and if I didn't give him face, outsiders would probably think that I was disrespectful to the judge and arrogant. Chi Feng overthought this. Everyone deeply resented Li Wanjie for arbitrarily giving a score of 0 for a ridiculous reason, completely squandering the power given to the judges by the show. It was utterly heinous. Therefore, Chi Feng's stand up to Judge Li Wanjie was a courageous and responsible act, showing his fearlessness in the face of power. Although some criticized him for being impolite and disrespectful, he received far more praise. The next day was Monday. Chi Feng took his daughter to Yan Fei's place and then went to school. Chi Feng, well done. Chi Feng, you're amazing. Chi Shen, I love your song Youth. It almost made me cry. I like boundless oceans, vast skies, can I get your autograph? As he walked along, he discovered that after just one night, the whole world seemed to have changed. His classmates, who used to look at him coldly, now looked at him with more affection. Chi Feng returned the greetings one by one. He was not the kind of cold person. As long as people showed him friendliness, he would treat them in kind in return. But not everyone was like that. Some people saw him coming and whispered to each other, looking at him with a strange gaze, as if they were seeing someone who was not one of them. Chi Feng frowned slightly, because this kind of gaze became more and more obvious the closer they got to the classroom. Chi Feng, you'd even betray your own classmates for a woman from another school. That's really something. Hee, since you don't want to stay at our school, go back to Kinhee Music Academy. That's true, that's your alma mater. In the corridor, some students made sarcastic remarks, both openly and subtly. Chi Feng's gaze turned cold instantly, piercing straight at the students who were speaking. Their words reminded him of what He Tienyang had said to him on the day of the competition. They said he betrayed Kinhee Art Academy and challenged him for Fan Yingli's sake. Originally, he thought it was just a case of the other party making trouble out of resentment and jealousy. But now, after listening to these classmates, he knows that it must be He Tienyang who did it. After last night's broadcast of The First Singer, He Tienyang probably felt that smearing him for plagiarism might not be convincing enough, so he started from another angle and portrayed him as a traitor. Coincidentally, Fan Yingli gave him this excuse. Where I like to be is my freedom, and you outsiders have no right to comment. Chi Feng wouldn't tolerate these classmates who were spouting nonsense about him without knowing the truth. Even if I was fighting He Tienyang for someone else, so what? Betrayal? That's a really serious matter. I never knew that He Tienyang could represent the entire school by himself. Is he the principal or a representative elected by the school? You bunch of idiots, you just take a few words from someone and call them facts. Actually, I don't need to explain so much to you, because I don't need your understanding at all. No matter how you see me, I am still me. Do you think I'm inferior just because you look down on me? Or do you think I'm superior just because you think highly of me? If someone in the world slanders me, deceives me, insults me, laughs at me, belittles me, despises me, hates me, or cheats me, how should I deal with it? Just tolerate him, let him be, let him do as he pleases, avoid him, be patient with him, respect him, ignore him, and wait a few more years, then you'll see what happens to him. I offer these 2 lines of verse to you, hoping we can encourage each other. After saying this, Chi Feng ignored the ugly and astonished expressions on their faces and strode into the classroom. Little did he know that around the corner of the corridor, a girl was staring blankly at his retreating figure. Lin Chien got up very early today. After having breakfast at the cafeteria with her best friend Yan Kuiwa, they went to the classroom together. In the past 2 days, after some adjustment, she has recovered from what happened that night and no longer thinks about it. Although some unpleasant rumors have reached her ears, as her best friend said, they are just sour words from people who are jealous of her, and she doesn't need to take them to heart. However, there was one thing that made her a little uneasy. Pan Jian's parents had been blocking her way these past few days, trying to get her to say some good things about their son so that they could lessen his punishment. Lin Chien would never forgive Pan Jian for almost doing something so terrible to her, and she would never speak up for him. Fortunately, she had reported the matter to the school, and the school now strictly prohibits Pan Jian's parents from entering the campus, which is why she dared to walk leisurely on campus with her best friend. But she knew that she could only hide from this for a short time, and her parents were still on their way to school, so she couldn't leave the school to give Pan Jian's parents a chance. Chien, are you still worried that Pan Jian's parents will come to the school to find you? Yan Kuiwa took the initiative to start a conversation when she saw that Chien had been silent the whole way. Don't worry, the school has already told the security guards that they won't be allowed to come in. Lin Chien nodded. But you've been acting strange these past few days, always staring at boys' backs, Yan Kuiwa said, voicing her doubts. No, how could I do that? Lin Chien quickly denied it. Actually, her best friend was right. She had indeed been a bit obsessed these past 2 days. Ever since she saw a back view that looked very much like the person who saved her, she had been looking at other boys' back views all the time. That's good, otherwise I would have thought you were lovesick. Yan Kuiwa laughed. She just wanted to distract her good friend so that she wouldn't focus on something bad. You're the one who's lovesick. Lin Chien rolled her eyes at her, annoyed. She just wanted to know who the person who saved her was so she could repay them, but lovesickness was too far off. Ha ha, Yan Kuiwa laughed. Teasing her best friend had become a daily routine for her. Lin Chien was so beautiful and cute that even as her best friend, she couldn't help but want to see her shy expression when teased. As the two walked and talked, a boy suddenly appeared to their side, drawing their attention. The main reason was that many people greeted the boy as he walked, as if he were some kind of remarkable and popular figure at school. That person. Lin Chien slowed her pace and looked over with some curiosity. Don't you recognize him? That's Chi Feng, the one who wrote you the love letter. Yan Kuiwa also stared at the boy's face, her eyes showing a little admiration, but mostly a look of disdain and disgust. It's him? Lin Chien frowned upon hearing this. Many men had written her love letters, but Chi Feng was definitely one she remembered. Actually, she never read the love letters from boys, but her best friend persuaded her to open and read them each time, then return them to the class monitor. This was her best friend's suggestion, saying that this way, the boy would stop pestering her. The love letters Chi Feng wrote disgusted her, they were not only explicit but also perverted. So she decided that from now on, she wouldn't read any more love letters and would hand them over to her best friend to handle. It's him. Yan Kui-wan nodded. I watched The First Singer last night. If this guy didn't plagiarize, then I admit he has great talent. But no matter how talented he is, if he's morally corrupt, it won't work. He actually wrote you such a disgusting love letter. Chien, if you see him in the future, you must stay far away from him. Lin Chien nodded repeatedly. She instinctively maintained a wary attitude towards boys, especially after being kidnapped. This feeling became even stronger, let alone when facing a pervert like Chi Feng. Let's go up after he's gone a bit further away, Yan Kui-wa said, seeing that Chi Feng was not far from them. Lin Chien also stopped, and only after Chi Feng had walked far away did the two of them follow. If the classrooms weren't in the same direction, they would never have followed the path Chi Feng had taken. Ha! Lin Chien had only glanced casually ahead when her gaze suddenly stopped, because she realized that Chi Feng's back looked familiar. It was the same person who had saved her that night. What's wrong? Yan Kui-wa asked. It's nothing, I probably just didn't sleep well last night and my vision was blurry for a moment. Lin Chien made up an excuse casually, secretly shaking her head. She was really overthinking things. How could someone as disgusting and perverted as Chi Feng be her savior? Thinking about it carefully, if it really was Chi Feng that night, he wouldn't have saved her at all. He would probably have had ulterior motives towards her, just like Pan Ji-eun. I told you not to think so much. What's past is past. Pan Ji-eun's parents don't need to be afraid. We just need to stay within the school grounds for a while, Yan Kui-wa said, thinking that Pan Ji-eun's parents were the reason she hadn't slept well. Okay, whatever you say. Lin Chien knew her best friend was worried about her, so she agreed. The two walked and talked as they entered the teaching building and came to the corridor. Chi Feng stopped in front of them because someone in the corridor was mocking him. Chi Feng, for a woman from another school, you even betrayed your own classmates. Since you don't want to stay at our school, go back to Kinhee Music Academy. That's your alma mater. Lin Chien and Yan Kui-wa heard everything clearly. Although they felt it was hurtful for classmates in the same department to say such things, neither of them stepped forward to interfere. Besides, Chi Feng's character was not worth them doing so. However, Chi Feng was not one to remain silent after being mocked. He quickly retaliated, it is my freedom to choose where I like to be, and you outsiders have no right to comment. One sentence made Lin Chien, who was about to pull her best friend to the other side of the corridor, tremble all over, because that voice, was so familiar that she had been dreaming about it for the past 2 nights. Hey, are you alright? You don't need to know who I am. I've already knocked this guy out. You're safe now. If you don't leave, are you going to stay and treat me to a late-night snack? I'm leaving. Take care of yourself. Why bother with past acquaintances when we meet? Let's just leave it at that. She could remember every word that person had said to her very clearly. It sounded just like Chi Feng's voice now, only the tone was different. That night, his tone was gentle and reassuring, while now it was sharp and ruthless. Could it be the same person? Lin Chien was not blind, on the contrary, she was very rational. Judging someone's appearance based solely on their voice was too frivolous, as there are people with similar voices. However, considering the familiar figure of the other person, the two things together made her think, was the person who saved her that night Chi Feng? But how could it be him? Chi Feng wrote her love letters, and they were such perverted and disgusting love letters. How could someone like that not have any feelings for her after saving her that night? Moreover, even if he wanted to feign aloofness and play hard to get, he should at least let her know his identity. How could she be grateful to him if he didn't know his identity? This is completely illogical. You fools are really something, being easily swayed by a few words from others and taking them as fact. As Lin Chien was lost in thought, Chi Feng's words pulled her back to reality. If someone in the world slanders me, deceives me, insults me, laughs at me, belittles me, despises me, hates me, or cheats me, how should I deal with it? Just endure it, let it go, let it be, avoid it, be patient with it, respect it, ignore it, and wait a few more years, then you'll see what happens to him. After saying that, Chi Feng left. Lin Chien stared blankly at his back, her eyes gradually brightening. She had never heard these two sentences before, but they felt very philosophical. Would someone who could say such things write such disgusting and perverted love letters? Lin Chien also clearly remembered the line, "Why must we have known each other before we meet?" It was a beautiful line of poetry, but it seemed to be only half of the line. She didn't know what the other half was. At this moment, she superimposed Chi Feng's silhouette with that of the person who saved her that night. Not only were their voices and silhouettes identical, but even their manner of speaking was exactly the same, fluent and articulate. She began to believe that Chi Feng was the person who saved her that night. As for the love letter, there might be some misunderstanding. You can find out by asking him. Chien. Yan Kui-wa, who was standing to the side, saw that she was staring blankly at Chi Feng's back and called her name several times but still did not respond, so she couldn't help but tug at her. "Ah, what's wrong?" Lin Chien turned her head to look at her blankly. "That's the question I should be asking. What's wrong with you? You're like you're bewitched," staring at Chi Feng's back. "Is he really that good-looking?" Yan Kuiwa rolled her eyes. "That's right, those 2 sentences he said did seem very profound and impressive, but don't forget, he wrote you such a disgusting and perverted love letter. I just said that no matter how talented a person is, if their character is flawed, they are more harmful. You'd better not be deceived by his appearance." "I wouldn't." Lin Chien immediately denied it. She didn't want to tell anyone the secret that Chi Feng was very likely the one who saved her. "By the way, you just said he participated in The First Singer, right?" Yan Kuiwa nodded, then warned, "You can listen to his songs on First Singer, but don't get hooked. There's something wrong with that guy's songs. Many people say he plagiarized. Although I think plagiarism is unlikely, even if it's his own original work, his character is questionable." Yes, I understand. If someone has bad character, you should stay away from them." Lin Chien interrupted before she could finish speaking. "You know that much." Yan Kuiwa had a teachable look on her face. "Alright, let's hurry to the classroom. The old witch has class today, so we must make sure she doesn't call our names again." "Oh dear, I almost forgot." Reminded by her, Lin Chien also became anxious, and the 2 hurriedly ran towards the classroom. Chi Feng had no idea he had been recognized, but even if he did, he wouldn't care, since he hadn't done anything shameful. He walked into the classroom and sat in a corner where there were usually few people. Perhaps because the words spoken in the corridor had already spread, no one in the class bothered him anymore. Even He Tienyang was just sitting in his seat, staring at him with jealous eyes. Chi Feng smiled dismissively. He Tienyang only dared to slander him behind his back. Although such a villain was worth being wary of, there was no need to take him too seriously. In the face of overwhelming strength, no scheme or trick could succeed. Moreover, after last night's broadcast of The First Singer, He Tienyang's slander against him was limited. Although bringing up Fan Yingli might arouse a sense of shared hatred among his classmates, not everyone was affected. At least along the way, he wasn't met with only malicious glances. Many people expressed their admiration for him and asked for his autograph. This is all thanks to his performance on The First Singer, and he has only performed for 2 episodes. He believes that as his performance on The First Singer becomes more and more outstanding, not only will all the students in the school change their attitude towards him, but at least He Tienyang's threat to him will be infinitely close to zero, because no one will believe what he says anymore. Wah-ah. The vibration of his phone brought Chi Feng back to reality. He took out his phone and saw that it was a call from the famous male celebrity Lan Yan. Chi Feng answered the phone. "Teacher Lan? I am Mao, are you?" The person on the other end was not Lan Yan. As soon as she spoke, the image of a woman in her 30s with an ordinary appearance but a strong demeanor flashed through Chi Feng's mind. "Ms. Mao, is there anything I can help you with?" Chi Feng was quite surprised. Mao Are You was Lan Yan's agent, so she couldn't be contacting him at this time just out of boredom. Xiao Lan is already rehearsing the song Big Fish and preparing to participate in this year's Whirlwind Song Awards chart. Before the chart competition, she wants to release an animated music video. Xiao Lan said that you are the original creator of the song, so she asked me to ask you if you have any suggestions for the music video. Mao Are You's tone sounded somewhat casual. Obviously she didn't think she could get any useful advice from Chi Feng. Although Chi Feng was indeed the original creator of the song, music videos require professional knowledge, which Chi Feng obviously did not possess. "Ask for my advice?" Chi Feng was taken aback. Shouldn't he ask a professional for this kind of thing? Just as he was about to politely decline, a scene suddenly flashed through his mind, a girl dancing gracefully in a walled building, with a small fish swirling around her. It was a scene from the movie Big Fish and Begonia that he had seen in his previous life, which deeply moved him. "Ms. Mao, I need some time to think about it." Chi Feng changed his mind. "Okay, then I'll wait for your news." Mao Are You was a little surprised, probably because she didn't expect him to accept the offer so readily. Did she really think he could offer any good suggestions? The call ended there. Chi Feng put away his phone, and the clear memory in his mind reappeared. The MV of Big Fish and Begonia was as if it were engraved in his mind. Chun went and Chu came and the begonia bloomed. Chun returned the life of Kun, but who will return the love of Chu? I will transform into the wind and rain of the world to stay by your side. Especially Chu's last words brought tears to the eyes of many. Chi Feng decided that since he had been given this opportunity, he could simply bring his past life's music video here. Not for any other reason than to repay a favor to his confidant, Lan Yan. Back when he was insulted by Lu Weifang at the supermarket entrance, it was Lan Yan who stood up for him, and he hadn't forgotten that. Now that he had decided to repay his friend's favor, Chi Feng needed to properly organize the story of Big Fish and Begonia. In his previous life, he had watched this animated film and was moved by the kindness and purity of the three main characters. When Chun learns that the boy can be resurrected, she is willing to give up half of her lifespan to share with Kun. When the big fish is thrown away by her mother, Chun and Chu are willing to do anything to find it, even dancing with the rat granny. When Chu learns that only by letting Kun return to the sky can Chun be happy, he does not hesitate and resolutely decides to risk his life to open the sky. Chi Feng sat in the classroom, engrossed in writing the story of Big Fish and Begonia. All living humans are like a giant fish in the sea. When they are born, they set off from this side of the sea. Their lives are like crossing the sea, sometimes meeting, sometimes parting. When they die, they reach the shore and go to their own world. 4.5 billion years ago, this planet was home to only a vast ocean and a group of ancient, enormous fish. In a parallel universe to the human world, lived a disciplined and orderly race who worked for the gods, governing the laws governing all things in the world, including the human soul. Their sky was connected to the ocean of the human world. They are neither gods nor men, they are the others. On her 16th birthday, a girl named Chun, living in the god's enclosure, transforms into a dolphin and travels to the human world. She gets trapped in a net in the ocean, and a human boy dies while trying to save her. To repay her debt and resurrect the boy, she must overcome numerous difficulties and obstacles in her own world to help his soul grow into a fish larger than a whale and return to the sea. However, this process is fraught with difficulties and obstacles, while her childhood friend Shu silently protects her, constantly defying the laws of the god's world and causing various disasters. That's roughly the gist of the story. Chi Feng doesn't intend to change it, nor does he believe he can change it any better. In one morning, he finally managed to piece together the story, characters, and various emotional threads of Big Fish and Begonia. Unfortunately, he couldn't draw, otherwise he could have drawn portraits of Chun, Kun, and Chu. Although Chi Feng was confident that the story alone would move Mao Ru and Lan Yan, the effect would be even better if it were accompanied by illustrations. It seems he needs to find an art student to help him draw it, so he can take the prepared materials to Mao Ru. Kinhee Art Academy has a fine arts department, and its painting program is quite famous, having produced several painters. Chi Feng had never been to the fine arts department before and was unfamiliar with the environment, but that wouldn't be a problem for him. Since he couldn't easily find his way there, he could simply have someone come to him. Chi Feng plans to post the message on the campus forum. With a reward, he believes it will be quite attractive to art students. After all, not every student comes from a wealthy family. If they can earn some extra income to help ease the burden on their families, there are definitely people who would be willing to do so. Take Chi Feng himself as an example. He used to work 3 jobs a day, just for that meager reward, so he could earn a little more money to buy medicine for his daughter. At noon, Chi Feng first went to the cafeteria to buy bread and returned to the classroom. Then he used his mobile phone to post a message on the campus forum. He didn't use his main account, but instead used a secondary account to post. This was an idea he learned from He Tienyang. In the future, if there are any things that are inconvenient to say on his main account, he can use his secondary account to speak. The original message reads as follows: "We are now recruiting an artist to create a painting according to my requirements. If the painting meets my requirements and I am satisfied, I will receive a reward of 2,000 yuan. Chi Feng considers 2,000 yuan a considerable sum for just a few portraits and drawings of dolphins and large fish. If he's quick, he could even finish them in just 1 or 2 hours. After posting, Chi Feng ignored it. He left his FF number below as his contact information, and said he would contact him as soon as possible if anyone was interested. Fine Arts Department, Painting Major, a girl's dormitory. Sumei sat on the edge of the bed, eating white rice she had gotten from the cafeteria. The side dish was pickled vegetables she had brought from her hometown, which were in a glass jar. She had already eaten a shallow layer of the pickled vegetables, which was the result of her efforts to save them. Her hometown is a remote and poor mountain village. She was able to get into university only because her junior high school homeroom teacher encouraged her to pursue this path. If her homeroom teacher hadn't come to her home to persuade her, she might have dropped out of school to work or gotten married early. Sumei was unwilling to marry so young, especially after she had gone to school. She didn't want to end up like her peers in the village, staying home to raise children and do housework, looking weathered and worn at a young age. She wanted to give her parents a better life, as well as her younger sister and brother, and to let them live a comfortable life like city dwellers. So going to university was her only way out, and she persevered through countless efforts to achieve it. "Sumei, I got too much food today, we can't finish it all, here you go." Her roommate, Marina, came over with her lunchbox, her eyes full of heartache as she saw that Sumei was still eating pickled vegetables as usual. "No, I can't eat either." Sumei shook her head, politely but firmly declining. She knew Marina was saying this to maintain her pride. In fact, she knew very well that Marina wanted to help her, but her pride wouldn't allow her to accept it. "All right then, I'll try my best." Marina nodded. She wasn't the kind of person who would deliberately turn a good thing into a bad one, but Sumei was just too pitiful to her. Her family was clearly in such dire straits, so why was she still so determined? Keep it up, you can do it. So-mei laughed. She always appeared optimistic in front of her roommates and would never feel sorry for herself because of her family's circumstances. So-mei, eating pickled vegetables again? That smell is so strong, I can smell it from outside in the corridor. Another girl walked in at the dormitory entrance. She was wearing heavy makeup and dressed very seductively. She was also So-mei's roommate, named Feng Jiaojiao, but compared to Malina, she found So-mei displeasing in every way. Excuse me, I'll put the lid on. Upon hearing this, So-mei lowered her head and screwed the lid on the glass tube containing the pickled vegetables. She would just eat white rice, which would save a lot of vegetables. Feng Jiaojiao, what nonsense are you talking about? So-mei's pickled vegetables taste pretty good, and they can even be eaten with rice. Marina, who was standing to the side, couldn't stand it anymore and spoke up for So-mei. Haha, don't misunderstand, I'm not saying So-mei's pickled vegetables are bad, it's just that girls should treat themselves better. Eating pickled vegetables every day will lead to malnutrition. Feng Jiaojiao didn't want to offend Marina, because she knew Marina was a local and had some connections, so she quickly explained. Thank you for your concern, I'm getting enough nutrition. So-mei chuckled. There were originally 4 people living in the dormitory, but one of them moved out, so now there are only 3 of them. She knows that Malina is good to her, and she also knows that Feng Jiaojiao often intentionally or unintentionally hurts her with her words. However, she doesn't want to make the dormitory relationship so strained, so she always pretends not to care. That's good. Remember to tell me if you have any difficulties. We're close roommates. Feng Jiaojiao wanted to say something sarcastic, but she changed her mind because of Marina standing next to her. Yes. So-mei nodded repeatedly. Feng Jiaojiao felt discouraged. Couldn't this girl ever get angry? To be honest, she actually hoped So-mei would get angry and yell at her, so she could vent her frustrations. But So-mei seemed to never know how to get angry. No matter how many barbed things she said, the other woman ignored her completely, like a fool who hadn't understood. To be honest, she originally had no problem with So-mei, but ever since a senior she had her eye on asked her to help get So-mei's contact information, she has disliked So-mei and has been picking on her. Don't let So-mei's small-town background fool you, she's stunningly beautiful, easily outshining all the girls in the dorm. Aside from her hands being a bit rough from years of housework, her face is flawless, with incredibly smooth skin. She also has a fantastic figure, though it's always hidden beneath her simple clothing. But her roommate, Feng Jiaojiao, knows it all too well. Every time she saw So-mei's perfect figure under her rustic clothes, she felt a pang of resentment. Why should a country girl be so beautiful? Isn't being broad-shouldered and thick-waisted your standard? Hey, So-mei, I think this suits you perfectly. Marina, who was eating while looking at her phone, suddenly waved to So-mei. What suits me? So-mei was taken aback and walked over in confusion. Feng Jiaojiao was also a little curious and moved closer to Malina. I was browsing the forum when I suddenly saw this, recruiting illustrators with a 2,000 yuan reward. Marina pointed to her phone screen, which was Chi Feng's post recruiting illustrators. So-mei took a closer look, and her eyes lit up immediately. 2,000 yuan was undoubtedly a huge sum of money for her. Only 2,000 yuan? That's too little. Feng Jiaojiao, standing to the side, expressed her disdain. In her opinion, 2,000 yuan couldn't even buy a handbag. How could it be less? 2,000 yuan is enough for me to eat for a long time. Marina frowned and looked at her. This woman was really asking for a beating, saying this in front of So-mei. Moreover, the conditions weren't clearly stated. They said the painting had to be done according to his requirements and he would only get paid if he was satisfied. What if So-mei painted the picture for him but then changed her mind and refused to pay? Feng Jiaojiao was completely pouring cold water on the idea. Since they dared to post a message on the campus forum, they won't go back on their word. Besides, I have confidence in So-mei's drawing skills, she'll definitely satisfy them. Marina said, turning to So-mei. What do you think, So-mei? Yes, I'm quite confident in myself too. So-mei nodded. She was genuinely confident in her drawing skills, stemming from her slight talent and diligent hard work. You see, at school, she occasionally helped her teacher with some basic drawings, earning a few hundred yuan a month, though not much. If it weren't for her exceptional drawing skills, her teacher wouldn't have let her assist. Then contact him quickly, he left his FF number below. Marina pointed to the string of numbers Chi Feng left behind. So-mei took out her phone, which was already worn out. It was a gift from her homeroom teacher, for which she was very grateful and thought that she would repay her properly when she became successful in the future. Did you add it? Marina couldn't help but ask after seeing her actions. It hasn't been accepted yet. I guess she hasn't seen it. So-mei stared intently at her phone screen, but still hadn't received confirmation of the friend request. Let's try one more time. We have to grab this business, otherwise it'll be bad if someone else snatches it away. Marina was even more anxious than Sumei, worried that someone else would take it. She started to use her connections. Wait a minute, I'll ask someone to bury this post so no one will see it. She did have connections at the school, one of the vice principals was her father. However, she never mentioned it to outsiders. Firstly, because of her family upbringing, and secondly, because she didn't want to flaunt it, it would seem vulgar. Feng Jiaojiao, standing to the side, curled her lips. Using connections just to sync a post was such a waste. Instead of doing that, wouldn't it be better to use those connections to ask the school for some resources, join a film crew, or participate in some public appearances? Unlike Sumei, who majored in painting in the fine arts department, Feng Jiaojiao majored in dance, while Ma Lina majored in directing. The three of them had different majors. On the other side, Qi Feng also received a friend request from FF. He hadn't noticed it at first, but his phone kept vibrating every now and then, which finally woke him up from his work on perfecting the script for Big Fish and Begonia. That's right, he's writing the script for Big Fish and Begonia, not a short script like those for animated music videos, but a script for a complete movie. Now that the animated music video is out, let's not waste it and also write the movie script. If anyone who has seen the animated music video wants to make a movie, it can come in handy and fetch a good price. Upon seeing several friend requests in a row, all from the same person, Qi Feng immediately realized that someone had probably seen his posts on the forum and was now contacting him. Moreover, judging from the frequency with which the other party sends friend requests, they are clearly impatient, which also suggests that the other party may be in a bad situation and urgently needs this money. After accepting the friend request, before Qi Feng could say anything, the other party sent him a message. "Hello, are you looking to hire an illustrator?" "Yes, it's me," Qi Feng replied immediately. "What would you like to have drawn?" "I'd like to draw some animated characters, as well as some pictures of dolphins, also in animated form. I wonder if you can draw them?" Qi Feng asked. "I can do it," the other person replied without hesitation. "Then come to the library after school this afternoon." "Okay," the other party readily agreed. After agreeing on a time and place, the two stopped talking and waited for each other to meet after school. After school, at the library. The library at Kinhee Art Academy is more than just a library. In addition to the quiet reading rooms, there is also a hall for rest and conversation, which is where Qi Feng and Sumei agreed to meet. At this time, he did not know who the other party was, nor whether it was male or female, but they agreed that he would notify the other party when he arrived. Qi Feng was the first to arrive. He found a relatively secluded corner and then sent a message to the other party on FF. "I've arrived, I'm in a seat in the southeast corner." "Okay, I'll be right there." Qi Feng received the message quickly, and a few minutes later, the person he was waiting for arrived. The other party was not one person, but two people. Two girls, one fat and one thin. One of them was wearing a faded t-shirt and jeans, looking very plain, but her appearance was stunning. Her features were very delicate, and even without any makeup, she was still eye-catching. Her bare face was enough to make most women pale in comparison. This is the epitome of natural beauty without artifice, and that is the most precious thing. Qi Feng had seen many women who wore makeup, and Lan Yan was one of the most outstanding among them. However, she managed to match a simple girl without makeup, which showed just how excellent Lan Yan was. The other girl was a little chubby, with a round face that made her look very cute, and a plump figure that gave her a round and endearing appearance. "Are you Shinshi?" Sumei looked at the clean-cut and handsome boy in front of her, unsure if he was the employer this time. "Yes, that's me." Qi Feng nodded. Shinshi was his alternate account on the forum, corresponding to the Feng in his name. Judging from the expression on the plain-looking girl's face, she obviously didn't recognize him. However, the round-faced girl next to him looked at him with a strange and peculiar gaze, probably having already recognized him. Qi Feng's reputation at school is currently mixed. Before last night's first singer aired, it was probably more disliked than praised. Marina, standing to the side, looked at him strangely. If she had known earlier that the other party was Qi Feng, she probably wouldn't have encouraged Sumei to accept this commission. She had no problem with Qi Feng as a person, but many people on the forum had spoken ill of him, making her realize that Qi Feng was a troublesome person. She didn't want Sumei to get involved with him and thus also be talked about badly by others. However, since she was already there, she knew it would be difficult to pull Sumei away, so she simply stayed silent. "I wonder which of you will be helping me with the drawing." Qi Feng looked at the two of them hesitantly. Since they came together, he didn't know who had made the appointment with him on FF. "It's me," Sumei said confidently. "Are you a painting student in the fine arts department?" Qi Feng looked at her clothes and guessed what was going on. "Yes, my name is Sumei, and I'm a junior in college," Sumei introduced herself. "Oh, it's Senior Su." Qi Feng was a little surprised. She was actually a third-year student, a year older than him, because her appearance was so deceptive. No matter how you looked at her, she seemed like a freshman or sophomore. "Senior." Sumei was even more surprised. She probably thought that he was not a senior undergraduate, but a graduate student. However, judging from his address, his academic level was even lower than hers. Marina, standing to the side, watched Chi Feng with great interest. Although she didn't know much about Chi Feng, she knew that he was 5 or 6 years older than the average college student. Senior Su, you said you could draw according to my requirements. By the way, did you bring drawing paper and pens? Although the other party spoke with great confidence on FF, Chi Feng still wanted to test her. Yes, I brought them. Sumei was already prepared, taking out her drawing paper and brushes from a somewhat grayish-white cloth bag she carried with her. Chi Feng looked at the old, faded cloth bag and felt a pang of sadness. Judging from the girl's clothes and belongings, her family was clearly struggling financially. He instinctively leaned towards her and even thought that even if her paintings didn't quite meet his standards, he wouldn't change his mind. Now, can you draw according to my instructions? Chi Feng asked. Yes, I can. Sumei nodded, confident in her drawing skills. Draw a dolphin first, in a comic book style, to make it more realistic. Chi Feng simply stated his requirements. In Big Fish and Begonia, what impressed him most was not the character portrayals of the protagonists, but the large fish that looked like dolphins. Sumei spread out her drawing paper and began to draw. Her drawing skills were clearly excellent. With just a few strokes, she sketched the shape of a dolphin, which looked remarkably lifelike. Although she had never seen a dolphin in real life, she had seen them on television and on her phone. Chi Feng's eyes lit up. It was clear that Sumei had put in a lot of effort in her painting skills. He was already inclined to believe in her, and now he was absolutely certain that it was her. Paint the dolphin's back red and its belly white, Chi Feng added. Although Sumei found it strange that he wanted to make the dolphin red, she did as he asked. After all, he was the employer and everything was for the employer's benefit. Soon, a red dolphin leaped onto the paper. Although there was no seawater, its vivid and lively image made it seem as if it were swimming in the sea. Draw a horn on its head, a straight and long one, Chi Feng instructed again. Sumei immediately did as instructed. Since she already had a red dolphin, she didn't care about having an extra horn. Marina, who was standing to the side, did not say a word from beginning to end. She did not know why Chi Feng wanted to draw this, and thought it was just to test Sumei's drawing skills. Then Chi Feng pointed out a few more places, and after revisions, Sumei's dolphin drawing was exactly the same as the one she remembered from her previous life. Great, just like this, he said excitedly, feeling that he hadn't made a mistake in choosing the right person. He had originally planned to accept it even if Sumei's drawing was a little bad, but Sumei's drawing was better than he had imagined. Sumei breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this. Although she was confident in her painting skills, satisfying the employer was undoubtedly the most important thing. Hey, Sumei, you're here. At that moment, a voice came from the side, sounding somewhat sharp. Chi Feng subconsciously looked up and saw a woman with heavy makeup and dressed very attractively walking over at some point, standing to the side with a feigned surprised expression. Feng Jiao Jiao? Before Sumei could speak, Marina frowned. She wondered if it was a real coincidence or just a coincidence that she could run into this woman here. Hee, I came here to borrow books and happened to see you guys here, so I came over to take a look. Feng Jiao Jiao chuckled, completely unaware that she was an uninvited guest. She first looked at Marina and Sumei, then at Chi Feng, and then her gaze suddenly sharpened. Ha! She clearly recognized him. Aren't you Chi Feng? Feng Jiao Jiao was very surprised. She didn't expect to see Chi Feng here. She didn't know Chi Feng at first either, but he had become so famous these past few days that she was a little jealous after learning about him. Although Chi Feng's reputation on campus was mostly negative, it was still fame. Being famous for something is still being famous. Chi Feng responded expressionlessly. He really didn't like the other woman's tone and affected attitude, but he didn't know what the relationship was between this woman and Sumei, so he didn't seem too indifferent. Feng Jiao Jiao glanced at him, then at Sumei and the other woman, and suddenly seemed to remember something. She said to Sumei, Sumei, is Chi Feng the one who posted the message? What's wrong? Sumei was puzzled. Why was she so agitated? And she actually knew this Shanxi and even knew his real name? You know, Shanxi hadn't introduced himself at all, and she didn't even know his real name. What else do you want to say? Feng Jiao Jiao glared at Chi Feng and pointed at him, saying, Sumei, you've been fooled by him. He's a famous star at school, but he even goes to the vegetable market to pick up rotten leaves to eat. Do you think he has the money to hire you to paint? Chi Feng frowned upon hearing this. Was this woman here to cause trouble? Sumei frowned, not because she heard that Chi Feng had no money, but because she heard that he picked up rotten leaves to eat. This reminded her of herself. If it weren't for the fact that cooking was not allowed in the dormitory, she would have had similar thoughts before. He didn't lie to me. Thinking that Chi Feng and she were in the same boat, Sumei immediately defended him. Feng Jiao Jiao, thinking she didn't believe her, continued, Sumei, you really should learn about the outside world. Don't lock yourself in your art studio all day. He not only eats rotten leaves, but he also plagiarizes other people's songs. Feng Jiao Jiao. Marina couldn't stand it anymore and interrupted her sharply. Putting aside whether Chi Feng had actually plagiarized, just saying it to her face was a sure way to offend her. This woman had absolutely no emotional intelligence. No wonder she was already a junior in college, having studied at school for 3 whole years and still hadn't achieved anything. If it weren't for her looks, probably no one at school would even bother with her. Chi Feng's expression also turned cold at this moment, but he didn't say anything. He just felt that arguing with a woman was beneath him. Marina, did I say something wrong? Feng Jiao stared, feeling that she was doing it for Sumei's own good, to prevent her from being deceived. Feng Jiao, you don't need to say anything. I've already accepted this commission. You know I love painting, and I'm willing to paint even without payment, Sumei quickly interjected, not wanting Marina and Feng Jiao to start arguing. Originally, she had indeed come with the intention of making a fortune, but after hearing about Chi Feng's plight, she felt compassion for him. Chi Feng felt it necessary to explain, as he wasn't the kind of person who would eat for free. Please rest assured, I will definitely pay you. Actually, the painting you just did has already met my requirements, and I'm very satisfied with it. I can transfer the money to you now. Is FF transfer acceptable? Okay. Sumei hesitated for a moment, but still nodded. It wasn't that she suddenly had a greedy thought, but she knew that refusing at this time would only hurt the other party's self-esteem. Chi Feng took out his phone, did a few operations, and transferred 2,000 yuan. Please receive this. Yes, I've received it. Sumei confirmed receiving the transfer on FF. The two made the transaction on the spot, and Feng Jiao, who was watching from the side, said something strange again. They're really rich, so why do they still go to the vegetable market to pick up rotten leaves to eat? Did you see me picking up rotten leaves? Chi Feng originally didn't want to pay attention to this woman, but she just had to jump out. Did she really think he didn't curse women? Feng Jiao was taken aback by the question. Of course, she hadn't seen it, she had only heard about it. Were you following me? Chi Feng continued. I had no idea that someone was so interested in me and was specifically tracking me. Who's following you? Feng Jiao was furious. This guy doesn't even know who he is. Why would she need to follow such a nobody? Then how did you know I was picking up rotten leaves to eat? Chi Feng retorted. That's what everyone says, Feng Jiao said dismissively. You believe whatever others say? What if someone says you're an idiot, would you believe that? Chi Feng wouldn't tolerate her. You're utterly unreasonable. Feng Jiao's face turned bright red with anger, though it wasn't very noticeable because of her thick makeup. I can't be bothered with someone like you, you're beneath my dignity. With that, she tossed her designer handbag over her shoulder and stormed off. But after walking a few steps, she turned back and said to Sumei, do you know that making rash decisions will harm you? It's not too late to leave now. Clearly, she wanted to ruin Sumei and Chi Feng's business deal. I've already received the money, and I won't go back on my promise. Sumei shook her head. Fine, then you'd better not regret it. Feng Jiao said through gritted teeth, and walked away without looking back. Chi Feng frowned as he watched her disappear through the hall entrance. It was really bad luck, he never expected to run into such a crazy woman. Excuse me, she's our roommate. There's something wrong here. Marina pointed to her head, implying that the woman who left had something wrong with her head. Chi Feng shook his head. It's alright, I've seen people like this before. At least one thing is comforting, not everyone is like that crazy woman who left. For example, the two in front of him, Sumei didn't know him, but judging from her resolute attitude of not leaving, even if she knew his identity, she wouldn't regret it. And the other round girl recognized him, but she didn't chase after him and bite him like that crazy woman. By the way, besides dolphins, is there anything else you want to draw? Sumei didn't want to dwell on what had just happened, so she quickly changed the subject. There are still figures and some landscapes to paint. Chi Feng considered his words. Actually, this is a story. If you have time now, I can give you a brief introduction so you can understand the characters' personalities and it will be easier for you to paint them. Yes, I have time now. Sumei nodded. Marina didn't leave either. She was also quite curious about what Chi Feng wanted to draw. Originally, she didn't want Sumei to have any contact with Chi Feng, but Chi Feng's words that made Feng Jiao angry just now made her want to give him a thumbs up. Sabeki originally lived in an underwater world parallel to the human world, a place called the Divine Enclosure. The inhabitants there were neither human nor gods, but they were able to grasp the laws governing the operation of all things. Their world's sky was connected to the human world's sea. Sabeki was the heir of the Iki family. After undergoing the trials of her coming-of-age ceremony, she transformed into a dolphin and came to the human world. After she was unfortunately caught in a fishing net, a human boy saved her, but the boy died. After returning to the deep sea world, Chun was determined to bring the human boy back to life. In their world, the souls of good people turn into fish after they die and are controlled by the spirit master. Chun defied her family's rules and used half of her lifespan to bring back the human boy's soul, which turned into a small fish. In the underwater world, raising fish is not allowed, and it is rumored to bring disaster. So Chun kept raising fish in secret, but her childhood friend Chu found out about it. But Chu kept it a secret for Chun's sake. Chun named the fish Kun and endured many hardships to protect it, while Chu also silently protected Chun. Kun finally grew into a big fish, but it also brought disaster to the entire species. In the end, Chu sacrificed himself for love and sent Chun and Kun to the human world. Chi Feng only gave a brief overview of the story, but Sumei and Marina's eyes lit up. Both of them were attracted by this story they had never heard before and secretly wondered if he had created it himself. "Did you write this story yourself?" Marina was quite direct, asking whatever came to mind. Chi Feng nodded. What was the final outcome? Did Kun eventually become human? Did he and Chun end up together? Sumei couldn't help but ask. Any girl who hears a love story hopes for a perfect ending. Chun and Kun came to the human world. Kun transformed from a big fish into a human. He woke up on the beach, and Chun walked over and reached out her hand to him. Their eyes met. Chi Feng recalled the ending he had read in his previous life. Although it did not directly state that the two were together, it was enough to leave room for imagination. Sumei's brows relaxed as she listened. Clearly, the ending was perfect, just as she had imagined. In a daze, she seemed to see that scene, a man and a woman embracing on the beach. It must have been so heartwarming and touching. What about Chu? Marina asked from the side. Chu. Chi Feng's gaze sharpened slightly, and he said meaningfully, Chu's story is over. There was an Easter egg in the movie Big Fish and Begonia in his previous life, in which the spirit woman saved Chu and made Chu her successor, but there's no need to mention it here. It's over? He still died in the end? Marina frowned, unsure whether she was dissatisfied with the ending or with Chi Feng's perfunctory answer. Chi Feng glanced at her but didn't say anything. It was just a story, why be so insistent on knowing the answer? Perhaps feeling a little uncomfortable under his gaze, Marina said, I just think Chu is really stupid. He not only gave the person he liked to someone else, but also sacrificed himself to make the two of them be together. Are there really such saintly people in this world? That's not called being a saint, it's just that she believes her sacrifice is worthwhile, so she does it without hesitation. Chi Feng empathized with this. In his past life, he really hoped to exchange his own life for his daughter's life. What did sacrificing himself matter? But he still couldn't have it. Chun and Chu, judging from their names, are destined to be two people with no future, Sumei suddenly said with emotion. How so? Marina looked at her curiously. One is called Chun and the other is called Chu, representing spring and autumn and the 4 seasons of the year. These are 2 different seasons and cannot coexist. Only one can exist at a time, so they are destined not to be together. So there was a hidden meaning in the name? Marina suddenly realized. Chi Feng then looked at the girl named Sumei. This explanation might have been the original intention of the scriptwriters. Of course, it was also possible that Sumei had a very vivid imagination. So you want me to draw this story? Sumei looked at Chi Feng. After hearing the story, she couldn't help but want to present this story about the big fish in her own drawing. No, you don't need to draw the whole thing. I just want you to draw the main characters, the ocean, and the god's enclosure, etc. Chi Feng didn't need to draw the whole story. That would take too long. It's a whole movie. Mao Aryu said that Lan Yan was going to use Big Fish to participate in this year's Whirlwind Song Awards, and the Whirlwind Song Awards starts at the beginning of next month. There wasn't enough time. Oh, when shall we begin? Sumei was getting impatient, and having just received payment, she wanted to complete the commission as soon as possible. I don't have time today, I have to go back right away. How about this, we'll meet here again after school tomorrow, and you can help me draw then, Chi Feng said after considering for a moment. The main reason was that he had to participate in the original poetry competition tonight and needed to go back to prepare, so he couldn't stay any longer. Okay. Sumei readily agreed, but then added somewhat hesitantly, if I want to draw the whole story, is that alright? Of course, after I've completed your request. Chi Feng was taken aback for a moment, then said excitedly, of course, if you're willing to draw the whole story, I'd be happy to. Anyway, there's a possibility of making a movie in the future, so if Sumei could draw the whole story first, it would undoubtedly save him a lot of trouble. How about this? Consider it another commission of mine. After you finish the illustration work for the whole story, I'll give you a reward of 20,000 yuan? Chi Feng couldn't let people work for free. After all, the workload of illustration work for an entire movie was definitely not small. He felt that the reward of 20,000 yuan was too little, mainly because he didn't have much money of his own right now. No need. I only drew it out of interest. Sumei waved her hands repeatedly. She had learned about Chi Feng's situation from Feng Jiaojiao and really couldn't bear to accept any payment. Marina, standing to the side, looked at Chi Feng in surprise. 20,000 yuan? She wondered if he was that rich. I have something to do, so I'll be going now. See you tomorrow. Chi Feng said goodbye and left in a hurry. He had to go back to make dinner for his daughter first, and then pack up to go to Kinhee TV station. After Chi Feng left, Marina withdrew her gaze from watching his figure disappear at the hall entrance and said to Sumei, "Sumei, are you really going to draw the whole story?" "Yes." Sumei nodded. "I really like this story." Although Chi Feng didn't say much, the whole story must have been a lot of work. "You won't have time to do anything else for the next month," Marina said. "It's alright, just consider it practice for my drawing skills." Sumei didn't care about it. The main reason was that she really liked the story, and deep down she felt that she should help Chi Feng draw the whole story. After all, she received 2,000 yuan, and drawing a few pictures was not worth that much in her eyes. "Alright then, do what you can." Marina didn't try to persuade her any further, and she had a vague idea of what Sumei was thinking. "By the way, Shanxi, is Chi Feng very famous at school?" Sumei came to her senses. Judging from the fact that Feng Jiaojiao recognized Chi Feng at a glance earlier, he seemed to have quite a bit of fame. She was too embarrassed to ask when Chi Feng himself was present, but now she could ask. "He's kind of a minor celebrity at our school, and he's been quite popular lately." Marina didn't know exactly how to describe Chi Feng. Then, she briefly recounted Chi Feng's feats, such as participating in The First Singer, singing an original song, being accused of plagiarism, and issuing a challenge to the entire school on the campus forum. Did he also participate in The First Singer? Sumei became interested. She had heard of The First Singer but hadn't watched it much, mainly because she wasn't interested in singing and dancing, and was more immersed in her own world of painting, so she had never heard of Chi Feng. "Yes, you can check it out when you have time. It's on FF Video. If you want to watch it, contact me, and I'll give you my membership number. It's ad-free," Marina said. Sumei felt that she should indeed take a good look at it, because if she wanted to draw the stories he wrote, she should at least learn more about him as a person. At 8 p.m., Chi Feng arrived at Kinhee TV station. The original poetry competition is a live broadcast, starting at 8:30, so there is still half an hour to prepare. Similar to the previous episode, this episode also saw a dozen or 20 new participants, bringing the total number of contestants to approximately 30. As the director, Wan Hao first gathered all the contestants together and then assigned them positions and order of appearance. Chi Feng was the winner of the previous episode and is considered a veteran. His appearance order was arranged as the 6th. The 5 people in front of him were Song Qi, number 8, Lu Jiajia, number 10, Qian Yu, number 15, Cheng Miao, number 21, and Sun Shiwei, number 30. Except for Chi Feng, who joined later, the other 5 have been with the show since the first episode. This is similar to a boxing match format. Chi Feng and the other veterans are the defenders, while the newcomers are the challengers. The losers are eliminated, and the winners replace the losers and stay on the ring. Unlike the previous episode, Chi Feng was no longer an overlooked passerby. This time, he received unprecedented attention, becoming the focus of everyone's eyes from the moment he arrived at the scene. The main reason is that his performance in the last episode was truly amazing. He wrote 4 poems in one sentence, which opened everyone's eyes. For any contestant who wants to defend the title and become the champion in the end, Chi Feng's existence is undoubtedly a huge threat. Song Qi, Lu Jiajia, and others had witnessed Chi Feng's astonishing performance on set in the previous episode, so they remained relatively calm when facing him. The newcomers, however, had only seen Chi Feng on television, and aside from some excitement, they were mostly nervous and wary. Chi Feng was clearly an insurmountable mountain. Anyone who faced him would only have themselves to blame. Lu Weifeng from the previous episode was the best example of this. Once the positions and order were arranged, all the contestants went backstage, and then they just had to wait for the host to call them to come on stage. The backstage space was large enough to accommodate 30 people. Almost none of the contestants knew each other. Of course, Song Qi and Lu Jiajia, who had participated in several rounds before, would chat with each other because they had become familiar with each other. The others sat in their rest seats, either nervous or eager to try, waiting for the competition to begin. Chi Feng was also sitting alone in his seat. Although he was no longer a newcomer, he was practically one, and he wasn't very familiar with Song Qi and the others. Chi Feng. A pretty and cute girl walked over as if they were old friends. Her big eyes were full of smiles, and the shallow dimples on her cheeks made her look even more charming and cute. "Hello." Chi Feng looked at the genius girl in front of him. She was Lu Jiajia, affectionately known as the nation's daughter, a 16-year-old high school student. "I watched The First Singer last night. Boundless oceans, vast skies, and youth were so good. But compared to boundless oceans, vast skies, I prefer youth. I'm still the same youth I used to be, without a single change." As she finished speaking, Lu Jiajia started singing. Her voice was clear and melodious, like a nightingale emerging from a valley. "Thank you." Chi Feng expressed his gratitude. Lu Jiajia was the only contestant he had interacted with. Since the last episode when he first participated in the original poetry competition, she had taken the initiative to come to him and said that Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart was a very nice song. Obviously, she also liked watching The First Singer. Otherwise, she wouldn't have recognized him at a glance when he was completely unknown. I also like youth. A cool voice suddenly came from the side. Chi Feng looked up and his gaze sharpened slightly when he saw who it was. The person was Chang Miao, his daughter Xiao Yu's favorite girl besides Lu Jiajia. The junior in college was standing in front of him. She wore light makeup, which made her features look exceptionally beautiful, and she also had a faint intellectual air about her. Unlike Lu Jiajia's girlish innocence, Chang Miao, though only in her early 20s, already possesses a mature charm that young girls lack. However, her cool expression gives off an aloof and distant vibe. Chi Feng never expected that this aloof girl would take the initiative to chat up with him. "Thank you," he said, expressing his gratitude in return. "I hope your performance today will be as brilliant as last time. I look forward to your masterpiece." After saying that, Chang Miao walked away on her own. Chi Feng wasn't too surprised. Chang Miao had always given him this aloof and cold image. Although she was revered as a goddess by many, she also had another nickname, Ice Beauty Online, because whether in competitions or in conversation, she always presents herself with a cold and aloof expression, as if nothing can move her. Hee, that's just how Sister Chang Miao is. Even when she talks to me, she acts like someone owes her money, Lu Jiajia joked. Chi Feng smiled but didn't say anything. He wasn't familiar with Chang Miao, so he wouldn't comment on her behind her back. Chang Miao used to be his favorite, and he thought she could win first place, the top scholar. But now that he was participating in the show, his opinion had changed, because Chi Feng himself also wanted to be the top scholar. "By the way, how did I sing just now? Did I sing off-key?" Lu Jiajia asked with a grin. "No, you sang very well." Chi Feng shook his head. Lu Jiajia had obviously practiced at home. Although it was only one line of lyrics, she sang it quite well. "That's good. I thought I sang off-key." Lu Jiajia chuckled. "But I'm definitely not as good as you. You're a professional, and I'm an amateur. Everyone has their own expertise, that's all," Chi Feng said modestly. Little did she know that these words made Lu Jiajia tremble slightly, and her eyes grew brighter and brighter. Everyone has their own expertise, everyone has their own expertise. This saying is so well said, even more insightful than some poems. Chi Feng hadn't expected that a casual remark would surprise her so much, but thinking about it, it was understandable. He had initially thought that although this world had undergone some minor changes compared to the world he had experienced in his previous life, the changes shouldn't be significant. However, the more he learned, the more he realized that the changes were truly enormous. For example, some historical figures had disappeared or had been replaced by other figures, and the works of those disappeared figures no longer existed. Everyone has their own expertise, that's all is from On Teachers by Hanyu, one of the 8 great masters of the Tang and Song dynasties in her previous life. However, there is no Hanyu in this world, which is why Lu Jiajia reacted this way when she heard this sentence. "I was really arrogant last time. I said I wouldn't go easy on you, but one of your casual remarks was so insightful. In fact, I should ask you to go easy on me," Lu Jiajia said with a smile. "I don't think we'll meet before we get to the finals." Chi Feng wasn't sure if she was serious or joking, but he wasn't crazy enough to challenge just anyone. Last time, he only volunteered to challenge Lu Weifeng in the challenge round because Lu Weifeng was there. Lu Jiajia wasn't his enemy, so there was really no need for him to do that. Moreover, he had already decided that, at least until he entered the finals, he would not actively challenge anyone else, unless it was because no one else pressed the buzzer in the challenge and he was randomly selected. But even then, he would not choose Lu Jiajia as his opponent. "Thank you, brother Chi Feng." Lu Jiajia understood the implied meaning in his words, and a charming smile appeared on her face, making her dimples even more adorable. "Brother Chi Feng?" Chi Feng's expression stiffened slightly. He hadn't expected the girl to seize the opportunity and call him brother. However, he didn't dislike the title. Of course, he wouldn't give up on becoming the top scholar just because of that brother. If he met her in the finals, he would still do the same thing. Now let's welcome tonight's contestants. First up is our nation's daughter, Lu Jiajia. Host Wan Kei's enthusiastic voice echoed backstage as always. Lu Jiajia immediately stood up, smiled and waved to everyone in the room before walking out. Chi Feng nodded secretly. Although the little girl was the youngest, she was not lacking in manners at all. No wonder she was called the nation's daughter and loved by everyone. The second person to appear was national goddess Chang Miao. She nodded to everyone and then left. Then came the third, Song Qi, the fourth, Chien Yu, and the fifth, Sun Shiwei. Next up, please welcome our super rookie king, Chi Feng. When it was Chi Feng's turn to appear, the host Wan Kei's voice suddenly became high-pitched, making it seem like a superstar was making his entrance. Qi Feng himself was embarrassed. A super rookie king? That was a bit too exaggerated. But despite his embarrassment, he nodded to everyone and walked out. Upon arriving on stage, Lu Jiajia and the other 5 people were already standing in their respective seats, with the semicircular tables fanning out towards the audience and judges' seats. Qi Feng also walked to his own table and stood down. Then, the host Wan Ke continued to read out the names of the people behind him, but without adding nicknames such as National Daughter, National Goddess, or Super Newcomer King, because these nicknames belong to the defending champion. Before long, all 30 contestants took to the stage, each facing thousands of spectators, some nervous, some excited, and some thrilled. The original poetry competition is broadcast live to a national audience. If you perform well, you'll be in the spotlight in front of the whole country. For example, Qi Feng from the previous episode earned the title of Super Newcomer King because of his poem and 4 poems. If it weren't for the constant online accusations that he plagiarized, he would have become a well-deserved star long ago. Alright, all the contestants are now in position. Now, let's welcome our question setter to announce this episode's theme. As usual, host Wan Ke first introduced the question setter for this episode. An elderly man dressed in flowing white robes walked onto the stage from one side, drawing thunderous applause from the audience. That's right, the question setter for this session is none other than our beloved master of Chinese studies, Professor Su Yuli. Wan Ke announced loudly. Clap, clap, clap. Not only did the audience applaud continuously, but the contestants on stage also clapped along. Qi Feng was somewhat surprised that Su Lao was the question setter for this issue again. Usually, the question setter changes every issue, and you can see different faces each time. This was the first time he had seen Su Lao serve as the question setter for 2 consecutive issues. Of course, given Su Lao's status in the literary circle, serving as the question setter for 2 issues was more than enough for him. The production team would surely appreciate having such a respected figure on the show, as it would undoubtedly bring the program immense fame and unparalleled status within the industry. Good evening, everyone. I bet you're surprised to see me, right? I've actually become a question and answer teacher for 2 consecutive episodes. Well, the program team treats me so well, I can't bear to leave, Su Yuli said earnestly. Ha ha. The audience below burst into laughter. Everyone knew that old Su was joking. No matter how good the treatment was, it was impossible for old Su to linger. With old Su's status today, what kind of treatment couldn't he get? Why would he want to stay on a variety show? I believe many of you guessed the theme for last week before you even came to the competition, mainly because the Mid-Autumn Festival is just around the corner, making it easy to make that connection. But this week's theme won't be so easy for you to guess, because I picked it completely randomly, Su Yuli chuckled, and the audience below burst into laughter. Before coming here, a disciple treated me to dinner at a retro restaurant. The restaurant has a very poetic name, Bamboo Garden, where many bamboos are planted. So let's take bamboo as the theme for this episode. Bamboo. Both the contestants and the audience were speechless upon hearing this topic. Mr. Su was being far too casual. He simply had a meal at a restaurant called Bamboo Garden and used bamboo as the theme. However, it was precisely this randomness that greatly reduced the contestants' chances of guessing the right topic. Some people must have prepared by predicting the exam questions and even wrote poems based on those questions. But if they didn't predict the correct questions, then all their preparations were in vain. After all, the theme of bamboo was chosen randomly and without any prior imagination. Qi Feng clearly noticed that some contestants had expressions of disappointment and loss on their faces, obviously because they had tried to predict the topic but ended up getting burned by their own mistakes. Mr. Su has already announced the theme for this episode. Now, the contestants will have 15 minutes to compose a poem or lyric. Anyone who fails to finish within the time limit will be considered to have forfeited. Host Wan Ke first explained the rules. Although everyone knew them, with his start, the stopwatch began to run. Almost all the contestants picked up their pens. 15 minutes was far too short. They not only had to consider word choice and sentence structure, but also to conceive the entire text and write it down. In addition to assessing the contestants' usual accumulation of knowledge, the key factor was speed. The faster they were, the greater their advantage. Qi Feng also held a pen. He first glanced at the many contestants and saw that they were either deep in thought, writing furiously, or frowning and struggling to think, seemingly without any inspiration. But he was not in a hurry at all. The theme of bamboo is too random for others to bet on, but for Qi Feng, it's not a problem at all. He possesses memories of his past life. What poems hasn't he read? And bamboo happens to be a topic that many great poets have written about. He only needs to choose one from among them. The key question is, which one should we choose? Qi Feng couldn't help but feel troubled. While others were troubled by how to write a poem, he was troubled by the fact that there were too many poems and he didn't know which one to use. Ideally, it should be written in light of your own situation. This will make it more convincing. Qi Feng lowered his head and thought for a moment, then his eyes lit up. He had an idea. He held the pen and began to write. bamboo and rock. Clinging firmly to the green hills, its roots firmly planted in the broken rocks. 1,000 blows and 10,000 trials cannot break its strength, it stands firm against the winds from all directions. This is one of the most widely circulated and popular poems by Zheng Bangqiao in his previous life. The poem seems to be a poem about an object, focusing on the tenacious and persistent qualities of bamboo. In fact, it is also personification, describing the author's own upright, honest, and indomitable character, and his noble spirit of never bowing to any evil forces. This perfectly reflects Qi Feng's current situation. He's being attacked online, accused of plagiarism, disrespecting the judges, and even betraying his school for a woman. He'll fight back with unwavering resolve, like a warrior standing firm against all odds. Though battered and bruised, I remain steadfast, let the winds blow from east, west, north, or south. Say whatever you want, I will remain steadfast. Your slander will only make me more determined and stand even straighter. After finishing writing, Qi Feng put down his pen and then observed the contestants on the field. First, he looked at Lu Jiajia, the 16-year-old high school prodigy who was still writing furiously, seemingly very inspired. Then he looked at Chang Miao, the national goddess who was just as fast as him in the previous episode. Unlike her lightning speed last time, she seemed a bit slow this time, sometimes frowning, sometimes relaxing, and hesitant in her writing, as if she was pondering the words. Most of the others were also deep in thought, some even just spacing out. It was hard to tell whether they had no inspiration or had completely given up on the competition. Qi Feng then noticed that Su Yuli, who was standing next to the host, was looking at him, seemingly knowing that he had finished writing, and his face was full of appreciative smiles. Qi Feng nodded politely to him. Putting aside the fact that old Su was a leading figure in the domestic literary circle and deserved respect, Qi Feng could clearly feel his protectiveness towards him. 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Time's up. As host Wan Ke finished counting down, the 15-minute poetry writing time was over. Whether they had finished writing or not, all the participants put down their pens, and their expressions varied. Some were expectant, some were disappointed, some were excited, and some were relaxed. Before Mr. Su's selection, please leave the stage if you have not completed your work. Wan Ke's words were harsh, but this was the rule of the original poetry competition. Those who had not even finished their work were not qualified to participate and could only leave the stage. Immediately, about 7 or 8 people stood up in embarrassment and hurriedly left the stage. They had passed the registration review, but were eliminated in the first round of the competition, which made them feel very ashamed. Now, let's invite our question setter, Professor Su, to select everyone's works. Wan Ke consciously left the stage to Professor Su. I like this selection process because I can see everyone's poems and lyrics right away. Su Yuli chuckled as she walked forward, then pointed to the judges in front of the stage. The judges can only see the poems and lyrics from below. They can only see them after I have read them. Ha ha ha. The audience below burst into laughter again. Old Su was so playful, completely different from their usual impression of him as serious. However, it was precisely this contrast that made everyone laugh heartily. Old Su walked up to Lu Jiajia first. Since the selection was done in order, he picked up the poem that Lu Jiajia had written and read it carefully. After a while, he nodded in satisfaction, indicating that he approved it. Lu Jiajia smiled broadly. She was already very confident in her work, so she wasn't surprised at all. Next, Su Yuli walked up to Chang Miao. This talented college student still had a cold expression on her face, even when facing the respected Professor Su. Su Yuli, however, wouldn't make a big deal out of such a trivial matter. After looking at Chang Miao's work, he seemed somewhat surprised. Xiao Shang's smile deepened, and he nodded, indicating that this work had also been approved. Then there are Song Qi, Xianyu, and Sun Shiwei. Like Lu Jiajia and Chang Miao, these three have been defending their title since the first episode, so they naturally have considerable strength. All three of them passed. We finally arrived at Qi Feng's place. As the newcomer king of the previous episode, Qi Feng has received considerable attention. Not only are the viewers looking forward to it, but even the show's production team is eagerly anticipating his performance this episode. Qi Feng's sudden rise to prominence in the previous episode, especially his duel with Lu Weifeng, where he recited poems on the spot, significantly boosted the show's ratings. This also includes Lu Jiajia, Chang Miao, Song Qi, and others. They consider Qi Feng to be their strongest opponent, and his every move will be carefully observed and analyzed. Qi Feng clearly felt countless eyes focused on him, but he remained calm and did not become nervous despite being the center of attention. Su Yuli came up to him, picked up the manuscript paper on his table, and began to read it. Su Yuli had long been looking forward to Qi Feng's work. Last week's poem and 4 poems were truly amazing. Any one of them could be considered a classic. He had never encountered such a talented young man before. The main reason he stayed on as a question setter for the original poetry competition was, besides his disciples' request, Qi Feng. He wanted to see if Chi Feng could continue to produce amazing works, or if it was just a flash in the pan. And now, Chi Feng's work is in his hands. Bamboo and Rock? Upon seeing the title, Su Yuli felt no surprise, which was normal. A work is never judged by its title, the most important thing is its content. Su Yuli continued reading, clinging firmly to the green hills, its roots firmly planted in the broken rocks. 1,000 blows and 10,000 strikes cannot break its strength, it stands firm against the winds from all directions. Great poem. If he weren't mindful of his image, he would have shouted it out loud. This is indeed a good poem. The opening words, biting firmly, personify the bamboo growing in the pile of rocks, conveying its charm and tenacious vitality. The following sentence further describes the character of the rock bamboo, which has endured countless hardships yet still stands tall and is never afraid of the fierce winds from all directions. This is a poem about an object. On the surface, it describes bamboo, but in reality, it describes people, using the object as a metaphor for humanity. Especially the last line, though battered and bruised 1,000 times, it remains firm and strong, letting the winds from east, west, north, and south blow as they may, means that it withstands all kinds of hardships and blows, yet remains steadfast and strong, and no matter which direction the fierce winds come from, they cannot harm it. In the past few days, Su Yuli had also inquired about Chi Feng's situation. He had asked his disciples to find out because the poem and 4 verses from last week were so amazing that even he couldn't help but wonder if there was something more to it. He had read those comments online and had some doubts, but after reading this poem, he realized that he had truly acted like a petty person in vain. He had seen Chi Feng writing the poem just now. The whole poem was completed in only 2 or 3 minutes, making him the first person to finish a work on the spot. The theme was his idea, something Chi Feng certainly didn't know beforehand, so he had no way to prepare in advance. Yet, even so, he was still able to write a classic work and use poetry to express his aspirations. Bamboo and Rock is telling everyone that no matter how many people smear or doubt him, he remains as steadfast and strong as ever, and no one can shake him. Su Yuli was lost in thought, unaware that everyone around him was watching. Chi Feng's performance in the previous episode was so stunning that everyone considered him the #1 threat. If Chi Feng was eliminated in the first round, then this threat hanging over everyone's heads would disappear forever. Although many people knew it was impossible, what if it was? Moreover, they were also curious about what Chi Feng's work was about that made Su Lao look at it for so long. You know, other people's works are usually finished in a minute or two, but Chi Feng's work took several minutes to finish, and it seemed like he hadn't even finished reading it yet. Finally, Su Yuli let out a long breath, recovering from his deep thought. He put down the manuscript in his hand, nodded to Chi Feng, and confirmed that he had passed the test. This result naturally disappointed those who were hoping for Chi Feng's elimination, but at the same time, they had to be wary. Chi Feng had taken the initiative to challenge last week, and they wondered if he would do the same thing this time. Let's congratulate Chi Feng, contestant number 58, on staying on stage. Congratulations! Su Yuli acknowledged Chi Feng's successful selection, and the host, Wan Ke, who was anxiously anticipating the moment, quickly announced it loudly. Wan Ke sincerely hoped that Chi Feng would pass the audition. After all, the ratings for the original poetry competition had increased by more than 1 percentage point after it aired last week, all thanks to Chi Feng. If it weren't for his performance of writing 1 poem and 4 verses, the ratings wouldn't have increased so much. Clap, clap, clap. The audience below also applauded enthusiastically. Su Yuli continued to select the remaining works, but compared with the 6 champions including Chi Feng, the works of the later participants were rather weak. Out of more than a dozen people, only 4 were selected. With the addition of Chi Feng and 6 others, a total of 10 people advanced to the second round. According to the competition rules, only 6 people can remain each round, which means 4 more will be eliminated. Host Wan Ke's words immediately made everyone tense, especially the 4 who had luckily made it through. Wasn't that exactly 4? It felt like the host was talking about those 4 people. But before moving on to the next round, let's have our question setter, Professor Su, analyze the works left on stage by each contestant. After saying this, Wan Ke handed the stage over to Su Yuli. Holding the microphone, Su Yuli commented on Lu Jiajia's work in order. Lu Jiajia wrote a 4-character quatrain, titled Bamboo. He read Lu Jiajia's poem aloud, then analyzed its strengths and weaknesses. Overall, Lu Jiajia's poem received high praise. Next was Cheng Miao, who wrote a poem, Bulat and Suanzi, Deep in the Bamboo Garden, which also received praise. Then came Song Chi, Xianyu, and Sun Shiwei, who commented on each of their poems one by one. This gave the judges and audience a general understanding of their work, and they couldn't help but admire Su Lao's sharp and accurate critiques. Finally, it was time to critique Chi Feng's work, which was the focus of the entire event. Whether it was the judges and audience members in the audience, or Lu Jiajia, Song Chi, and the other contestants, everyone had been eagerly anticipating what Chi Feng would write, because Su Lao's performance had just left them extremely curious. If I had to choose the best piece from tonight's submissions, I would still vote for Chi Feng. Su Yuli's words once again caused a stir in the audience, because he had said something similar in the previous episode. Because Chi Feng's poem is the only one I can't find fault with, I'm not even comfortable commenting on it. In my opinion, I wouldn't be surprised if it were included in a Chinese textbook, Su Yuli continued. The scene was more than just an uproar, it was being written into textbooks? That would be the greatest affirmation of a work. If it weren't exceptionally good, would it even be included in a textbook? Song Chi, Qianyu, Sun Shiwei, and others were filled with envy and jealousy, and of course, they were also resentful. Was Chi Feng's poetry really that good? Originally, Chi Feng should have read it himself, but I like it so much that I will read it to everyone now. Su Yuli's words shocked the audience again. In the last episode, Su Yuli had Chi Feng read Shuidiao Getu himself. This time, Su Yuli wanted to read it himself. Could it be that this poem is even better than Shuidiao Getu? The poem is titled Bamboo and Rock, and it reads, clinging firmly to the green mountain, its roots firmly planted in the broken rock. 1,000 blows and 10,000 strikes cannot break its strength, it stands firm against the winds from all directions. After the poem was finished, the room fell silent. Although some people could not immediately grasp the meaning of the poem, there were quite a few discerning readers. For example, the judges and the other contestants were all experts and were immediately impressed. Chi Feng's poem is a poem about an object, but it completely transcends the category of such poems. In particular, the last line, though battered and bruised, it remains firm and strong, letting the winds blow from east, west, north, and south, gives people a sense of grandeur and strength. Even if a storm rages, I remain steadfast and strong, and nothing can defeat me. Great! That's really wonderful. Even if one is unwilling to accept it, one has nothing to say in the face of such a 7-character quatrain that appears in such an overwhelming manner. The audience at the scene was stunned, and those watching the live broadcast on television were equally amazed. Since the Xia Kingdom advocated the Renaissance, classical poetry has long been something that everyone admires. Not everyone can write it, but at least they all have the ability to appreciate poetry. Zhang Zhao was one of the audience members. Since watching the original poetry competition last week, he not only copied down Chi Feng's poem in 4 verses and studied them carefully, but also highly praised them. He especially loved Prelude to Water Melody, When Will the Moon Be Bright? He felt that this poem had perfectly captured the essence of the Mid-Autumn Festival moon, and that anyone who wanted to write Mid-Autumn Festival poems would be unable to avoid its existence and would never be able to surpass it. This wasn't Zhang Zhao's own statement, but rather the opinion of a master of Chinese classical studies, who considered When Will the Moon Be Bright to be the best Mid-Autumn Festival poem in thousands of years. As an editor at a publishing house, Zhang Zhao's vision is naturally beyond that of ordinary people. He also agrees with the words of that master of Chinese studies, believing that it is impossible for any Mid-Autumn Festival poem to surpass When Will the Moon Be Bright Again. Zhang Zhao was very curious about Chi Feng and eager to learn more about him. To this end, he watched The First Singer, which Chi Feng mentioned on the show. He, who had previously looked down on The First Singer, became a regular viewer. As long as Chi Feng was on the show, he would keep watching. Besides going back to find the previous episode of The First Singer, he also waited in front of his computer last night to watch the current episode. The 3 songs, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, and Youth have almost become his favorites. You know, he doesn't usually listen to music, thinking that those are all decadent tunes that he can't stand. But Chi Feng's 3 songs changed his perception of music. He realized that songs could also be positive, inspiring, and exciting. As he listened to them on repeat, he secretly marveled at Chi Feng's talent for songwriter, noting that Chi Feng was not only a skilled poet but also a gifted songwriter. So he waited in front of the TV early tonight, hoping to see the poem Chi Feng wrote. He was not disappointed. As soon as the poem Bamboo and Rock was read, Zhang Zhao was immediately impressed. It truly deserved to be called the best by Old Su. Compared to Chi Feng's poem, other poems were not only as bad as ants compared to elephants, but at least far inferior. At this moment, Zhang Zhao couldn't help but think of the comments online that Chi Feng had plagiarized. Those were just malicious slanders by petty people. Chi Feng's song Bamboo and Rock was undoubtedly a counterattack against those petty people. No matter how much you smear and spread rumors, I will remain unmoved. The 4th round of the original poetry competition has come to a perfect end. The 6 remaining contestants are the same as in the previous round: Song Chi, number 8, Lu Jiajia, number 10, Qianyu, number 15, Cheng Miao, number 21, Sun Shiwei, number 30, and Chi Feng, number 58. The numbers remain unchanged from the beginning and are not reordered after each draw. Chi Feng did not press the buzzer to challenge anyone this time. The host, Wan Ke, chose randomly. In the end, the 4 newcomers who had finally made it to the second round of the challenge either failed in their challenge or were challenged and failed, and were all eliminated. After the show ended, Chi Feng did not go back immediately, but instead went to find Lu Jiajia. What, you want my autograph? Lu Jiajia looked surprised and puzzled when he asked for an autograph. Was Chi Feng a fan of hers? It's my daughter who wants it, she really likes you, Chi Feng quickly explained. You want your daughter? Lu Jiajia nodded, realizing that's how it is. But she immediately sensed something unusual in his words, and her expression turned strange. She stared at him wide-eyed, looking at him in disbelief. You have a daughter? Aren't you a college student? Can't college students have daughters? Chi Feng wasn't angry at her surprise. In fact, many people had the same expression when they found out he had a daughter. No, Brother Chi Feng is a college student. I didn't expect him to have a daughter. How old is she? As a high school sophomore, Lu Jiajia couldn't believe that a college student would have a daughter. 8 years old, Chi Feng replied. 8 years old. Lu Jiajia's eyes widened again, and she almost shouted it out loud. Fortunately, she was quick and covered her mouth. But she was still quite shocked. Judging from Chi Feng's appearance, he was only in his 20s. Although he was a bit old as a college student, he had an 8-year-old daughter. Did he have a child when he was in high school? At this moment, Lu Jiajia's worldview and outlook on life were overturned. Yes, he's 8 years old. Chi Feng nodded. Lu Jiajia gradually calmed down, but her expression was strange then. Did Brother Chi Feng get married when he was in high school? I'm not married. I had my daughter after I graduated from high school. Chi Feng didn't want to talk about this, as it would remind him of the woman he both loved and hated. How about I sign this? Oh, okay. Lu Jiajia realized that she had asked something too personal. Chi Feng brought a photo of his daughter, Xiao Yu, at her request. She hoped that Lu Jiajia and Chang Miao could sign their names on the back of the photo. This was the first time Lu Jiajia had been asked to sign an autograph. She took Chi Feng's photo and pen, wrote her name on the back, and then thought it was too easy, so she asked, "What's the name of Brother Chi Feng's daughter?" Xiao Yu, 1 king for 1 month, Chi Feng said. Then I wish Xiao Yu eternal health, happiness, and joy, Lu Jiajia added, before returning the photo and pen to him. Thank you. Chi Feng took it and looked at it with satisfaction. Xiao Yu is so cute. Lu Jiajia praised. She had just seen the photo of her. She was very cute and small, but she seemed to be in poor health, with little color in her face. That's why she added that blessing. Yes, she's been this cute since she was little. Chi Feng looked at the photo of his daughter laughing heartily. He had taken it especially on her birthday while she was eating cake. After exchanging a few more words with Lu Jiajia, Chi Feng took his leave. He happened to see Chang Miao turn out from one side of the corridor and realized that this was an opportunity, so he quickly chased after her. Chang Miao. Because he wasn't familiar with her and couldn't use the ambiguous term Miss, Chi Feng could only call her by her full name. Is there something you need? Chang Miao turned around and saw it was him, a hint of doubt on her usually cool face. Can I have your autograph? Chi Feng asked bluntly, because his daughter wanted not only Lu Jiajia's autograph, but also Chang Miao's. My signature? Chang Miao was slightly taken aback, perhaps not expecting him to make such a request, but quickly agreed, sure. It's for my daughter. She's always watching the original poetry competition, and she likes you and Lu Jiajia the most, Chi Feng said. Thank you. Chang Miao nodded, her face still cool and indifferent. She didn't seem curious about his having a daughter, or perhaps she was curious but didn't ask directly like Lu Jiajia. Chi Feng then handed over the photo and pen. Chang Miao took it, signed her name, and saw Lu Jiajia's blessing on it. After thinking for a moment, she added, wishing Xiao Yu good health and eternal happiness. Thank you. Chi Feng also thanked them, and as he took back the photo, he looked at the two people's signatures on the back and smiled with satisfaction. This was his daughter's wish. In her previous life, she also liked Chang Miao and Lu Jiajia very much. However, because Chi Feng himself did not participate in the original poetry competition, she did not ask for their autographs. She was very sensible and did not want to cause trouble for her father. After signing his name, Chang Miao seemed to have something urgent to attend to and left in a hurry. Chi Feng returned home with the photos, picked up his daughter from Yan Feifei's place, and then took out the photos signed by Lu Jiajia and Chang Miao. This made Xiao Yu extremely happy. Her favorite people are sister Chang Miao and sister Lu Jiajia. She quickly collected both of their autographs and ran around the small rented room with great joy. Chi Feng looked at his daughter's excited face, his eyes filled with relief. All his efforts were worthwhile. He was willing to do anything as long as his daughter was happy. Wah-ah. Just as I was watching my daughter's joy and feeling the same way, my phone suddenly rang again. Chi Feng frowned slightly. It was already so late, he wondered who could be calling him. He took out his phone and saw it was Lan Yan's number, but he wouldn't know who was on the other end until he answered. Hello. Chi Feng answered the phone. Chi Feng, what's your decision? A slightly assertive voice came over. Upon hearing this, Chi Feng recognized Mao Aryu's voice. She had just asked for his advice during the day, and now she was calling again to inquire in the evening. Wasn't that a bit too hasty? Ms. Mao, I've thought about it and have a general idea. Chi Feng had just finished speaking when Mao Aryu interrupted him impatiently. Really? Can you tell me about it? It's not convenient to talk over the phone. How about we meet sometime to discuss it? Chi Feng had already written the draft of the story for Big Fish and Begonia. No matter what he said over the phone, it would not be as convincing as talking face to face and seeing the story with his own eyes. Okay, I'm free tomorrow night. How about we go to I Do What I Want again? Mao Aryu said. Sure. Chi Feng had no objections. I Do My Own Thing wasn't far from the school, and he'd already been there once before, so he was familiar with the place. However, before going tomorrow night, he needed to get Sumei to draw a few pictures to increase his persuasiveness. The next day, Chi Feng arrived at the school. Last night's original poetry competition wasn't as sensational as the previous episode. After all, Chi Feng's 4 poems in one poem were the most impressive, with 4 of them being impromptu, leaving the viewers in awe. Last night, Chi Feng only wrote 1 poem, but even though it was so conventional, Bamboo and Rock still impressed many people. With Chi Feng's repeated impressive performances, whether on The First Singer or the original poetry competition, the plagiarism scandal surrounding him has largely faded from public attention. This is because most people aren't blind and have their own judgment. The main reason is that Chi Feng's works, whether poems or songs, are simply too classic. Given that Chi Feng's family background is so poor that they have to make a living by collecting rotten leaves, how could they possibly have the money or connections to acquire these works? Most importantly, if it were truly plagiarism, the person whose work was plagiarized would have come forward long ago. Yet, so much time has passed, and not a single person has voluntarily accused Chi Feng of plagiarism. Therefore, more and more people are inclined to believe it's simply a display of Chi Feng's own talent. Because of the change in reputation, Chi Feng's situation at school has greatly improved. Except for the vocal music department, whose reputation has been somewhat tarnished due to He Tienyang's constant slander, Chi Feng's reputation in other departments has gradually turned positive. After school in the afternoon, he went to the library alone. He had arranged to meet Sumei in the library's discussion hall as he had arranged to yesterday. Unlike yesterday, Sumei arrived early today, and she was alone. The chubby, round girl did not come with her. Sorry, I'm late. Chi Feng sat down opposite her. Sumei was still dressed the same as yesterday, a slightly faded t-shirt and jeans, but her stunning looks were enough to cover up any flaws. It's not late, I just arrived too. Sumei shook her head, her gentle and tranquil voice like the babbling of a mountain stream, melodious and pleasant to the ear. Shall we begin now? Chi Feng wasn't trying to exploit Sumei, he mainly wanted to draw as much as possible because he had an appointment with Mao Aryu later. Okay. Sumei didn't care about it, and even thought it was better this way. She wasn't a talkative person, and doing things directly was undoubtedly better than talking. We drew the big fish yesterday, so today we'll start with the female protagonist, Chun. Chi Feng said, describing Chun's appearance based on his memories from his previous life. She's wearing a red dress, a black skirt, and his shoulder-length short hair. Sumei drew very carefully, depicting each stroke as he instructed. Before long, the image of a somewhat stubborn and strong-willed girl appeared on the paper. Is this okay? Sumei handed him the finished drawing of the girl. Chi Feng examined her carefully. Although she differed slightly from the Chun he had seen in his previous life, there was no need to insist on an exact resemblance in appearance. As long as her demeanor and overall appearance were similar, that would suffice. That's fine. After approving Sumei's work, Chi Feng continued to describe the image of Chiu. Next, draw Chiu. He has white hair, wears red clothes and red pants. You can draw him a bit flamboyantly because he lost his parents at a young age and was raised by his grandmother. Due to the lack of discipline from childhood, he developed a fearless personality. As he described it, Sumei quickly sketched, and soon, a similar image of a boy to Chi Feng's description appeared on the paper. Chi Feng was satisfied after reviewing the painting and was full of admiration for Sumei's painting skills. He was able to draw the character's image so accurately based on just a few words of description. This kind of skill was obviously not something that could be acquired overnight. Now, let's draw Kun. His character is depicted with long hair tied in a ponytail. Chi Feng described in detail. Sumei continued drawing with ease and meticulousness. Then there's the spirit woman, one-eyed, with a fishtail head, and her face is a different color on the upper and lower halves, half white and half red. The underwater world. The enclosure of gods. By the time Chi Feng had described several important locations and stories to Sumei so she could express them in her paintings, nearly 2 hours had passed. As darkness began to fall, Chi Feng felt it was about time and said, "That's all for now. Don't you want to draw a few more?" Sumei was still eager to continue drawing. Chi Feng's descriptions had given her a more vivid understanding of the story of Big Fish and Begonia, especially through the characters, which made the story even more complete. No need, this is fine as it is. Qi Feng shook his head and checked Sumei's paintings again. There were 15 paintings in total, and each one was drawn strictly according to his description. The more he looked at them, the more satisfied he became, and the more confident he was that Sumei had drawn the whole story. So, I've completed the task? Sumei asked. Yes, it's done. Qi Feng nodded, about to say something to express his gratitude, when suddenly a sharp voice came from the side. Oh, what a coincidence, Sumei, what a coincidence, we've run into each other again. Qi Feng frowned upon hearing this, because the voice reminded him of the flamboyantly dressed girl he had met here yesterday, whose name seemed to be Feng Jiao. When he looked up, it was indeed her. Unlike yesterday, she changed her clothes today, looking more fashionable, but also more revealing and glamorous. Standing next to her was a tall man with artistic long hair and above-average looks, barely qualifying as a handsome guy. However, he had a very arrogant look in his eyes, and his nostrils were almost pointing upwards. Feng Jiao. Sumei's heart skipped a beat when she saw her roommate, who was usually outspoken towards her. She was all alone now, and Marina wasn't around. Who knew what this woman would say? What, you don't recognize me after just one day? Feng Jiao looked at Sumei's face, which was not made up but still made her look better than anyone else even when she was made up, and her jealousy burst forth. She glanced at the dozen or so sheets of drawing paper on the table and reached out to take them without asking any questions. However, Qi Feng was quick-witted and snatched the drawing paper before she could even touch it. Oh, it's so precious, can't I even take a look? Feng Jiao glared at her and said with a mocking expression. No way. Qi Feng shook his head immediately, he wouldn't tolerate her bad habits. TCH, do you think I'm that fond of looking down on people? Feng Jiao sneered disdainfully, then grabbed the arm of the arrogant long-haired boy next to her and said, Let me introduce you, this is Gao Jianfei, a senior in the fine arts department. Hello. Gao Jianfei still had his nose in the air, but when his gaze occasionally glanced at Sumei, he would pause for a few seconds. Qi Feng was too lazy to pay attention to this arrogant guy. He had never heard of Gao Jianfei, but this guy was so presumptuous that he was probably some kind of celebrity at school. Unfortunately, he had no interest in such celebrities. Sumei gently called out, Senior brother Gao. Gao Jianfei nodded, his gaze lingering on Sumei's face. Feng Jiao, who was standing next to him, was practically spitting fire in her eyes. She grabbed Gao Jianfei's arm and said to Qi Feng and the other two, You must have heard of Senior brother Gao. He is the #1 student in the art department. Did you know that Senior brother Gao just got a job as the lead illustrator for a Big Star's animated music video? I mean, deputy chief creator. Although Gao Jianfei was correcting him, and sounded very humble, anyone could see the arrogance and pride on his face. Imagine, for a student who hasn't even graduated yet, to be the assistant lead illustrator for an animated music video for a top-tier celebrity's new song. What an honor that must be. Qi Feng remained expressionless, and Sumei, equally uninterested in these things, showed no surprise whatsoever. Do you know who that big star is? Seeing that the two didn't react, Feng Jiao couldn't help but reveal more. Lan Yan, you know her, right? A big singer. Senior brother Gao is her assistant lead illustrator. Lan Yan? Qi Feng was taken aback, his eyes filled with strangeness. Gao Jianfei was going to be the assistant lead illustrator for Lan Yan's new song's animated music video. How come he didn't know? Moreover, Mao Aryu had asked him for suggestions on the Big Fish animated music video, but on the other hand, she had already decided on the main creators. What did this mean? Was she trying to do two things at once? That's right, it's a male friend. Seeing the strange expression on Qi Feng's face, Feng Jiao thought he was shocked, and her face became even more smug. It's a pity that senior brother Gao is too busy, otherwise he could draw a few pictures for you. She still remembered the post Qi Feng made on the campus forum yesterday, asking for someone to draw pictures for him. Of course, she was just saying it, and Gao Jianfei would never draw pictures for him no matter what. Oh, I don't know what to draw. Although I don't have time to draw, I can give you some suggestions. Gao Jianfei still maintained his superior attitude, but while speaking, he looked more at Sumei beside him. No need, it's already finished. Qi Feng gathered the drawing paper in his hand, directly refusing Gao Jianfei's condescending attitude. That's perfect, let me take a look for you. Gao Jianfei quickly pretended to be helpful and reached out to take his drawing paper. Sorry, this is private and I can't just show it to anyone. Qi Feng dodged his outstretched hand, frowning inwardly. Why do they all like to take things without asking? Feng Jiao did it just now, and now Gao Jianfei is doing the same. Don't they have any self-awareness? Gao Jianfei reached out and found nothing, his eyes filled with anger. How could he, with his status, be rejected? You must know that he is the most talented student in the art department. Even his professors praised him for his potential to become a great painter. Now he has even made connections with a top-tier singer. Doesn't he know that just a few words of praise from him would increase his value? Feng Jiao also spoke up for him, saying, Privacy. What a joke. You're incredibly lucky that senior brother Gao can help you. You can have this good fortune. I'm not worthy of it, Qi Feng replied coldly. Feng Jiaojiao was furious and almost pointed her finger at his nose, saying, "Don't think that just because you have some fame you can compare to senior brother Gao. Let me tell you, you are far inferior to senior brother Gao. Did I say I was going to compare myself to him?" Qi Feng sneered. He really didn't care to compare himself to Gao Jianfei, it would be beneath him. It's a bit of a coincidence. I'm going to meet someone later. I wonder if senior brother Gao has time to go with me. Thinking that the other person had just said that he was the assistant illustrator of the animated MV for Lan Yan's new song, Qi Feng really wanted to take him to confront Mao Aryu in person. Ha! Gao Jianfei was taken aback by his words. What did this kid mean? Did he know him well? Feng Jiaojiao said with a disdainful look, "Heh, you really know how to scheme. Senior brother Gao doesn't have time to meet any random people. You just want to use senior brother Gao's name to make it seem like you're very familiar with him in front of others, right?" Qi Feng almost laughed. What was this woman thinking? Did she really think Gao Jianfei was some kind of superstar? Did she think he needed to use his name? He smiled faintly and looked at Gao Jianfei, saying, "Didn't you say you were the assistant illustrator for Lan Yan's new song's animated music video? Coincidentally, the person I'm going to meet is related to Lan Yan." Gao Jianfei was stunned again. It had something to do with Lan Yan? Was this kid serious or not? Feng Jiaojiao burst into laughter, looking at him like he was an idiot. Haha, that's hilarious. Haha, you think you can get to know someone who's related to Lan Yan? She truly looked down on Qi Feng. Even though Qi Feng had been making headlines on TV lately, in her eyes he was nothing more than a clown trying to attract attention. Compared to someone like Gao Jianfei, whose future was bright, he was nothing. I'm just asking you if you dare to go. Qi Feng didn't waste any words and directly used reverse psychology. Alright, let's go see who you really know. Before Gao Jianfei could speak, Feng Jiaojiao was immediately provoked and agreed without thinking. She didn't believe that Qi Feng really knew any important people. She was determined to expose him and then ridicule him severely to see what he would say. Then let's go. Qi Feng smiled coldly and stood up. Come on, let's go take a look. Feng Jiaojiao grabbed Gao Jianfei's arm and followed, not forgetting to call out to Sumei, you come too, and see how that guy makes a fool of himself. I'm not going, I have something to do later. Sumei didn't want to join in the fun, nor did she want to be an accomplice. Whether Qi Feng knew any important people or not made no difference to her. Feng Jiaojiao ignored her. Her main target was Qi Feng, who had called her an idiot yesterday, and she was determined to get revenge today. Qi Feng was unaware of her inner thoughts. After leaving the library, he headed out of the school. Feng Jiaojiao followed behind with a cold laugh, and Gao Jianfei was also held by her arm as they walked out of the school one after the other. Hey, where are you going? Once outside the school, Feng Jiaojiao hesitated. Although she really wanted to slap Qi Feng in the face and regain the face she lost yesterday, she didn't want to be played for a fool. It's just ahead. I'll go my own way and we'll be there soon. That's where I'm meeting my date. Qi Feng pointed ahead. Doing whatever he wants? Feng Jiaojiao was taken aback. She knew that place, it was a famous, high-class restaurant near the school. Qi Feng actually met someone there? She hadn't been to that place many times herself. Qi Feng didn't say anything more and led the way. 7 or 8 minutes later, they finally arrived at the place called Going My Own Way. By this time, the city lights were already on, and the 4 large characters "I do what I want" on the signboard stood out particularly in the night. Qi Feng had already confirmed with Mao Aryu on the way and knew that she had arrived first, so he took Feng Jiaojiao and Gao Jianfei directly into the restaurant. Feng Jiaojiao and Gao Jianfei were already starting to have doubts. Judging from Qi Feng's appearance, he didn't seem to be lying to them. Could it be that he really knew some important people? At first, both of them thought that Qi Feng said that because he was too proud to admit it and wanted to scare them away with those words. They didn't really believe that he knew anyone related to Lan Yan and were waiting to see him make a fool of himself. But as they walked, Qi Feng remained calm and composed. Even when they arrived at their destination, Qi Feng showed no signs of panic, which made them a little suspicious. Qi Feng didn't care what the two were thinking. He went straight to the private room where he had arranged to meet Mao Aryu and knocked on the door. Soon, the door opened, and Mao Aryu peeked out with a smile. Qi Feng, you're here. Because Qi Feng had shown enough potential during their last meeting, even though she didn't think he could offer any effective suggestions for the animated music video of Big Fish, she still came to see him a demonstration of her sincerity. Ms. Mao. Qi Feng did not enter the room immediately, but instead subtly stepped aside, revealing Feng Jiaojiao and Gao Jianfei behind him. Feng Jiaojiao and Gao Jianfei also happened to see the person in the private room clearly. She was an ordinary-looking woman in her 30s. Although she seemed a bit domineering, both of them couldn't help but feel relieved. They didn't recognize this woman, and she didn't seem like anyone important. As for whether she knew Lan Yan, that was just what Chi Feng said. Who knew if he was lying? Who are they? Mao Aryu frowned as she saw Feng Jiaojiao and Gao Jianfei. Chi Feng had brought two strangers. What did that mean? Ms. Mao doesn't recognize him. Chi Feng looked at Mao Aryu, who didn't seem to be pretending to be stupid at all, and immediately made up his mind. If Mao Aryu didn't recognize Gao Jianfei, there were only two possibilities. Either Gao Jianfei was exaggerating his own abilities by saying that he was the assistant illustrator of Lan Yan's new song animation, but that wasn't true at all, or his status was too low, and he was not qualified to meet Mao Aryu, who was Lan Yan's agent, so Mao Aryu didn't recognize him. I don't know them. Mao Aryu's answer was straightforward. She didn't even understand why Chi Feng would ask such a question. Judging from his tone, she seemed to know this man and woman. Chi Feng, you're really funny. Why should we let her meet us? Feng Jiaojiao didn't know anything about politeness. Besides, the person Chi Feng came to meet didn't seem like anything special. She also asked Gao Jianfei in a low voice, but Gao Jianfei didn't know the woman either, so she became even more unrestrained. Didn't you say you were bringing us to meet someone who knows Lan Yan? Where is she? Don't tell me this old lady is the person you said knows Lan Yan. Auntie. Chi Feng and Mao Aryu both changed their expressions, but the former's was strange, while the latter's was twisted. Mao Aryu was only in her early 30s and hadn't even gotten married yet, and someone was calling her an auntie. Who in the entertainment industry would dare to call her an auntie? Even those with higher status than her wouldn't insult her like that. Haha, this is the first time I've ever seen someone so rude. Did your mother give birth to you just so you could have such a foul mouth? Mao Aryu also had a fiery temper, and given her current status, she had never been insulted so severely. What foul mouth? You're the one with a foul mouth. I think you're over 40, shouldn't you call me auntie? Feng Jiaojiao immediately retorted. She was not one to be easily taken advantage of. If it were when I was younger, I would have slapped you across the face. Mao Aryu was furious. What did she mean by over 40? Did she look that old? At this moment, even Chi Feng, who was standing to the side, became angry. Chi Feng, what do you mean by sending someone to humiliate me? Ms. Mao, don't misunderstand. I'm not familiar with them. It's just that this guy said he's the assistant illustrator for the animated MV of Lan Yan's new song, so I brought him here to verify. Chi Feng quickly pointed at Gao Jianfei and explained when he saw that Mao Aryu was really angry. He didn't expect Feng Jiaojiao to be so fierce, managing to provoke her with just a few words. Him. Mao Aryu frowned, temporarily setting aside her anger towards Chi Feng, and glared at Gao Jianfei. Who are you? Gao Jianfei's heart skipped a beat. Mao Aryu's imposing aura was too strong, giving him an ominous premonition. Who it is has nothing to do with you. And who are you? Feng Jiaojiao chimed in. She didn't think Mao Aryu was anything special. In her opinion, Mao Aryu was just an actress hired by Chi Feng. On the way here, she saw Chi Feng constantly sending messages on his phone, so she guessed that the two of them had already planned it. My name is Mao Aryu, and I'm Lan Yan's agent. Mao Aryu looked over coldly. Gao Jianfei, who was standing to the side, trembled. Lan Yan's agent? He had indeed heard that Lan Yan had a powerful agent surnamed Mao, but he had never met him. If you say so, then so be it. Feng Jiaojiao didn't believe it at all. Lan Yan was a big star, how could his agent be so ordinary? Moreover, she didn't believe that Chi Feng would know such an important person. Mao Aryu was so angry she laughed. Without saying a word, she took out her phone and made a video call to Lan Yan, as she wasn't one for idle chatter. The call connected quickly, and Lan Yan's image appeared on the phone screen. Sister Aryu, what's up? I'm about to take a shower. Some people doubt that I'm your agent, and I just want you to prove it to me. Mao Aryu glanced at Feng Jiaojiao, who was also sensing something was wrong, with a mocking look. Who is it? Lan Yan was a little confused. Mao Aryu was her agent, which was common knowledge, and at least everyone in the industry knew it. I don't know who it is either, and I guess you don't recognize them either. Mao Aryu turned her phone screen to face Feng Jiaojiao and Gao Jianfei. When Gao Jianfei saw that it was Lan Yan on the screen, his expression changed drastically. Feng Jiaojiao's expression also changed drastically. It really was Lan Yan's agent. Which of the top-tier celebrity agents doesn't wield immense power within the industry? It's important to understand that agents are different from assistants. They aren't just minor figures who follow celebrities around carrying bags, holding umbrellas, and taking care of their daily needs. Instead, they are more like housekeepers, and celebrities sometimes have to listen to their agents. In fact, powerful agents can even hold the power of life and death over their celebrities. If you offend such a big shot, will you still be able to work in the industry in the future? Feng Jiaojiao was immediately terrified. Her face, already covered by heavy makeup and foundation, was now deathly pale, devoid of any color. I'm sorry, I didn't know. Hee, no need to apologize to me. Aren't I an old lady? What's the point of you apologizing to an old lady? Mao Aryu sneered, hung up the video call with Lan Yan, and said directly to Gao Jianfei, who was standing next to her, I don't care who you got the job as the illustrator for Xiao Yan's new song MV. I'm informing you now that you've been kicked out. Ah! Gao Jianfei was shocked and almost screamed. He had already announced to the whole school that he was the assistant illustrator for Lan Yan's new song MV. If people found out that he had been kicked out again, the whole school would laugh at him. Ms. Mao, my name is Gao Jianfei, and my mentor is Ding Ding. I said, no matter who it is. Mao Aryu interrupted him directly, not giving him a chance to explain. Shi Feng, come in. I don't want to talk to pointless people. Okay. Shi Feng nodded, followed him inside, and closed the door behind him. A soft bang startled Gao Jianfei and Feng Jiaojiao at the door, making them tremble. Gao Jianfei snapped out of his daze and said through gritted teeth to Feng Jiaojiao, you've really ruined me. Senior brother Gao, I don't know. Feng Jiaojiao was in a state of utter confusion. Offending Gao Jianfei was a minor matter, offending Lan Yan's agent was the most serious one. What's the use of saying I don't know now? Gao Jianfei was full of resentment towards her. If this woman hadn't come to him hoping he could stand up for her, he wouldn't have followed her here to meet Lan Yan's manager, and he wouldn't have been kicked out of Lan Yan's new song MV production team. He just wanted to leave here immediately, explain things to his master, and hope his master could help him. He then glared fiercely at Feng Jiaojiao, turned around, and hurriedly left. Feng Jiaojiao stood there, knowing that Gao Jianfei must hate her to death right now, but she couldn't care less about that. What she was more worried about was offending Lan Yan's agent, which would prevent her from developing her career in the entertainment industry. She could almost imagine that if Lan Yan's agent just said one word, her path to stardom, which hadn't even begun, would be blocked. It's all Chi Feng's fault. If it weren't for that guy, I wouldn't have encountered such bad luck. Feng Jiaojiao thought resentfully, blaming all the blame on Chi Feng. She stared venomously at the door of the private room for a while, then stomped her foot and left. In the private room, Chi Feng and Mao Aryu sat on opposite sides. Did you do this on purpose? Mao Aryu was still resentful about what had just happened. Although it wasn't Chi Feng who called her aunt, it was still his doing. Judging from Chi Feng's attitude towards them, there was clearly a grudge between them, making her feel like she had been used as a pawn. Ms. Mao, I had no idea that Feng Jiaojiao would be so foul-mouthed. I only brought him here to verify because Gao Jianfei said he was the assistant illustrator for Lan Yan's new song MV. Chi Feng briefly explained what had happened. Mao Aryu's expression softened slightly, and she said, we have indeed contacted an artist for Xiao Yan's new song's animated music video. You just heard it, it's Teacher Ding Ding. She paused for a moment, then continued, Teacher Ding Ding is very experienced in this area and has participated in the production of many popular animated music videos. Kangshan Hai is one of his representative works, you should have seen it, right? Yes, Kangshan Hai is Fang Fang's classic song. We asked him to make the animated music video back then. Chi Feng nodded. Fang Fang is also a top-tier singer, with a status similar to Lan Yan. That guy, Gao something or other, he said he's Teacher Ding Ding's apprentice. It's obvious that he got involved because of Teacher Ding Ding. Mao Aryu continued. Is there trouble? Chi Feng heard that she had just fired Gao Jianfei and assumed that she was worried about a conflict with Teacher Ding Ding, which would affect their cooperation. There is some trouble, but I've already made my decision, and no one can change it. Mao Aryu shook her head. Although Teacher Ding Ding has a high status in the animation production industry, she wasn't afraid of this. Alright, enough of the small talk. Now, tell me your thoughts on the animated music video for Big Fish, or any good suggestions you might have. Actually, it's not a suggestion, but I have a complete concept for an animated music video that I'd like you to take a look at, Chi Feng said, while taking out the materials he had prepared. You have a complete concept? Mao Aryu frowned. She admitted that Chi Feng's song Big Fish was indeed a good song, but to say that he had conceived a complete animated music video was complete nonsense. Chi Feng wasn't a professional in this field. Did he really think that just because he wrote the song, he could interfere arbitrarily? She wouldn't compromise because of this. If it was truly rubbish, she would absolutely not give him any face. Yes, you can take a look first. Chi Feng pushed the documents in front of her. Mao Aryu glanced at it but didn't rush to pick it up and read it. Chi Feng, I have high hopes for you, so I'll be frank. It's very difficult for someone who hasn't had professional training to create a good animated music video. I think it's possible, but let me be clear from the start, if I don't think it's suitable, then I won't use your idea. Okay, I have no objection. Chi Feng nodded. Judging from their last meeting, he knew that Mao Aryu was a realist who wouldn't have any hope before seeing the actual product. The fact that she brought it up in advance was clearly a gesture of respect for him. As she said it because she thought highly of him. Hearing him say that, Mao Aryu picked up the documents in front of her and started reading. Besides the script for the animated music video of Big Fish and Begonia written by Chi Feng, there were also 15 chapters of drawings by Somei. As for the complete movie script of Big Fish and Begonia, Chi Feng naturally wouldn't bring it. Mao Aryu initially watched with a relaxed and somewhat casual attitude, but as she delved deeper into the book, her expression grew increasingly serious. By the time she finished, her face was filled with surprise and delight. "This is a work you conceived all by yourself?" Mao Aryu couldn't believe that Chi Feng could actually write a complete animated music video story. What was even more unbelievable to her was that the animated music video was unexpectedly good and already very mature. As long as it was produced according to the story, it could be used directly. How does it feel? Chi Feng wasn't proud at all. This was just him copying someone else's work. "He's a perfect match for Big Fish," Mao Aryu said excitedly, completely forgetting her earlier minor unpleasantness and growing to admire him more and more. "So, how about signing with me?" "Ms. Mao, as I've told you before, I don't sign contracts while I'm still in school," Chi Feng politely declined. Mao Aryu looked at him and, seeing that he was indeed determined, did not bring it up again. "All right, then I won't force you. But I hope that when you want to sign the contract, the enemy camp will contact me immediately. Believe me, my terms are very generous." "Okay." Chi Feng hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. He and Mao Aryu were quite familiar with each other. Apart from the slight displeasure when he was looked down upon during their first meeting, the two had no conflicts. After all, Mao Aryu's reaction was normal. "If you haven't shown your strength, who will give you a second glance? By the way, did you paint this too?" Mao Aryu pointed to the sketch in her hand. "No, it wasn't. I had an art student draw it," Chi Feng said. "It's very well drawn." Mao Aryu was not disappointed. Chi Feng had already shown a very strong talent for songwriter. If he also had a strong foundation in painting, that would be too extraordinary. "All right, I have to go now. Let Xiao Lan take a look at this." Mao Aryu waved the sketches and script in her hand, excitedly wanting to share them with her male friend. "Are we leaving now? We haven't eaten yet." Chi Feng was speechless. "Who's going to treat us if we leave? I've already ordered the food. I know this place well. I'll tell the front desk to put it on my tab. You can help yourself, and order more if you need more." Mao Aryu couldn't wait any longer. It was rare to have such a complete animated music video plan. What was a meal more important than her boyfriend's future? She had a feeling that with Big Fish paired with this animated music video, her boyfriend might just be able to soar to the highest throne in one fell swoop. After dinner, Chi Feng packed up all the untouched or leftover food to take home. After all, Mao Aryu had ordered enough for 2 people, which he couldn't finish by himself, so he brought it back for his daughter to enjoy. While his daughter was happily enjoying her meal, Chi Feng turned on his computer and logged onto the Kinyi novel website. It had been 48 hours since he uploaded the first 3 chapters of The Journey of the Immortals, and he wondered how the review process was going. Upon entering the author backend of Kinyi Novel Network, I found that I had received more than a dozen messages. There was a red number 17 above the email address in the upper right corner of the webpage, indicating that there were a total of 17 unread messages. Chi Feng was secretly astonished. It was just a review. Did they really need to send out so many documents? He opened the unread messages and found that the first 2 were normal review messages, saying that the review had been passed and the chapters had been officially added to the database, and he could upload new chapters. The next 15 messages were all the same, urging him to add the editor as a friend as soon as possible, and leaving the editor's FF number. Chi Feng was somewhat speechless. Was there really such a rush? However, this also showed that The Journey of the Immortals was definitely highly regarded. Otherwise, why would the editor be urging him so much? Of course, for a world that has never had a Xiangxia novel before, the appearance of a Xiangxia novel is definitely the ultimate weapon that will deliver a fatal blow. Chi Feng logged into FF and saw his avatar flashing incessantly. Upon clicking on it, he discovered it was a friend request message, more than a dozen in total, all from the same person. It was someone named Xuan Mu Qinglin. Without a doubt, Chi Feng knew that this was an editor from the Kinyi novel website, because he had left his FF number when he filled out the information. However, he hadn't had time to check FF these past 2 days, so he hadn't accepted the friend request. After Chi Feng accepted the request, they became friends. He then immediately received a message from Xuan Mu Qinglin. "Li Chien, are you here? Great, you're finally online. I've finally waited for you." Perhaps because he was too excited, he sent several messages in a row. Chi Feng guessed that the other person had been waiting for him, so he logged into FF account every moment. He replied, "Are you an editor from Kinyi Novel Network?" Although he had already guessed the other person's identity, he still wanted to confirm it. "Yes, I'm Xuan Mu Qinglin, the editor from Group 2. Li Chien, nice to meet you." On the other side, Lin Feng was eating instant noodles in his rented room when he suddenly received a friend request from FF. When he saw that it was Li Chien, the author of The Journey of the Immortals, that he had been longing to read, he was overjoyed. Heaven rewards those who persevere. Hello, Shi Feng replied politely. I've read The Journey of the Immortals. Although it only has 3 chapters, it's really very good. The key is that it's novel. No one has ever written a novel like this before. Lin Feng didn't hold back his praise, because The Journey of the Immortals truly deserved it. You know, he had been suffering for the past 2 days waiting for FF to accept his friend request. One moment he was afraid that Lin Chien was just writing for fun and would stop writing later, and the next he was afraid that Lin Chien saw his friend request and deliberately didn't accept it. Shi Feng didn't reply to the message, but just kept watching him send messages. By the way, Mr. Lin Chien, do you own all the copyrights to The Journey of the Immortals? After expressing his excitement, Lin Feng finally got down to business. Shi Feng replied. Have you published it on other websites or through other channels? Lin Feng asked again, also feeling very worried. He really wanted to get his hands on this book, The Journey of the Immortals, hoping to turn his life around with it, but he was also afraid that it would all come to nothing in the end. No. How about signing with our website? Lin Feng's attitude was extremely humble, because usually, novelists would be eager to please their editors, but now it was the complete opposite. However, he didn't mind at all. Signing The Journey of the Immortals would be his greatest success. Okay. Shi Feng had never dealt with this kind of thing before, so he assumed that all editors had this attitude. I'll send you the contract from the back office now. Take a look and sign it as soon as possible. Lin Feng was overjoyed. He had a feeling that with this book, The Journey of the Immortals, he could completely shed his newcomer status and no longer have to serve tea and water to those seniors. He would also no longer be ridiculed by Fan Wenbing, who joined the company later than him. The reason why Fan Wenbing could show off in front of him was simply because he was lucky enough to sign a good book. Shi Feng also wanted to sign the contract as soon as possible, so that he could get the money sooner. He had previously looked at the author remuneration and benefits section of Kinyi Novel Network and knew that he could only get the money after signing the contract. He went into the author's backend and looked at the contract he had just received. There wasn't much to see, as all contracts were the same template. After a quick glance, Shi Feng completed the contract signing. Signing contracts online is very simple. There's no need to print out a paper contract. You can simply complete the electronic contract signing on the website. Of course, you will inevitably have to upload personal information such as your ID card and bank account details. Lin Feng also immediately received the contract signing notification, finally feeling relieved and having time to ask some questions. Lin Chien, may I ask you a few questions? You say. You categorize this book as a wuxia novel, but it doesn't look like traditional wuxia. Is this a new type of wuxia you created? Lin Feng had been curious about this question for a long time. In his opinion, The Journey of the Immortals was not a wuxia novel at all, because the powerful characters in it did not practice martial arts at all, but real divine skills that could summon wind and rain and move mountains and fill seas, which were not something that humans could do. Actually, it's not a martial arts novel. It's just that there's no suitable category for it on the website, so I can only classify it as a martial arts novel, Shi Feng replied. Then what type of novel do you think it is? Lin Feng asked again. I think fantasy novels are the most suitable, Shi Feng replied. A fantasy novel? Lin Feng was taken aback, then muttered it to himself. His eyes grew brighter and brighter. A fantasy novel, it really should be called a fantasy novel, because the powerful characters in it are all immortals, while even the most powerful heroes in martial arts novels are still human. The two characters, fantasy hero, are so fitting in APT. Immortal represents the martial arts in it, and hero is because the characters in it are full of chivalrous spirit. He had a premonition that with the official debut of The Journey of Immortals, the category of fantasy novels might emerge in the future, and Lin Chien, as the author of The Journey of Immortals, would be the first and foremost pioneer of fantasy novels. Once a novel passes the review, it is officially added to the library, meaning it can appear on the website and be searched, allowing readers to see it. Shi Feng was a little curious, so he searched on the website and found The Journey of the Immortals. However, since it had just been added to the database, it didn't have a cover yet and looked rather dry. He didn't care about that, he could just leave it to the editor. In the chat just now, the editor, Shuang Muqinglin, said he would choose a nice cover for him. Now that it's been added to the database, he needs to continue updating it. This was exactly the simplest thing for him, he just had to copy it from his memory. I wrote 6 chapters before, but only uploaded 3. I will upload the remaining chapters 4 through 6 first, and then start writing from chapter 7 today. Chapter 7 Reasons, Chapter 8 So, Chapter 9 Purple Dragon. Shi Feng is preparing to write these 3 chapters. Liang Xixian is a college student who just entered her senior year and is about to graduate. She needs to prepare her graduation thesis and then plan her future career path. However, even when he's busy, he makes time to relax and balance work and rest. The best way to relax is by reading novels. This is a habit he developed. He started reading novels in junior high school and has continued to do so until now, transforming from a novice reader into a seasoned veteran. He reads all kinds of novels, including urban, martial arts, historical, and military genres. As long as they are well written, he loves to read them all. But if I had to pick my favorite genre of novels, it would be martial arts novels. He had dreamed of becoming a great hero since he was a child, learning martial arts skills and roaming the world with a sword. However, as he grew older, he realized that such dreams were just dreams. In real life, there were no powerful martial arts skills, so he could only find his childhood dreams in novels. Recently, he discovered a martial arts novel called The Legend of Snow Eagle, written by Xueying Zhuangzu, a new author. Although it was his first novel, it was very well written and had at least attracted this old bookworm. I remember yesterday's chapter had already described how the protagonist discovered a secret cave, which probably contained some kind of divine martial arts manual, but the chapter was cut off at the most crucial moment. Liang Xixian knew this was the author's usual trick and was already used to it. So when the author updated the game tonight, he quickly clicked to read it, and just as he guessed, the author had discovered another divine skill manual, and after mastering it, one's power would greatly increase. Soon, he finished reading the author's 2 newly updated chapters. Feeling somewhat unsatisfied, he began searching for new books on the website. He had almost finished reading all the old books, and now only new books could attract his attention. If he could find a new book like The Legend of Snow Eagle, it would undoubtedly be a pleasant surprise. He was looking for new martial arts novels, but after flipping through a few, none of them were worth reading. Either the plots were cliched, or the writing was too amateurish. Suddenly, his gaze paused slightly as he noticed a book with a rather unusual title, The Journey of the Wanderer. Liang Xixian felt a little strange. He had read countless martial arts novels, but he had never seen a book with such an odd title, The Journey of the Wanderer, which didn't seem to be a martial arts novel at all. He originally intended to skip it, but somehow he clicked on it. Upon entering the book's page, I discovered that there wasn't even a cover. The author's name was Lin Chien, and even the pen name was so unoriginal. It seems that it might actually be the author's real name. Liang Xixian immediately lost the desire to open the table of contents. He simply couldn't muster any interest in this kind of novel that looked like a 3-no product, no production date, no manufacturer, no quality certification. But since I'd already clicked on it, I figured I might as well take a look. I wasn't really hoping for anything, I just wanted to see what kind of nonsense this author was writing. He clicked to read, and the first chapter, Interview, quickly popped up. Interview? The chapter title alone is enough to make one despair. It's far too ordinary and completely out of place with the martial arts genre. Is that all? Liang Xixian even regretted clicking to read it, but since he had already done it, he could only patiently continue reading. Mert Li, this is Mr. Zheng from Quantong Company. Secretary Xiao never understood why her company's general manager Li Chien, such a shrewd person, liked to associate with this general manager Zheng. This Quantong Company was a typical shell company, and its boss, Zheng Weiguan, was an absolute devil. After reading the first paragraph, Liang Xixian frowned. This was clearly a modern martial arts novel, and although he read martial arts novels, he didn't particularly like modern ones. In his opinion, martial arts novels with an ancient style were the only ones with true charm. The swordplay and shadows of ancient heroes roaming the martial arts world were the real martial arts novels. Modern martial arts fiction isn't martial arts fiction at all, it's just pretentious, face-slapping light novels. With a critical eye, Liang Xixian continued reading. Soon, he met the first character to appear in the book, Li Chien, same name as the author? Liang Xixian's heart skipped a beat. Could this be the protagonist? However, when he saw the description of Li Chien, he began to have doubts again. Short stature, dark skin, and he was already 29 years old. This was clearly not the standard for a protagonist. The protagonists of martial arts novels are mostly teenagers, because this creates a sense of contrast and exhilaration in them, defeating established masters who have been famous for decades. At 29 years old, older than himself, how could he possibly relate to the book? Liang Xixian practically sentenced it to death in his mind. When I saw that Li Chien had been cheated on by his best friend, I couldn't help but want to curse him out. If Li Chien were the protagonist of this book, I could just throw this book away. What kind of garbage is this? Liang Xixian reads novels for his own pleasure and a sense of satisfaction, but only a mentally ill person would read novels that are so abusive to the protagonist. However, Li Chien stabbed his friend in the back, which at least made him look a little better, showing that he still had some backbone. The appearance of the mysterious Fu Shan, and the scene of him disappearing with Li Chien right under the noses of the police, made Liang Xixian's eyes widen. There was such a twist. His interest was finally piqued. Fu Shan's appearance reminded him of the reclusive masters in martial arts novels. This was the proper opening for a martial arts novel. But Fu Shan's subsequent behavior made him wonder if this was still a martial arts novel. It felt like reading a book written in a foreign language. Fu Shan was able to transform Li Qian's body, making the short and dark-skinned Li Qian look completely different. There was also the magical purple flame heart, the Nanja bracelet, and the fact that this mysterious figure Fu Shan had lived for 1 or 2,000 years and came from outer space. Is this really a martial arts novel? If this were a martial arts novel, it would be far too exaggerated. Fu Shan could teleport Lin Chien to Mars, something no ordinary person could do, not even a reclusive master. The cultivators, the starry sky, the jade-eye slip, all these things he'd never heard of before only fueled Liang Xixian's bewilderment, leading him to become completely engrossed. This is not a traditional martial arts novel, but it opened a new door for Liang Xixian, a door he had never encountered before, yet it deeply attracted him. The cultivators in the book can destroy the heavens and the earth with a mere gesture, and can teleport between planets. These aren't martial arts characters, they're practically gods. This shouldn't be called a martial arts novel, it should be called a novel about immortals. At least, Liang Xixian thinks that's more appropriate. Liang Xixian quickly finished reading the 6 chapters, and the long-dormant passion in his heart was once again boiling. This was undoubtedly a novel and excellent book, a top-notch read. There are too few chapters. It would be even better if there were more chapters. Liang Xixian was incredibly excited. He decided to share his discovery with fellow enthusiasts. An unprecedentedly excellent book. Having read for so many years, he had joined several Final Fantasy fan groups, containing both seasoned bookworms like himself and a large number of novice readers. He believed that since this book, The Journey of the Wanderer, could move him, it could also move them. The FF group is called Disya 123. Liang Xixian often chatted in this group, and without wasting words, he directly typed a line, "Fellow heroes, I have discovered a peerless manual." Because in the group, they all referred to books as manuals, so everyone understood what he meant. Oh? What kind of secret technique is it? Young Master Liang hasn't posted for several days. When he does, he always has something good to share. Quickly hand over your secret manual. Alliance leader Liang has been in charge of the southern martial world for half a month, and he has only contributed a second secret manual. He's too lazy. Young Master Liang's recommendation of The Legend of the Snow Eagle last time was quite good. Little Liangzi, hurry up and tell me the name of the secret technique. As soon as he spoke in the group, a group of book lovers launched a collective attack. Liang Xixian's name in the group is Liang Xixian, but everyone prefers to call him Young Master Liang. The book lovers' reactions made him a little proud. I just found it. It's on Kinyi Novel Network. The secret manual is The Journey of the Immortals. A journey through the mortal realm? That doesn't sound like some kind of divine skill manual. Young Master Liang, are you serious? Are you sure this is a secret manual? Because the title doesn't match the style of martial arts novels, they suspected it wasn't a martial arts novel. Leader Liang, you didn't just pick any manual to fool us because we have to hand in the required number of manuals soon, did you? Little Liangzi dares to fool us. Be careful, we'll take over Liang family fort and wipe you out. I know everyone will have doubts, but I guarantee with my chivalry that this is absolutely a peerless manual, even though it only has 6 chapters. Liang Xixian deliberately mentioned that it only had 6 chapters, his purpose being to make everyone underestimate it and not think highly of it, and then completely reverse his opinion after everyone finished reading it so that he could slap everyone in the face. This is undeniably a bit insidious. What? Only 6 chapters? You have the nerve to recommend 6 chapters? Leader Liang, I think you don't want to be the leader of the Southern Martial Arts Alliance anymore. Attack Liang Jiabao and wipe out this slut. Sure enough, after he said there were only 6 chapters, the heroes in the group immediately went wild. Liang Xixian sat in front of the computer, chuckling to himself, but his typing didn't stop. Dear heroes and alliance leaders, I have already told you the name of the manual. You can choose not to read it, I will not force you. However, as the alliance leader of the Southern Martial Arts, I am not just trying to fool you. I have already done the job of submitting 2 manuals a month. In the Disya 123 group, the book lovers are ranked. The alliance leader has to submit 2 manuals each month, which are 2 good books, for the other heroes to refer to and practice. Alright, since young Master Liang has put it that way, I'll reluctantly go and take a look. If it doesn't look good, can Alliance leader Liang withstand our wrath? Little Liangzi, if you don't look good, I'll kill you. Liang Xixian wasn't in a hurry. The louder they shouted now, the more they would be slapped in the face later. He just needed to wait for the feedback. Before long, the group chat became lively again, but the comments weren't pleasant. Young Master Liang, is this the secret manual you introduced? What is this thing? Modern martial arts films? I don't watch that stuff. Is Lin Chien the main character? Short stature, dark skin, is this the main character? You were cheated on by your friend, young Master Liang, are you sure you're not here to disgust us? Little Liangzi, just wait to be wiped out. After you've finished reading, after you've read all 6 chapters, then you can talk. Liang Xixian wasn't in a hurry, after all, it wouldn't take long to finish 6 chapters, and he could wait. Perhaps seeing that he remained arrogant and unrepentant, the readers fell silent, thinking they would teach him a lesson after reading 6 chapters. After a while, the readers who read quickly came back to the group to chat. Holy crap, what kind of divine book is this? I'm in awe. I was wrong, I was really wrong. This is absolutely a divine martial arts manual. Young Master Liang, please accept my utmost respect. The person upstairs is being too sycophantic. Young Master Liang, I'm kneeling down to you right now. Note, no book reviews allowed in the group, only secret techniques. Who cares about that? I'll tell you, this is an unparalleled divine book. I've never seen a martial arts novel like this before. Martial arts can be written like this. If everyone in the book were as strong as Fu Shan and Lin Chien, all the great heroes in other martial arts novels combined wouldn't be a match for either of them. One is immortal, the other a god. Isn't it obvious who is stronger? This is not a martial arts novel, definitely not a traditional martial arts novel, this is a fantasy novel. With Lin Chien's appearance described like that at the beginning, no one thought he was the protagonist, but he actually managed to change his body and become tall and handsome. I'm really impressed. If only I had the purple flame heart. If you ask me, the Naja bracelet is really amazing. You don't need to carry anything with you, you can just store it inside and take it out whenever you want. How awesome is that? Only 6 chapters? That's not even enough to fill a tooth gap. Are you convinced yet? Liang Xixian felt incredibly pleased as he watched the book lovers in the group fawn over him. Let's see if you still dare to say that your alliance leader Liang is just fooling you. I'm impressed, young hero Liang, no, great hero Liang, alliance leader Liang, this is absolutely the most powerful martial arts manual you've ever found. Little Liangzi, I won't kill you this time. Haha, the book review section is much more interesting, you guys should go check it out. After a fellow reader reminded everyone, they realized that it was time to post in the book review section first, instead of flooding the group chat with comments. Liang Xixian also came to his senses. He had been so focused on sharing that he forgot to leave a comment in the book review section. He immediately closed the group chat, reopened the book page, and saw that there were already hundreds of book reviews at the bottom, probably all left by people who had just read the book. What garbage! The author is an idiot for writing such a trash book. The main character is short and small, and his skin is so dark, it's disgusting to look at. A book about being cheated on by a friend will still have readers. The author is a newcomer, he should go home and farm, writing books is not for him. Those who say it's bad haven't finished reading it. This is a god-tier book. Please read the whole thing before commenting. I'm speechless. Is this a martial arts novel? Any cultivator in this novel could wipe out all the great heroes in martial arts novels. To think that they could teleport to Mars in an instant, and travel between planets, my goodness, the author's imagination is off the charts. A peerless divine book. A peerless divine book. I'm sorry, author, I was wrong. This is a masterpiece. I was just being rude. I take back what I said earlier. The first half of the first chapter was really disgusting, but the later part was simply amazing. Author, please forgive my disrespectful thoughts at the beginning. I thought it was a piece of trash, but it turned out to be a divine book. I've saved it. Author, please update soon. The book review section went from being full of negative and terrible reviews to being filled with praise and apologies in the end. This is natural, there has never been a Xiangxia novel in this world before. The first Xiangxia novel in history naturally amazed everyone who saw it. This is like an ancient person who always looked in a bronze mirror, and suddenly a glass mirror appeared that could reflect every pore on their body in perfect detail. Such an extreme difference would amaze anyone. While Qi Feng was busy writing, he was unaware that the journey of the immortals had already quietly begun to emerge. I am still the same boy I used to be. Not a single thing has changed. Time will be the only test. The belief planted in my heart has not diminished in the slightest. Early in the morning, Lin Chien hummed a song softly as she walked happily towards the cafeteria. Chien, are you singing Qi Feng's song? Her best friend Yan Kuiwa, who had been walking beside her, asked in surprise when she heard her humming the song. Lin Chien nodded. This song is really nice, don't you think? It really sounds great, but you sang it so skillfully, you must have listened to it on repeat many times, right? Yan Kuiwa glanced at her with a strange look. How could she even sing that weird Qi Feng song? No way, I only know these 2 lines, Lin Chien quickly denied. She wouldn't tell her best friend that she had been listening to it on repeat for 2 nights. That's a little better. I told you before, you can listen to Qi Feng's songs, but don't get too obsessed. Don't forget the twisted love letters Qi Feng wrote to you. Like I said, no matter how talented a person is, if their character is bad, they are more harmful. You'd better not be deceived by his appearance. Yan Kuiwa was entirely thinking of her best friend. If she hadn't read Qi Feng's love letter, she wouldn't have been so worried about her friend. Although there were many plagiarism scandals about Qi Feng on the forum, she wasn't someone who easily believed things. Coupled with Qi Feng's performance on The First Singer, she vaguely realized that someone was deliberately smearing Qi Feng, so Qi Feng's talent was beyond doubt. However, Chi Feng's love letter made her question his character. She thought that no matter how talented a person is, if their heart is so lewd and perverted, then there is no way she should have any contact with such a person. Qiwa, have you ever considered that we might have misunderstood him? Lin Chien said hesitantly. Her best friend's bad impression of Chi Feng stemmed from that love letter. She couldn't immediately conclude whether the love letter was actually written by Chi Feng, but she was quite confident that the incident was likely just a misunderstanding. How can it be a misunderstanding? His name and class are on the love letter. I heard that his class monitor even scolded him for it. Chi Feng himself didn't deny it. Wasn't it him who wrote it? Yan Qiwa curled her lips and said with a disdainful look. Lin Chien rubbed her forehead and didn't say anything more. She knew that her best friend's impression of Chi Feng was already ingrained in her bones. Don't let his songs change your opinion of him. If he can write such disgusting things in love letters, do you think he'd be even more perverted in real life? If I had known you would have such thoughts, I shouldn't have let you watch The First Singer. Yan Qiwa regretted it a little. Chi Feng's talent was indeed very attractive, and for girls who didn't know his character, it was extremely appealing. Also, you know he has a daughter, right? Look at him, he's so young and he already has a daughter. He must have been a bad student in high school, getting a girl pregnant. Now that girl isn't even by his side anymore. You can see how awful he is that a mother would abandon her own daughter? To prevent her best friend from getting involved, Yan Qiwa spared no effort in proving how despicable Chi Feng's character was from the sidelines. Actually, Lin Chien really wanted to tell Chi Feng that the person who saved her that night was Chi Feng, but she thought better of it. Given her best friend's current impression of Chi Feng, she would probably guess that Chi Feng did what he did that night to play hard to get and had ulterior motives. Alright, let's not talk about him anymore. Let's think about what to have for breakfast. The 3-ingredient buns yesterday were delicious. I wonder if they still have them today. With that, Yan Qiwa pulled her away. Lin Chien could only sigh inwardly. She couldn't think of any good excuses to change her best friend's opinion of Chi Feng. In the end, it all came down to that love letter. If she could prove that the love letter wasn't written by Chi Feng, then everything would be resolved. She believed that the love letter wasn't written by Chi Feng, and that it contained such philosophical words: if someone in the world slanders me, deceives me, insults me, laughs at me, belittles me, despises me, hates me, or cheats me, how should I deal with it? Just endure it, let it be, let it go, avoid it, be patient with it, respect it, ignore it, and wait a few more years, and you'll see what happens. Furthermore, she had read the original poetry competition, and both the previous poem and the poem Bamboo and Rock from the night before had deeply moved her. She was 100% certain that it was Chi Feng who saved her that night, and no one else. As Lin Chien was thinking, she and Yan Qiwa arrived at the entrance of the cafeteria. Just as they were about to go in, a middle-aged couple rushed out from the side and blocked their way. The middle-aged man and woman were a couple. The man was fat and had a fleshy face. Although his suit made him look very formal, his appearance was really not flattering. The woman wore heavy makeup, with a thick layer of powder covering her face, completely obscuring her original appearance. She was almost as large and fat as the man, and her eyes were sharp and frightening. She pointed directly at Lin Qien's face and began to curse, "Little vixen, I've finally waited for you. Let's see how you run this time." As he spoke, he reached out to pull Lin Chien. Fortunately, Yan Qiwa, who was next to Lin Chien, stepped in and slapped her hand away, saying, "What do you think you're doing? This is a school. It's not a place for you to run wild." Lin Chien was also startled and took a step back. She recognized the two people in front of her as Pan Jian's parents. She didn't expect that even though the school had banned them from entering, they had somehow managed to get in and even waited for her at the cafeteria entrance. "Of course I know this is a school. We are the students' parents. What's wrong with us coming into the school?" The plump middle-aged woman said aggressively, her eyes glaring fiercely at Lin Chien behind Yan Qiwa, as if she wanted to devour her whole. "You little vixen, I'm asking you, why are you still harming my son? What has he done to offend you that you're doing this to him?" Lin Chien turned pale when asked the question. This wasn't the first time she'd heard someone call her a little vixen. Pan Jian's parents had used the same term to insult her before, but they'd been dragged out by the school security guards. But there were no security guards here at the moment, only students who had gradually stopped to look over out of curiosity and gossip. "What vixen? You're the vixen. How did Chien harm your son? It was clearly your son who had ulterior motives." Yan Qiwa stood in front of Lin Chien, stopping this vicious woman who wanted to tear her best friend apart. "What a joke. My son is kind and pure-hearted, how could he do such a thing? It was clearly this vixen who seduced him." The middle-aged woman sneered, pointing at Lin Chien and calling out to the people around her, "Everyone, come and see, come and see. It's this little vixen who seduced my son. She's so shameless, how can she still have the face to stay in school? She clearly seduced my son, yet she accuses him of rape. Isn't that just an attempt to extort money? Tell me, how much do you want? I'll give it to you. The middle-aged woman's voice grew louder and louder, and seeing more and more people gathering around, she became even more smug. Tell me, how much money do you want? I'll give it to you right now, but let me make this clear, after I give you the money, you have to go to the police station and explain yourself. It wasn't my son who raped you, you seduced him. Little vixen, why are you silent? Afraid of being exposed? Let me tell you, you'll die a horrible death for doing something like this. I've already called the school security office. If you don't leave, you'll be kicked out. Seeing that her insults were getting increasingly vulgar, Yan Kuiwa said angrily, pointing to her phone. Fine, I'd like to see how your school plans to kick me out. I've already contacted reporters. See? If the school doesn't give me an explanation today, you'll be exposed, the middle-aged woman said, pointing to a young man holding a camera next to her. Yan Kuiwa quickly looked over and her hands and feet went cold. The fact that even reporters had been called meant that everything had been prepared in advance. Even if the school security guards came, they wouldn't dare to force the two to leave because they were concerned about the school's reputation. Otherwise, if the reporters reported it, the school's reputation would be severely damaged. No wonder these parents dared to come into the school, they had such confidence. For a moment, Yan Kuiwa was also flustered and didn't know what to say. Lin Chien trembled all over, and tears involuntarily fell from her eyes. More and more people gathered around, pointing and whispering about her, making her wish she could find a hole to crawl into immediately. Chi Feng also arrived at the school. He made breakfast for his daughter in the morning, but he himself was not full, mainly because there was not much food left at home, so he planned to buy a few steamed buns from the cafeteria to fill his stomach. Unexpectedly, he encountered this scene as soon as he arrived at the cafeteria entrance. You little vixen, all you do is seduce men, you'll get what's coming to you sooner or later. The middle-aged woman's vicious curses attracted more and more students to watch. Lin Chien, who was surrounded, felt as if the whole world had abandoned her. Tears fell like pearls from a broken string. If it weren't for her best friend Yan Kuiwa supporting her, she would have broken down and cried. There were so many students present, but whether they were intimidated by the middle-aged woman's fighting prowess or simply there to watch the show, not a single one stepped forward to help. Little vixen, little vixen. The middle-aged woman became increasingly smug, pointing at Lin Chien and cursing her. If Yan Kuiwa hadn't been there to stop her, she would have reached out and torn Lin Chien apart. Enough! Chi Feng watched for a while before finally speaking up to stop it. He couldn't stand by and watch a girl be cursed and insulted at will, especially since this matter was somewhat related to him. He was the one who caught Pan Jian, who had tried to molest Lin Chien. As he stepped out of the crowd, his tall figure blocked Lin Chien and Yan Kuiwa's path, instantly attracting everyone's attention. Someone actually stepped forward to play the hero and save the damsel in distress. They were quite bold. Just as Lin Chien was in despair, her body trembled. She looked up at Chi Feng, who was standing in front of her, and a glimmer of light returned to her eyes. It was him. The person who had saved her from dire straits that night had appeared in the same way. The familiar back, the familiar style, and the familiar voice instantly made her feel at ease. Yan Kuiwa was also pleasantly surprised. The indifference of so many people at the scene had long made her lose hope in these people, but finally someone stepped forward in her most desperate moment. She didn't recognize who it was at first, but the voice sounded somewhat familiar. Ha, that little vixen is indeed seducing men everywhere. Look, now some wild man is coming out to cover for her. The middle-aged woman was displeased. She was just getting into a good rant when Chi Feng suddenly interfered, and her vicious words immediately spilled out without hesitation. Chi Feng frowned, his voice somewhat cold. Enough is enough. Don't you think it's going too far to hurl insults at a girl like this? Excessive? The middle-aged woman sneered. Is this excessive? I'm stating the facts. This vixen seduced my son and then accused him of raping her. If you ask me, she's just a prostitute pretending to be virtuous. All she wants is money. She should have just told me directly. It's not like I can't afford it. You old hag, what are you saying? You're the one who's a prostitute, your whole family are prostitutes. Yan Kuiwa retorted loudly when she heard her best friend insult her like that. What did you call me? I'll tear your mouth apart. The middle-aged woman immediately bared her teeth and claws, about to grab Yan Kuiwa's face, but Chi Feng blocked her way, grabbed her wrist and flung it away. If you dare to lay a hand on me, I won't tolerate it. The middle-aged woman stumbled from the impact, initially enraged, then screaming like a pig being slaughtered. They're hitting me. They're hitting me. Students from school are hitting me. Oh no, I'm going to be beaten to death. Go ahead and yell, look around, everyone's filming with their phones, see if I hit you or not. Chi Feng wasn't afraid of her trying to deny it. There were so many students around, almost everyone had a phone, he wasn't afraid of being wrongly accused. Besides, his own phone was also on with video, just hidden. Seeing that her attempts to bluff were futile, the middle-aged woman glared fiercely at Chi Feng. I know you're the wild man that little vixen found. Shut up. What vixen? What wild man? Don't you know what kind of person you are? Chi Feng immediately interrupted her. With your size, you not only take up space, but you also block the signal. The middle-aged woman was taken aback, not understanding what he meant at first. However, the students around them understood what was going on, and their expressions immediately became strange. Some even grinned. Indeed, this woman was a large woman, less than 1.6 meters tall, but weighing more than 160 kilograms. She did take up a lot of space, but blocking the signal was an exaggeration. Actually, you're not fat, it's just that the space here is a bit small. Chi Feng continued. Your life is a tragedy, even a pig is thinner than you. I'd really like to ask, where did you buy that swimming ring you're wearing? Ha ha. Finally, someone around couldn't help but laugh out loud. That's so funny. She's not fat, just a little cramped. It's a tragedy. Even a pig is thinner than her. And that spare tire on her body is such a apt description. She's so fat, yet she insists on wearing such tight clothes, making her look like she has a spare tire on her body. Lin Chien also had a strange look in her eyes. Her previous despair had long since vanished. From the moment she saw Chi Feng come out, her heart calmed down. It was an instinct that even she herself couldn't understand. Just like that night, seeing Chi Feng's tall back made her feel safe. Yan Qiwa grinned and laughed. This boy was too good at talking. The old hag had been so vicious just now, but now she's met her match. Haha, that's hilarious. The middle-aged woman was completely bewildered by Chi Feng's words. She didn't understand some of them, but she knew that Chi Feng was insulting her. Her face contorted with rage, she wanted to retaliate, but Chi Feng didn't wait for her to speak and continued, but don't try to lose weight either. You're ugly not just because you're fat. So please protect yourself and care for others, and don't come out in broad daylight to scare people. You. The middle-aged woman pointed at him, trembling, as if she had been driven mad with anger. Stop making a fuss about your weathered face. It's not particularly beautiful, but it's uniquely ugly. Actually, I don't want to judge people by their appearance. I've tried to see your soul, but it turns out your soul isn't as beautiful as your appearance. Since meeting you, I've finally understood what a freak looks like. Don't talk. Can your IQ exceed the limit of your height and be a little bit taller? So I seriously suspect that you were kissed by a pig when you were a child. I have to say, your appearance is really too creative. It must take a lot of courage for you to live. However, I hope you can cover your face when you go out, because your face already looks like a car crash, and with makeup, it looks even more like a garbage incinerator. So please don't scare the children. Even if you don't scare the children, it's not good to scare the flowers and plants. Ha 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 ha. The laughter around them was uncontrollable, everyone was laughing so hard they were almost falling over. It was the first time they had ever encountered such a remarkable person. Not a single word of profanity was used in his speech, yet his insults were so scathing. The people around him found it very satisfying and couldn't help but secretly memorize some of the lines, thinking they would use them to insult others in the future. Lin Qien's lips curled up slightly. If she weren't the one involved, she would have wanted to laugh heartily. Yan Qiwa, however, had no reservations whatsoever. She was the one laughing the loudest at the scene. Chi Feng's words had truly amused her. How could there be such a boy? His words had resonated with her deeply. Finally, I have to say, I've never seen a face with such archaeological value before, Chi Feng said seriously. Ha ha. Another burst of laughter erupted around them. They had heard so many classic lines today. How could there be such an amazing person? You. The middle-aged woman's face was contorted with rage. She was on the verge of losing her mind and began to flailing her arms wildly. Fortunately, the burly middle-aged man next to her restrained her and said to Chi Feng with a gloomy expression, "Young man, don't you think you've gone too far? Is that going too far?" Chi Feng glanced at him indifferently. What were you doing when this old lady was cursing? Are you being hypocritical? You're allowed to curse others, but you won't allow others to curse you. The middle-aged man's face darkened, and he was speechless. Indeed, he hadn't said a word when his wife was cursing someone else, but now that his wife was being cursed, his words were completely untenable. The middle-aged woman regained some of her composure and pointed at him fiercely, saying, "Don't be so smug. There are reporters here. Let the whole country see just how low the quality of your school students really is." At this point, she dared not say anything more like wild man or vixen, for fear that the young man would say even more offensive things. She knew she was no match for him when it came to insults. Low manners? Chi Feng smiled slightly, pointed to the people around him, and said, "Do you know why they didn't come out and only I did? It's not that they lack a sense of justice, it's just that they didn't want to stoop to your level, because that would lower their manners. But I'm different. My low manners are just right to match yours, which isn't much better either. It's a perfect match." These words made many people around feel secretly ashamed. They were just ordinary students who had never encountered such a situation before, and the middle-aged woman had just been swearing so fiercely who would dare to step forward? But Chi Feng's words subtly flattered them, turning their previous inaction into a desire not to lower their own standards. At the same time, Chi Feng's words were also self-deprecating, implying that only someone of his low character could deal with such people. However, no one actually thought he was low-class, rather, it was a sarcastic remark. The middle-aged woman was furious. She couldn't win an argument with him, and she didn't dare to lay a hand on him. The scene of him throwing her so hard that she almost fell over was still fresh in her mind. Schools are places for teaching and nurturing, places for students to learn knowledge, not places where some people can trample on the dignity of others at will. I believe that the law is fair and just, and will not wrong an innocent person, nor will it let a bad person go free. Chi Feng changed the subject and suddenly looked at the young reporter holding the camera next to him. Mr. Reporter, am I right? The young reporter, who was busy taking pictures, was taken aback when Chi Feng suddenly asked him a question. He nodded subconsciously, which made the middle-aged woman break down again. Hey, you were invited by us, what do you mean? I'm sorry, although you asked me to come, I will insist on reporting the truth. Although the young reporter had received some benefits, with so many people around, how could he dare to show any favoritism? Before the middle-aged woman could say anything more, the middle-aged man beside her, seeing that he couldn't gain the upper hand, quickly grabbed her and said, let's go. The middle-aged woman glared venomously at Chi Feng before leaving resentfully. Her original plan was to ruin Lin Qianqian's reputation, forcing her to submit and free her son from trouble. But this man's appearance had ruined everything. It was all this damned guy's fault, she wouldn't let him get away with it. Clap, clap, clap. As the middle-aged couple fled in a disheveled state, applause erupted from the crowd. Chi Feng's performance was evident to all, especially considering he hadn't uttered a single swear word yet had delivered such a satisfying rant. Everyone admired him. Moreover, many of his insults were classic quotes that no one was hearing for the first time, and they had already secretly memorized them, waiting for the day they could be used in their own insults. Chi Feng wasn't smug about it. He waved to the people around him and walked into the cafeteria. He had come to buy steamed buns to fill his stomach and had just helped out. There was no need for him to take credit for it. Lin Chien immediately wanted to chase after him, but Yan Kuiwa grabbed her arm. When Chi Feng turned around and waved, Yan Kuiwa had already recognized him and could hardly believe what she was seeing. That's Chi Feng. Lin Chien nodded. She had a lot to say to Chi Feng, and what she wanted to find out most was whether he wrote the love letter. Is it really him? Why would he help us? Yan Kuiwa still couldn't believe it. Chi Feng had written a love letter to Chien back then, but he was rejected and lost face. Now he was helping Chien. What she found most unbelievable was that Chi Feng was so eloquent in how he came up with all those insulting words. Oh dear, he's already gone far away. Why don't we go ask him and find out? Lin Chien was a little anxious. Seeing that Chi Feng had already entered the cafeteria, she was determined to find out the truth since it was such a rare opportunity. Okay, I'll go with you. Yan Kuiwa didn't object. She originally had a very bad impression of Chi Feng, but Chi Feng had helped them just now. Although her impression couldn't be completely reversed in a short time, at least she wasn't as disgusted as before. The two quickly walked into the cafeteria, looked around, and then met Chi Feng at the food-serving window. Suppressing her excitement, Lin Chien stepped forward and softly called out, Chi Feng. Chi Feng heard someone call his name, turned around, and saw Lin Chien. He already had a vague idea of why she had come. Is there something you need? Thank you. Lin Chien bowed deeply to him, expressing her gratitude for saving him that night. If it weren't for him, she couldn't imagine what terrible things would have happened to her. You're welcome. Seeing her sincere attitude, Chi Feng guessed that she probably already knew that he was the one from that night. After all, when he stood up for her, his voice wasn't disguised at all, so it wasn't surprising that he was recognized. Chien, you're being too sincere, aren't you? Yan Kuiwa, who was standing to the side, was unaware of the inside story. Seeing her best friend's attitude was like being grateful for a life-saving grace, which she found somewhat incomprehensible. Lin Chien originally wanted to ask Chi Feng a question, but her best friend interrupted her, and she couldn't say it. Hesitatingly, she saw the steamed bun in Chi Feng's hand and subconsciously blurted out, as a thank you, let me treat you to dinner. No need, I'll eat this. Chi Feng waved the bun in his hand, politely declining her offer. If there's nothing else, I'll be going now. With that, he picked up the bun and left, because he believed that he and Lin Chien were from two different worlds and would never have any interaction in the future, and he didn't want to take advantage of the life-saving grace. Lin Chien watched Chi Feng leave, opening her mouth several times as if to speak, but then not knowing what to say. What does this mean? What does he mean by this? He invited her to dinner and he's still acting coy. Yan Kuiwa was indignant about Chi Feng's departure. She knew how many people wanted to have dinner with Chien but couldn't, let alone Chien inviting her. He's playing hard to get. Chien, don't fall for it. In Yan Kuiwa's view, no man can resist the charm of a good girlfriend. Chi Feng had written her a love letter before, which was proof enough. Now he was acting all high and mighty. What else could it be but playing hard to get? Her impression of him, which had just changed slightly because he had helped them, had completely disappeared at this moment. Kuiwa, don't say that. He's not that kind of person, Lin Chien said somewhat forlornly, watching Chi Feng's figure disappear at the cafeteria entrance. Even though he was so close, she couldn't bring herself to ask him. Chien, you're too trusting. He helped us just now, and we should thank him for that, but you already thanked him, and you were so kind. And what did he do? He just took advantage of us and left without a word. Yan Kuiwa was indignant. Think about it, you're a great beauty. He even wrote you love letters before. If he wasn't playing hard to get, would he have acted like he wasn't interested in you? His purpose was to attract your attention and make you curious about him. I've seen plenty of men like that. Kuiwa, I think with your imagination, you could write a novel. Lin Chien was speechless. She wanted to tell her that Chi Feng had saved her that night, but she figured that Kuiwa would misunderstand it as a premeditated scheme, so she decided not to say it. Chi Feng carried the steamed buns and came to the classroom. Helping Lin Chien was just a casual gesture, because even if it were anyone else in that situation, he would have done the same. To him, it was simply a small favor. He needs to think carefully about how to change his major. He could sense the dislike he felt from most people in the vocal music department. The vast majority of this was due to He Tienyang's smear campaign, but it was also related to his recent behavior. Imagine someone who was once so marginalized and insignificant suddenly becoming a genius. How would those who looked down on him feel? As a student in the same department as him, and the one closest to him, I watched him go from being poor and vulnerable to rising to great heights. Whether out of jealousy or resentment at others being better than me, I didn't have any good feelings towards him. Chi Feng didn't think there was anything to miss about the vocal music department, but it was a major decision to change departments, and it was obviously not something that could be done overnight, especially since he was still completely clueless about it. Whether in his past life or this one, he never changed his major. In his previous life, he even dropped out of school early because of his daughter. Within the department, the people who can directly decide on transferring departments are either the department head or the deputy head. The head of the vocal music department generally doesn't handle things. The two deputy heads are in charge. One of the deputy heads, Wei Shuji, has already been ousted by him, so the other deputy head is left, who later became the vice president of Kinhe Art Academy, Zhang Xiaowan. Zhang Xiaowan is an upright person, unlike Wei Shuji who says one thing to your face and another behind your back. However, being upright does not mean being easy to talk to, nor does it mean that she will agree to your change of major. Therefore, you need to have a reason that can convince her to agree to transfer to the composition department. As for the composition department, senior student Chu Tianzi has pulled some strings and is ready to take over. Now all that's left is for Deputy Director Zhang Xiaowan to give her approval. After sitting in his seat for a while, Chi Feng still couldn't come up with a good solution. He gritted his teeth and decided to talk to Director Zhang Xiaowan first. He would tell her directly that he wanted to transfer departments and that the composition department was ready to accept him. He would see what Director Zhang Xiaowan would say. Chi Feng sat in the classroom planning how to communicate with Zhang Xiaowan, the deputy director of the department, unaware that his classic cursing quotes had already been uploaded to the campus forum. The post was made by an ID called "I am not the whistleblower." The original text is as follows: "Today I had the pleasure of witnessing a war of words, which really opened my eyes. I am not very good at this, but I would like to share it with you all." Below this text was a video, which was several minutes long. I am not a whistleblower is not a nobody on the campus forum, but a very active celebrity. Don't be fooled by his name. I am not a whistleblower. He is actually the opposite. He is a whistleblower and he often exposes any gossip or inside stories on campus. So everyone at the school knows that any post he makes is definitely worth checking out, as it's a chance to find first-hand information. Shortly after the post was uploaded, people browsing the forum clicked on it. I first saw the title, and then, out of curiosity, I clicked on the video, wanting to see just how exciting this flame war was that could open the eyes of I am not the whistleblower. After clicking on the video, the first thing that appears is a large, ugly middle-aged woman who is blocking two girls and hurling insults at one of the very pretty girls. "You little vixen, I'm asking you, why are you still harming my son? What has he done to wrong you that you're hurting him like this? Everyone, come and see. This is the little vixen who seduced my son. She's so shameless. How can she still have the nerve to stay at school? Little vixen, why are you silent? Afraid of being exposed? Let me tell you, you'll die a horrible death for doing something like this." The pretty girl was so humiliated by the scolding that she couldn't lift her head. Her eyes reddened, and tears streamed down her face. The bystanders, however, didn't dare to intervene, prompting viewers to flood the screen with comments. Indeed, the school's video was being streamed through software from a video platform, which allows for commentary. Isn't this the entrance to our second canteen? What the hell? Who let this crazy woman out? Ugly people are always up to no good. Who is this old woman? The one who got scolded is Lin Chien, the most beautiful girl in the vocal music department. What happened? Wasn't there a rumor that Lin Chien was kidnapped a while ago? This old woman who's cursing is probably the kidnapper's mother. That's awful. Is it really necessary for a girl like her? Maybe he's right to criticize, someone said with a cynical mind, but others quickly countered. Lin Chien is not that kind of person. Everyone in the vocal music department knows that Lin Chien never has a boyfriend and is very well behaved at school. I'm just wondering, with so many people there, are they just here to watch the show? Not one of them has any backbone. If I were there, I would have slapped that old woman's stinking mouth across the face. I want to see how your school will kick me out. I've already contacted a reporter, see? If the school doesn't give me an explanation today, you can expect to be exposed. In the video, the middle-aged woman pointed at the reporter filming next to her and said, "Are there reporters here? No wonder no one dares to go up there. Reporters are all troublemakers. If things go wrong, the school's reputation will be ruined." Although the viewers were all indignant, they could only send comments to express their opinions, and even wonder if they would have done the same thing if they were there. That old woman in the video was really too fierce, throwing a tantrum. If you encounter someone like that, you won't be able to help them and will only get yourself into trouble. This is probably why, despite being surrounded by people, not a single person stepped forward to help or persuade them. However, as the middle-aged woman's insults became increasingly vulgar, someone finally stepped forward and said, "Enough." The man looked a few years older than the students around him. Judging from his clothes, it was hard to tell if he was a teacher, a senior undergraduate, or a graduate student. He was immediately rebuked by the middle-aged woman. This little vixen is indeed seducing men everywhere. Look, she's got some random guy covering for her. That's enough. Don't you think it's going too far to hurl insults at a girl like that? The man, who seemed to be the senior, said coldly. As the video camera was pointed at the man, someone recognized him. Isn't this Chi Feng, the big star of our school? The one who scavenges for leftovers? Don't make personal attacks. Chi Feng isn't that kind of person. I heard he wrote a love letter to Lin Chien and got rejected. Is he planning to play the hero and save the damsel in distress now? Haha, that's hilarious. Someone like Chi Feng thinks he can win the heart of a beauty? Don't be ridiculous. Hey, Chi Feng is doing great, okay? Don't you guys read his songs or read some of his poems? What's so interesting about this? You plagiarist. Do those who accuse me of plagiarism have any evidence? If you don't have evidence, don't spout nonsense. Stop arguing, let's see how Chi Feng responds. The title is Fraud, so I guess Chi Feng and this old woman will have a big argument. This is going to be interesting. In the video, the middle-aged woman was indeed fierce, calling Chi Feng a wild man and saying that Lin Chien was a prostitute. However, she was quickly retorted by the girl next to Lin Chien, but she immediately became fierce, baring her teeth and claws as she tried to grab the girl. But Chi Feng stopped her, and she almost fell over. Then she started yelling, shouting, "I'm being hit." She started throwing a tantrum, but Chi Feng didn't let her get away with it. Go ahead and yell. Look around, everyone's taking pictures with their phones. See if I hit you? Seeing that she couldn't gain any advantage, the middle-aged woman started cursing Chi Feng as a wild man. Chi Feng's counterattack finally made those watching the video understand what a real verbal battle is. With your size, you not only take up space, but you also block the signal. Actually, you're not fat, it's just that the space here is a bit small. Your life is a tragedy, even a pig is thinner than you. I'd really like to ask, where did you buy that swimming ring you're wearing? But don't try to lose weight. You're ugly not just because you're fat. So please protect yourself and care for others, and don't run around in broad daylight scaring people. Since meeting you, I have finally come to fully understand what a freak is like. Your appearance is so creative, it must take a lot of courage for you to live. I hope you can cover your face when you go out, because your face already looks like a car crash, and with makeup it looks even more like a garbage incinerator. So please don't scare the children. Even if you don't scare the children, it's not good to scare the flowers and plants. I have never seen a face that looks so archaeologically valuable. After hearing Chi Feng's bizarre yet classic insults, viewers of the video were practically dying of laughter. That's hilarious. Chi Feng is hilarious. Where did he come up with so many swear words? This is so classic. How can there be such a classic insult? Not a single swear word was used, yet the cursing was incredibly satisfying. When it comes to cursing, I, Chi Shen, am number one. Chi Feng, do you have to be so high-tech? Chi Feng, who else? I never expected that Chi Feng would be so good at not only singing and writing poetry, but also at cursing. I'm worried for those people on the forum who are smearing Chi Feng. If Chi Feng were to retaliate against them one by one, wouldn't it make them all feel inferior? Everyone, please be careful in the future. Don't smear Chi Feng, or you'll be driven crazy by all the criticism. Ha 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 ha. After watching the video, everyone laughed uncontrollably and greatly admired Chi Feng's sharp wit and vivid descriptions. Every sentence targeted the middle-aged woman's good points. It's truly baffling how he came up with these bizarre insults. Some people even felt unsatisfied and watched it several more times, until they secretly memorized all the insults before finally being satisfied. Vocal Music Department, Deputy Director's Office. Zhang Xiaowan sat behind her desk, facing a stack of documents, frowning in deep thought. Right now, the Vocal Music Department is being held up by her alone. First of all, the head of the department is not here, and the other deputy head, Wei Shuji, has been taken away for committing a crime. So now there is a huge amount of work waiting for her to handle. She is so busy that she arrives at the office early to continue the work that she didn't finish yesterday. Even when the director wasn't around, she could manage her work with ease because of the deputy director, Wei. But now, she's all alone, managing such a large vocal music department, and she's simply overwhelmed. There's a problem right now that she needs to solve, and it's not one that she can easily handle. But if she doesn't solve it soon, it could cause trouble for the school. So she's thinking about how to solve that problem. Just then, the phone next to her suddenly rang. Zhang Xiaowan picked it up and saw that it was Principal Zhang Ziyi calling. She didn't dare to delay and answered the phone. Hello, Principal. Xiao Zhang, let me ask you, how's the matter with Pan Jian's parents going? Zhang Ziyi's voice sounded somewhat irritable. Clearly this matter had made even the principal lose his composure. Principal, I was just about to report this to you. Right now, we can only keep Pan Jian's parents out of the school, but I think we can't keep them there for more than a few days. If they get impatient, they might contact the media, and then we'll be in a passive position. This was the troublesome matter that Zhang Wenjuan had just been considering. There was no doubt that Pan Jian had kidnapped Lin Chien, but Pan Jian's parents were determined to cause trouble, and she didn't have any good solutions. That's what I'm worried about too. Before Pan Jian's parents left that day, they said they were going to report us to our superiors for favoritism. Although we've done nothing wrong and aren't afraid of such things, it would be troublesome if they really wanted to cause trouble. Zhang Ziyi had met those eccentric parents and knew how crazy a couple would do for their children. Although the school hadn't done anything wrong, he was afraid the facts would be distorted. The media, on the other hand, was eager to make a big fuss. If it really became a public scandal, the school's reputation would be damaged. How about letting Lin Chien take a break from school for a while? This is the best solution Zhang Xiaowan can think of right now. As long as Lin Chien is not in school, then Pan Jian's parents will have no reason to make a fuss. She knew that Pan Jian's parents' purpose was nothing more than to seek leniency for their son, which required winning Lin Qianqian's forgiveness. As long as she could communicate well with Lin Chien and she, as the person involved, was willing to forgive Pan Jian, then the punishment Pan Jian would receive would be much lighter. But deep down, she didn't want to see this happen. Although persuading Lin Chien to forgive Pan Jian could prevent a scandal at the school, putting herself in Lin Qianqian's shoes, she knew that if she were in Lin Qianqian's shoes, as a woman, she would never forgive him either. Let Lin Chien take a leave of absence? No way, our student hasn't done anything wrong, how can we let her take a leave of absence? Zhang Ziyi frowned slightly and quickly rejected the suggestion. Although making Lin Chien disappear might seem like Pan Jian's parents wouldn't come to the school to make trouble if they couldn't find her, it was more likely that those eccentric parents would blame the school for everything, which would cause even more trouble for the school. Then, Principal, what should we do? Zhang Xiaowan asked. For now, we can only take it one step at a time, but you must be careful not to let those parents attract the media and damage our school's reputation, Zhang Ziyi instructed. Yes, don't worry, Principal, I will try my best. Zhang Xiaowan dared not make any promises, she could only do her best. Zhang Ziyi nodded, then suddenly remembered something and said, by the way, regarding the University Cultural Alliance competition, does your vocal music department have any recommended talents to participate? Principal, our vocal music department focuses on singing skills and bel canto. If you want to find someone, you should go to the composition or directing department. The talented people who can write and create are all there. Zhang Xiaowan smiled wryly. Wasn't the principal making things difficult for her? As the deputy director of the vocal music department, she dealt most with the students and teachers there. Did she not know the capabilities of the students in her department? There were no students who could participate in the University Cultural Alliance competition. Okay, I'll go ask over there. Zhang Ziyi said and hung up the phone. Zhang Xiaowan also put away her phone, a helpless bitter smile on her face. Principal Zhang hadn't been having a good time lately either. Not only was the matter of Pan Jian's parents bothering him, but the approaching National College Cultural Alliance competition was also a thorn in his side. Every year, the College Culture Alliance competition is a competition where art colleges are already at a disadvantage. How can they possibly not lose to comprehensive universities? However, Kinney Art Academy is in a worse situation, consistently ranking last year, even lower than its arch-rival Kinney Music Academy. This is precisely the biggest hurdle that Principal Zhang Ziyi cannot overcome. With a sigh, Zhang Xiaowan decided to put the matter aside for now. After all, that was a problem for the principal to worry about. She needed to continue thinking about how to resolve the issue of Pan Jian's parents. Just then, my phone vibrated again. This time it wasn't a phone call, but a message sent to her via FF. The sender was a teacher from her department, probably asking her to handle something again. Zhang Xiaowan opened the message and found that it wasn't something she needed to handle, but rather a message from the teacher asking her to check the school forum. School forum? Zhang Xiaowan was taken aback. What was so interesting about the school forum? It was nothing but gossip and trivial matters. She was so busy right now, how could she have time to look at such messy news? Just as she was about to put down her phone, she suddenly gripped it tightly again. Since she had so many troublesome things to deal with anyway, she might as well relax now and go check out the forums to see what gossip was going on. She logged onto the campus forum and saw a message pinned to the top in bold. I had the pleasure of witnessing a heated argument today, which truly broadened my horizons. I am not very good at this, but I would like to share it with you all. What is all this nonsense? Zhang Xiaowan was immediately displeased. In her view, the verbal battle was just students hurting each other, and there was nothing to see. She thought the school forums were becoming more and more decadent, and she would report it to the higher UPS sometimes so that they could at least clean things up. Even with that thought in mind, she still clicked to watch it. There's a video inside. At the beginning of the video, a familiar middle-aged woman is viciously cursing someone. You little vixen, I'm asking you, why are you still harming my son? What has he done to offend you that you're hurting him like this? They are Pan Jian's parents. Zhang Xiaowan immediately recognized her. Wasn't that the one swearing at Pan Jian's bizarre mother? What was she doing at the school again? And how did she get in? Zhang Xiaowan was furious. She had clearly given instructions not to let Pan Jian's parents in, but these eccentric parents still came in and even blocked Lin Chien from entering, hurling insults at her. What happened next worried her even more. These eccentric parents actually attracted reporters. Damn it, how dare they? Zhang Xiaowan continued watching with a dark expression, her anger rising at the fact that the people around her were not only not helping Lin Chien but were also watching the spectacle. What was wrong with these students? Watching outsiders insult their classmate, not a single one of them showed any backbone. Fortunately, someone finally stepped forward. It's Qi Feng. Zhang Xiaowan knew this student, but they rarely interacted. She heard that the student's family was struggling financially and that the student had a daughter, but she didn't know much else about the situation. After all, as the department head, she had to oversee everything and couldn't possibly pay attention to every single student personally. However, seeing him stand up for Lin Chien, Zhang Ziyajuan's expression softened a bit. Finally, there was someone with backbone. But what happened next gave her a completely different understanding of Qi Feng, her student. With your size, you not only take up space, but you also block the signal. Your life is a tragedy, even a pig is thinner than you. I'd really like to ask, where did you buy that swimming ring you're wearing? But don't try to lose weight. You're ugly not just because you're fat. So please protect yourself and care for others, and don't run around in broad daylight scaring people. Stop making a fuss about your weathered face. It's not particularly beautiful, but it's uniquely ugly. Finally, I have to say that I have never seen a face that looks so archaeologically valuable. After watching the video, Zhang Xiaowan spat out her drink, spitting saliva all over her phone screen. Ha ha. She couldn't help but laugh out loud. Is this the Qi Feng she knew? As far as she knew, Qi Feng was usually quiet and aloof. But she never expected him to be so ruthless when he cursed people. He didn't use a single swear word, yet he managed to leave Pan Jian's eccentric mother speechless. That felt great. That was so satisfying. Finally, someone has taken care of those bizarre parents. Back then, when Pan Jian's parents came to the school, they made her look bad. Now, seeing Pan Jian's bizarre mother being scolded so badly, she felt extremely happy. However, Qi Feng. After laughing, Zhang Xiaowan fell into deep thought. She had heard Qi Feng's name quite a few times recently. It seemed that the kid had been doing quite well lately and had been on some TV program. However, recently, because director Wei Shuji was taken away, she has been so busy that she hasn't had time to watch TV. It seems she should make time to watch it, so she can at least learn more about her student Qi Feng. While most students rushed to the cafeteria after school in the morning, Qi Feng went to the office of the vocal music department's leadership. He had been called here once before by Wei Shuji, so he wasn't unfamiliar with the place. Finding the office with Zhang Xiaowan written on the door, Chi Feng gently knocked. He wasn't sure if Deputy Director Zhang would be there at this time. He was just trying his luck. If she wasn't there, he would come back another time. Fortunately, a voice came from inside the office, "Come in." Chi Feng pushed open the door and entered. In the large office, he saw a woman sitting behind her desk with her head down, seemingly reviewing something. She looked very serious and didn't even look up when he came in. Chi Feng hesitated for a moment before calling out, "Director Zhang." Hearing an unfamiliar voice, Zhang Xiaowan couldn't help but look up. At first, she thought it was her subordinate teacher who had come to get the materials for her, but judging from the voice, it was obviously not. When she saw who it was, her expression froze slightly. She felt that the boy in front of her looked familiar. After looking more closely, she couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Chi Feng." She had just watched the video of Chi Feng's verbal battle not long ago, and she never expected to see him in person now. "Director Zhang, I apologize for bothering you." Chi Feng was also somewhat surprised. Although he had indeed seen Zhang Xiaowan in person, it was only from a distance. They had never spoken or met in private. He never expected that Zhang Xiaowan would actually know him. "Is there something you need?" Zhang Xiaowan realized she had been too surprised and quickly suppressed her emotions, her face becoming serious. She was very curious about Chi Feng's purpose in coming to see her. Logically speaking, if Chi Feng had something to say, he should have gone to the counselor in charge of his class, not her. "Well, Director Zhang, I'd like to inquire about transferring to another major," Chi Feng said, getting straight to the point. "Change your major?" Zhang Xiaowan frowned and stared straight at him. "You want to change your major?" "Yes." Chi Feng nodded. "Can you tell me why?" Zhang Xiaowan frowned even more. She hadn't learned much about Chi Feng before today. If she had to recall anything, it was his bizarre cursing quotes in the video, which didn't contain a single swear word and made her feel very satisfied. But she never expected that Chi Feng, who was cursing everyone in the video, would actually come to her for advice on changing majors. "I think I'm more suited to the composition department." Chi Feng didn't explain too many reasons. He felt that this was enough. As for being ostracized by most people in the vocal music department, there was no need to mention it, because if he did, he would feel like a weak person who needed to seek help from his teachers. "You're transferring to the composition department?" Zhang Xiaowan was taken aback again. Chi Feng was actually going to transfer to the composition department. You know, the composition department is ranked high in the school, while the vocal music department is at the bottom. Transferring from the vocal music department to the composition department is quite a big leap. "Yes, Chu Tianzi, a senior student in the composition department, has already helped me get things done, and they are willing to accept me," Chi Feng said. "Oh? Chu Tianzi has already paved the way for you." Zhang Xiaowan was surprised again. Chu Tianzi was a prominent figure in the school. Before graduating, he received an offer from Xianchuang Entertainment, one of the 4 major entertainment companies. He was a benchmark in the composition department and the undisputed #1 in the composition department. Judging from Chi Feng's tone, it was Chu Tianzi who helped him get in touch with the composition department. Although Chu Tianzi was not arrogant, he would not easily do such a thing for someone unless Chi Feng showed extremely strong composition potential and talent. Otherwise, Chu Tianzi would never have paved the way for him. "Yes, senior brother Chu asked me to have a good talk with the director and you," Chi Feng said. Chu Tianzi had indeed said that changing departments was a big deal and asked him to communicate with the leaders. Well, Zhang Xiaowan pondered. She knew nothing about Chi Feng before, and had no idea what special skills the student had, but the fact that Chu Tianzi paved the way for him showed that he must have something extraordinary about him. After thinking for a moment, she said, "Chi Feng, changing majors is a very important matter that could affect your future development. You must think this through carefully and not make a decision on impulse, otherwise it will be too late to regret it later." "Director Zhang, I've thought it through. I feel that the composition department is more suitable for my future development," Chi Feng said. Zhang Xiaowan was somewhat displeased, mainly because as the leader of the vocal music department, Chi Feng actually said in front of her that he wanted to switch to another department. If it were someone with a bad temper, they would probably have told him to get lost. Zhang Xiaowan considered herself to have a good temper, so she patiently said, "Chi Feng, I also need to think about this matter. This is not only being responsible to you, but also to my work. Can you wait a while?" She didn't want to prevent Chi Feng from transferring to the composition department, but rather planned to investigate first to see what abilities Chi Feng had that would make the composition department accept him. Only then would she consider whether to approve Chi Feng's transfer. "Okay, Director Zhang, then I'll wait for a while." Chi Feng felt relieved that she didn't forbid him from changing his major, at least he saw hope. "Then I'll take my leave." Having achieved his goal, Chi Feng prepared to depart. Zhang Xiaowan watched him leave the office, her brows still furrowed. Chi Feng's arrival had added another troublesome matter to her, but she decided to put everything else aside for the time being and figure out what was going on. I remember some students and teachers telling me that Chi Feng participated in a music variety show called The First Singer, yes, that singing show, and he seemed to have performed very well on the show. Zhang Xiaowan turned on the computer on the table. She wanted to take a good look at what exactly meant by Chi Feng's so-called good performance. Log into the FF Video website and find the variety show First Singer. All past episodes are available there. Zhang Xiaowan started watching from the first episode of this season's The First Singer. She didn't watch it from beginning to end, but selectively watched only the part where Chi Feng appeared. After watching the previous rounds of auditions, Zhang Xiaowan didn't have much of an impression. Although Chi Feng's singing skills were indeed good, that was all. It wasn't amazing. Besides, good singing skills aren't a requirement for composition majors. So why was he considered to have performed well? Zhang Xiaowan continued watching, and when she saw the last episode of the audition, Chi Feng said he would sing an original song. She vaguely realized that this might be the reason. Sure enough, the song Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart made Zhang Xiaojuan's eyes widen. Run forward, facing the cold stares and ridicule. How can one feel the vastness of life without experiencing hardship? Fate cannot force us to kneel and beg for mercy. Even if blood is spilled all over my arms. Keep running with the pride of a child. How can you see the brilliance of life if you don't persevere to the end? Rather than linger on in misery, let's burn brightly. She couldn't help but clench her fists, deeply moved. Chi Feng not only sang well, but also wrote well. This song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart, will definitely become a classic. She never expected that Chi Feng could write such a powerful and moving song. No wonder the composition department wanted to accept him. As for the comments saying that Chi Feng plagiarized, Zhang Xiaowan scoffed. Could such a song be plagiarized? Only simple-minded people or those driven by jealousy would deliberately smear Chi Feng. As the leader of an art college, she is someone who has been in the music industry and knows all too well how difficult it is to create a song like Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. The creator would never allow someone else to copy such a song. He would probably register it with the Copyright Bureau as soon as he wrote it. How could he give someone else the opportunity to copy it? Therefore, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart was originally composed by Chi Feng, and it was a waste that he used this classic song in the last episode of the audition. If he had used it in the final, he might have won the championship. However, when Zhang Xiaowan saw Judge Li Wanji's targeting, she understood why Chi Feng was so wasting his time. If he hadn't performed this original song, he probably would have been eliminated. It's impossible for him to get full marks from the other judges by singing other people's classic songs. In fact, the reason he got full marks from the other judges was because he performed his original song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. What a wonderful song, Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Zhang Xiaojuan's impression of Chi Feng immediately became more three-dimensional. Seeing that there was another episode of National Competition coming up, she continued to watch it. This time, Chi Feng sang another original song, Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies, and he really slapped Judge Li Wanjia in the face again. This song is no less impressive than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. Still free and true to myself, forever singing my song, travel thousands of miles. Forgive me for my untamed and free-spirited nature throughout my life. I'm also afraid that one day I'll fall down. Anyone can betray their ideals. Why would I be afraid that one day it will just be you and me? Zhang Xiaowan was once again stunned. Chi Feng's creative talent was simply too strong. In her opinion, the song Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies was even better than Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart. But that wasn't the end. Chi Feng exercised his PK right and sang another original song, Youth. Zhang Xiaowan was shocked for the third time. The song Youth is not the same type as Chasing Dreams with a Pure Heart and Boundless Oceans, Vast Skies. The latter two are somewhat depressing, although they both eventually sing out a powerful and inspiring force. Youth, on the other hand, is light and cheerful, yet it also reveals a heart-stirring power. I am still the same boy I used to be. Not a single thing has changed. Time will be the only test. The belief planted in my heart has not diminished in the slightest. The boy in front of me, it's still the same face as before. No matter how many difficulties lie ahead, we will not back down. After listening, Zhang Xiaowan closed her eyes and gained a general understanding of Chi Feng. He was undoubtedly a creative genius, a highly talented creative genius. No wonder the composition department was eager to accept him. But can't such a genius stay in the vocal music department? Why should the geniuses nurtured by my vocal music department be handed over to the composition department? Zhang Xiaowan thought indignantly that if she had originally been inclined to agree to Chi Feng's transfer to another department, she had now changed her mind. She couldn't bear to see such a genius leave, which would undoubtedly be a great loss for the vocal music department. But how can she keep this genius? After all, Chi Feng has already told her that he wants to leave the vocal music department. As the current de facto head of the vocal music department, what can she do to dissuade him from his idea? Zhang Xiaowan fell into deep thought. Zhang Xiaowan didn't think about it for long. She made a phone call to the counselor in charge of Class 1 of the vocal music department, because she remembered that not long ago, it was this counselor who told her about Chi Feng, but she had been too busy with work to pay attention. "Director, you wanted to see me?" The counselor's name was Li Jie, a young man in his early 20s. He had only recently graduated and was staying on as a counselor at the university, which was undoubtedly a good job. "Xiao Li, how much do you know about Chi Feng from your class?" Zhang Xiaowan asked directly. Chi Feng. Li Jie was a little surprised, but quickly recovered, guessing that it might be because of his previous report that Director Zhang had watched Chi Feng's performance on TV, so now he was paying more attention. "If you ask me, he's a genius with a reclusive personality and astonishing talent." After thinking for a moment, Li Jie shared his assessment of Chi Feng. "A withdrawn personality?" Zhang Xiaowan was surprised to hear this word. When Chi Feng came to see her earlier, she hadn't noticed that he was withdrawn. "Yes, he's usually alone. I've almost never seen him interact with other students. Maybe it's related to his age, since he's several years older than the other students," Li Jie guessed. He had only been a counselor for a short time, and he wasn't the counselor for Class 1 before. He had just taken over the work of the previous counselor, so he didn't know much about Chi Feng. He knew most of his knowledge from television programs. So after seeing Chi Feng's amazing performance, he hurriedly recommended him to Director Zhang Xiaowan, but Director Zhang hadn't paid much attention to it. "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaojuan's knowledge of Chi Feng was also limited, but considering the purpose of Chi Feng's visit to her, she asked in a deep voice, "Did Chi Feng mention to you that he wanted to change departments?" "Change majors?" Li Jie was taken aback. "Didn't I mention it to you?" Zhang Xiaowan could tell from his surprised expression that Chi Feng's change of major had obviously not been told to his counselor. "Director, does Chi Feng want to change departments?" Li Jie belatedly realized, could it be because of that? "Why?" Zhang Xiaowan frowned, immediately sensing something was amiss. Could it be that Chi Feng wanted to change departments for some other reason? "I'm just guessing. Chi Feng performed very well on TV, right? Maybe that's why people are jealous of him and are saying he plagiarized or something on the school forum." Li Jie recounted how Chi Feng was smeared on the school forum. "Is that so?" Zhang Xiaowan had a vague feeling that this might really be the reason why Chi Feng wanted to change departments. Thinking of this, her eyes suddenly sharpened. "Xiao Li, how do you do your job as a counselor? You just stand by and watch your own student be wronged? Don't you report it to me? Also, the school forum is a mess, actually smearing students from your own school. What's the difference between that and treason?" She had thought the school forum should be rectified before, and now she was even more convinced of this idea. Li Jie inwardly groaned. He had previously reported on Chi Feng's performance on television, but Director Zhang hadn't taken it seriously at all, so he didn't mention the subsequent smear campaign against Chi Feng. Of course, he could only think this in his mind. He wasn't that low in emotional intelligence to actually say it out loud. "Yes, it's my fault for not doing my job well." "Alright, you haven't been working for long, so it's not entirely your fault that you haven't considered everything." Zhang Xiaowan waved her hand and said, "But we still need to take good care of a genius like Chi Feng. We can't let him carry such a heavy burden. Go find Old Yao from the computer science department later and ask him to delete all the negative information about Chi Feng." "Yes, Director, I'll be there in a bit," Li Jie replied immediately. "No, you go now." Zhang Xiaowan couldn't wait any longer. She was becoming more and more certain that Chi Feng was probably resentful because he had been slandered, which was why he wanted to escape the vocal music department. Otherwise, why didn't he switch departments earlier when he was so talented? This is absolutely ridiculous. She was clearly a genius in her own department, yet she was forced to go to another department. It's laughable. People who don't know the situation would think that Zhang Xiaowan was blind and couldn't keep talent. Having witnessed too much intrigue and backstabbing, Zhang Xiaowan was furious. She was determined to find the person who posted the defamatory message about Chi Feng and show them her skills. Did they really think that just because she was usually so gentle, she wouldn't use ruthless methods? She almost managed to oust her genius student. It's simply unforgivable. No wonder Chi Feng seemed to have no attachment to the vocal music department just now. If you think about it carefully, anyone would probably have done the same. "Wait a minute, give me Chi Feng's phone number." Before Li Jie left, Zhang Xiaowan asked him for Chi Feng's contact information. Even after Li Jie left, Zhang Xiaowan was still seething with anger. She logged onto the school forum to see how those people were smearing Chi Feng. There were many posts about Chi Feng on the forum, and Zhang Xiaowan quickly found the post accusing him of plagiarism. After reading it, she became even more furious. This is clearly a malicious smear campaign. It's unbelievable that the forum administrators even pinned this post. Such treacherous behavior is equally unforgivable. The more she looked, the angrier she became. Zhang Xiaowan closed the post to avoid further annoyance. Just as she was about to leave the forum, she suddenly caught a glimpse of a post with the name Qi Feng. Qi Feng's one poem and 4 poems are like a god descending to earth, a banished immortal coming to the mortal world. This seems to be a compliment to Qi Feng, but what does 1 word, 4 poems, mean? Zhang Xiaowan stopped leaving the forum and clicked on this post. The post also contained a video, a scene from another variety show that Qi Feng participated in, and this show was actually the original poetry competition. Zhang Xiaowan was astonished. Qi Feng had actually participated in the original poetry competition. Li Jie seemed to have mentioned this to her before, saying that Qi Feng had participated in more than one TV program, but in her opinion, Qi Feng had only participated in singing programs. She didn't expect that he had even participated in cultural programs. After watching the video, Zhang Xiaowan was completely shocked. 1 word, 4 poems, that's how it works. When will the moon be clear and bright? I raise my cup to ask the heavens. I wonder what year it is tonight in the celestial palace. I long to ride the wind and return, yet I fear the jade towers and crystal palaces are too cold at such heights. I dance with my shadow, how can it compare to being in the mortal world? The moon turns through the red pavilion, shines low through the embroidered windows, illuminating my sleepless night. There should be no resentment, yet why is the moon always full when we are apart? People experience sorrow and joy, separation and reunion, the moon waxes and wanes, and this has been so since ancient times. I only wish that we may all live long and share the beauty of the moon, even though we are thousands of miles apart. Even someone who isn't particularly well versed in literature can see the extraordinary quality of this poem. How could someone like Zhang Xiaowan, a leader in a school, have reached this level without profound cultural knowledge? This is clearly a masterpiece that will be passed down through the ages. There are also 4 poems, Thoughts on a Quiet Night, Mid-Autumn Festival, Looking at the Moon and Thinking of a Distant Friend, and Chang'e. Each of these poems was composed on the spot, which makes them even more precious and demonstrates their amazing talent. If Zhang Xiaowan initially saw Qi Feng as a rising star in the music scene with exceptional creative talent after watching his performance on The First Singer, then now, in her eyes, Qi Feng is the ultimate treasure that can bring about the comprehensive rise of the vocal music department. Nobody can take him away from us. This is what Zhang Xiaowan is thinking right now. Anyone who dares to compete with her for Qi Feng will be her biggest enemy. Moreover, she also thought of something else. Wasn't the principal looking for talent to participate in the University Cultural Alliance competition? The vocal music department didn't have any before, but now they did. Qi Feng's appearance was like the best and most perfect gift that God had given her. When she needed him the most, God brought him to her. This time the vocal music department will show everyone that they are not at the bottom of the school's hierarchy of contempt, but are no less than the top of the pyramid, such as the composition and directing departments. As soon as school was over in the afternoon, Qi Feng rushed home because there was something very important that required his participation that evening. Ke Yanbing, that scumbag, finally arrived in Qinhe City and even invited Yan Fei to dinner tonight. He had previously told Yan Fei that when she went to see that scumbag Ke Yanbing, she should take him with her. Another thing that excited Qi Feng was that the 500,000 yuan in cash that his friend had given him for buying big fish had arrived in his account, and he could finally afford to have his daughter's surgery. He had planned it all out. He would take the day off tomorrow to go to the hospital, inquire about the surgery details with the doctor, and then schedule a time for the procedure. After all, surgery isn't something that can be done overnight. It requires making an appointment, getting everything ready beforehand, and only then can the surgery begin. Back home, Qi Feng immediately went to Yan Fei's place to pick up his daughter. The father and daughter then tidied themselves up, since they were going out to eat and couldn't dress too casually. After getting ready, the father and daughter went out to call Yan Fei. When Yan Fei opened the door, Qi Feng's eyes lit up. Yan Fei usually doesn't care much about dressing up. She wears the most ordinary home clothes and doesn't bother to style her hair, just letting it hang down casually. So even though she is very pretty, she gives people the impression of being nothing special. But the Yan Fei in front of me was wearing a white dress with a hem that reached her knees, revealing a pair of fair and slender calves. She wore high heels and her hair was piled up high. She looked both exquisite and beautiful, and she looked several years younger than usual, like a fashionable urban woman in her mid-20s. Ah, Aunt Yan is so beautiful. Xiao Yu was dazzled and stared intently at her. You're so good at talking. Aunt Yan will take you to Tianhong Square to play after dinner. Yan Fei laughed and pinched her little cheek, saying happily, Okay. Xiao Yu was overjoyed. Qi Feng knew about Tianhong Square, one of the famous squares in Qinhe City, located in front of Tianhong Shopping Mall. Every evening, the square was filled with stalls selling all kinds of toys and various children's play facilities, making it just like an amusement park and a favorite place for children. Qi Feng would occasionally take his daughter there, but considering her health, he would only go every now and then. To be honest, it had been a while since he had taken his daughter there, which made him feel very guilty. Then the three of them set off together to the place where they were to meet Kei Yanding. Yan Fifei has her own car, a mid to high-end vehicle, which she uses for daily commuting, but she spends most of her time at home, so she rarely drives it. Soon, the three arrived at the Star City Hotel. This is a high-end hotel, where Kei Yanding is staying. Kei Yanding plans to treat Yan Fifei to dinner here. Chi Feng guessed that Kei Yanding's purpose in making such a gesture was nothing more than to show Yan Fifei his wealth. In her past life, Yan Fifei was deceived by Kei Yanding's methods. It wasn't that Yan Fifei coveted Kei Yanding's money, but rather that this unintentional display of wealth was also a manifestation of male charm. So much so that when Yan Fifei heard that Kei Yanding's business had run into trouble, she took out her own savings to help him with his business. She even foolishly transferred her old house, which was about to be demolished, to Kei Yanding's name to make it easier for him to get a bank loan. In fact, it was all Kei Yanding's conspiracy, and his purpose was to steal her house. In this lifetime, Chi Feng will never let Kei Yanding succeed. With him around, Kei Yanding will never be able to swindle a single penny from Yan Fifei. Welcome. Do the three of you have a reservation? A doorman in a sharp tuxedo greeted them politely at the hotel entrance. Mr. Kei Yanding invited us, Yan Fifei said. She had made it clear to Kei Yanding before coming that she was also bringing friends. On the phone, Kei Yanding did not show any displeasure. In fact, he seemed very warm and welcoming to her friends. So it's Mr. K. Please follow me, the doorman said with a smile, leading the three of them forward. Kei Yanding booked a luxury private room at the hotel. After the doorman led the three of them to the room, he knocked on the door. Mr. K, your friend has arrived. The moment Chi Feng pushed open the door, he saw a tall man come out to greet him. He was about 30 years old, wearing an expensive suit and gold-rimmed glasses. His left wrist inadvertently revealed a gleaming gold watch, giving him the appearance of a successful elite. This is Kei Yanding. Chi Feng had only met him a few times in his previous life, but he could recognize him even if he turned to ashes. This seemingly harmless but actually ruthless scum burned Yan Fifei to death. Fifei. Kei Yanding also saw Chi Feng and the other two, but the first person he greeted was Yan Fifei. The two had seen each other's photos before meeting in person, but when she saw Chi Feng, there was a fleeting gloom in her eyes, but she hid it well and no one could see it. But Chi Feng had been watching his every move from the beginning and happened to catch that unfriendly look. KZI. Yan Fifei stepped forward and shook hands with him. Since the two had been chatting online for a while, they didn't address each other like strangers who had just met, but rather with familiar terms. Chi Feng became secretly wary. Seeing Yan Fifei's unguarded attitude towards him, he realized that if he hadn't intervened, Yan Fifei would probably have ended up going down the same path as her previous life. This is my friend, Chi Feng, and his daughter, Xiao Yu. After shaking hands, Yan Fifei introduced Chi Feng and his daughter. Hello, Mr. Chi, and this lovely little lady. Kei Yanding smiled involuntarily when he heard Yan Fifei's introduction, especially after learning that Chi Feng also had a daughter. Xiao Yu looked timid and somewhat scared, gripping her father's hand tightly. Chi Feng could sense his daughter's nervousness. Kei Yanding's disguise was very good, but children are more likely to sense a person's true nature. In his previous life, Kei Yanding had hit his daughter. Just thinking about this made Chi Feng want to punch Kei Yanding, who was now wearing a fake smile, but he held back and said with a fake smile, "Hello, Mr. K, I came with Sister Yan. I hope you don't mind us coming here for a free meal." "Haha, how could I mind? I'm more than happy to welcome you. You're Fifei's friends, so you're my friends too." Kei Yanding was generous and open-minded, with a hearty smile that made Yan Fifei, standing to the side, beam with joy and feel valued. Chi Feng sneered inwardly. Kei Yanding's appearance was extremely deceptive. It was understandable that Yan Fifei would be fooled in her previous life. After all, Kei Yanding was an old hand in this kind of thing. He had not only fooled Yan Fifei, but also many other women who had lost both their money and their hearts. Therefore, Kei Yanding was definitely experienced in this area. "Please feel free to order whatever you'd like, don't be shy," Kei Yanding said, inviting the three of them to sit down and handing them 3 menus. "Haha, I won't stand on ceremony with you." Yan Fifei happily took it and started reading. Chi Feng also took the menu. As he looked down at it, he was also thinking about how to expose this scumbag's disguise. He remembered that in his previous life, Kei Yanding told Yan Fifei that he had graduated from Beijing University, one of the 2 most famous universities in the country, and that he could write some poems and was very talented. But in reality, he only had a junior high school diploma. He was just eloquent and had learned a little bit over the years. No matter how successful a person becomes, their core values cannot be changed. Chi Feng felt that this was a starting point, and poetry was precisely what he excelled at. After ordering their food, the group began to chat while waiting. Kei Yanding and Yan Fifei mainly talked, while Chi Feng and his daughter listened quietly from the side. "Fifei, to be honest, when I first saw you, I really didn't recognize you." Kei Yanding laughed heartily. His laughter was very magnetic and not at all off-putting. This was also the reason why the women he had deceived had continued to fall for his tricks over the years. Oh? Why? Am I uglier than in the photos? Yan Fei said deliberately. Of course not, you are even more beautiful than in the photos, so when I saw you, I almost thought I had mistaken you for someone else, Kei Yanbing chuckled. Really? Aren't they all the same as in the photos? Yan Fei tried to be reserved, but the smile on her face was almost overflowing. You're much prettier in person than in photos. This isn't a compliment, I'm stating the truth. Kei Yanbing said with a serious expression, leaving no room for doubt. Then, he changed the subject. I remember you mentioned before that your throat was dry and itchy, and that it would hurt occasionally when you coughed. How are you now? Have you been to the hospital? I went to the hospital for a checkup. It was just a sore throat caused by internal heat, and it's all better now. Yan Fei was touched that he still remembered this. That's good. I was worried for days. Now I can finally get a good night's sleep. Kei Yanbing breathed a sigh of relief. Yan Fei's eyes were already shining with a hint of light when she looked at him. Qi Feng could see clearly from the side that Kei Yanbing was obviously trying to create a warm and caring image in front of Yan Fei, which was undoubtedly a major blow to Yan Fei. Although Yan Fei is almost 30 years old, she has been well protected since childhood and has no experience in love. It is no exaggeration to say that she is as innocent as a teenage girl. Presumably, Kei Yanbing has already learned some information about Yan Fei through his online chats, and the atmosphere he created is exactly what Yan Fei likes best. Qi Feng finally understood why Yan Fei had fallen so deeply in love with Kei Yanbing after just one meeting in her previous life. Now that he was around, Kei Yanbing wasn't able to perform to his full potential. If he hadn't been there, Kei Yanbing probably would have performed 10 times better. No wonder Yan Fei was falling for him. We can't let Kei Yanbing continue like this, otherwise once Yan Fei gets involved, it will be very difficult for me to expose Kei Yanbing. Girls are often blind. When they like someone, even if the other person shows a flaw, they will automatically filter it out or imagine the good side, and they simply won't listen to other people's explanations. Thinking of this, Qi Feng took the initiative to speak. Mr. K, I heard from Sister Yan that you graduated from Beijing University? Beijing University is one of the two most famous universities in China. The other one is Yingtai University, which is undoubtedly the #1 university in China. The two universities are not ranked in any particular order. Yes, Mr. Qi, do you have any advice? Kei Yanbing smiled slightly, showing no displeasure at being disturbed while he was chatting with Yan Fei. On the contrary, he appeared very polite. Yan Fei, standing to the side, smiled and remained silent, watching the two talk. Only Xiaoyu held her father's hand under the table, seemingly worried that he would quarrel with Aunt Yan's friend. As her thoughtful daughter, she could keenly sense that her father didn't like Aunt Yan's friend. I dare not presume to teach you. I am merely an art student, while Mr. K is a prodigy. Qi Feng began by showering him with praise. Well, I also enjoy writing poetry in my spare time. I heard from Sister Yan that Mr. K shares this hobby. I wonder if I could have the pleasure of seeing your masterpiece. Kei Yanbing hadn't expected Qi Feng to make such a request, and was momentarily speechless, because it was completely unexpected. Who would make such a request on a first meeting, especially since the two weren't even familiar with each other? Yan Fei also looked at Qi Feng with surprise, wondering if he really wanted to see Kei Yanbing's masterpiece or if he had other intentions. She had seen Qi Feng's poems on TV before, they had been verified by the original poetry competition, and even Su Yuli, a leading figure in the literary world, had praised them highly. Although Kei Yanbing had told her that he liked writing poetry, it was just a hobby and couldn't compare to Qi Feng's. So, she couldn't understand why Qi Feng suddenly said he wanted to see Kei Yanbing's poems. Moreover, she didn't remember telling Qi Feng that Kei Yanbing liked to write poetry. Perhaps she mentioned it unintentionally and then forgot about it. Mr. Qi, you can't exactly carry poetry with you all the time, can you? Besides, I'm in Qinhi City on a business trip, so I don't have the leisure to write poetry. Kei Yanbing laughed, diffusing the awkwardness. Oh dear, speaking of which, it's been a long time since I've been to Qinhi City. I remember the first time I came was 10 years ago, right after I graduated from high school. I came specifically to broaden my horizons. So many years have passed, and Qinhi City has changed a lot. There are some places I don't even recognize. He quickly changed the subject, clearly not wanting to continue the conversation. Qi Feng naturally understood his intentions and wanted to change the subject, but he held back. If he continued to dwell on the topic, it would seem like he was deliberately targeting him. He didn't want to put Yan Fei in a difficult position before revealing her true colors. If KZI wants to tour Qinhi City, I can be your tour guide. Yan Fei immediately volunteered. She didn't notice the subtle exchange between Qi Feng and Kei Yanbing and thought they were having a normal conversation. Great! That saves me the tour guide fee, haha. Kei Yanbing laughed heartily, looking delighted. Chi Feng, however, poured cold water on the idea, saying, Sister Yan, you don't go out often. Do you even know the roads to the tourist attractions in Kinhee City? If you're talking about being a tour guide, I can do it. You know, I work several jobs, including food delivery. I know every street in Kinhee City like the back of my hand. You underestimate me too much. Yan Fei was a little embarrassed. Chi Feng was right. She rarely went out. Apart from some shopping malls and vegetable markets near her home, she was not familiar with other places. She was not much better than Kei Yanbing, who had just arrived in Kinhee City. But the reason he wanted to be the tour guide was to entertain the netizens who came to Kinhee City on a business trip. As the host, this was the proper etiquette. However, Chi Feng and Kei Yanbing had only met for the first time and did not even know each other before. It would be too presumptuous for him to be the tour guide. Moreover, Chi Feng's abrupt interruption as a guest who came with her seemed very impolite, even though he doesn't seem like such a rude person based on their usual interactions. Yan Fei couldn't understand it. Haha, I appreciate Mr. Chi's kindness, but this is our first meeting, so there's really no need for me to trouble you. Kei Yanbing smiled and politely declined Chi Feng's offer. He felt something was off. Although he didn't know why for the time being, he could sense that Chi Feng was hostile towards him. He subconsciously glanced at Yan Fei beside him. To be honest, the first time he saw Yan Fei, he was indeed amazed. She was the most beautiful woman he had ever met, which surprised him. At least he no longer had to coax those old women with skin like orange peel. Ha! Kei Yanbing suddenly paused, as if he had finally understood. Yan Fei was so beautiful, and Chi Feng was a normal man. It wasn't unusual for a man to like beautiful women. Therefore, he finally understood the reason for Chi Feng's hostility towards him. A cold smile involuntarily crept onto his lips, but he quickly concealed it, and no one noticed. No trouble at all, no trouble at all. I'd be more than happy to run errands for Sister Yan. Of course, Chi Feng didn't really want to be her tour guide. His purpose was to expose the true face of the swindler and make Yan Fei realize the truth so that she would never repeat the same mistake she made in her previous life. Never mind, I probably don't have much time to travel anyway. Kei Yanbing's tone was still enthusiastic, but a hint of coldness flashed in his eyes. He thought he had figured out why Chi Feng was causing trouble, and he was too lazy to deal with this love rival anymore. He said to Yan Fei, but it's a bit lonely staying in a hotel alone. Fei, how about you come over and have dinner with me when you have time? That's no problem. Yan Fei hesitated for a moment, but still agreed. Although Kei Yanbing was just an online friend, they got along very well. Although Kei Yanbing's occasional remarks seemed to indicate that he was pursuing her, she didn't have any particular feelings about it. She was just there to meet this online friend with whom she got along very well. Upon hearing Kei Yanbing's words, Chi Feng immediately realized he was in trouble. Letting Yan Fei come over to eat with him so often, this was unacceptable. Without him accompanying her, if Yan Fei came alone, it would be strange if she didn't become completely infatuated with Kei Yanbing. Since that was the case, he decided to use some serious information. Judging from Mr. K's accent, he seems to be from the Jiangmen County area. Kei Yanbing shuddered slightly upon hearing this, but before he could speak, Yan Fei interjected, Chi Feng, you're wrong. KZI isn't from Jiangmen province, he's from Tianese province. Tianese province? I must have misheard? Chi Feng narrowed his eyes slightly and said casually, I thought Mr. K was from Ziyu County. I heard there's a Wangjiazai there with beautiful scenery. Wangjiazai. Kei Yanbing almost stopped breathing, his eyes fixed on Chi Feng's face, and he became suspicious. Actually, his surname wasn't Kei, but Wang. He was born in Wangjiazai. He didn't know if Chi Feng had really figured it out from his accent, or if the other party knew some secret. So for a moment, he was frightened and dared not speak easily. His mind was racing, trying to figure out how to deal with the situation. Chi Feng didn't know what Kei Yanbing was thinking, but he could clearly sense his nervousness. He couldn't help but smile coldly to himself. Others didn't know Kei Yanbing's identity, and even the police didn't know his true background. But he had memories of his past life and knew Kei Yanbing, the scumbag, just as well as Kei Yanbing himself. A single word from him could scare him half to death. Mr. Chi has been to Wangjia village? Kei Yanbing gradually calmed down. The more critical the moment, the more important it was to remain calm. The reason he calmed down so quickly was because he realized that this was the first time he and Chi Feng had met. They had never interacted before, and Chi Feng couldn't possibly know him. Therefore, there is only one possibility for Chi Feng's claim about his accent. He had been to Wangjiazai and happened to hear a hint of his hometown accent. Although he had been away from his hometown for more than 10 years, he could not guarantee that his voice would not reveal his hometown accent. I've been there once. The villagers are very kind and the scenery is quite nice. Mr. K, you can go and visit sometime if you have the time. Chi Feng laughed, knowing that Kei Yanbing must be starting to have doubts. After all, that was his hometown. Really? Then it seems we really should go have some fun. Yambing carefully observed Chi Feng's expression and, seeing that he seemed to be just saying it casually, he was completely relieved. However, after this incident, he felt somewhat uneasy and thought it best to get rid of Chi Feng as soon as possible so that he could be alone with Yan Fei. Is Wang Jiazai really that fun? Count me in. Yan Fei couldn't help but feel excited when she heard the two talking about Wang Jiazai. Although she was used to staying at home alone, it would be nice to go on a trip. The key was to have friends around so she wouldn't feel lonely. Great idea, Sister Yan. How about we all go together next month when we have our New Year's holiday? Chi Feng laughed. Yan Fei's words were like adding insult to injury. Yambing definitely wouldn't dare to go with them. That was the place where he grew up. If he went, his identity would definitely be exposed. Next month is the Lunar New Year holiday, 7 days long, but I dare not agree easily because I don't know what the company's plans are. We might go on a team-building trip, Yambing said ambiguously. Just as Chi Feng had guessed, he dared not go back to his hometown. Not only did everyone there know him, but more importantly, he was heavily in debt back home. Going back would be tantamount to courting death. It's okay, work is more important. Yan Fei didn't have any other thoughts, nor did she think the other party should give up the team-building trip to go on vacation with her. I'm so sorry, how about we go to Lingnan for a long holiday during the Lunar New Year? The temperature there will be like summer then, perfect for spending the winter. Seeing Yan Fei's disappointed expression, Yambing quickly tried to salvage the situation, not wanting to leave a bad impression on her. Lingnan is a bit far. Wang Jiazai is more suitable. I'd like to go back to the mountains and rivers there after visiting once. Chi Feng's lips curled up slightly. You don't want to go? I'm going anyway. Yambing was so angry he wanted to slap him twice. How could he not know what kind of place Wang Jiazai was? The mountains and rivers there were indeed very clean, but that was because Wang Jiazai was located in a remote corner and had not yet been polluted by the various industrial products of the city. But that was all. The place was very poor. If it weren't for the poverty, he wouldn't have left to make his way in the world before even graduating from junior high school. He didn't understand why Chi Feng had to pick a fight with Wangjia village. The kid was just causing trouble. We can go to Wangjiazai first, and then to Lingnan. Yan Fei suggested a compromise, as this way she could take into account the feelings of both sides. That works too. Chi Feng couldn't help but want to burst out laughing. Sister Yan had once again delivered the finishing blow successfully. Anyway, he was certain of one thing: Yambing wouldn't dare to go back to Wangjia village. Sure enough, Yambing was put on the spot. Going to Wangjiazai was definitely out of the question, but he had the good fortune to meet a rare gem like Yan Fei. Not only was she beautiful, but her family was also wealthy. If he seized the opportunity, he might be able to gain both her and his money. He didn't want to let the cooked duck fly away. After thinking for a moment, Yambing nodded in agreement. Okay, it's decided then. We'll go to Wangjiazai first, then to Lingnan. This doesn't mean he's suddenly not afraid to go back to Wangjiazai. Rather, he wants to appease Yan Fei first. Anyway, there are still a few months until the new year. He can take advantage of this time to win over Yan Fei and then drive Chi Feng away. Without Chi Feng as a third wheel, he can go wherever he wants and whenever he wants. It's up to him. The group chatted and laughed as the dishes began to be served, quickly filling the table to the brim. By the way, Mr. K, Chi Feng said again amidst the clinking of glasses. Yambing trembled involuntarily. He was now genuinely afraid of Chi Feng, especially with the opening line, by the way, Mr. K, which clearly hinted at something, making him tremble with fear. However, with Yan Fei present, he smiled slightly to maintain his composure and asked, Mr. Chi, is there anything you wish to say? Here's the thing. Chi Feng began to speak, his gaze fixed on Yambing, a hint of amusement in his eyes. I've been to Wangjiazai before, and I know a family there. As soon as he started, Yambing wanted to curse. Is this guy crazy? We've already said we're going to Wangjiazai, but he's still not letting it go. Is he going to fight Wangjiazai to the death today? It was a hunting family, mainly hunting pheasants and rabbits in the mountains and selling them. I forgot the head of the family's exact name, but I remember everyone in the village called him Wang Sanyan. Upon hearing the name Wang Sanyan, Yambing shuddered. Wang Sanyan was his father's nickname, referring to his exceptional eyesight, which allowed him to spot prey from a great distance, as if he had a third eye. Wang Sanyan had a son who disappeared more than 10 years ago. People in the village say he was taken away by a tiger, Chi Feng said slowly. Yambing didn't dare to move, and sweat was dripping down his forehead. Yan Fei, on the other hand, looked interested. She liked listening to stories, so she didn't notice Yambing's strange behavior. If you ask me, the people in that village are definitely exaggerating. This isn't ancient times anymore, there aren't that many tigers around. Wang Sanyan's son probably wasn't carried away, he probably just walked out on his own. Cough, cough, cough. Yambing couldn't help but cough as soon as he finished speaking. He was really frightened. Now he was sure that Chi Feng definitely knew something. Otherwise, how could it be such a coincidence that he not only mentioned Wangjia village, but also Wang Sanyan, and now he mentioned Wang Sanyan's son, which was himself? There is no such coincidence in the world. KZI, are you alright? Yan Fifei thought he had choked on his drink and quickly asked. It's nothing, I just choked a little. K Yanbing shook his head, his face pale and slightly flustered. I feel a little unwell and want to go back to my room to rest. Put the bill on my tab. Be careful on your way back after you finish eating. He just wanted to leave as soon as possible to think about what Chi Feng knew about him, whether it was safe for him to stay here, and whether he needed to leave Qinhe City immediately. But he really couldn't bear to part with Yan Fifei. She was a real catch, practically within his grasp. Based on their online chats, he had figured out her situation and personality and was confident he could win her over. He was unwilling to leave her like this. Then you should rest well, you must get plenty of rest. Yan Fifei didn't suspect anything, thinking that he was really not feeling well, and his face had turned pale. Mr. K, your health is the most important thing. You should go back to your room and rest. Chi Feng said, pretending to be concerned. But only he knew that K Yanbing wasn't feeling unwell. He had just been exposed and was so scared that he ran away. However, Chi Feng was not worried that he would really leave Qinhe City because of this. Based on his understanding of him, K Yanbing dared to plan to burn Yan Fifei to death in his previous life, so he would definitely risk staying because he couldn't bear to part with Yan Fifei, this fat piece of meat. In this way, Chi Feng has more room to maneuver. He will never let K Yanbing, that scumbag, leave. He will fulfill his duty as a good citizen and notify the police that there is a swindler here. No matter how wildly K Yanbing imagined things, he could never have imagined that he was a reincarnated person who knew all the cases he was carrying. The police had long coveted K Yanbing. After K Yanbing left, only Chi Feng and the other two remained in the private room. With no outsiders present, Xiaoyu became more lively, chattering away and clamoring to eat this and that. Chi Feng and Yan Fifei doted on her, always putting whatever she wanted to eat on their plates. The three of them ate for almost an hour before ending their pleasant dinner. As they left the hotel, Yan Fifei remembered her promise to Xiaoyu Chi Feng. It's still early, let's go for a stroll around Tianhong Plaza. Okay. Xiaoyu immediately cheered. Today there would be delicious food and fun activities too. Sister Yan, you and Xiaoyu go first, I'm going to buy something. Chi Feng made an excuse to leave alone, because he was going to anonymously report K Yanbing, and it wouldn't be convenient with Yan Fifei around. Okay. Yan Fifei didn't doubt it and left with Xiaoyu. Chi Feng found a public phone booth. Because everyone uses mobile phones now, phone booths are almost never used. Many places have cancelled phone booths, but you can still see them in some places, just as antiques. They might not be used more than a few times a year. This was undoubtedly the best place to make anonymous calls, because he didn't want to cause trouble for himself. Mainly, he couldn't explain why he knew so much about K Yanbing, so making anonymous calls was the best way. Public phone booths normally require inserting a card or coins to make a call, but making emergency calls or police calls is an exception. You can dial directly from there. After dialing the police number, Chi Feng began speaking before anyone could ask any questions. Hello, I've discovered a swindler, the man of 1,000 faces who's wanted by the police. He specializes in swindling women out of money and sex. He's currently at the Xincheng Hotel, using the alias K Yanbing. New KK, Yan is the left half of the character for color, and Bing is the character for soldier. I hope you can send someone here as soon as possible so he doesn't escape. After saying that, Chi Feng hung up the phone, not giving the other party a chance to ask any questions. Man of 1,000 Faces was K Yanbing's code name because he used a different name each time he deceived people, and he would also have his appearance slightly modified at a plastic surgery hospital. In addition, he would use some private photos to threaten the women he deceived. Therefore, even some victims who were unwilling to accept being deceived and chose to report to the police could not accurately describe what he looked like, so the police referred to him as Man of 1,000 Faces. Chi Feng believed that the police would not take such a notorious wanted criminal lightly. Even if they did not immediately believe him, they would still send someone to investigate out of caution. That was his purpose, because once an investigation was launched, K Yanbing would inevitably slip up, since he was the real Man of 1,000 Faces. On the other side, at the alarm center, Lin Chien stared blankly at the phone, wondering what she had just heard. Someone had called the police to report the discovery of the Man of 1,000 Faces? Was it true? Lin Chien knew about the Man of 1,000 Faces. He was a wanted criminal whom the higher UPS had specifically requested to arrest. However, the man was too cunning. He never used his real name when he committed fraud and was very cautious in his actions, so he had never been caught. Now someone actually claims to have found him? Lin Chien didn't know whether she should believe it or not, but just to be on the safe side, she had to report it regardless of whether what the other party said was true or false, just in case it was true. Unfortunately, the emergency call was made from a public phone booth, and the person on the other end spoke very quickly and hung up immediately, giving her no chance to react. Lin Chien didn't delay for long and quickly reported the matter. Not long after, a police car set off for the Xingcheng Hotel, with Lin Chien in the car. She was the one who received the emergency call and knew perfectly well what the thousand-faced man's current alias was. The police car arrived at Xingcheng Hotel without sounding its siren. When they asked the hotel receptionist, they learned that a person named K Yanbing was indeed staying at the hotel. Lin Chien was overjoyed. Now that the name matched, it was very likely that it was not a prank call. There were 4 police officers on duty, including Lin Chien. The group quickly arrived at the floor where K Yanbing was staying, and the hotel staff who came with them knocked on the door. K Yanbing was usually very cautious. He only opened the door after seeing a hotel employee through the peephole. Once he opened the door, he finally saw the situation outside and found that there were 4 police officers in uniform. He was immediately shocked and his first reaction was to close the door, but Lin Chien, who was quick-witted and agile, stopped him in the first place. Then several policemen rushed over and pinned K Yanbing to the ground. At this point, without even asking, it's clear that even if this guy isn't a man of 1,000 faces, he's definitely not a good person. Otherwise, why would he be so nervous that he tries to close the door and run away as soon as he sees the police? Don't misunderstand, I'm a good person, I didn't do anything. K Yanbing raised his hands high. He didn't know what went wrong. He just hoped that these policemen didn't know his true background. Man of 1,000 faces, how dare you call yourself a good person? Lin Chien sneered coldly. She wasn't sure if the other person was indeed man of 1,000 faces, so her words were also a test. Upon hearing the words man of 1,000 faces, K Yanbing's struggling body immediately went limp. Clearly, the other party had come prepared and had even found out his background. But I was so careful and never exposed myself. I even used the name K Yanbing for the first time. How could I have been arrested as soon as I arrived in Qinhe City? Suddenly, he realized something and shouted, "It's Qi Feng. It must be Qi Feng who reported me. I knew it. That guy," he said through gritted teeth. He had long felt that the guy was strange. He had just hinted at his identity, but firstly, he was reluctant to give up Yin Fei, this fat piece of meat, and secondly, he didn't think Qi Feng knew his true background. As a result, the police came to his door. Qi Feng. Upon hearing this name, Lin Chien immediately became alert. Who is Qi Feng? Just as K Yanbing was about to speak, one of the policemen said, "This is not the place for questioning. Take him back and we'll question him later." The policemen were all very excited. Although K Yanbing had not yet admitted that he was man of 1,000 faces, it was practically the same as admitting it. The man with 1,000 faces was a wanted criminal on the high-level list, yet they caught him so easily. This is undoubtedly a great achievement, and we should thank the informant in any way possible. Qi Feng had no idea that his carefully concealed identity had been exposed by K Yanbing. It was just too coincidental. K Yanbing had just been having dinner with him, and the police had come to arrest him shortly after. If it wasn't Qi Feng who reported him, then who was it? After making the anonymous call to the police, Qi Feng did not leave. Instead, he went to the vicinity of the hotel entrance. Sure enough, a police car sped over shortly afterward, and soon after, they dragged K Yanbing out of the hotel. Qi Feng watched as K Yanbing was escorted into the police car, feeling immense satisfaction and a heavy sigh of relief. Given the crimes K Yanbing had committed, the best outcome was a lifetime of living in a free apartment. This scumbag, who had brought Yan Fei the greatest nightmare in her past life, had finally been caught ahead of schedule, and the tragedy that had befallen Yan Fei had been averted. Qi Feng bought some snacks and, in a cheerful mood, caught up with his daughter Xiao Yu and Yan Fei. The three of them went to Tianhong Plaza together. They played for more than an hour before heading home. After putting his daughter to sleep, Qi Feng sat down at his computer to type. Life is so much easier now compared to before. At this time in his past life, he would be working 3 jobs simultaneously, and by the time he got home, it would be almost midnight. He would be exhausted and sore all over, but for his daughter, he felt it was all worth it. As soon as he saw his daughter's happy smile, all the aches and pains would disappear. Afterwards, K Yanbing moved into Yan Fei's house. Since his daughter could no longer stay with Yan Fei, Qi Feng had no choice but to leave his daughter alone at home. Fortunately, his daughter was well-behaved and sensible. She didn't move around much in her room and just watched TV. Even though she was suffering from the pain, she endured it all by herself. Every time Qi Feng came back and saw her pale face, he knew that her illness had flared up again, and he felt so sorry for her that he secretly shed tears. Tomorrow, I must go to the hospital and schedule the surgery with the doctor. Only when my daughter is fully recovered can I truly put my mind at ease. Qi Feng silently vowed to himself while continuing to type. 9 chapters of The Journey of the Immortals have been updated. Today, he plans to update the 10th, 11th, and 12th chapters. With clear memories of his previous life, he can copy them very quickly. He finished writing the 3 chapters in just over an hour. After uploading the chapter, Chi Feng did not log out of the website, but instead checked the work's performance. When he saw that the number of favorites had exceeded 5,000, reaching 5,573, he was slightly surprised. How long had it been? This novel had only been added to the library yesterday. It hadn't been seen by readers, nor had it been recommended or anything like that, yet it already had more than 5,000 favorites. Chi Feng had done some research beforehand and knew that when a new author starts a new book, it's rare to get more than 5,000 favorites in a day, let alone 5,000 or so. Some authors don't even get 5. The 5,000 plus collections are enough to prove the power of The Journey of the Immortals. In a world without Xianxia novels, as the first Xianxia novel of the pioneering genre, its power is no less than that of a nuclear bomb. After exiting the author backend, Chi Feng opened the book page again and found that there were several thousand recommendations and over 10,000 clicks. The ratio of recommendations to clicks was simply frightening, but compared to the book review section, these are nothing but child's play. Chi Feng was astonished to find that there were more than 10,000 comments in the book review section, which was simply unbelievable. Considering that there were only 5,500 favorites, there were tens of thousands of comments. What kind of magical operation was this? Almost everyone had 2 book reviews. Chi Feng became interested and clicked on the book review section to read it. Divine book, authentication complete. I'm speechless. I've never seen a martial arts novel like this before. The author has such a vivid imagination, I love it. I thought it was trash, but it turned out to be a masterpiece. Author, please accept my deepest respect. I was recommended this by a friend. At first, I couldn't help but want to curse my friend, but after finishing it, I couldn't help but want to praise the author. I have a feeling that the author is going to become a god with this book. Is this a wuxia novel? The fighting power is at least 100 times that of other wuxia novels. Author, dare you update a little faster? All of this made Chi Feng a little embarrassed. After all, he was standing on the shoulders of giants. Of course, it wasn't all praise, there were also some harsh criticisms. What garbage! The author is an idiot for writing such a trash book. The main character is short and small, and his skin is so dark, it's disgusting to look at. A book about being cheated on by a friend will still have readers. I couldn't read more than half a chapter, so I blocked him. The author didn't graduate from elementary school, go back to farming. All of this was delivered fluently and eloquently, which made Chi Feng frown. He guessed that these people hadn't even read the whole thing, or had only read the beginning and started criticizing it as soon as they didn't like it. The first half of the first chapter of The Journey of the Immortals is indeed quite toxic. For example, the protagonist Li Chien is short and small with dark skin, and his girlfriend is cheated on by his best friend. This kind of plot with all the toxic elements is a real test of the author's patience. Impatient readers might give up at this point and, in their frustration, head over to the book review section to hurl insults. Chi Feng could understand this. If he saw a book like this, he might have done the same. Overall, the comments were mostly positive, and many of the reviews came from friends who recommended the game. This shows that The Journey of the Immortals has a good reputation and has gained over 5,000 collections through word of mouth. Moreover, some people who started criticizing the show before finishing it later came back to apologize. I'm sorry, author, I was wrong. This is a masterpiece. I was just being rude. I take back what I said earlier. The first half of the first chapter was really disgusting, but the later part was simply amazing. Author, please forgive my disrespectful thoughts at the beginning. Dear author, please accept my sincere apology. This is an amazing book. Oh no, I actually insulted the author. If the author stops updating from now on, won't I become a sinner for all time? Kneel down, admit your mistake, and beg for forgiveness. Author, please update soon. If anyone insults you again, I'll give them a good scolding back. Seeing these comments, Chi Feng's mood improved. At least the readers who persevered and kept reading gave positive feedback. However, some comments are truly disgusting. These book reviews have absolutely nothing to do with the content of the book, they are all malicious speculations. This book is too audacious. The data manipulation is so blatant, isn't anyone going to do anything about it? More than 6,000 recommendations, more than 10,000 clicks, and more than 10,000 comments. If this isn't fake, I'll eat shit. The author is truly fearless. The website is now strictly controlling data manipulation. Does the author want their book banned? Another brush. If it were a master, I wouldn't say anything, but for a newcomer like this, with their first work, to be so obviously promoting themselves, do they think everyone is blind? Wash, 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 get ready to have your data wiped. Super big brush. What's the use of generating so much data? It's fake information. There's no way you can get a contract. Do you think editors are easy to fool? Because Chi Feng's book was signed yesterday, the book page doesn't show a signed status yet. It's still a public book. Chi Feng usually ignores these kinds of comments. He knows for sure whether the data has been manipulated or not. He hasn't paid attention to it since he started uploading, so how could he possibly manipulate the data? He wouldn't stoop to doing that. However, the tree may wish to remain still, but the wind will not cease. The book's performance could only have been artificially inflated to such an exaggerated degree by data manipulation. Not only have readers accused him of data manipulation, but the author himself has also been implicated. Chi Feng hadn't paid much attention to it at first, but when he discovered one of the long comments, he had to take it seriously. This book review is as follows. I skimmed through the author's book, and to be honest, the writing style is probably that of an elementary to middle school student. The protagonist doesn't even resemble a protagonist, he's short and small, and he's cheated on by his friend. It's a jumbled mess of random things that makes no sense at all. So I'm wondering, why do so many people read this garbage? And why are the sales figures so amazing? I ask you, does the author even believe it? The ratio of clicks to recommendations is 2:1, and the book review section is even more exaggerated, with a ratio of 1:1 to clicks. I've been on Kinyi Novel Network for several years now, and I've never seen a book with such an exaggerated ratio. Of course, those top authors are not included. After all, their readership is there, and even the most exaggerated data is acceptable. But can a newcomer like you compare with those top authors? The data manipulation is so blatant. Please, website, take action. I guarantee with my integrity that the data is 100% fabricated. This long comment comes from an ID called Fun Big Shrimp, who is also a somewhat well-known author on Kinyi Novel Network. Chi Feng opened his backend and found that he had several works, all of which were martial arts novels. 2 of them were completed, with an average word count of about 1.5 million. The third one was being serialized and was a new book with only a little over 100,000 words. Although it has 100,000 words, it only has 1,000 plus recommendations and 10,000 to 20,000 clicks, resulting in a huge disparity between recommendations and clicks. And this is only because he is a somewhat well-known author, otherwise, he probably wouldn't even have such a ratio. Seeing this, Chi Feng roughly guessed why the other person had left such a comment in his book review section. Perhaps in the other person's eyes, if a veteran author's new book was performing so poorly, how could a newcomer's performance be so explosive, especially after only a few chapters? The word count was so much less than his, yet the click-to-recommend ratio was so astonishing. If he said it wasn't data manipulation, probably few people would believe it. The deeper reason was found in the reader replies below the fun shrimp comment by Chi Feng. Isn't this just being a funny shrimp? They think their writing is inferior to others, so they come to my brother Qian's book review section to cause trouble. I've read a bit of the book Fun Shrimp, and to be honest, it's completely uninteresting. It's all the same old, tired plots. 10 years ago, I might have been able to get into Fun Shrimp's books, but now, after reading the first chapter, I know the plot of many chapters to come. Fun Shrimp was originally ranked 10th on the new book list, but it fell down, and the book that pushed it off was my brother Qiang's The Journey of the Immortals. Haha, that's hilarious, he's just jealous. Because of jealousy, you said that my brother Qiang's book was faked. How dare you be so shameless, you rascal? If it were really fake, wouldn't the website know? Brother Shrimp, wake up. If you can't write good works, you can't be jealous of others who write better than you. There are plenty of people like this in real life, they just can't stand seeing others do better than themselves. Fun Shrimp should just focus on writing books and stop doing crooked things. Perhaps because Fun Big Shrimp was somewhat famous, his comments were quickly pushed to the top, and readers who had just finished reading the latest 3 chapters of The Journey of the Immortals left comments below, naturally not saying anything nice. Chi Feng kept refreshing the page as he read, because readers kept posting new replies, most of which directly pointed out the sinister intentions of Fun Big Shrimp. New book list. Chi Feng noticed this key point. He knew that the website had many lists, such as collection lists, bestseller lists, recommendation lists, and so on. The new book list was a list specifically for the latest published works. Any book published within the last month was considered a new book. Chi Feng found the new book list on the website and, sure enough, saw his book, The Journey of the Wanderer, listed there. The number 1 new book on the bestseller list, The Sword God Descends from the Mountain. 2nd place, Tian Gang Divine Skill. 3rd place, Yin Yang Twin Swords. 10th place, The Journey of the Immortals. The new book list has 10 titles, ranked based on a combination of recommendations, clicks, favorites, and reading index. Chi Feng's book happened to be in the 10th position. He then clicked the More button on the list and found the 11th book, The Carefree Sword Technique, by the author Fun Big Shrimp. The Sword Art of Freedom has been serialized for 20 days and finally managed to squeeze into the 10th place on the new book list, which is already a pretty good result. However, Chi Feng's The Journey of the Immortals is unreasonable and squeezed him out of the list right away. It's important to know that while the new book chart may seem like the least prestigious of all charts, making it into the top 10 will get you featured on the website's homepage, allowing more readers to see it, almost equivalent to a good recommendation spot. A good recommendation spot is related to the performance of a work and can directly affect the author's income. Chi Feng's The Journey of the Immortals rose to prominence, which is equivalent to taking away the cake that originally belonged to Fun Big Shrimp. For Fun Big Shrimp, this is nothing short of a life or death enemy. So it's understandable that, out of resentment, they would come to his book review section to vent their anger. Chi Feng understood, but he still found it disgusting. You wrote a bad book, but you came to my book review section to cause trouble, saying that my grades were faked and even used your personality as a guarantee. Do you think your personality is worth anything? Although Chi Feng did not engage in any vote manipulation and was not afraid of being targeted, being accused like this, especially by a fellow professional with malicious intent, is not something to be forgiven. While he was mentally planning his counterattack, he refreshed the book reviews and came across a new comment by Fun Big Shrimp. Chi Feng estimates that after publishing his first book review, Fun Big Shrimp has been paying close attention to the replies in the book review section. He probably also wants to find some like-minded people to criticize him, this big brush, together. The replies were almost all about his jealousy, which he couldn't stand, so he posted a new comment. If the first comment was relatively peaceful, then the second one was nothing short of relentless harassment, threats, and insults. Ha, I guessed right, I exposed you. You hired online trolls to smear me. How ridiculous. This further confirms my suspicion that the book The Journey of the Immortals was fabricated. I was originally thinking that, out of consideration for our profession, I would let you handle this yourself. But you pulled this stunt on me. Fine, then don't blame me for being impolite. I've already reported it. I believe this book will disappear soon. You online trolls are making a big fuss now, but wait until you're crying. And Lin Chien, let me give you a piece of advice. Heaven is watching what people do. Don't bring trouble upon yourself. How shameless must someone be to say something like that? Chi Feng was stunned. It seemed like he wasn't the one who started the trouble. He was the one who initiated it. When the readers criticized him, they said they were paid trolls who were bribed to smear him. This kind of weirdo, doesn't he ever look at the backers of these so-called internet trolls and see how they resemble internet trolls? Moreover, Fun Big Shrimp made it sound nice, saying that he would handle it himself out of consideration for fellow professionals, but Chi Feng clearly remembered that in the previous comment, there was a sentence saying, please have the website handle this. Is this what he calls letting him handle it? He clearly wanted to call on the website administrators and have them shut down his book. How shameless. They forget what they said in the blink of an eye, or act as if they never said it. No wonder no one reads their books. Their character is bad, and their novels can't be morally sound either. Chi Feng has never been one to accept things passively. Now that this funny shrimp has challenged him, if he doesn't respond, wouldn't others think he's afraid of him, and even confirm the brushing label? We must fight back. Chi Feng's method of retaliation was simple. Since the other party came to his book review section to vent his anger, he could naturally go to the other party's book review section to cause trouble, or rather, it wasn't about causing trouble, it was just a small response to Fun Big Shrimp's comment. First of all, I would like to thank Brother Fun Shrimp for his comments on my work, and I would like to respond here. Brother Shrimp said that my writing style is at the level of an elementary or middle school student, and I have nothing to argue about that. To each their own. As for Brother Daxia saying I'm a big spender, I disagree. To be honest, I haven't paid attention to it since I uploaded the chapters, so I had no idea how good the results were. I only checked my results after updating today and found they were indeed quite good. I also checked the book review section and thanked all the readers for their support. After seeing Brother Daxia's book review, I was shocked to realize that my performance wasn't just pretty good, but very good, and I had even accidentally pushed Brother Daxia off the new book chart. Of course, I won't apologize, because this is a matter of ability and has nothing to do with right or wrong. If Brother Daxia thinks I did something wrong, he should think carefully about why his book fell off the new book chart so easily. Also, Brother Shrimp said I hired online trolls to smear you. That's really unnecessary. After all, I've never heard of your name before, and smearing you wouldn't do me any good, and it would just be a waste of money spent on hiring online trolls. However, I admit you're right about one thing: heaven is watching what people do. If I really did rig the votes, then I should be punished accordingly. Unfortunately, you'll be disappointed, because I didn't rig the votes, so the situation you'd like to see probably won't happen. Finally, let me present Brother Shrimp with a couplet. First line reads, on the wall, top-heavy, light-footed, and shallow-rooted. The second line reads, bamboo shoots in the mountains, sharp-mouthed, thick-skinned, and hollow inside. After typing the last word, Chi Feng uploaded this comment to the book review section of The Free and Unfettered Sword Manual. There wasn't a single swear word in the entire text, and it even looked quite friendly. Didn't you see that everyone was calling him Brother Shrimp? However, this was much harsher than using swear words to curse people. The sarcasm and ridicule between the words were undisguised, especially the last couplet, which was as sarcastic as it could be. He didn't know when Fun Big Shrimp would see this book review, but once he did, he would probably be so angry he'd jump up in anger. The Fun Shrimp is named Sima Tang, a name with a strong ancient flavor, and he is quite proud of it. In reality, he is a primary school teacher, 30 years old, and single. He claims to be a descendant of the Sima clan, the imperial family of the Jin dynasty, and that his family possesses a thick genealogy book as proof, which he frequently shows to teachers and students at his school. Besides that, his favorite thing to do was to write and paint, and he called himself a talented scholar. Writing martial arts novels on Xianyi.com serves two purposes. First, it allows him to earn money. Second, having a work means he can call himself a writer, which aligns with his talented scholar persona. And third, the profession of writer is prestigious and gives him face. However, after writing for more than 3 years, Sima Tang's fame did not increase much, which was very disappointing for him, who aspired to become a top-tier author. He originally planned to quit his job as a primary school teacher once he became a top-notch author, and focus on becoming a high-class writer. However, because his novels were mediocre and not outstanding, not many readers read them, so he could only continue teaching while trying his best to write good novels. This novel, The Sword Art of Freedom, is a martial arts novel that he poured his heart and soul into conceiving. He considers it to be his best work to date. It finally made it onto the new book chart, even though it's at the bottom. But it's still a new book on the chart, isn't it? He was dissatisfied and went to check out the new book. He found that it had only updated less than 10 chapters. However, this new book with so few words managed to push his work, which had worked so hard to climb to the top of the new book chart, down. How can we tolerate this? If it were a renowned author, he would accept it. After all, they have such a large readership. But he had read it, and the author of The Journey of the Immortals was just a newcomer, someone he had never heard of before. Moreover, with such an ordinary author name, it was obvious that he was the kind of newcomer who would flop. Why is he still being so polite? Just spray it. To make his argument more convincing, Sima Tang even read the book The Journey of the Wanderer. Of course, he didn't have the patience to read it word by word, but rather schemed through it, which only made him angrier. What kind of martial arts novel is this? It's complete nonsense. The protagonist is short and ugly, cheated on by his friend, can teleport to Mars, is a cultivator, belongs to the heavenly court, all sorts of random characters are mixed together, and he doesn't think this is a good novel. Yet this terrible novel somehow managed to push his work off the new book charts. Sima Tang had every reason to suspect that this struggling newcomer had bought data. He couldn't see the favorites, but the recommendations and clicks were definitely inflated. After making this discovery, he started criticizing it in the book review section of The Journey of the Wanderer. Anyway, he believed he was right and was not afraid of being watched. Moreover, as a teacher, he always believed that his writing was top-notch, at least among the authors on Kinyi Novel Network, he was one of the best. So although he admired some great authors, he looked down on them in his heart, thinking that their writing skills were at most at the high school level and could not compare with his own. He attributed his lack of readership to the fact that few people appreciated his work, as many readers lacked literary knowledge and could only read simple, straightforward novels, unable to understand his profound literary works. This, he argued, was the reason for his poor performance. Sima Tang realized this and slightly changed his writing style. This book, The Free and Unfettered Sword Manual, was his painstaking creation, and it used a lot of novice-level writing style. This was the result of him bowing to reality. Even so, he believes his writing is first-rate, and that as long as readers read carefully, they will definitely be attracted by his works. However, everything was ruined by that trash book, The Journey of the Wanderer. Sima Tang was very unwilling. After posting his review, he did not leave the book review section of The Journey of the Immortals. Instead, he waited to see if he could find like-minded people to criticize the author of the book together. Ideally, he hoped that the website would pay attention to the book and cut off the data that had been manipulated, so that The Carefree Sword Manual could reappear on the new book list. Instead of finding like-minded people, he was met with a barrage of criticism, implying that he was jealous of The Journey of the Immortals and that he had malicious intentions, claiming that his novel had been pushed off the bestseller list. Sima Tang was absolutely furious. What kind of nonsense was this? He was jealous of a newcomer? After all, he had been on Kinyi Novel Network for more than 3 years and was a minor god at least. Why would he be jealous of a struggling newcomer? Then he published a second comment, emphasizing that the author of The Journey of the Immortals had bribed online trolls to smear him, because if he hadn't been bribed, how could so many people have joined in attacking him? He believed he had seen through the truth of the matter and made a decision to report the book for manipulating data. He wanted to see if this newbie who was manipulating data would still dare to be arrogant. He reported the novel on the Kinyi Novel Network forum and then waited for the website to handle it. He believed that with his reputation and real evidence, The Journey of the Immortals would soon disappear from the website. Just as he was feeling triumphant, a reader messaged him privately, saying that the author of The Journey of the Immortals had left a comment in his book review section and said some very unpleasant things. Sima Tang was furious upon hearing this. That brat. He's already manipulating the data himself, and now he dares to cause trouble in the book review section. He thought. He had just been reporting The Journey of the Immortals, and now his own home had been invaded. Sima Tang quickly opened his book review section and, sure enough, saw the book review posted by the author of The Journey of the Immortals. After reading it, he was even more furious. The author actually mocked him in the comment for lacking talent, which was why his book was pushed off the new book list. The author also said that he had no fame and that hiring online trolls was a waste of money. What drove him even crazier was the couplet left at the end. The reeds on the wall are top-heavy and shallow-rooted. Bamboo shoots from the mountains, with pointed tips, thick skin, and hollow inside. This is an utter disgrace. The first line says he has no foundation, like a reed on a wall, implying his lack of literary knowledge. The second line is even harsher, saying he is sharp-tongued and thick-skinned, completely lacking substance, and therefore empty-headed. This is outrageous. This is outrageous. Sima Tang was so angry he felt like his lungs were about to explode. This couplet was simply too ruthless, and according to his self-proclaimed literary skills, it was actually very well written. But that was what angered him the most, because he knew very well that a good couplet could easily spread, and once it did, he would lose face big time and become the laughingstock of the entire website. Whenever people mentioned this couplet, the first person they would think of would definitely be him. Damn it! If only he had written this couplet, if only it were from his own hand, he could have used it to show his colleagues who looked down on him that he was a true genius. Unfortunately, this couplet was not his work, but that of his enemy, and it was used to satirize him, which was undoubtedly the most painful thing. By this time, the couplet had already been published and seen by many people. He certainly couldn't claim it as his own unless he could write a couplet of similar quality that could be used in retaliation. Otherwise, he would be completely humiliated. But how should I write it? Sima Tang was caught up in a painful process of brainstorming. Since recommending The Journey of the Immortals to the fan group Dixiao 123, Liang Xixian has claimed to be the #1 fan of The Journey of the Immortals. The Journey of the Immortals became a novel he read every day, refreshing the page frequently in anticipation of the author, Brother Chiang's, updates. Because of everyone's admiration for the author, Brother Chiang became his respectful title. Tonight, he refreshed The Journey of the Immortals again and was overjoyed to find that 3 more chapters had been added. He immediately started reading with great excitement. After reading the first 3 chapters, he was still not satisfied. As the world of cultivators unfolded, his expectations for the book grew, and he wished he could tie the author up and lock him in a dark room to write for him every day. Finished reading 3 chapters, nothing to do today. Any recommendations, fellow heroes? Liang Xixian grumbled in the Heroes 123 group. Because The Journey of the Immortals was so captivating, The Legend of the Snow Eagle, a novel he had initially favored, gradually lost its appeal. I just finished reading it too. Brother Chiang updates so slowly. I have to wait until tomorrow again. Hey, do you guys have any conscience? Brother Chiang writes 3 chapters a day, that's not slow at all. This young hero's demands are too low, he's not one of us. Is the group leader here? Let's kick him out. That's right, if you don't update 30 chapters a day, can you even be called an author? Hee, I think so too. If I did not know where Brother Chiang was, I would have tied him up and locked him in a dark room. Liang Xixian also complained, why are there so few updates for good novels? Young Master Liang, please restrain your lust and regain your rationality. What do you intend to do to Brother Chiang? Has young Master Liang finally fallen into demonic possession? Remember this, stay away from this kind of pervert. A group of people were ranting and raving, making Liang Xixian want to curse them out. What I'm saying is, locking Brother Chiang in a dark room and making him write novels for us every day. What kind of ideas are you all having? Oh, I see. Count me in then. Count me in too. Young Master Liang, we are here to support you. Xiao Liangzi, hurry up and take action. After you've tied up Brother Chiang, remember to tell everyone in the group. Liang Xixian was speechless. What kind of people were these? Just as he was about to seriously condemn these inhuman beasts, someone suddenly broke the news in the group. Hey, have you guys seen this? Someone in the book review section said that our Brother Chiang is a fraud. Brush. They said the results of The Journey of the Immortals were all fabricated, and that Brother Chiang's novels are only at the level of elementary and middle school students. What? How dare they insult our Brother Chiang like this? Heroes, hurry and kill him. Let's go together, let's go together. A group of people immediately flocked to the book review section of The Journey of the Immortals, and Liang Xixian was no exception. He quickly saw the book review, which was at the top and easy to see. The content in the book review was the same as what a certain expert in the group said. Liang Xixian frowned deeply after reading it. He was really asking for trouble. He actually said that Brother Chiang's writing style was only at the level of an elementary or middle school student, and even used points and inferences to prove that the success of The Journey of the Immortals was due to data manipulation. Liang Xixian wanted to ask this guy seriously, had he actually read The Journey of the Immortals? He hadn't even read it, yet he claimed the results were fake. Why did he sound so sour? Putting everything else aside, their group Daxia 123 had done a lot to promote The Journey of the Immortals, and he had even shared it with more than 10 other fan groups. He even thought that the number of clicks and recommendations was too low. Fun Shrimp? The name sounds familiar. He is also a martial arts novelist, but not very famous. Haha, everyone, take a look at his webpage center, and I know why this guy came to Brother Chiang to cause trouble. Why? His book was originally at the bottom of the new book list, but then Brother Chiang's book suddenly jumped up and pushed his off the list. So that's how it is. I was wondering why I sensed a sour taste in his words. If you can't write well, you try to piggyback on others' work and even accuse them of using fake posts. No wonder nobody reads your work. You know what, this guy's been around for several years now, and he's currently writing his third book. I've read his books, they're all plot points from over a decade ago. How can he even bring himself to use them? I guess he's just an old-fashioned person who still treats old plots like treasures. Don't say that. He considers himself a great talent and occasionally likes to write some side stories, which are all incomprehensible in a mix of vernacular and classical Chinese. Does this guy think he's still in ancient times? Heroes, don't hold back, confront him. Then a group of people left comments under the book review, directly pointing out the sinister intentions of Fun Big Shrimp. Not long after, Fun Big Shrimp published another book review, this time claiming that the book's readers were paid trolls hired by the author Brother Chiang, and that he had already reported Brother Chiang. This infuriated Liang Xixian and his group of heroes. How could there be such shameless people? They were all fans of Brother Chiang. Did they really need to be bribed? When you encounter a shameless guy like this, there's really no good way to deal with him except to confront him. Liang Xixian was furious. After thinking about it, he was unwilling to give up and decided to cause trouble in the book review section of Fun Big Shrimp. You came to Brother Chiang to spew nonsense in the book review? Then I'll go and spew some nonsense in your book review too. With this vengeful mindset, Liang Xixian clicked on the book review section of The Free and Unfettered Sword Manual, but before he could even formulate his thoughts, a review in the section immediately caught his attention. Because the title was "It is impolite not to reciprocate," and looking at the ID, it turned out to be Brother Chiang. Liang Xixian was immediately shocked, his face filled with disbelief. Brother Chiang had come to the Fun Big Shrimp book review section? Then he was overjoyed. Haha, Brother Chiang probably read Fun Big Shrimp's book review and is now here to get revenge. Brother Chiang is awesome, a role model for us all. When someone criticizes you, you should definitely retaliate immediately. That's what a true hero is. With excitement, Liang Xixian clicked on the book review. First of all, I would like to thank Brother Fun Shrimp for his comments on my work. Here are a few words of response. Of course, I won't apologize, because this is a matter of skill level, and has nothing to do with right or wrong. Also, Brother Shrimp said I hired online trolls to smear you. That's really unnecessary, and a waste of money on hiring trolls. Haha, before even finishing reading, Liang Xixian felt a surge of secret pleasure. Brother Chiang truly lives up to his name, he speaks politely, but the sarcasm and mockery in his tone are utterly merciless. Finally, let me present Brother Shrimp with a couplet. First line reads on the wall, top-heavy, light-footed, and shallow-rooted. The second line reads, bamboo shoots in the mountains, sharp-mouthed, thick-skinned, and hollow inside. Wow! When Liang Xixian saw this couplet, he couldn't help but feel excited and wanted to sing it out loud. His previous response wasn't harsh enough. This couplet is really harsh. Sharp mouth, thick skin, and hollow belly, isn't that referring to Funny Shrimp? Liang Xixian was filled with admiration. Brother Chiang's couplet was simply amazing. And could someone who could write such a classic couplet be merely at the level of an elementary or middle school student? Brother Chiang's response was extremely forceful, and he even showcased his literary talent at the end, giving Fun Big Shrimp a resounding slap in the face. No way, I have to share this interesting thing with the masters. This is also a chance for everyone to get to know Brother Chiang. I thought Brother Chiang was good at writing novels and had a big imagination, but I didn't expect him to be so ruthless when he curses.